Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 153, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 153. Yoru's voice seemed to pierce through space itself, echoing directly into Nagato's ears. The frost-laden world continued to spread. Even the hidden underground chamber where Nagato and Conan resided was now covered in a layer of glittering ice crystals. The sudden drop in temperature made both Nagato and Conan involuntarily shiver. It was as if even chakra couldn't shield them from such overwhelming cold. But Nagato paid no attention to the creeping chill invading his body. His eyes, those pale lavender Rinnegan, were wide open, frozen in stunned disbelief, as though he'd just witnessed something beyond comprehension. What is this? RMMM. An icy shockwave spread outward. Yuru shifted his gaze from Deva Path Pain to the heavens above, toward the massive Chibaka Tensei sphere, now entirely shrouded in frost. He stood in midair, one hand gripping his blade. There was no need to charge chakra. No theatrics. No wind-up. Just a simple motion. He raised his sword. And slashed. An arc of unbearable cold streaked across the sky, like a crescent moon cleaving the heavens. It moved at such a speed that not even the sharpest eye could follow. Mist, air, and even space itself froze solid in its wake, then shattered. To most onlookers, it was just a flash of white sweeping the sky. Then came the sound. CRK. Cracks webbed across the surface of the floating Chibaka Tensei. The gravitational core had frozen, then fractured, setting off a chain reaction. Frozen rocks shattered and fell from the heavens like a hailstorm of crystalline debris. As countless icy fragments plummeted to the ground, Yuru slowly lowered his sword and looked down. His expression was calm, indifferent. From below, the self-proclaimed god, Deva Path Pain, looked like nothing more than a pitiful clown. Far in the distance, Minato continued flashing through the battlefield with his flying thunder god technique, rescuing the wounded from the falling debris. He glanced toward Yuru, and his expression grew increasingly complex. To think someone with power like that chose cooperation over conquest. I misjudged you, Yuru of the Mist. Power like that. Gold dust erupted from the ground, blocking the dense shower of shattered ice shards. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, and Baki, hiding beneath the gold dust, felt their worldview completely shattered at this moment. Uchiha Fugaku, watching beside them, wore an expression far more conflicted. 2 years ago, on the Kirigakure front lines, he had clashed with Yuru. Back then, even with his Susanoo activated, he could barely hold his own. Though he ultimately lost, he believed that had he gone all out, the outcome might have been different. But now. In just 2 short years, Yuru's power had reached such an overwhelming level that Fugaku could scarcely comprehend it. No, not just him, no one in the world should be capable of this kind of growth. Not even the Sage of Six Paths. Clearly, Yuru had been holding back before. Back then, Yuru had hidden his true strength, just as Fugaku only used his 3-tomo Sharingan in public, despite having awakened the Mangekyo. But after ascending to the seat of Mizukage, Yuru no longer needed to hide. He held both power and position. He had nothing left to fear. Fugaku clenched his fists. When? When will I be able to show my strength without reservation? Why? Deva Path Pain let out a hoarse growl. How could you possibly wield this level of power? Yuru replied coolly, what kind of adult goes all out against children from the start? The words struck Pain like a slap across the face. His usually stoic expression twisted with rage and shame. No. No. I am a god. I am the strongest in the world. I will cleanse it. I will save it. He roared like a madman. Though he knew the gap between him and Yuru was as vast as heaven and earth, Nagato's obsession with divinity, his messianic complex, pushed him to keep yelling about salvation, as if chanting it would make it true. Yuru shook his head, then vanished. Pain's heart skipped a beat. Instinctively, he unleashed Shinra Tensei. But what good was that against a fully bank-eyed Yuru? Even with the restriction of the Jigai. Yuki Yoru's figure had already appeared in front of Deva Path Pain, and despite the Shinra Tensei's repulsion, his hand pressed directly to Deva Path Pain's chest. No. Hiryu Gekizoku Shinten Reiko. Flying dragon striking heaven-shaking thunder cannon. With a muted murmur, Yuru's palm unleashed a brilliant beam of energy at point-blank range, obliterating Pain's body in an instant. It was Heido number 88, an advanced Kido spell, deployed directly to the face. The blast dissipated. Deva Path Pain's body was gone, only his severed head remained, still intact. Yuru plucked the head up with one hand. With the other, he slowly pulled a chakra receiver from the neck and turned it in his palm, voice casual. Now then. Can you finally recognize your place, Kami-sama? He smiled faintly. Sensing chakra nearby, Yuru vanished again. Elsewhere, outside Iron Country, in a hidden cave, Black Zetsu had been watching the battle unfold through shared vision. A moment ago, he thought they could hold out a bit longer, maybe reposition. Then Yoru's frost blade slashed through a Chibaku tensei like it was warm butter. Black Zetsu froze. No. Nagato can't beat him. We have to evacuate Nagato, now. He surged toward the hideout. Inside, Nagato sat slumped in his special wheelchair, trembling. His breath came in short, labored gasps. I am God. I won't lose. I can't lose. But his chakra was dwindling, fast. All 6 of his paths were controlled via the Rinnegan's power, supplied from his main body. Each of them required a constant stream of chakra to function. Now, with the 6 paths being slaughtered like fodder, and even the Chibaku tensei destroyed in a single blow, Nagato was nearly drained. His strength was gone. What's happening out there? Conan asked, seeing the panic on Zetsu's face and the frenzied look in Nagato's eyes. There's no time to explain. Deva Path won't last much longer. You have to retreat, now. Black Zetsu's husky voice was urgent. His plans were almost entirely based on the Rinnegan. For 1,000 years, he had worked toward this. Nagato was the best host yet, perfectly synchronized with Madara's eye since childhood. If Nagato died or his body was ruined, the entire Moon's Eye plan would be delayed for decades. Nagato. Conan hesitated for only a second, then activated her paper release, wrapping her partner and his wheelchair in fluttering sheets. They launched into the sky. I am God. I won't lose. I'm the one. Nagato. Conan's voice cut through his haze. He jolted awake and glanced toward her. She was flying beside him, wings of paper unfurled, guiding their escape. A moment later, Nagato performed hand seals with trembling fingers and summoned Yatagarasu, dragging Conan with him as they soared into the sky. I'm sorry, Conan, Nagato muttered bitterly, voice hollow. I failed. That man, he's the true God, not me. Don't say that. Conan snapped. You have the Rinnegan. You were chosen by heaven, you are the one meant to lead us into peace. That man may be strong, but his power comes from devouring souls. That's how he's grown so quickly. He's used the Shinigami of the Siriidii to scour the shinobi world for souls, fueling his strength. Don't you remember Jiraiya-sensei's book? Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi? Nagato murmured. His expression changed. When Minato Namikaze was lost on his life's path, the Toad Sage gave him this work by Jiraiya, reawakening Minato Namato's fighting spirit. And after Minato Namikaze became the 4th Hokage, this book was widely published by him, spreading throughout the shinobi world. Actually, not many people bought it. Primarily because it was cheap, not only half the price of other novels released at the same time, but it also came with a buy one get one free offer, making it an epic tier toilet paper. But Minato didn't mind. The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi was a novel meant to promote unwavering willpower and a profound message of stopping conflict and war. Such novels were destined not to be widely read, so Minato Namikaze used this method to spread the book as much as possible throughout the shinobi world, allowing more people to see Jiraiya's creation and will. And Nagato was one of those few readers and supporters. Yes, it was one of the Akatsuki's mandatory reads. In fact, after reading Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi, Nagato himself even conceived the idea of writing a novel. The title was already decided, it would be called Nagato's Struggle. With great power comes great responsibility. In Jiraiya's Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi, it was written that to bring peace to the chaotic and war-torn shinobi world, one must possess unwavering perseverance and indomitable endurance against hardship. These spirits were absorbed by Nagato, strengthening his idea and belief that he was the savior. When heaven is about to confer a great office upon a man, it first exercises his mind with suffering, and his sinews and bones with toil. It exposes his body to hunger, and subjects him to extreme poverty. It confounds his undertakings. Once I have diligently cultivated myself for another 3 years, I will surely let Yuki Yoru know who the true god of the shinobi world is. I understand now, Conan. Nagato took a deep breath, his determination reigniting. He spurred the Yatagarasu forward, ready to retreat and fight another day. But they hadn't even made it far. Without warning, a shadowy figure stood atop Yatagarasu's head, completely silent until he spoke. I underestimated you, Nagato. It was Yuru. His calm voice rang out, slicing through the high-altitude winds as he looked down at the stunned pair. I should have brought you back to Kirigakure by force when I had the chance. Had I done so, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Ended up like this. Yatagarasu came to a sudden halt in the air. Nagato's mental defenses shattered again. That fragile clarity he had just reclaimed broke under Yoru's words. I am God. I am a god, whimpering like a dog with its tail between its legs. Yuru shook his head slowly. You're just another fool drunk on power. If you'd open your eyes, really open those Rinnegan, you'd see you're just a slightly bigger ant than the rest. He pointed at Nagato's custom wheelchair. Look. You're still in a cradle. You don't understand anything. Conan snarled. Long before you came along, Nagato bore the weight of the world's pain. He dreams of peace. He leads us toward it. He's the one true god. She raised her hands, dozens of razor-sharp paper shuriken formed around her. With a fierce shout, she hurled them in a hurricane barrage. The sky filled with paper blades like a swarm of locusts. Yoru didn't move. The shuriken closed in, only to crumble into frost at the edge of his spiritual pressure. Each one froze midair, shattered, and fell like snowflakes. Dance of the Shikigami. Conan's hands blurred again, and her body burst apart into thousands of sheets of paper. They surged like a blizzard of knives, trying to overwhelm him from every angle. But Yoru simply walked forward through it. His four-world freeze technique remained in full effect, powerful enough to nullify even gravity itself. What could a few paper jutsu do against that? Conan, get back. Nagato suddenly roared. He slammed his hands together. The veins around his Rinnegan bulged. The sheer strain contorted his face. Chakra exploded from his body, but not just chakra. He had long since burned through most of his energy in the fight. Now, his body was cannibalizing his life force. His vibrant red hair dulled to an ashen shade. His skin clung tightly to his bones. He looked like he had aged decades in seconds. But in exchange, he summoned something terrifying. Die, Yoru. Summoning jutsu, Gedo Mazo. His voice was a twisted, agonized scream. Even Conan looked horrified. She leapt off Yagura just in time, spreading her paper wings to glide to safety as a massive vortex opened in the sky. The air shook. The entire space visibly shuddered at that moment. A massive, skeletal figure burst forth, engulfed in billowing smoke. It was the Gedo statue, the empty husk of the Ten Tails, sealed long ago by the Sage of Six Paths. Its grotesque body loomed over the landscape. 9 empty eye sockets. 10 jagged spike-like stumps protruding from its back. Massive, shackled arms, like a titan imprisoned by gods. It was the shell of divinity. An ancient evil brought back by force of will. The Gedo statue. Down below, Black Zetsu's voice cracked with panic. Shit. Yuru followed them. Nagato's going to try to use it. His thoughts raced. Even if the statue crushes Yuru, Nagato won't survive it. That thing drains chakra and life force alike. This is bad. This is very bad. If Nagato died here, the Eye of the Moon plan would be delayed indefinitely. A new compatible Rinnegan host could take decades to locate, if ever. No. Absolutely not. Black Zetsu growled. He turned to White Zetsu beside him. Prepare for emergency assimilation. If things go south, we merge with Nagato directly. What? Wait a second. White Zetsu balked. I'm not Toby. If I merge with him, I'll have to fuse completely into his body. You know how much he hates that. Too bad. Black Zetsu snapped. We can't let him die, not here. Fine, fine. Piggybacking through the ground, the Zetsu duo burrowed toward Nagato's location. High above, Nagato clung to the Gedo statue's back, his emaciated body stuck to its spine using chakra. This was his final card. The Gedo statue. The empty body of the Ten Tails, left behind after the Sage of Six Paths split its chakra into the 9-tailed beasts. Sealed on the moon by the sage himself. Later in his old age, Madara, having come to understand the cycle of life and death, awakened the Rinnegan. With it, he successfully summoned the Gedo statue to prolong his life. Using the statue and Hashirama's cells, he cultivated White Zetsu. After Madara's death, the Gedo statue was summoned again by Nagato. It was this very power that turned the tide in the battle between the Akatsuki and Hanzo in the Land of Rain. Since then, the statue had remained hidden within the Akatsuki's base, serving as the focal point for their gatherings. And now, this empty vessel of 10 tails, driven by Nagato's immense chakra, had awakened once more, rising to fight for him. Roar! The Gedo statue let out a thunderous scream. For the first time, a flicker of surprise appeared on Yoru's face. He had seen the Gedo statue before, from afar. But back then, he had been too busy fighting Uchiha Shisui, who had just unlocked his eternal Mangekyo. Though Shisui later also awakened the Rinnegan and could summon the statue himself, Yuru had prevented that from happening. After all, summoning the Gedo statue required a massive cost in chakra and life force. He wasn't about to let a key subordinate end up drained like Nagato. More importantly, summoning it would definitely draw Black Zetsu's attention, and Yuru had always been wary of that, third child of the rabbit goddess. The shell of a divine being. Yuru narrowed his eyes, murmuring with fascination. A life form on the level of the sage himself. Perfect. Now I can test what it would take to fight the Otsutsuki. He smiled. Die, Yuki Yoru. Fire. Nagato's voice roared down from atop the statue. He may have looked like a dried husk, but the Gedo statue's power surged through him, reigniting his confidence. He was God again. His eyes burned with that same messianic madness. Burn it all to ash. The Gedo statue roared. The jagged stumps on its back glowed red-hot. Columns of fire erupted into a blazing inferno. They coalesced into a massive fire dragon, raging, shrieking, scorching the sky. Even the landscape, long frozen by Yuru's Bankai, began to thaw from the heat. It charged straight toward him. The fire dragon roared across the battlefield, an inferno powerful enough to reduce mountains to cinders. But Yuru didn't move. He stepped forward, straight into the storm of fire. No defense. No barrier. No jutsu. Just him, and his Zanpakuto. As the dragon's maw closed in, a frost bloomed around Yuru's body. And then the flames froze. A surreal, impossible sight. The fire itself turned to shimmering crystal. Flames that should have reduced stone to lava became sculptures of ice, locked mid-roar, mid-flicker, mid-death. The ice crawled up the body of the dragon and shattered. Yuru swung once. The entire frozen fire construct broke apart in an avalanche of glittering shards. Everyone watching was stunned. Even Zetsu, who had seen the impossible time and time again, went rigid in disbelief. That's not just chakra suppression. That's complete elemental override. Black Zetsu whispered hoarsely. Next. Yuru said calmly, stepping forward again. Nagato's face twisted. Lightning. Wind. The Gedo statue raised its bound hands once more. Storm clouds surged in its wake. From the broken stumps of its 10 protrusions, chakra hauled out, lightning dancing with slicing gales. Thunder cracked. A fusion of wind and lightning burst forward, forming another draconic entity, this one fast, crackling with power and edge. A storm incarnate. And yet, it too froze the instant it touched Yuru's aura. The moment it entered the range of his four-world freeze, it lost cohesion. Power stopped flowing. Matter stalled. Time itself seemed to hold its breath. And Yuru, unfazed, cut through it with a single swing. Another frozen dragon shattered at his feet. Nagato's lips parted in horror. This can't be happening. You can freeze chakra. Let's see if you can handle this. His desperation reached a crescendo. With a howl, he slammed his palms onto the Gedo statue's skull. The restraints on its wrists shattered. Chains fell away like dust. The monster moved. The Gedo statue flexed, rising from its hunched position. It was no longer sealed. It no longer needed permission. It became a god of war, striding forward with earth-shaking force, bearing down on Yuru like a titan from myth. From the ground, it looked like a mountain was attacking a man. A death sentence. This is it. Die, Yuru. Chapter 154, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 154. Size doesn't always equate to strength, but in the shinobi world, massive size usually means formidable power. If you can't pilot a Gundam, no wonder you can't win a ninja war. If you can't pilot a Gundam, you don't even deserve to join the final showdown of the shinobi world. Whether it's the Gundam-style era of full-body Susanoo, super expansion jutsu, giant summoning beasts, or full-tailed beast transformations. Or the Ten-Tails armor Susanoo and Inuka no Makoto of the Otsutsuki era, almost all are prime examples of Gundams. And now, the Gedo statue summoned by Nagato was one of the most terrifying of all. Roar. The monstrous howl of the Gedo statue shook the skies as it charged toward Yuki Yoru. Compared to its colossal frame, Yuru seemed no more significant than an insect. It looked like he could be swatted out of existence with a single swing. But to a Shinigami, size has never meant anything. And besides, don't you think you're a bit too big of a target? Yuru gave a faint smile, raising Hyerinmaru high into the air. Instantly, the world darkened. The land of iron lay in the northern reaches of the continent, blanketed year-round in snow. Combined with its seaside elevation, its atmosphere was thick with moisture. Even with his Jigai limitations, Yuru's power here was virtually bottomless. Thunder rumbled across the ink-black sky. Lightning snakes danced across the firmament. The already frigid land plunged into even more unbearable cold. Snowflakes and shards of ice began to fall from above, blanketing the body of the Gedo statue. The statue wasn't a living creature. While it moved like a beast, it didn't possess the spiritual will of a tailed beast. It was more like a lifeless husk, an ancient shell infused with violence and raw chakra, the remains of a Six Paths level being. As the ice fell, the statue didn't hesitate. It raised its fist and smashed it down toward Yuru. But thick walls of crystallized ice surged upward from the ground, intercepting the blow. Layer after layer of glacial barricades emerged, forming a fortress of ice between Yuru and the statue. Even though the Gedo statue had monstrous strength and shattered the first few layers with brute force, more ice instantly formed to replace them. This was the power of a map-wide AoE. During the Warring States era, why was the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, able to dominate the world? It was because his wood style wasn't just overbearing, it was practically a cheat code. His chakra was as vast as the ocean, and he could absorb chakra from enemies to sustain his own attacks. Endless. Relentless. And now, Yuru's ice release was doing the same. Hyarinmaru had command over the heavens, it controlled the very sky itself. All of the moisture and frost in the land of iron had now become Yuru's fuel. Which meant, at this moment, Nagato wasn't fighting Yuki Yoru. He was fighting the climate of the land of iron itself. The glaciers multiplied endlessly. Yuru didn't even have to lift a finger. The terrain itself stopped the Gedo statue's advance. And soon, layer upon layer of frost began creeping over its body. As the blizzard thickened, the Gedo statue's entire form was wrapped in a blooming field of icy flowers. The Ice Heaven 100 floral funeral, capable of freezing anything it touches, began to seal the statue entirely. Crack, crackle. But just a heartbeat later, the glacial flowers shattered under a burst of immense force. The statue's savage roar ripped through the storm as it burst free of its icy tomb. Inside its maw, Nagato screamed too, coughing up blood-tinged spittle. His face was gaunt, twisted in agony, madness clear in his eyes. I am the one and only god in this world. Die, Yuki Yoru. How fascinating, not even the Hayaten Hayakaso could stop it. Yoru's gaze flickered with a hint of curiosity. The Gedo statue truly lived up to being the husk of the 10 tails. Calling it indestructible would not be an exaggeration. But indestructibility didn't mean it could last forever. To activate something on this level, the energy cost was simply unimaginable. Centuries ago, in ancient Egypt, Simon Muron sacrificed his soul to summon the invincible dark magician Exodia, but even Exodia lost to Zork in the end. Why? Because Simon's soul couldn't sustain Exodia for long enough. So then, how much of your candlelight remains, Nagato? Yoru's eyes remained calm. He hadn't even attacked yet, and Nagato was already running on fumes. The glaciers continued to spread endlessly. Even if the Ice Heaven 100 floral funeral failed to seal it, the ever-expanding sheets of ice were more than enough to drive Nagato to frustration. It was obvious, he understood it too. The Gedo statue was indeed indestructible. Its power was undeniable. But he wasn't. Every second he maintained control over it drained another chunk of his life force. No. I won't lose. I can't lose. I must not lose. Nagato's body trembled. Muttering to himself like a madman, he once again brought his hands together in a desperate seal, pushing his body beyond its limits to squeeze out the last drops of chakra. As the energy of his very essence continued to drain away, the Rinnegan in his eyes flared with renewed brilliance. The Gedo statue roared again, and in its massive jaws, a sphere of pale purple chakra began to form. The next moment, that sphere erupted from its mouth, transforming into a monstrous chakra dragon, its maw wide in a sound-shattering roar, carving through the air like a serpent soaring across the heavens, straight at Yuki Yoru. This dragon was no ordinary technique. Originally, the lore claimed it only absorbed chakra, but considering how Hanzo's subordinates died instantly upon contact, the fanon had expanded it to drain all forms of energy, including life force and souls. The chakra dragon's speed was immense. In the blink of an eye, it shot through the layers of glacier and hurtled toward Yuru. Still, Yuru stood calmly. Unflinching. He simply raised Hyarinmaru once more. Four-world freeze. The ultimate power of the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto burst forth again. The Gedo statue's sealing abilities truly are impressive, even the tailed beasts couldn't resist its power. But to me, it's meaningless. The instant the chakra dragon entered within 3 steps of Yuru, its blinding speed abruptly halted. Its massive head began to frost over, just like the flames and lightning had before. Crack. Crackle. Krak. The frigid aura consumed it. The chakra dragon froze completely and shattered into a million icy shards. In the same breath, Yuru vanished, his figure flickering through the frozen battlefield and reappearing atop the Gedo statue. There, lying slumped and drained of nearly all life, was Nagato. Yoru's expression was tranquil. He pressed Hyarinmaru's edge gently against Nagato's neck. You've lost, Kami. I lost. Nagato murmured, eyes wide and glassy, staring blankly at the gleaming blade just inches from his throat. He had gone all out. He'd summoned the Gedo statue. He'd unleashed the chakra dragon, Genryu, 9 phantom seals. And yet, he was still no match for Yuki Yoru. Every jutsu, every ounce of power he'd shown had been nothing more than a child's toy in the eyes of this man. Laughable. Weak. A clown show. The so-called god had been utterly defeated. But. Why would someone with such strength still choose to become an oppressor? A ruler. Nagato's voice cracked as he screamed, his emaciated face twisted with mania. You could rule the entire shinobi world. You have the power of the first Hokage himself. You were the one who said it, weren't you? That to bring peace, we needed someone like Hashirama Senju, to use strength to unite the nations, to bring even a few decades of peace. That's what you said. So why don't you do it? His eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse, and even now, blood seeped from the corners of his lips. His body, wrung dry of all life, could barely even support his thoughts, but emotion still surged. Yoru exhaled softly. You think I held this 3 Kage summit for nothing? I did it for peace, Nagato. Your world is too small. The land of rain has blinded your view. Even after breaking free of society's chains, even with the pain of loss, you're still just a frog in a well. In your world, or rather, in Yahiko's world, peace can only be achieved through brute strength. You thought, if you could just become like Hanzo, that so-called demigod you killed, you could bring peace. You thought you could be a pillar of power in a small nation, standing up against the great powers, and maybe buy peace for a generation. But I'm different. Yoru's voice was calm, but it landed like hammer blows. I've seen higher. Farther. I once thought brute force could bring unity too. But eventually. I realized this world has never truly been united. Even if you conquer every nation with overwhelming power, the schemers and backstabbers will tear that unity apart from the inside. Yoru's gaze pierced Nagato's heart like a blade. To truly rule, conquest isn't enough. You must unify ideals, culture, dreams. Only when we erase the lines between you and me will true unity exist. If the first emperor hadn't standardized language, currency, weights, and measures, would the warring states have ended so easily? That's the real path to peace. Nagato stared up at him, stunned. His mind was foggy, his body drained, his will flickering. Even if Yoru's voice echoed like thunder in his mind, he no longer had the strength to fully process it. Suddenly. Yoru's eyes narrowed. A shadow flickered into view. Their gazes met for a brief second, Yoru and the jet-black figure that suddenly emerged. Black Zetsu's emotionless eyes twitched ever so slightly, and in that instant, an invisible wave of energy surged toward Yoru. The world warped. A towering figure, over 100 meters tall, appeared before him. A perfect Susanoo, clad in crow-black Tengu armor, with massive wings spreading across the sky. Its very presence cracked the earth beneath it. Even the tallest mountains would be like molehills to it. And in the center of its forehead jewel, clad in crimson samurai armor, was Uchiha Madara. Leader. Just as Yuki Yoru suddenly froze in place, a voice rang out in Nagato's ear. In the next moment, 2 figures, one black, one white, appeared at once. Black Zetsu stared cautiously at Yoru, while white Zetsu's body liquefied, flowing like a blob of paste as it slithered behind Nagato and began fusing with him. Zetsu. What are you doing? Nagato, slow to react, snapped in alarm. Don't worry, leader. I'm here to help you, white Zetsu replied from within the shifting white mass. Your body's pushed to its absolute limit, right? I know you're close to collapse. But this clone of mine has incredible vitality. Let me merge with you, restore your strength, and you might even gain the power of wood release. Leader, with me here, you've got nothing to fear. You. Nagato's face hardened. This wasn't the first time white Zetsu had offered his assistance. Ever since Obito and Zetsu began cooperating with him, Zetsu had repeatedly tried to heal Nagato's ruined legs and replenish the life force he lost when summoning the Gedo statue. But Nagato had always refused. Why? Because he didn't trust them. Thanks to Yuki Yoru's intervention back in the Land of Rain, Nagato's relationship with Obito never progressed like it had in the original timeline. Even in canon, Nagato was always wary of both Obito and Zetsu. Here. His suspicions ran even deeper. But now. Leader, you can't fall here. Akatsuki still needs you to lead us. And don't forget, the angel is still out there. If you collapse now, do you really think Yuki Yoru and the other 2 Kage will spare her? Nagato's expression stiffened. He said nothing, but crucially, he didn't object. That was all white Zetsu needed. The integration accelerated. White Zetsu moved quickly, merging into Nagato's body like water being absorbed into dry soil. And as the process continued, Nagato suddenly felt the emptiness within him, his once nearly withered body now rapidly replenishing. Just like a shriveled sponge soaking in water again, Nagato's gaunt and shriveled body visibly plumped up, and even the injuries on his legs began to heal rapidly. How fascinating, a genjutsu projection. Yuru observed the fully armored perfect Susanoo and the crimson-clad Madara standing within it. With a thought, the illusion shattered like a mirror. But when he returned to reality, black and white Zetsu were already gone. So was Nagato. They ran quite fast. Yuru chuckled softly, but countless images flashed through his mind. Blurry shadows streaking through dense forest. Nagato, his skin pale and body still partially white, was being carried by Konan, while black and white Zetsu, nestled in their pitcher plant body, moved alongside them. Monitoring microbes. Back during the earlier battle, Yuru had already planted monitoring microbes on both Nagato and Konan. They were incredibly hard to detect, perhaps not invisible to the Rinnegan, but subtle enough when split between two targets. And apparently, none of them had noticed in the chaos of their retreat. So now the question was, where could they possibly run to? Yoru's smirk deepened. He was just about to pursue, when their movements stopped. We can't just run like this. Black Zetsu's gravelly voice cut through the gloom. His expression, as always, was unreadable. Madara has already infiltrated Konoha. We must buy him time. Our role here is to distract the fourth Hokage. So the bastard finally made his move. Konan's tone brimmed with irritation. It was for that man, the so-called Madara, that Nagato had crossed nations, fought 3 Kage, and nearly burned himself out entirely. And yet, who could have predicted that Yuki Yoru's power would be so monstrous? Fighting him wasn't like facing a normal Kage. It wasn't even like fighting a tailed beast. He was something else entirely. Yoru's power is too much. After that fight, Nagato's injuries haven't healed. It'll be difficult just to hold him off. We're not trying to fight Yuru, Black Zetsu replied. Our target is the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. He turned to Nagato, who had remained quiet up to now. Besides, you fused with White Zetsu. Your condition will stabilize soon. Even the damage from summoning the Gedo statue will be repaired. Power isn't the issue. As long as Madara succeeds, we'll eliminate a major threat, Konoha, and reclaim the most powerful of all the tailed beasts, the 9 tails. That alone would give our future plans a massive boost. Konan stayed silent. She knew she wouldn't win an argument with Black Zetsu. But the decision still rested with Nagato. Feeling both their gazes, Nagato finally stirred. He turned to face them. Minato has the Flying Thunder God technique. If he decides to run, I can't stop him. You don't have to, Black Zetsu said darkly. The Iron Country will stop him. The damage from your fight with Yuru, and the destruction caused by the 6 paths of pain earlier, was enormous. All we need is one last push. Minato's guilt will keep him here. Use the pain of the Iron Country's people, and his own conscience against him. That made both Nagato and Konan frown. A grim silence settled over them. We only need to buy Madara time, Black Zetsu said firmly. Nagato, this is for the greater good. For the plan. For true peace. I understand. While chaos continued to unfold in the Iron Country, back in Konoha, a long-planted conspiracy was quietly blooming. Time flowed onward, unnoticed. Autumn had arrived, October's golden season. And with it came a moment of enormous significance. The due date of Kushina Uzumaki, wife of the fourth Hokage. This wasn't just the concern of the Namikaze family. It was a matter of national security. Because Kushina was not only the Hokage's wife, she was also the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. And when a Jinchuriki gives birth, it is the moment they are at their weakest, the seal loosens, and if anything goes wrong, the tailed beast may break free. The entire village mobilized. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Shibi Aburame, and every Konoha elder worked tirelessly to prepare. Layers upon layers of security surrounded the designated birthing grounds. All precautions were taken. And yet, beneath the dark of night, cloaked in secrecy, a lone figure, hidden beneath a black robe, appeared within the village cemetery. Silently. He stood before a gravestone. Watching. Waiting. Chapter 155, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 155. Konoha. As if sensing the storm on the horizon, and a certain someone's unbearable sorrow, dark clouds gathered over the village, and a light rain began to fall, pitter-pattering across the rooftops. Despite the heightened alert across the village during this tense time, a black-robed figure now stood quietly before a gravestone. Rain poured over him, soaking his body, but he didn't flinch. It was as though he were borrowing the cold rain to smother the pain welling up from deep inside. Kakashi. Gazing at the name and photo engraved on the headstone, Uchiha Obito stood in silence, his emotions a tangled, seething knot. Back at Canopy Bridge, he had sacrificed himself to save his best friend and the girl he loved. But in the Battle of Higashimatsuyama, all of that was shattered. That day, he lost his best friend. He lost the woman he loved. Everything he once cherished, everything that made him human, was destroyed before his eyes, by the very man he once respected most, his own sensei. Obito shifted his gaze from Kakashi's grave to the side. To the left of Kakashi's headstone was a small, unmarked burial mound. No name, no headstone, not even remains. This was the so-called grave of Nohara Rin, the three-tails Jinchuriki who, after destroying a critical Konoha position, was deemed too disgraceful to be given a proper burial. Despite being Minato Namikaze's disciple. Despite being a victim herself. Konoha simply could not allow the woman who had, willingly or not, caused so many deaths to be honored like the rest. To do so would dishonor the true dead. And yet, Minato still built her a resting place. Right next to Kakashi. And next to Obito's own empty grave. Rin. Obito closed his eyes in agony, the ache in his heart like 1,000 silver needles stabbing him with every breath. Why? Why, sensei? Why? Even if it was all Kirigakure's scheme, Minato had 1,000 ways to save Rin. He could have used contract seals, or dozens of other jutsu. So why did he choose to kill her? Obito's whole body trembled. His pride as an Uchiha, his Sharingan, had let him see it all with terrifying clarity, Minato using Flying Thunder God to pierce Rin's heart in one clean stroke. Now, 3 graves lay before him. Kakashi on the right. Obito on the left. Rin in the middle. And the men who once smiled gently behind them, now held a blood-stained blade. Slaughtering the memory. Shattering the picture. Uchiha Obito stood there, before the graves, until the sun set and darkness fell. Endless pain transformed into darkness, completely engulfing and surrounding him. After a long time, he slowly stood up, turned silently, and walked into the bushes behind him. Meanwhile, inside the 4th Hokage's residence, Kushina Uzumaki, who was preparing dinner, suddenly clutched her heavily swollen stomach. Her soft, maternal face twisted in both pain and surprise. The ANBU stationed nearby noticed instantly. Within seconds, they were by her side. All of them had been selected by the 3rd Hokage specifically for their medical expertise. Realizing something was wrong, they examined her immediately and relayed the news throughout the village. The 4th Hokage's wife was going into labor. The response was instant. Konoha's highest-ranking leaders, including the retired 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and Aburame Shibi, gathered without delay. Barriers were raised. Every sensor and defensive specialist was deployed. Hiruzen even called upon his wife, Biwako, to serve as the head midwife. All to ensure a smooth, safe birth. Or more accurately, to ensure the Ninetales didn't escape. It was well documented in Konoha's history, during childbirth, a Jinchuriki seal becomes weakest. When the 1st Hokage's wife, Mito Uzumaki, gave birth, the Ninetales had nearly broken free. If not for Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara both being present, a catastrophe would have occurred. Then again, with Style and Susanoo unleashed, the Ninetales wouldn't have stood a chance. Aya, aha, it hurts so much. Kushina's screams echoed from within the cavern. Outside the barrier, ANBU guards stood alert, not flinching even as her cries grew louder. The sound was dampened by the ceiling barriers, but everyone knew exactly what was happening inside. Has Minato returned yet? Hiruzen asked softly, turning to Fukasaku the Toad Sage. Fukasaku shook his head grimly. There was an incident in the Iron Country. The 5 Kage summit was attacked by Akatsuki. All 3 Kage were ambushed, and the city of Iron was nearly destroyed. The 4th had no choice but to stay behind. Akatsuki. Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeply. He remembered how last time, when he and Yuki Yoru hosted the summit, Akatsuki had served as hired bodyguards for the Iron Country, and they'd performed well. And now they were the attackers. That made no sense. Could Akatsuki really have grown powerful enough to wound 3 Kage and obliterate an entire summit? Apparently, their leader was the attacker, Fukasaku said gravely. I don't know the details, these are just what Minato relayed through Gamabunta. But there's one thing you'll want to hear. The leader has the Rinnegan. What? Everyone nearby gasped. Except Danzo. Who wisely kept his mouth shut. He already knew Akatsuki's leader had the Rinnegan. Back during the Third Great War, Danzo had promised to help Hanzo of the Salamander eliminate Akatsuki in exchange for Mangekyo's support. He'd sent Uchiha Shisui and other Uchiha elites on the mission. It had ended in disaster. Shisui went missing. Most of the Uchiha and Hanzo's men died. Their alliance collapsed. To avoid repercussions, Danzo had used his authority as acting Hokage to erase the mission from official records. Even he hadn't imagined Akatsuki would grow so dangerous. Now, everyone stared anxiously toward the cave entrance, praying nothing went wrong. However, besides them, several other gazes had been secretly watching the place. On one side was Uchiha Obito, hidden in the shadows using Kamui, ready to strike with a major attack at any moment. And not far off. TSK, how rare, a Jinchuriki giving birth, said Hozuki Gangetsu, second Mizukage, cloaked in a white haori. You don't see that every day. He glanced at the heavily guarded mountain cave. But seriously, with this level of defense? Even a mosquito couldn't sneak in. The fourth is being pretty paranoid, huh? I thought your mission was to search for Orochimaru in the land of rice fields, replied Uchiha Shisui, who were the captain's haori of Squad 2. I did go. But the place was empty, just a few abandoned bases, not a shadow of Orochimaru anywhere, Gangetsu said with a shrug. And since the land of fire is so close, I figured I'd pop over here for a breather. But man, the land of fire's got everything, resources, entertainment. If I were the fourth, I'd just blow up Konoha and take the whole country for myself. You're not helping, Shisui muttered. This old man was nothing like his history textbook image. More like a mustached gremlin spouting off wild nonsense. I'll go after I watch the show, Gangetsu said with a grin. But seriously, do you really think something's going to go wrong tonight? Even if I came back to life, I doubt I could break through this defense. For 64 seal arrays, inner ANBU units, they really aren't taking chances. Shisui said nothing, but silently agreed. Even multiple Kage-level foes would struggle to breach this fortress. Still, Yuru had predicted something would happen tonight. So something would. But in what form? Uff. Inside the cavern, dim torchlight flickered over stone walls. Kushina lay writhing on a straw mat, clutching a flying thunder god kunai in one hand, her body trembling with pain. By her side, Biwako Sarutobi and her assistant Shisui worked quickly to deliver the child. Shisui, how's the nine-tails seal holding? Biwako asked between contractions. Still strong. The fourth reinforced it before leaving, Shisui replied cheerfully. Lady Kushina, just a bit longer. The baby's almost here. With that assurance, Biwako let out a soft breath. She had feared the nine-tails might escape during the birth, but with the seal stable, things looked good. Kushina, deep breath. You're almost there. Egg. Kushina screamed again. And at that very moment, a black-robed man slipped through the barrier and appeared inside the cavern. The seal barrier was strong enough to repel any ninja in the world, but utterly meaningless to a master of space-time jutsu. Still, the elite ANBU stationed inside reacted instantly. Who are you? The ANBU squad leader guarding the area asked in a deep voice, clutching his kunai tightly, ready to strike at any moment. But his question obviously received no answer. The silent black-robed man seemingly ignored him, as if he weren't even there. He simply looked calmly towards the depths of the cave, the gaze beneath his spiral mask obscured, yet the sinister aura emanating from him made all the guarding shinobi feel something was wrong. Attack. The squad leader gave the order without hesitation. In a blur, he launched himself forward, becoming a shadow, his kunai flashing toward the intruder's throat in a deadly arc. Anyone who appeared here at this time without authorization was to be treated as an enemy. No exceptions. This squad leader's strength was beyond doubt, undeniably elite Jonin level. At such close range, his strike was nearly instantaneous. The kunai whipped upward in a lethal arc, meant to sever the intruder's head in a single, clean blow. But what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. The kunai, so precise, so swift, hit nothing but air. His entire body passed clean through the black-robed man, as if that person weren't even there. As if he were striking a phantom. A genjutsu. A visual mirage. Everyone's thoughts raced, until the masked man turned around and slit the leader's throat with one fluid motion. Captain. Enemy alert. Broadcast the alarm. Everyone, full alert. Kunai and shuriken flew, ninjutsu blasted toward him. All of it missed. And when the blood-red Sharingan emerged fully from behind the spiral mask, the slaughter began. Within seconds, the entire ANBU unit lay dead. Uchiha Obito stepped over the bodies and advanced toward the cave's rear. Even the ever-chatty Tobi inside his mind didn't speak a word. Because even he hadn't expected this level of power. These weren't ordinary guards. These were Konoha's best. And yet, Obito had cut them down like wheat. Maybe they should just build a shrine for Rin inside Kamui space and have Obito visit it before every battle. He'd wipe the floor with Minato and Yuki Yoru both. Tobi's nonsense aside, Obito walked forward, silent and unstoppable. Before long, he heard it. The cry of a newborn. quick. The hot water. Biwako was drenched in sweat, but smiling as she cradled the crying baby. Shisui rushed to pass her a basin of warm water. Kushina lay limp, completely drained, her body like jelly. You did great, Kushina. It's all over now. Biwako sighed with relief. Too bad Minato isn't here. He would have loved to see his child first. It's okay, he's the Hokage, after all. Kushina's voice was weak, her grip on the flying thunder god kunai loosening. But her smile shone with motherly joy. Biwako quickly cleaned and swaddled the baby, then gently laid him by Kushina's side. Her eyes never left the child's face. Her heart melted. Naruto. You need to rest now. We'll take care of. Biwako's words stopped cold. Her eyes widened as she looked down, at the kunai buried in her chest. Both she and Shisui collapsed in a heap, blood pooling beneath them. Biwako. Shisui. Kushina screamed in horror. A black-robed man now stood silently beside her. One hand on her belly. The other, kunai poised, reaching for her newborn. Naruto. With a roar, golden chakra chains erupted from Kushina's body, blocking the blade an instant before it struck. The kunai shattered against the adamantine ceiling chains, and Kushina snarled, forcing her near-dead body to defend her child. You were the one at Higashimatsuyama. The black-robed man. You won't lay a hand on Naruto. Kushina clenched her flying thunder god kunai, launching wave after wave of chains to seal the enemy. The chains spread like a spider web, sealing the entire cave. She also triggered the emergency alarm seal. Impressive. You really are the second Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Even Obito was taken aback. To be able to manifest such powerful sealing chains right after childbirth, the Uzumaki clan was terrifying indeed. But still. You've got it all wrong. I'm not here for the Hokage's son. Uchiha Obito abruptly raised his head, his single eye from the spiral mask looking at Kushina. Their gazes met in midair, and the blood-red three-tomo Sharingan instantly invaded Kushina's mind. You, who are you? Within the Nine-Tails ceiling space, a colossal fox demon, bound to a red fireball, suddenly saw a black-robed man appear before it. A voice, not quite human, asked coldly. Uchiha Obito did not reply. Instead, he met the Nine-Tails' eyes with his Sharingan, unleashing all the ocular power Madara had left him. In an instant, a strange ocular power surged into the Nine-Tails' body. This power, this chakra. The Nine-Tails thrashed violently. This chakra, it knew this chakra. It was familiar. It was Madara's. The beast's eyes unfocused. The red three-tomo design appeared in both its pupils. In the outside world. Obito drew a deep breath, synchronizing his chakra with the Nine-Tails through Kushina. It's done. Now then. Come forth, Nine-Tails. Kushina shrieked as the seal on her stomach burst open. A dark, swirling portal appeared. And from it, a storm of demonic chakra surged forth. Hatred. Bloodlust. Terror. Malice. Resentment. Spite. Destruction. A maelstrom of negative emotions poured into the world, eclipsing anything even the box of ultimate bliss could produce. Chakra solidified. And the Nine-Tails appeared, howling into the moonlight. Its roar shook the world. Perfect. Obito turned to the swaddled baby Naruto, and the collapsed Kushina, barely clinging to life. No, don't. A weak voice suddenly spoke. Kushina Uzumaki barely supported herself, trying to rise from the stone. As expected of the Uzumaki clan, Obito said coolly without turning. Even after a tailed beast is ripped from her body, she doesn't die immediately, impressive vitality. He took another step toward the crying infant. I won't kill you, he said, flatly. But this child must die. Chapter 156, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 156. The Nine-Tails. Outside the barrier, Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others instantly felt the oppressive, evil chakra saturating the air. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, an ominous premonition rising inside them. A second later, an earth-shaking roar exploded across the land. A violent storm of chakra ripped through the terrain, trees uprooted, mountains crumbled, clouds of dust swept the skies. Through the haze, a massive beast the size of a mountain emerged. Its crimson eyes glowed with bloodthirsty savagery, howling up at the moon. What is that? No way. It's the Nine-Tails. It's the damn Nine-Tails. Even though Kushina's birthing location had been deliberately placed on the outskirts of Konoha, the appearance of the colossal Nine-Tails still did not go unnoticed. Terror spread like wildfire. Villagers ran in panic, screaming, as the terrifying beast came into view. But even more shocked were the Konoha elders and elite shinobi. The tension that had coiled within their hearts finally snapped and shattered into despair. The Nine Tails had broken free. It wasn't just an attack from the most powerful tailed beast, it also meant the death of Kushina Uzumaki, the bearer of the Nine Tails and wife of the fourth Hokage. So, it's happened after all. The third Hokage clenched his fists. Despite all their careful preparations, they still hadn't been enough. But there was no time for regret. With the fourth Hokage absent, the responsibility of leading Konoha now fell to him. Hiruzen took a deep breath and barked out orders. Shikaku. Gather every available unit and start evacuating the civilians and Genin-level shinobi into the shelters. Yes. Denzo. Mobilize route to assist the barrier team, fortify the perimeter and make sure no outside enemy takes advantage of this chaos to invade Konoha. Understood. Hayashi, Shibi, Shinku, summon the Jonin. All of them. We must face the Nine Tails together. Yes. Even in this crisis, Hiruzen Sarutobi showed the composure of an experienced leader. All those present snapped to action with grim focus. Hiruzen's gaze turned toward the small figure beside him, the elder Toad Sage, Fukasaku. Master Fukasaku. Speak freely, boy. The old toad turned, frowning, as he stared at the rampaging Nine Tails. Hiruzen didn't waste time correcting the nickname. He spoke quickly. Please, use reverse summoning. Inform Minato of the situation, Kushina is critically injured, and the Nine Tails is loose. Tell him to return to Konoha as fast as possible. We can handle the beast. We may even be able to seal it again. But Kushina and Naruto, at such a critical moment, they cannot be without a husband and father. Got it. Fukasaku nodded solemnly. With a few quick hand seals, he vanished in a puff of smoke. Boom. Another quake rippled through the ground. Hiruzen didn't have time to think further. Grabbing his staff, he and the other elite ninja charged toward the beast. The Nine Tails may be powerful. But as Hokage, he would not back down. To Uchiha Obito, Kushina Uzumaki held Northwest's small place in his heart. In some ways, their relationship had long since evolved from disciple and sensei's wife to something akin to adopted son and foster mother. And to Kushina, Obito had embodied her ideals. She had once told Minato that she hoped her child would grow up to be just like Obito, warm, open-hearted, full of energy and unwavering in his will. Even if he wasn't the brightest, even if he could be proud or impulsive, it didn't matter. As long as he valued his comrades, held firm in his beliefs, and never betrayed them, that was enough. And Obito understood how much she cared. That's why, even with all the seething hatred he held for Minato, he still kept a glimmer of light in his heart for Kushina Uzumaki. But she was the woman Minato loved most. No. No, please. Obito walked past the bloodied, agonized, and barely conscious Kushina, her voice trembling, her mind half-mad with grief and desperation. He stood before the newborn Naruto. I beg you, please. Sorry. The hatred within Uchiha Obito surged like a tidal wave. At this moment, he had only one goal. Minato Namikaze. When you lose the person you love most, when you lose your child, will your pain match mine? Will you understand my agony? My despair? I'll make you. I'll make Konoha. I'll make this entire world taste the pain I've felt. Obito raised his kunai, and brought it down toward Naruto. No. Clang. Kushina's scream pierced the air as the sharp ring of metal clashing echoed through the cave. A figure shrouded in a white haori caught Naruto with one hand, while the other hand blocked the kunai in Obito's hand. Huh. Striking down a newborn child. That's a bit excessive, wouldn't you say, mister? Obito's gaze snapped upward. Before him stood a man in a pure white mask, golden hair slicked back, and a voice that sounded aloof, even mocking. Obito's expression darkened. That uniform, he recognized it instantly. Soul Society. So Yuru lets you Shinigami run around the entire ninja world now. Even right into Konoha's most sacred ground. You think we, the Soul Society, answer to you? The candlelight flickered, and a cold flash of a blade caused Obito's single eye behind his spiral mask to narrow slightly. Unbeknownst to him, a Zanpakuto had already been placed at his neck. So fast. When did he draw it? And this presence? Obito narrowed his eye. There was something oddly familiar about this man's chakra, or rather, his energy. It made Obito's instincts twitch. He shifted his stance slightly, but that single movement triggered a slash. Of course, his head wasn't severed. With Kamui, Obito was nearly untouchable. But that raised the real problem. He couldn't lose. But how was he supposed to win? Obito's lone Sharingan scanned between the Shinigami and Kushina, focusing inward. His connection with the Nine Tails surged in clarity. So you're going to protect his child too? You want to meddle? Fine. Then let's see how far you'll go. Kurama, destroy everything. Obito unleashed his dojutsu, and the Nine Tails, still battling Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Konoha shinobi, suddenly reared up and raised a clawed forelimb. It slammed down in the direction of the hidden cavern where Kushina had just given birth. Boom. The barrier shattered like glass. The ground split apart. The entire cavern collapsed into rubble and dust. What? Shit, where was that? Biwako. Countless shinobi cried out in shock. Sarutobi's eyes widened in horror as he recognized the direction the attack had come from. His voice cracked with fury. You bastard. Summoning jutsu. With a puff of smoke, Enma the Monkey King appeared and transformed into the adamantine staff. Sarutobi gritted his teeth, gripped the staff, and charged directly at the Nine Tails. All around him, other Konoha shinobi began to unleash jutsu, doing their best to support the aging third Hokage. On the branches of a giant tree nearby, Uchiha Shisui and Kirigakure's second Mizukage, Hozuki Gangetsu, appeared. One carried the fainted Kushina, the other cradled the crying Naruto. Thank you. Kushina's voice trembled, lips pale as her eyes never left the infant in Genjetsu's arms. Don't worry, this kid's doing great. Gangetsu poked Naruto gently in the cheek and chuckled. Still crying like a healthy little boy. Not bad. Thank you. Truly. Kushina managed a faint smile, but her gaze shifted toward the distance, where the Nine Tails had begun to rampage in earnest, laying waste to the heart of Konoha. Even so, she understood she was in no state to help. Right now, the only thing that mattered to her was Naruto's safety. This child, born from her body after 10 long months, was her legacy. Her future. He must not come to harm, under any circumstance. What now? Gangetsu asked, glancing sideways at Shisui. Did Yuru give you any further orders? Shisui shook his head. Yoru's orders had been simple: monitor the childbirth of the fourth Hokage's wife, ensure nothing went wrong, and guarantee the safe birth of Minato's child. Beyond that, nothing. I see. Gangetsu clicked his tongue and looked toward the distance. The battle between the Nine Tails and Konoha's defenders was intense. Even from this far away, the earth shook with every impact. From the look of it, he muttered, even if Konoha survives this, the cost will be steep. He glanced sidelong at Shisui again. What do you think, second squad captain? Does seeing all this stir your heart? Make you want to rush in and help? Shisui said nothing. He simply vanished. TCH, edgy little punk. Gangetsu scratched his head and grumbled. He had only come to watch the show, but now it felt like everything was being dumped on him. Babysitting the kid, comforting the dying woman, this isn't my gig. He placed a hand gently on Kushina's abdomen. His palm turned into a stream of liquid that flowed into her torn stomach. The injury began to knit together visibly, but her chakra was fading fast. Tailed beasts being extracted is a death sentence, Gangetsu muttered, shaking his head. Your Uzumaki body buys you some time, but not much. The only way you'll live is if the Nine Tails is sealed back into you, but in your current state, even if we did that, you couldn't hold it. At most, a few hours left. Maybe less. You'll be saying goodbye to this world soon, wife of the fourth Hokage. I know. Kushina clutched Naruto tightly to her chest, her arms trembling. A moment later, she looked up at Gangetsu and asked softly. You're one of Yoru's men, aren't you? Obviously, Gangetsu replied, settling beside her. That shouldn't be a secret anymore. The information that we Shinigami serve under Mizukage Yuki Yoru has probably been sitting in your Hokage's war room for a while. You really don't care about exposure, huh? Aren't you worried the other nations will unite against you? A lion doesn't fear the snarling of mice. Gangetsu snorted. We're chasing something higher than power or politics. Not some take over the world cliché, we're after something much more advanced. Can you tell me what that is? Of course not. You're still a Konoha shinobi, even if you're dying. You think I'd just blurt out our secrets? But then you immediately started talking about outsiders. And how you alone could wipe out Konoha. Kushina muttered. Isn't that exactly what he said he wouldn't say? Gangetsu didn't seem to notice. Outsiders, as the name implies, aren't from this world. They're beings beyond the scope of this realm. As for why you can't sense chakra in me, that's easy. I don't have any. No chakra. I'm a Shinigami, not a shinobi. I use spirit energy, not chakra. While the Nine Tails rampaged through Konoha, Hozuki Gangetsu sat atop a massive tree branch, casually chatting with the dying Kushina Uzumaki. And at that same moment, Uchiha Shisui had not gone far. He'd returned to the Uchiha compound. The district hadn't changed much, not since he'd gone to the land of rain. Compared to the chaos in Konoha, The Uchiha district was oddly quiet. He'd passed several clan members on his way in. None of them had rushed to the Ninetales location. Instead, they'd headed for the civilian zones, helping evacuate villagers under orders from Akimichi Torafu and other leaders. The Uchiha clan were renowned for their battle prowess, so he'd overheard plenty of complaints. Damn it, what's going on out there? Has the Ninetales been stopped yet? Why won't the elders let us help? This is so frustrating. I heard it was the Hokage Council's decision. So unfair. Silence. We're here to protect non-combatants. Don't say anything that weakens our unity. Yes, sir. Shisui didn't speak. But as he passed, his eyes landed on a young boy, perhaps 5 years old. Short black hair, dark eyes, and long lashes that framed a solemn, angelic face. Shisui was instantly reminded of Mikoto. The boy was carrying a baby, no older than 1, running toward the shelter as fast as he could. Itachi. A complicated emotion flickered in Shisui's eyes. He'd seen this child's birth. He'd always treated him like a younger brother. He had once imagined guiding the boy's growth, helping him walk a noble path. But fate had changed that path long ago. Shisui didn't call out to the child. He didn't interrupt. He simply implanted a piece of his ocular power quietly into the boy as he passed, and kept walking. Not long after, Shisui stood inside the Naka Shrine, the spiritual heart of the Uchiha clan. Due to the chaos outside, the shrine was completely empty. Only 2 candles flickered in the darkness, casting faint light over the solemn hall. At its center stood a stone tablet, ancient and weathered. Its writing was indecipherable, its meaning lost to all but the most gifted. The tablet had stood as long as the Uchiha clan had existed. It was said to contain the truth of the world, but its script was too arcane. Generations of Uchiha had worshipped it without ever understanding it. Only those who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan could glimpse its secrets. Shisui reached up and removed his white mask, revealing his face. His blood-red Sharingan spun rapidly, and in just a few breaths, it transformed into the eternal Mangekyo. And with it, the tablet's inscription began to shift, clarifying. But that wasn't enough. His eternal Mangekyo spun faster, and a moment later, his eye evolved into the ripple-patterned Rinnegan. And before him, the stone tablet finally revealed its true secrets. Chapter 157, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 157. Naka Shrine. Under the flickering candlelight, the pale purple Rinnegan shimmered with a strange brilliance. Uchiha Shisui stood in silence, staring at the stone tablet before him, his heart shaken. This stone tablet could only be read with specific dojutsu. Without dojutsu, its contents were completely inaccessible. What it recorded was also encrypted in layers, depending on the tier of ocular ability, Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan, and finally, Rinnegan. Only with a more advanced eye could one unlock deeper truths. Back when his father, Uchiha Kofu, had entrusted his eyes to him, allowing him to awaken both Mangekyo and Eternal Mangekyo, Shisui had come here and read the tablet once before. What he saw back then went something like this. The one god sought peace, and thus split yin and yang. The 2 opposing forces collided, yet fused as one, birthing all things under heaven and earth. This message not only hinted at the underlying truth of the world, it also contained instructions for awakening the Rinnegan. But now, having truly unlocked the Rinnegan, Shisui stood once more before the Uchiha stone tablet, and for the first time, fully decoded the secrets passed down since the Warring States era. And yet, this time, Shisui wasn't surprised in the slightest by what he read. Because he had already been told everything. After joining the Soul Society, Yuki Yoru had personally explained the full contents of the stone tablet to him. Still, some part of Shisui remained skeptical, which was why he'd come to confirm it for himself. Devour the tailed beasts. Resurrect the 10 tails. Recreate the 6 paths, awaken the eternal dream. Build everlasting peace. Shisui's lips curled into a smile, part sarcastic, part cold. The kind of smirk you'd see on some overbearing corporate CEO. Information that should have only been visible to the Rinnegan. Yuki Yoru had already known it all along. The path to the Sage of 6 Paths. The laughable Eye of the Moon plan. I didn't lie to you, did I, Shisui-kun? This world has always been cloaked in a grand illusion. Those who fancy themselves gods manipulate the masses for their own eternal dominion. And when invaders from beyond the stars arrive, wielding unstoppable power, those self-proclaimed deities will simply flee, while the common people bear the brunt of the suffering. Yoru's voice echoed in Shisui's ears. He let out a long sigh and silently closed his Rinnegan. What should I do? You've already been doing it. Ever since you became a Shinigami. This just confirms the path you were already on. Though Yoru remained far away in the land of iron, his voice reached Shisui's ears across the distance. Train well. Your current strength still isn't enough to face what's coming. Should I handle the 9 tails? Up to you. But that old toad from Mount Myaboku already summoned Minato back. He'll probably arrive in a few minutes. Yuru paused, then added, I'll be heading over too. The land of iron was far from Konoha, Minato would never make it back on his own in time. But with Fukasaku's reverse summoning, distance didn't matter. One detour through Mount Myaboku, and Minato could easily return to Konoha. You're coming too? Shisui was a bit surprised. For just the Nine Tails. With both the 2nd and 6th Division captains already present. And now Yuru too. Did something else major lie ahead tonight? I just want to meet someone interesting. Yuru chuckled. You've been gone a long time, might as well walk around Konoha while you're here. Understood. The telepathic connection ended. Shisui quietly replaced the plain white mask on his face and left the Naka shrine. He gazed up at the crimson sky, dyed red by the Nine Tails' demonic chakra. After a brief moment of silence, he turned and walked in the opposite direction. Yuru was right. Dealing with the Nine Tails was the Hokage's duty. A job for the shinobi of Konoha. As for him, this was a good opportunity to walk the streets of his once beloved village. He casually plucked a white chrysanthemum from the roadside and made his way toward the memorial grounds. Nine Tails, huh? Good. My burning youth has been waiting for an opponent like this. Let me, Might Guy, be the one to take you on. Elsewhere, in a street in Konoha, the eternally passionate thick-browed youth clenched his fists, brimming with energy as he prepared to rush headlong into battle against the Nine Tails. But a senior ninja in front of him quickly raised a hand to block him. No, Guy, Asuma, you two immediately head to the designated meeting point. What? The words hit Guy like a bucket of cold water. He shouted, why won't you let us fight the Nine Tails? This is the perfect time for youth to blaze. This is Lord Third's direct order. Report immediately. Are you planning to disobey a command? Damn it. Let's go, Guy, Asuma said softly, stepping up to pull him along. As the Hokage's son, Asuma understood clearly what their teacher meant. Right now, he and Guy were at best mid to upper Chunin level. Against the Nine Tails, their strength would be about as useful as ants. Rather than get in the way, they were better off helping escort civilians to the shelters. Low and mid-ranking ninja quickly began to withdraw. In the distance, the true battle had already begun. With the 3rd Hokage's orders issued, Konoha's elite shinobi moved swiftly into action. Countless figures darted through the air, flames, wind release, water jutsu bursting forth in waves. But to the Nine Tails, these attacks were like mosquito bites. Even layered jutsu combinations did little more than annoy it. In contrast, one swipe of a claw from the beast sent several shinobi flying. A single roar leveled buildings in its path. Among those present, only Sarutobi Hiruzen posed any real threat to the beast, so much of its attention was focused on him. But even when Hiruzen managed to land attacks, the near-limitless chakra of the Nine Tails healed its wounds almost instantly. This monster. Hiruzen's hands trembled as he saw his massive 5-elemental bullet jutsu barely scratch the fox, only to see the injuries vanish in the blink of an eye. All around him, the battlefield was littered with the fallen. After the 3rd Great Ninja War, the most populous clans in Konoha were the Sarutobi, Shimura, and Mito-Kado. Among them, the Sarutobi had the highest numbers. Which meant that at least 2 or 3 of every 10 dead shinobi lying here now bore his family name. The losses were staggering. And they cut deep. This was his life's work. His legacy. The foundation he had spent decades building to ensure the Sarutobi clan's dominance in Konoha. This can't go on. The Nine Tails is too powerful. Normal shinobi are just throwing their lives away. Truth be told, Hiruzen had never personally seen the Nine Tails in action before. Back when the founding generation was still alive, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha ruled the battlefield. Back then, tailed beasts were treated as minor footnotes. During the 2nd Hokage Tobarama's reign, Konoha's power was vast and its infrastructure solid. The Nine Tails was securely sealed within Uzumaki Mito, and the seal never once wavered. Even when Mito gave birth and the seal weakened, both the 1st and 2nd Hokage were present. The beast had no chance of escaping. Not until today. This was Hiruzen's first time facing the most powerful of the tailed beasts. And under the crushing weight of its presence, for the first time in his life, he felt powerless. Just past here lies the heart of Konoha. If the Nine Tails breaks through. Hiruzen gripped the adamantine staff tightly in both hands. His heart had reached a decision. No matter what, it must not advance. Even if it cost him everything. Even if he had to use that technique. Roar. Almost as if sensing Hiruzen's resolve, the Nine Tails let out an earth-shaking bellow. It raised one enormous paw and swiped down toward him, while chakra gathered like a vortex in its mouth. In a matter of seconds, a pitch-black tailed beast bomb had formed, its dense energy radiating crushing despair. On the ground, dozens of shinobi felt their breath catch in their throats. Hiruzen's expression shifted to one of alarm. If that tailed beast bomb hit the village. Amid the fox's roar, the dark sphere launched like a comet. Everything in its path was utterly crushed, the ground cracked, like an omen of the apocalypse. Damn you, you bastard! Hiruzen roared inside, but there was nothing he could do. His jutsu couldn't stop it. Together with the shinobi around him, many of whom now stared on in helpless horror, he could only watch as annihilation hurtled toward them. Boom! The tailed beast bomb detonated with an apocalyptic shockwave. Chakra exploded outward, raising everything in its path. Despite the Konoha shinobi's best efforts to resist with all manner of jutsu, they might as well have been ants trying to stop a tsunami. No, perhaps it could have been stopped. If this were the original Konoha, from the canon story, with all its elite shinobi still intact, perhaps then they could have held the line. But unfortunately, today's Konoha was no longer at its peak. Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha were still away at the Land of Iron. What remained was a village of overextended Sarutobi, Shimura, and Mito clans. What could they possibly do against this? Destruction descended. Die. All of you, just die. Damn you, Minato Namikaze. Damn you, Konoha. Let it all burn. On the Nine-Tails' head, concealed in the shadows, Uchiha Obito laughed like a madman. Nagato was right. Only through pain can people understand pain. Only by plunging into the abyss can they taste the despair I've felt. Minato Namikaze, savor this despair. Another tailed beast bomb began forming. Another explosion followed. And another. Again and again. Konoha's ninja finally understood why the tailed beasts were called avatars of infinite chakra. Those still untouched by the devastation stood in mute horror. No one had ever imagined it would come to this. Not once. The Nine-Tails raged. Its blasts turned the village into a wasteland. The most prosperous, powerful, and central hidden village in the ninja world was now nothing more than rubble and craters. Smoke and ash filled the air. Among the wreckage, a broken stone wall shifted slightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, bloodied and battered, crawled out from beneath the debris. Before him stood the remains of a thick mud wall, hastily erected with earth release. Around him were a dozen elite shinobi of the Sarutobi clan, survivors he'd managed to protect with that last-ditch defense. The surviving ninja slowly struggled to their feet, dazed and wounded. Most of them stared at the scene in disbelief. It was difficult to accept that this smoldering ruin was once the bustling heart of Konoha. Everything had happened too fast, too violently, for their minds to process. The Nine-Tails. Hiruzen stared forward, fists clenched tight. He watched as the fox began to move, heading toward the direction of the emergency shelters. At that moment, whatever hesitation remained in Hiruzen's heart vanished. He had to stop it, no matter the cost. But just then. Poof. A cloud of smoke erupted. A massive toad appeared, towering over the battlefield. Atop the toad's head stood a figure in a white Hokage cloak, emblazoned with the kanji 4/4, Minato Namikaze had arrived. At his feet crouched the great toad sage, Fukasaku. Where is this? Minato looked around at the smoke and dust. At first glance, he couldn't recognize anything. This place had been reduced to a desolate wasteland. No buildings remained. But his confusion lasted only a second before it twisted into burning fury. He saw the ruined village. He saw the Nine-Tails. He understood instantly, this was Konoha. The village he had sworn to protect with his life had already been reduced to rubble. It's gotten this bad already. Fukasaku muttered, face grim. I moved as fast as I could, little Minato, but I guess we were still too late. No, you've done more than enough. Minato tightened his Hokage cloak, eyes flashing. Gamabunta, I need you to hold off the Nine-Tails for a moment. I have something I need to confirm first. Me. Gamabunta, still adjusting his pose, blinked in surprise, but before he could argue, Minato had already vanished. Fukasaku chuckled, waving lazily. Thanks, Gamabunta. I'm gonna go help the missus get dinner ready. Don't forget to come back and eat, okay? Yeah. Gamabunta grumbled, drawing his tanto as he leapt toward the raging Nine-Tails. Minato reappeared in a flash atop a tree branch. There, leaning weakly against the trunk, was Kushina Uzumaki, clutching the newborn Naruto tightly in her arms. Minato's expression turned from worry to guilt, and then to immense relief. He'd feared the worst, that he'd arrived too late, and his wife and child would already be gone. But by some miracle, they were alive. Thank you, Minato said sincerely, his gaze falling on the white-robed man beside Kushina, Hozuki Gangetsu. Though he didn't know the full story, it was clear, without this man, he would have lost everything. No need to thank me. I wasn't doing it for free, Gangetsu replied, waving his hand dismissively. Name your price. Whatever you ask, I'll make it happen. Minato. Kushina tried to speak, but her words were cut off. Boom. Another deafening explosion rocked the village. A new tailed beast bomb had gone off in the distance. Minato's face darkened. He said no more. He stepped in front of Kushina, golden chakra flickering around his eyes, the mark of sage mode activating. He placed a glowing hand gently against her abdomen. Kushina's body trembled, but her breathing began to steady. Her chakra stabilized. Minato exhaled slowly. He then turned to Naruto, brushing a finger against the baby's cheek. Then, without another word, he stood, eyes narrowing toward the Ninetales in the distance. Minato. I'm sorry. But I'll be back soon. He whispered those words gently. Behind him, the words, Fourth Hokage, glinted brightly beneath the blood-red moon. He was a husband. He was a father. But first and foremost, he was the Hokage of Konohagakure. He'd already arrived too late. He couldn't let this destruction continue. With a final glance at his family, Minato vanished. Hozuki Gangetsu sighed, watching the space where he disappeared. Back in his own time, he had given his life alongside the second Tsuchikage to defend Kirigakure. Now, Minato was doing the same for Konoha, sacrificing his personal happiness for the sake of the village. A worthy Kage, Gangetsu muttered. Then he looked to the silent Kushina beside him, her gaze locked on baby Naruto. But not a very good husband or father. Here it comes again. Damn it. We can't let it fire another tailed beast bomb. The shelters are right behind us. We have to stop that thing here. Once more, the Ninetales began charging chakra in its mouth. An ominous glow filled the battlefield. Konoha's remaining shinobi launched attack after attack, trying desperately to disrupt it. Hiruzen slammed his adamantine staff into the ground, using it as leverage to leap high into the air. Mid-air, he formed 4 shadow clones. Together, all 5 Hiruzens moved in sync, weaving hand signs. Lightning. Water. Earth. Fire. Wind. 5 elements, Great Ball technique. The combined elemental barrage slammed into the Ninetales with immense force, disrupting its chakra and forcing it to halt the formation of the tailed beast bomb. But Obito, controlling the Ninetales, narrowed his eyes, his Sharingan spun rapidly, the Tomo rotating in a blur. In the next instant, the Ninetales did something no one expected. It swallowed the half-formed tailed beast bomb back into its stomach. Its massive belly bulged grotesquely for a moment. Then, its mouth snapped wide open. A fully formed tailed beast bomb, its power completely intact, blasted out with terrifying force. What? Hiruzen's eyes widened. Despair spread across the faces of the surrounding shinobi. The shelters were directly behind them. If this attack landed, Konoha would be wiped out. There would be nothing left. All the remaining shinobi could do was watch in helpless horror. But in that desperate moment, a golden figure appeared atop the rocky cliff near the shelters. His hands flew through hand signs. Specially marked kunai glinted as he held them aloft. Dozens of flying thunder god seals suddenly ignited across the ground. It all happened in an instant. The massive blast of chakra reached them. But the space in front of them twisted. A deep distortion rippled through the air. The tailed beast bomb began to vanish, absorbed into that pocket of space, as though pulled into a black hole. Boom. Far in the distance, an explosion lit up the night sky. The shockwave echoed across the ruined village. That was Minato's space-time barrier. Akimichi Torifu's eyes lit up. Minato's back. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally exhaled, a smile breaking through the grime on his face. The surviving shinobi around him straightened. Their morale surged. Minato Namikaze's presence in the village, even now, was like a beacon of hope. He was their hero. Their symbol. Their Hokage. I stopped it. Minato let out a quiet breath, holding his flying thunder god kunai tight. But at that moment, a hand appeared behind him. Silent. Unseen. It reached for his neck. Minato's instincts screamed. He twisted, kunai slashing. But to his shock, the blade passed through the attacker's body, as if he were made of mist. Then, just as suddenly, the attacker turned solid, and seized Minato's right arm. You. I've been waiting for you, Minato Namikaze. Obito's voice was cold and full of hate. Beneath the spiral mask, his Mangekyo Sharingan spun. A vortex began forming, space warping. Obito tried to pull Minato into his Kamui dimension. But Minato was faster. The moment he felt space start to twist, he vanished, teleporting away to a previously marked location. Flying Thunder God technique. Obito turned to look. His blood-red Mangekyo gleamed beneath the blood moon, the reflection making it look even more sinister. I was hoping you'd see your precious village after it was destroyed. But now that you're here, maybe it'll be more fun to let you watch it crumble piece by piece. You bastard. Minato's face darkened. His killing intent erupted. Unforgivable. You dare destroy Konoha to this extent. This is unforgivable. Chapter 158, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 158. A spacetime ninjutsu that places the user in a different dimension and manifests them externally as a projection. And the immense ocular power of the Mangekyo Sharingan can clearly see through, and even replicate, all my jutsu and attack movements, except for the Flying Thunder God. Minato Namikaze stared solemnly at the Uchiha Obito standing before him. Though a storm of fury surged within, his sharp battle instincts remained razor-sharp and undisturbed. With Kamui, Obito was inherently invincible in direct combat. Unless it was a genjutsu as overwhelming as Uchiha Shirsue's Koto Amatsukami, almost no one could pin down this evasive master. But tonight, Obito wasn't here to hide in Kamui dimension forever. Driven by his bottomless hatred, he would strike. He had to strike, to kill Minato Namikaze and relieve even a fraction of that seething wrath inside. Their clash happened in a flash of lightning. Kamui's intangibility was practically a cheat, but Minato remained calm. He hurled a kunai inscribed with his Flying Thunder God formula. A black blur ripped through the night sky, piercing Obito's forehead, yet it caused no damage, as if it had struck nothing but air. Die. Obito's lone red eye gleamed with excitement. As Minato's attack missed, Obito countered in a blink, reaching for Minato's sleeve with his hand, almost touching the fabric. It all happened in a split second. Just as Obito thought he had seized an incredible timing, Minato Namikaze suddenly vanished from before him. The next instant, a surge of chakra erupted behind him, just like at Higashimatsuyama. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God's unmatched mobility, Minato appeared at his rear, a raise-non spinning in his hand, and struck without hesitation. I predicted the timing of the timing you thought you predicted. Boom. But contrary to expectation, there was no scene of Obito's body being smashed into the ground like at Higashimatsuyama. His form was still intangible. Umph. A sneer curled behind Obito's mask. The scene at Higashimatsuyama, where his intangibility had been completely outplayed by the Flying Thunder God, seemed to replay before Obito's eyes. But this time, the Obito of the present seized that moment and cast aside the self from 2 years ago. I'm no longer the me from 2 years ago, sensei. Still intangible, Obito watched as Minato's raise-non hit nothing but the ground. And in that split second, Obito formed a wooden spear in his palm, reversed his grip, and thrust viciously toward Minato's back. Die, Minato Namikaze. But again, the expected image of Minato being impaled did not appear. Just as Obito's wooden spear came down, Minato vanished like a ghost, reappearing just behind and to Obito's side, his gaze icy cold. Schlick. A golden flash pierced through Obito's right chest, his eye widened in disbelief. Impossible. Flying Thunder God wasn't my invention, it was created by the second Hokage, Minato said coldly. In his scrolls, there's a special technique called the Flying Thunder God slash. I fused it with my own dual-layer Flying Thunder God, and created this move. Swift Wind Instant Kill Black Arrow, second form. I predicted your prediction of my prediction's prediction. The ultimate form of timing. Minato Namikaze, the master of timing, no more nesting dolls. Half of Obito's right side was nearly severed, his right arm detached completely. The shredded black cloak revealed a gaping wound in his chest. But instead of blood, thick white goo, like rubber, oozed from it. And the broken parts were rapidly regenerating before Minato's eyes. He almost forgot, this bastard's a bio-modified freak. You really are the Yellow Flash, Obito's voice was low and menacing. His Sharingan glared at Minato. Thanks to the regenerative power of White Zetsu and Tobi, his wounds began closing at terrifying speed. Obito quickly formed hand seals. The ground around him churned violently, as if a monstrous creature were about to erupt. If he couldn't win with spacetime ninjutsu, then try ninjutsu instead. You mastered the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God to perfection. Let's see how you handle the first Hokage's wood release. Wood style, deep forest emergence. Massive trees burst from the ground, spiraling upward and surging toward Minato. The battle at Higashimatsuyama had shown Obito the weakness of Flying Thunder God. Although the Flying Thunder God jutsu was powerful, its point-to-point spacetime mobility combined with Minato Namikaze's sharp reflexes made him one of the top-tier ninja in the shinobi world. However, at Higashimatsuyama, when faced with Yuki Yoru's overwhelming ice style, even Minato found himself at a disadvantage. Large-scale, restrictive AoE techniques could effectively limit Minato Namikaze's movement. If Yuki Yoru's ice style could do it, then his wood style could certainly do the same. Die, Minato Namika, ugh. A kunai stabbed into his body. Obito's voice was cut short. He looked down in shock. Minato stood before him, kunai buried deep, not in the Zetsu-fused right side, but in his left. the heart. Blood spilled uncontrollably from his mouth, hidden by the mask. But the weakening surge through his body filled him with dread. So that moment earlier, you marked me with Flying Thunder God. Obito instantly realized the truth. But it was too late. A sharp pain tore through his chest, and from the point where the kunai had struck, sealing marks flared outward in all directions. Sealing Jutsu. Obito's heart sank. In the instant the seal activated, his connection to the Nine Tails was severed. Contract seal. Obito nearly ground his teeth to dust. His voice was thick with fury and despair. He had come so far, planned every step meticulously, and still lost. Now the Nine Tails is no longer yours to control. With the contract seal complete, Minato coldly made hand seals again. When dealing with spacetime users, aside from countering with similar jutsu, the best strategy is sealing. Thanks to his Uzumaki wife, Minato had learned sealing arts to an elite level. He could seal even chakra constructs like the Ryumayaku, so sealing Obito was no problem. At this crucial moment, a dazed Obito couldn't react in time, but Toby seized control of Obito's body and shoved him out of Minato's sealing range. That was close. Obito, finally snapping back, quickly retreated and activated Kamui, dodging all follow-up attacks. His internal injuries were severe, the Nine Tails control gone. This mission was a total failure. Weakened to the core, with his heart pierced, if not for White Zetsu and Toby, he'd be dead by now. Obito clenched his fists, eyes burning. Toby whispered beside him. Withdraw for now. Even without your control, the Nine Tails will continue destroying Konoha. There will be a next time. But for now, focus on your injuries. Bastard. Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan glowed crimson as he stared hatefully at Minato. He took a long breath, said nothing more, and vanished into Kamui. Minato's gaze remained cold as he watched Obito retreat. He didn't pursue, he'd already tried, but when Obito wasn't attacking, he couldn't be touched. And now, the priority was the Nine Tails. Minato vanished again in a flash. Behind the treetops, two figures silently watched the whole battle. Though they stood so close to the battlefield, neither Minato nor Obito sensed them. Under the cold moonlight, even though both were wearing highly conspicuous white haori, their figures seemed to have completely merged with the surrounding environment. Well, that master-student duel was something, huh? Yuru said, turning to Shisui. If it were you facing Minato and Obito, what odds would you give yourself? 70-30, Shisui said softly. 3 minutes. Obito dies 7 times. As for Minato, with his Flying Thunder God and reflexes, I might not catch him in time. Fair enough. Obito's Kamui meant nothing against Shisui's Rinnegan and ultimate Genjutsu. He had long since shown his dominance on the battlefield of Omegakure. Without Toby, Obito would already have been fertilizer. Shinigami research, the evolution of Hueco Mundo, the birth of Quincy, and Kirigakure's internal politics. Shisui looked at Yuru curiously. You didn't come all the way to Konoha just to see this fight, did you? Of course not. That was just the opening act. Yuru shrugged. The one I'm about to meet, that's the real deal. An enemy? Kind of. More like a fellow professional. A fellow death god. Shisui's pupils shrank beneath his mask. You mean, the Shinigami? Yep, that guy. The Naruto world had its own afterlife, the Pure Land. It also had its own Shinigami. But unlike Bleach's Shinigami, Naruto's Shinigami seemed more like an AI than a true deity. It wasn't as powerful as Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the Sage of Six Paths, who watched from the Pure Land. Nevertheless, Yuru was still prepared to make contact with it. After all, they were peers in a sense, and everything he had done so far, from his Shinigami transformation to his research into hollows and Quincy, was, in a way, encroaching on that entity's domain. Time to introduce himself. Test its strength. And maybe see if the Shinigami could connect him to the Sage of Six Paths. Summoning a Shinigami isn't easy. As far as I know, only the Reaper Death Seal can do that, Shisui said gravely. You think someone's going to use it? Why not? How else can they stop the Nine Tails? That fox may be free of Obito's control, but it's never been on friendly terms with Konoha. You could say they're mortal enemies, Yuru replied, eyes narrowing. They both watched the chaos unfolding in Konoha, where the raging Nine Tails battled wave after wave of shinobi. From the moment Uchiha Madara enslaved it, the Nine Tails has been chained, controlled, and used like a battery by Jinchuriki. That's been its reality for decades. Now that it's free, what do you think it'll do to a weakened Konoha? Fair point. But even if Hiruzen dies, it won't change much. Hee. Don't be so sure about that. Inside Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi and others were still relentlessly attacking the Nine Tails. Though the beast had broken free from Obito's control, just as Yuki Yoru had predicted, the hatred it held toward Konoha, built from decades of being enslaved, controlled, and sealed, had already reached its boiling point. Now, freed from all bindings, the Ninetales was unleashing its rage in full. The battle only intensified. The scale of destruction widened with every blow. The only silver lining was that, aside from the shelter near the Hokage Rock, nearly the entire village had already been devastated by the Ninetales. No matter how fierce the battle got now, there wasn't much left to destroy. This distance is too far, I can't perform the Reaper Death Seal like this. Where the hell is the fourth? Hiruzen flipped midair, narrowly dodging a tail swipe, scanning the battlefield while cursing under his breath. You all, intensify your attacks. Draw the Ninetales' attention. Buy me enough time to prepare the jutsu. His order was swift, and the ANBU at his side instantly obeyed, attacking from multiple angles. To draw the Ninetales' attention now was practically a death sentence. Yet not one shinobi hesitated. Even knowing they would die, they charged forward. The Ninetales fought with cunning and brutality. Its intelligence was no less than a human's, and its battle instincts far surpassed any ninja. Still, it thought. Time for me to use my big brain and big power. Roar. One paw swiped away a squad of elite ANBU. Its tail swept sideways, flinging Hiruzen, along with Enma in staff form, into the air. Then, the greatest of all tailed beasts lifted its head, pure destructive chakra surging in its maw. A massive black sphere of chakra, the tailed beast bomb, formed and expanded, radiating a paralyzing pressure. Ruhar. With a furious roar, the Ninetales gathered the tailed beast bomb in its mouth. The next moment, that terrifying energy was unleashed, obliterating everything in its path. Damn it. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was filled with despair. He had lost count of how many times he had felt this today. Countless shinobi instinctively shut their eyes, awaiting the end. In their minds, death was already certain. But the expected pain never came. The monstrous tailed beast bomb, and the Ninetales, vanished. Again. We dodged death again. Hiruzen stared, wide-eyed, at the sky that still pulsed with oppressive chakra, but was now eerily empty. His mind was a tangled storm of relief and dread. Minato. I'm counting on you. Boom. The terrifying tailed beast bomb once again illuminated the world, but unfortunately, yielded no results. The Ninetales, furious at the missed attack, growled and searched the battlefield. The terrain ahead was devastated. Half a mountain had been obliterated by that single blast. Its Ninetales lashed violently. It scanned the area, trying to find the one who had just warped it away. They're here. Hozuki Gangetsu slowly rose to his feet, watching Minato appear before him with Kushina and baby Naruto in his arms, and not far behind, the fearsome Ninetales radiating killing intent. Thank you for your help, Minato said, giving Gangetsu a weary nod before turning to Kushina, his eyes full of exhaustion. He had redirected two tailed beast bombs, fought Obito, and now warped the entire Ninetales. In under an hour, he had nearly drained every last drop of chakra from his body. And that's after a quick detour to Mount Myoboku for some natural energy, an indication of just how much chakra he'd burned tonight. Kushina was no better. The forceful separation from the Ninetales had gravely injured her. Only the Uzumaki clan's monstrous vitality kept her alive. Minato. I can hold on a bit longer. But the rest. Kushina bit her lip, her voice trembling. Even as she spoke, she gathered the last of her chakra. From her body, golden chains burst forth, adamantine sealing chains, the Uzumaki clan's secret art, wrapping around the Ninetales like writhing golden dragons, locking it in place. The Ninetales howled and struggled, but these chains were made to suppress tailed beasts, its resistance was futile. Kushina, you. I'm fine. Kushina's voice was soft. She looked tenderly at the worn-out Minato and handed him baby Naruto. Minato, I'll try to reseal the Ninetales. The seal won't last long, but it should give you enough time to end this. Once a Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast is destroyed with them. Kushina was clearly prepared to die with the Ninetales to end the night's catastrophe. Just promise me you'll take care of Naruto, Minato. She looked at her son, eyes brimming with love and sorrow. And then, with resolve, turned back to her husband, cupping his cheek. Thank you, Minato. For everything you've done for me. I'm so lucky. Lucky to have met you. I really, really, love you. Ruhar. The Ninetales roared and thrashed. I already watched you two flirt all day in the seal. Now out here in the open, you're still at it. And at the cost of my life. Though tailed beasts can't truly die, if they disperse, their consciousness vanishes, it's no different from death. The Ninetales refused to accept such an end. Minato clenched his fists as Kushina's words tore at his heart. Kushina smiled gently. With trembling hands, she caressed his face. I'm so happy to be loved by you, and to have little Naruto. Just imagining the three of us living happily as a family fills my heart with joy. But even with that blissful smile, tears blurred her vision. If I have one regret, it's that I won't get to see Naruto grow up. I already have so much, but I still want more. Am I too greedy? Minato watched Kushina, tears slipping silently down his cheeks. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. And then he made a decision. He looked at her. He knew Kushina's plan was the best solution. But he could not let it happen. He could not watch her die before him and live on alone. Chapter 159, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 159. Love is like that. It can drive a kind-hearted child who dreams of peace to total collapse, sparking a war that engulfs the entire world. It can cause the most brilliant medical ninja in the shinobi world to develop hemophobia. And likewise, it can compel even the most rational thinker to make decisions that are impulsive and foolish. Sacrificing Kushina to bring an end to the Ninetales rampage was undoubtedly the most logical choice. But in the heat of love, Minato Namikaze, someone known for his clear-headed decisions, made an emotional and reckless call. I can't just stand by and watch you die like this, Kushina. Minato gently cradled her face in his hands. I'll fulfill your wish. I'll seal the last of your chakra into Naruto. That way, when he grows up and comes into contact with your chakra, he'll be able to see you. As for the Ninetales, that's my responsibility as Hokage. Leave it to me. Minato. Hearing his words, Kushina's eyes widened in alarm. No. Not like this, Minato, are you saying? No. Absolutely not. Konoha still needs you. Naruto needs you. Everyone needs you, you can't do something like this, she cried. We both know what happens when someone uses the Reaper Death Seal. I can't let Naruto lose his father on the day he's born, not after already losing his mother. Besides, you're still Konoha's Hokage. The village can't afford to lose you. But without you, what meaning would my life even have? Minato gazed at Kushina tenderly. The village still has Hiruzen. And while this may be unfair to Naruto, I believe he'll grow up strong, surrounded by people who care for him. Jiraiya-sensei once wrote in the tale of the utterly gutsy ninja that only by honing one's will and spirit can someone become truly strong. We named him Naruto hoping he'd one day bring peace to the shinobi world. I believe he is the child of prophecy, the one Jiraiya-sensei spoke of. I believe he can be the hero of that story. But. Kushina trembled, unable to speak. A mother and a father see things differently. Kushina didn't care whether her son became some prophesied hero. What mattered to her was that Naruto could live a good life, a peaceful life. That he could grow up safely, find a loving wife, and live out his days in happiness. Besides, a determined glint sparked in Minato's eyes. As his hands began forming seals, he spoke in a steady tone. The Ninetales is too important to Konoha. If we go with your plan, the village will lose the beast entirely. I'm the Hokage of Konoha. I have a duty to this village and this nation. As Minato spoke and acted, several figures arrived, led by the belated third Hokage himself. That seal. Hiruzen's pupils contracted in shock at the sight of Minato's hand seals. The Reaper Death Seal. With a whispered invocation, a heavy, oppressive chakra surged from Minato's body. The next moment, a pale, nearly incorporeal figure materialized behind him, forming the image of a white, ghastly Shinigami. It held a short blade in its mouth and a string of prayer beads in one spectral hand. A chilling aura radiated from it, seeping continuously into Minato's body. It was as if, at any moment, that blade would plunge downward and cleave Minato's soul in two. For Naruto's future, and for Konoha's. Minato glanced briefly at the late-arriving Hiruzen, then pressed his palms together. I will seal the Ninetales inside Naruto, along with both your chakra and mine. That way, maybe we'll both be able to see him grow up one day. Minato. Kushina's expression was filled with sorrow and protest. She couldn't bear the thought of her husband dying, because it wouldn't just mean losing the men she loved. It meant her son would grow up alone, a child without a mother or father. But she had no power to stop him. As Minato had said, he was the Hokage. He carried the village on his back. And with that came responsibilities, and choices no one else could make. He was the fourth Hokage. I'm starting. Minato's voice was low, and his chakra surged. In response, the Shinigami behind him shifted. As though it had sensed the presence of a fresh, worthy soul to claim, the Shinigami began to stir with an eerie excitement. It extended its tongue like a serpent, gripped the blade in its hand, and reached forward, plunging its intangible hand into Minato's chest. Summoning the Shinigami, regardless of whether the jutsu succeeded or not, always required the caster's soul as payment. Minato felt the cold grip seize his spirit. It was an alien sensation, freezing and absolute. But now wasn't the time to hesitate. He had one goal, to use the power of the Reaper Death Seal to seal away the Nine Tails. Come, Shinigami. With that thought and a surge of chakra, the Shinigami raised its arm. Using Minato's body as a conduit, it reached toward the beast. Minato grunted, his abdomen searing with cold. An unseen hand of death reached across the battlefield, striking at the Nine Tails. Damn you! You bastard fourth Hokage! The Nine Tails roared in fury and fear. It, too, could see the ghastly figure hovering behind Minato, an entity so dreadful even it was terrified. It thrashed and fought with all its might. But it was already bound, tightly chained by Kushina's adamantine sealing chains. Even in her weakened state, her final act had been to bind the Nine Tails at the cost of her own life. These chains were not so easily broken. To the Reaper, the beast was nothing more than prey on a chopping block. In the blink of an eye, a pale spiritual form of the Nine Tails was yanked out of its body by the Shinigami. Come, Nine Tails. Seal. Minato's gaze sharpened. With a shout, he forced the Shinigami to seal half of the Nine Tails' soul and chakra into his own body. A searing pain spread through his gut. It felt like a monstrous force had been injected into his core, threatening to tear him apart from the inside. Such heavy chakra. Gritting his teeth, Minato used his remaining strength to suppress the raging force. The symbol of a sealing formula appeared on his abdomen, the mark of the Reaper Death Seal. Clang. Chains clattered as they fell. The Nine Tails, now missing half its power, shrank rapidly. The chains that had once bound it tightly now hung loose. So it's that jutsu after all. Seeing this, Hiruzen's expression grew grim. He knew exactly what this jutsu meant, and what its price would be. Behind him, several Konoha shinobi had arrived and were watching in shock. One of them murmured. But the Nine Tails is still here. It's smaller, sure, but it hasn't been fully sealed yet. No. Hiruzen shook his head, taking a deep breath. Minato isn't just trying to eliminate the Nine Tails. He's making a new Jinchuriki. That child, Naruto, is the new host. To seal the entire Nine Tails in Naruto was impossible. Minato and Kushina simply didn't have the strength left. And even if they did, Naruto might not have been able to withstand it. If the Jinchuriki were to lose control, both the child and the village would face unimaginable consequences. So Minato had chosen to divide the Nine Tails' power, taking half into himself, and leaving the other half to be sealed in Naruto. It would weaken the beast, and make the burden safer to carry. But there was one problem. Were Minato and Kushina still capable of finishing the seal in their condition? He tried to move forward, to intervene, but the space around him suddenly pushed back. There was an invisible barrier around them, keeping everyone else out. A barrier. Inside the barrier, Minato forced his arms to move. He struggled against the pain of housing half of the Nine Tails' chakra, his body rejecting the beast's power. His fingers flashed through seals before slamming one hand to the ground. With a burst of chakra, a small stone altar appeared, candles already lit atop it. Next is the 8 trigrams seal. Far above them, the shrunken Nine Tails looked down. Its eyes blazed with fury as it saw Minato place baby Naruto on the altar. A sealing altar. You bastard, fourth Hokage. You're seriously going to seal me again? And in that brat. The Nine Tails knew exactly what was happening. Though its power had been halved, it still resisted with all its might. One massive claw broke through the adamantine chains, stretching toward the altar. Below, Kushina coughed violently, blood pouring from her mouth. She had reached her limit. The Nine Tails' struggle had disrupted her seal, she could no longer hold it back. Kushina. Minato's eyes filled with panic as he rushed to support her. But in that instant, the Nine Tails' gaze locked onto the altar. With the precision of a predator, it struck. Its claw tore through the air, straight at Naruto. Splurt. Time froze. Blood sprayed. But the Nine Tails' claw had stopped, just inches from the baby. Dripping blood onto Naruto's tiny body, its strike had been halted by the bodies of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. They had thrown themselves between the beast and their child. Cough, cough. Kushina smiled faintly, despite the blood on her lips. Maybe this is what being a parent means, huh? Naruto. Minato gently held her, a weak smile on his own face. Yeah, it's what parents do. All that's left now is the final seal. Kushina, we probably won't see each other again after this. Say everything you want to say now. Naruto. Kushina looked down at her baby boy. She tried to speak. But a voice suddenly cut her off. Touching scene, but I'm going to have to interrupt it. The voice echoed inside the barrier, calm, casual, and completely out of place. 3 figures in pure white cloaks suddenly sliced through the air and appeared within the seal. Gasps followed. Minato and Kushina stared, stunned. Outside the barrier, Hiruzen and the others were equally shocked. That uniform. It's from the Soul Society. Damn it, what are those bastards doing here? Are they going after the Nine Tails? We can't let them interfere, we have to stop them. The ceiling was nearly complete. Even if it cost Minato and Kushina their lives, the Nine Tails would at least remain in Konoha. But if it were stolen now, if these intruders tried to strike Konoha in its weakest moment? Yuki Yoru. Minato forced himself to lift his head. There he was, Yuki Yoru. Just recently, they had stood side by side in the land of iron. But now he stood with the others, clad in that white uniform, eyes calm, waving at Minato casually. Hozuki Gangetsu even gave him a wave. Minato's expression grew increasingly complicated. He coughed, more blood leaking from his lips. Behind him, the Shinigami's blade trembled, ready to sever the tie between soul and body. So the Soul Society is under your control. You came here today, why? What? You think I'm here to snatch the Nine Tails and raise Konoha? Yoru gave a light chuckle. The Nine Tails has some value, sure. But if I really wanted to take it, I could have done it any time. Why wait until now? Fair enough. Minato panted, eyes dim. Your strength. You're on a completely different level than me now. Self-awareness is hard to come by. Yoru smiled and gave a nod of approval. No wonder you beat Orochimaru in the Hokage selection. But don't worry, I'm not here to get in your way. Do what you need to do. Not we. Minato was caught by that phrasing. His thoughts raced. He remembered the rumors about the Siriidii spreading throughout the shinobi world. If he and Kushina weren't the targets, and the Nine Tails wasn't either, then what else here could possibly interest Yuki Yoru? And then, his eyes widened. He followed Yoru's gaze. Yoru wasn't looking at Minato. He wasn't looking at the Nine Tails. He was staring directly behind Minato. You can see the Shinigami. Minato was horrified. The Reaper is special. A god of death that governs souls, normally invisible to all but the one who summoned it and its intended target. Even Kushina couldn't see it. But Yuki Yoru. He saw it clearly. Shinigami, huh? Yoru looked at the ghastly specter hovering behind Minato. He didn't need to analyze it, his system had already triggered. Detected special spiritual entity, Shinigami. Ferryman of the Pure Land. Reaper of Souls. Side quest unlocked. Mission 1: Kill the special entity, Shinigami. Reward, 5 million points. 5 million points. That alone proved how powerful the being was. But interestingly, the system labeled it as a ferryman of the Pure Land, not a controller, not a ruler. Just a guide. Interesting. Yoru's gaze locked onto the Shinigami. The Shinigami, sensing the scrutiny, turned to stare at Yoru and his companions. And then, it reacted. It lunged forward. Its arm extended unnaturally, like something out of a nightmare, as it swiped toward Yoru and the others. What? Minato was shocked. He hadn't commanded the Shinigami to attack Yuki Yoru. That meant, it had acted on its own. The Shinigami was moving of its own will. Why? That meant, Yuki Yoru had actually provoked a reaction from the Shinigami itself. How is that even possible? Ordinary people didn't understand, but Minato, who had studied and used the Reaper Death Seal, knew exactly what the Shinigami was. In this world, the Shinigami wasn't just a summoned spirit. It was a divine entity, a god of death who ruled over the realm of souls. Earthly matters meant nothing to it. Whether someone had high chakra, great power, youth or age, it didn't care. It only cared about one thing. Souls. That was the foundation of the Reaper Death Seal. The user offered up their own soul as a sacrifice, in exchange for the Shinigami's service. If you didn't offer your soul, no matter how powerful you were, the Shinigami would ignore you completely. And because of the nature of living beings, the Shinigami could not be drawn to them at will. It only reacted to souls. Which meant. Minato's eyes widened in horror. Yuki Yoru, don't tell me you're. Heh. Yoru didn't answer him. Instead, he simply stared at the incoming Shinigami's extended arm. It stretched toward him like some grotesque, divine weapon, endless and unstoppable. But then. It twisted away. Right at the moment it would have struck Yoru, the arm suddenly diverted, curving to aim instead at the two people standing behind him. Hozuki Gangetsu and Uchiha Shisui. Wait, what? Both men froze in brief surprise. Then, in a flash, they vanished with Shuinpa, dodging the strike with lightning speed. Hey! Why me? Lord Fourth, the one who taunted you, not me. Hozuki Gangetsu reappeared nearby, voice annoyed and wary. I'm telling you, don't pick a fight, pal. If I start fighting, I'm not easy to deal with. Idiot. Shisui snapped at him. Idiot, this Shinigami clearly only targets souls. He's wearing a jigai, Shisui continued, referring to Yoru. As far as the Shinigami concerned, he's no different from a normal human. But we're different. We fused our souls directly with natural energy. To the Shinigami, we're like beacons in the night. Damn you, Lord Fourth. Gangetsu glared at him. Yoru just laughed. Come on. You're all Shinigami, aren't you? Don't you want to test yourselves against the ones from this world? This is a rare opportunity, pure soul-to-soul combat. No chakra. No tricks. Just raw spiritual power. TCH. Gangetsu snorted, annoyed. But he couldn't deny it, Yuru was right. This was an ideal chance to test their limits. You or me. Gangetsu turned to Shisui. You take it. Shisui shook his head. I'd rather not fight in Konoha. Chapter 160, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 160. Although Shisui had already severed ties with Konoha, a slight lingering resentment remained in his heart. He was unwilling to fight within Konoha, even if the target wasn't a Konoha villager. Fine. I'll do it, then. Seeing Shisui refuse, Hozuki Gangetsu rolled his shoulders and cracked his knuckles. Come to think of it, I haven't fought in ages. Hope you're as exciting as Lord Fourth said, pal. Let's see if you can get my blood pumping even a little. The grotesque, demonic arm of the Shinigami stretched infinitely, like a serpent striking out to kill Hozuki Gangetsu. Minato's gaze was locked onto Gangetsu. The man wasn't moving an inch, clearly, he wasn't planning to dodge at all. Minato was curious. This kind of attack targeted the soul directly. No matter how strong one's chakra was or how unique their body might be, unless their power could transcend to a higher realm entirely, once caught, once the soul was separated, it was over. They'd be at the mercy of their enemy. Even the Ninetales was no exception. That's why the Reaper Death Seal was considered as a life-for-life technique, because as long as it could be executed, you could basically achieve a one-for-one trade with the opponent. It was like the Eight Gates or the Hero Water, trading one's life for overwhelming power. The Shinigami came down fiercely, and Gangetsu didn't budge. Just as the attack was about to land, Gangetsu suddenly drew the blade at his waist, and the sword actually clashed with the Shinigami's arm, producing a piercing metallic clang. He blocked it. Minato's eyes widened. Not only could this guy see the Shinigami, he could physically defend against it. Could the rumors about the Shinigami under the Soul Society be real? Were they truly spiritual beings akin to gods of death? Not bad at all, Shinigami. VMMM. The Shinigami said nothing, but its brief pause betrayed its surprise that Gangetsu could fend it off. That surprise lasted only a second. The ferryman of the Pure Land, the Reaper of Mortal Souls, launched another attack. Its infinitely extending arms came at Gangetsu like a machine gun, a barrage of attacks flying at him. Gangetsu parried them all with his blade. The two silhouettes danced and collided. The way they fought was bizarre, almost surreal. Those few who could perceive it were visibly unsettled. Especially Yoru. His mind even conjured the Gomu Gomu no of a certain rubberman from another story, along with the Muda 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 and other sound effects. Thunk. Gangetsu bent at the waist, narrowly dodging another swipe. He flipped his Zanpakuto in reverse grip and swung at the extended arm. But midway through, he was forced to abort the attack. With a twitch of his mustache, he lifted his knee, concentrating his spiritual pressure. Bakudo number 39, and Kozen. A circular barrier condensed at his knee, intercepting another attack from the Shinigami. His Zanpakuto came crashing down once more, clashing with the incoming strike. Using the momentum, Gangetsu retreated. The Shinigami didn't pursue, instead retracting its limbs. Feels like fighting a rubberman. Gangetsu muttered to himself. The Shinigami's body was tough, similar to Yoru's Hiero. Comparable to a Wagakure's steel release, nearly impenetrable. Combined with its freely extending limbs, in terms of hand-to-hand combat, this guy was truly troublesome. His fight with it would probably be a 40-60 split, with him at a slight disadvantage. Let's try this. Gedo number 63, Raikoho. Gangetsu raised his left hand toward the Shinigami. His spiritual energy surged, condensing a ball of thunderous power in his palm. Crack! A beam of lightning exploded outward like a cannon blast. Floating in the air, the Shinigami calmly removed the short blade clutched in its mouth and slashed downward. The oncoming lightning was cleaved in two, diverted to either side of the Shinigami and slamming into the forest below in an explosive burst. Boom. Minato stared at that short blade. Well, short was relative. It was the size of a regular Zanpakuto, but looked small in the Shinigami's massive hands. Blade in hand, the Shinigami slashed again. Gangetsu suddenly felt the world go dark. A terrifying spiritual slash came roaring toward him. There was no outward shockwave, but it resonated deep within his soul. What the? Eyes narrowing, Gangetsu reflexively raised his sword to block. A Zanpakuto is an extension of the soul. Its strength is directly tied to its wielder's spiritual power. In essence, it is not just a Shinigami's strongest spear, it's also their toughest shield. Boom. The clash rang out soundlessly, a silent explosion of overwhelming spiritual energy. The pressure was far greater than his earlier Raikoho. The sheer force caused everyone watching to stagger, their vision darkening, their bodies feeling leaden. What is this? Elite shinobi around the third Hokage couldn't make sense of it. They could only see a pale figure battling an invisible force in the sky, then everything was swallowed by pressure. Hiruzen felt it too, but at least he understood what was happening. A battle between Shinigami. Gangetsu managed to block the blow, though his Zanpakuto shook violently in his hands. Even his shoulder trembled, he had nearly exhausted himself with that one clash. Shisui frowned and moved to help, but Yuru stopped him. Relax. He hasn't even gotten serious yet. Yuru smirked. That guy acts lazy all day, but in terms of power. He looked at Genjetsu's trembling hands. He's not weaker than you. Shisui's expression hardened. He knew how powerful he was, especially after awakening the Rinnegan and becoming a Shinigami. He honestly believed he could steamroll the entire ninja world. The 5 Kage. The Akatsuki. No contest. So why would Yuru say Gangetsu was on his level? Just watch. Yoru's eyes twinkled. Among the captains of the Godai 13, there are differences in strength, but not that large. Gangetsu. Even including me, he's easily top 3. Shisui said nothing, but beneath his pure white mask, his eyes rippled with the Rinnegan. Up in the sky, Hozuki Gangetsu, shaking, breathing hard, lifted his head, eyes locking onto the Shinigami with the soul blade. Damn, it's been a long time since I felt this alive. Guess Yuru was finally right about something. This fight gets my blood boiling. Now then. Are you ready, Shinigami? Shirkai. Genjetsu's joking tone turned cold. He pointed his Zanpakuto straight at the enemy. A massive wave of spiritual pressure exploded from him, like conqueror's haki. It instantly knocked out all nearby elite shinobi. The sword in his hand shimmered, then dissolved into a wisp of pure white mist, fusing into his arm. Roar, Genmaku. Slash, Phantom Mirage. The mist merged with him. His form didn't visibly change, but his aura spiked violently. A power-boosting Shirkai. Shisui muttered, puzzled. Thankfully, Gangetsu didn't make him wait long. He raised his palm toward the Shinigami. A compressed beam of blue-white spiritual energy blasted out like a cannon shell, so fast it was nearly teleporting. Shisui's eyes widened. The Shinigami blinked aside, barely dodging the attack. Boom. The blast missed, striking the ground and tearing it apart. Minato and Kushina, lying unconscious below, were nearly crushed by flying debris. That blast was on par with Raikoho. Shisui analyzed the damage, calculating Genjetsu's power. If that was all his Shirkai could do, it was underwhelming. Any captain could fire off a few spells like that without breaking a sweat. Just watch, Yuru murmured. He looked at the white mist surrounding Genjetsu's arms. In Soul Society, plenty of Zanpakuto had unique, bizarre abilities, some downright overpowered. Yagura's water mirror copy of Rihyo, Shisui's Mangekyo. But when it came to truly busted powers, nothing compared to Genjetsu's Genmaku. VMMM. Even though his first attack missed, Gangetsu didn't lower his arm. Spiritual energy gathered again at his palm. Then, like a strobe, countless blue-white beams began blasting from his palm, one after another. They lit up the entire battlefield like a miniature sun. Like a storm of laser rain, they poured toward the Shinigami below. The ground shook, the earth cracked, and debris flew in every direction. An endlessly firing spiritual cannon. Even Shisui was surprised now. This was true area suppression. Gangetsu, alone, was a walking artillery regiment. A terrifying display of absolute firepower. Thousands of blasts, each on par with Raikoho, rained down in seconds, completely engulfing the Shinigami. The night sky turned bright blue. Even the heavens looked torn apart. This degree of offensive. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki below were extremely shocked. Was this still power that ninja could unleash? No, the other party wasn't a ninja, but a Shinigami. This meant that their powers were never on the same scale to begin with. Minato glanced at Yuru in the distance, overwhelmed by conflicting thoughts. You command a literal army of Shinigami, yet you've never attacked the ninja world. At the summit in the Land of Iron, Minato had tried to understand Yuru's intentions, but the men showed no interest in conquest. Why? What are you really after, Yuki Yoru? There's no time. We must seal the nine tails inside Naruto. Now. Minato acted quickly. If any of this battle touched Naruto, everything would be for nothing. He pressed his hands together and began weaving seals. Summoning jutsu. With a puff of smoke, Fugaku the Toad Sage appeared, mid-dinner. His eyes darted around, first landing on the nine tails, then shifting upward to the raging battle. As a sage of Mount Myaboku, he could see things normal people couldn't, including Gangetsu and the Shinigami above. A Shinigami? He recognized the form, but still gasped in disbelief. Then, seeing Minato and Kushina, his concern deepened. Minato, what's wrong? What in the world happened? Minato panted, barely staying conscious. Fugaku-sensei, no time to explain. I'm giving you the key to the sealing formula, and I hope you can sign a summoning scroll with Naruto. You want your child to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Fukasaku's eyes widened in realization. How did things get this far? Wait, that guy. Suddenly, his voice stopped. His eyes locked onto two figures standing calmly nearby. He recognized them immediately. You're that frog sage Jiraiya once summoned. Yuru smiled, waving lazily. Been a while. You're looking pretty beat up. Yuki Yoru. Fukasaku's eyes narrowed. Back when he brought Minato back from the land of iron, Yuru had still been there. How had he arrived in Konoha so fast? Now, with Minato dying from using the Reaper Death Seal. Naruto becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Two Shinigami fighting in the skies. Fukasaku's mind exploded with conspiracy theories. You're thinking rude things about me, Yuru said softly. I suppose I'll have to visit Mount Myaboku someday, have a little heart-to-heart with the big guy. Fukasaku stiffened and quickly looked away. Even without seeing his fight with Nagato, Minato's descriptions told him enough. He couldn't even sense Yoru's spiritual presence, he felt like a ghost, like the great Toad Sage himself. Was Yuru now on that level? Today's events have nothing to do with Yuki Yoru. Minato coughed, blood trickling down his lip. Fukasaku-sensei. I'm recording the key now. Please take care of Naruto. Fukasaku nodded. Once the seal was complete, he looked down at Minato. Want me to take the kid to Mount Myaboku? No. He should grow up in Konoha. Mount Myaboku had its benefits, but Naruto would be surrounded by frogs. In Konoha, he'd have a better environment to grow as a human being. I'll be off, then. Fukasaku glanced one last time at the battle overhead, and at the massive fox nearby. You two take care. He pressed his hands together and vanished in a puff of smoke. Minato looked skyward. The battle between Shinigami was letting his soul linger, but his injuries were draining his life fast. Time was almost up. He turned to Kushina. It's time to use the 8 trigrams seal. I'll seal the 9 tails into Naruto. Kushina, if you want to say goodbye, say it now. Kushina's eyes never left Naruto. Even with the sky ablaze and explosions shaking the air, her world had shrunk to the tiny infant on the altar. She gazed at him with all the softness a mother could muster. Her voice was little more than a whisper, as though afraid to wake him. Naruto, no picky eating, okay? Eat till you're full every day, that's how you grow strong. And bathe with hot water, no skipping. Don't stay up late, sleep plenty. Make friends, not too many if that's hard, just a few you can really trust. She paused, tears welling but still smiling. One more thing, the 3 taboos for shinobi. First, money. Don't borrow recklessly, save your mission pay. Second, sake. None till you're 20, drink too much and you'll wreck your body. Third, women. I'm a woman so I don't fully get it, but someday you'll be interested. Just don't let strange girls string you along, find someone as wonderful as your mom. Her voice weakened, yet she kept smiling even as tears rolled freely. Naruto, life will hand you heartache and pain. Keep your own pace, chase your dreams, turn them real, and believe in yourself. Her shoulders shook. There's so much more I want to say, so many days I still want with you. Naruto, when dad and mom aren't there anymore, you have to be strong. And lastly, I love you. Naruto. Tears splashed on the altar. The baby's brow furrowed, sensing her sorrow. I'm sorry, Minato. I got carried away. It's fine. Minato shook his head gently, turning toward their son. Naruto, what dad wants to say is the same old nagging as mom's. Someday, become a splendid shinobi. He sighed, then pressed his hands together. 8 trigrams seal. Intricate sealing formulae blossomed across Naruto's stomach, spreading like black branches. A vortex of power drew the 9 tails chakra inward. Damn you, 4th Hokage, you'll regret this. Kurama roared, but the technique was final. His titanic form compressed into chakra and vanished into the newborn. Minato and Kushina slumped together, backs braced against the altar, watching their child. Their lives were draining fast. Moonlight dimmed as a tall shadow blocked it. Minato forced his eyes open. Yuru Minazuki, masked and unreadable, stood over them. It's embarrassing to ask, but could you watch over Naruto, at least a little? Minato rasped. Of course, Yuru replied, nodding. But nothing's free. I'll need a payment. Minato chuckled weakly. Name it. It's barely a price, call it a favor. Yoru's smile curved under the mask. Your wife struck a deal with the second just now. In return for helping protect everyone during Kurama's rampage, she agreed to let her soul serve me after death. Minato's eyes widened. Don't pull that face, Yuru said lightly. If I could, I'd have stolen your soul from the Reaper too. A soul experiment. Minato fell silent a moment, then sighed. All right then, since I'm already dying, I might as well trade for one of your promises. I hope you can truly look after Naruto somewhat. Then we have a deal. A deal. Hokage and Mizukage, two leaders, one dying, sealed their pact. The battle in the sky. Above them, Hozuki Genjetsu's barrage had reduced a mountain to rubble, but smoke did not equal victory. From the dust, the pale Shinigami flashed forward, reappearing behind Gangetsu with impossible speed. Its short blade streaked for his throat, faster than human reflex. A heartbeat before impact, the white mist that usually ringed Genjetsu's wrist billowed behind him, forming a shield that caught the strike. The Shinigami's hollow face twitched, surprised. The mist thickened, becoming a solid wall. Then it split into countless tendrils that wrapped the spirit and its blade. Genmaku Shield. Seal, Genmaku. The airy fog hardened, crawling over the Shinigami's body like living shackles. Gangetsu flicked 2 fingers, and 6 luminous rods, Bakudo number 61, Rikujikoro, speared through the mist, doubling the restraint. Limit of the Thousand's hands, respectful hands, unable to touch the darkness. Shooting hands unable to reflect the blue sky. What? Shirsue's pupils shrank behind his mask. Gangetsu was chanting Gedo number 91, an area-wide super spell, right here. If it went off, every living thing nearby but Yuru and himself would be vaporized. Shirsue glanced at Yuru, only to see him calmly raise his hand, covering Naruto's swaddled body with a layer of ice crystals, then made no other movements. Uchiha Shirsue's face darkened, and he instantly appeared beside the third Hokage, who was already stunned by the Shinigami's battle. You. Konoha cannot be without a leader. A familiar voice entered Hiruzen Sarutobi's ears, causing the Hokage to widen his eyes. You are. Before Hiruzen Sarutobi could speak, Uchiha Shirsue grabbed his battle armor and instantly disappeared from the spot. When they reappeared, the two were already below the Hokage rock. Shirsue dropped Hiruzen Sarutobi from his hands, and his figure instantly vanished. A few breaths later, the several elite Konoha ANBU were also thrown over. Wait. After doing all this, Shirsue prepared to leave, but the third Hokage's voice called out from behind him. Shirsue's footsteps paused slightly. You actually didn't die. Then why? There's no need for meaningless words. The fourth Hokage is dead. Konoha suffered heavy losses tonight. If it loses another Hokage, by the time the sun rises tomorrow, Konoha should be removed from the shinobi world's name. Uchiha Shirsue's voice was incredibly calm, revealing no emotional fluctuations whatsoever. After speaking, his figure vanished and departed. Uchiha Shirsue. Hiruzen Sarutobi opened his mouth, but the call caught in his throat. But before he could ponder why Uchiha Shirsue, who had supposedly died in the Third Shinobi World War, according to Danzo's mission report, had revived and even joined the Soul Society, becoming a subordinate of Yuki Yoru. His gaze was already drawn to the distant sky. Surging Ryatsu vibrated through the heavens. The world, which had been unusually bright under the blood moon, now became gloomy once more. Dark clouds pressed down on the village, threatening to crush it. The entire sky, at this moment, seemed to be shrouded by an incredibly vast and powerful force. Light bullets, 8 bodies, 9 items, Book of Heaven, Diseased Treasure, Great Wheel. The low incantation gradually became high-pitched, and as vast Ryatsu condensed, countless Ryatsu-like cones appeared around Gangetsu Hozuki. Dazzling lights, like meteors streaking across the night sky, gathered power under Gangetsu Hozuki's guidance, poised to strike. And with their appearance, the entire world seemed to be illuminated by their light. The incantation concluded. Gangetsu Hozuki looked at the Shinigami bound by Genmaku, a grin spreading across his lips. Gedo number 91, Senju Koten Taiho. Boom. The instant the words fell, all the Ryatsu light beams simultaneously shot out, roaring towards the Shinigami. Ryatsu exploded. Thousands upon thousands of Senju Koten Taiko filled the sky, like countless falling stars. Each one that struck the Shinigami unleashed an unimaginable, terrifying explosion. And when all the light cones had fallen, the entire world seemed to tremble. Countless Konoha citizens within the Hokage rock shelter instinctively looked outside. The light generated by the energy explosion, at this moment, was like the sun, illuminating the entire Konoha sky with a brilliant radiance, attracting countless gazes, yet so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. This level of explosion. What a joke. Is that a tailed beast bomb? Lord Fourth, and the Nine Tails. What's happening out there? Among the guarding ninja in the shelter, Danzo's hand gripped the railing tightly, while the Konoha ninja beside him looked utterly terrified, unable to help swallowing their saliva. Others might not know, but Danzo Shimura, who was quite familiar with the Nine Tails, clearly knew that this explosion was not the Nine Tails' tailed beast bomb. The energy within it wasn't even chakra. If an explosion of this magnitude were to occur within Konoha, the damage it would cause would absolutely be no less than the tailed beast bomb previously released by the Nine Tails, perhaps even greater. As the most powerful of the tailed beasts, the Nine Tails' status in the shinobi world was undeniable and unique, so it was understandable that it possessed the power to easily destroy an entire Konoha. But what was releasing this explosion now? Danzo Shimura's fists clenched, his teeth gritted. His gaze suddenly fell upon the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, below the shelter, and he quickly walked towards him. Hiruzen. Danzo roared, what exactly happened in the Forest of Death? Where's the Nine Tails? Where's Lord Fourth? Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze was complex, and he let out a deep sigh. First, seal off the Forest of Death. Until the battle there is completely over, no one is allowed to enter the Forest of Death. Battle. Who? Lord Fourth and the Nine Tails. No. There's no Lord Fourth anymore. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression was heavy. Lord Fourth used the Reaper Death Seal to seal the Nine Tails into his child's body, and now the ones battling there are Shinigami. What? Meanwhile, in a world of profound silence, a temple overflowing with an inexplicable chakra glow stood quietly atop a mountain peak in this realm. Inside the temple, an aged elder sat cross-legged, suspended above the ground. He had 2 horns on his head, and a blood-red Rinnegan mark on his forehead. He wore a white robe with 6 black Magatama-shaped patterns on his chest and a red whirlpool symbol on his back, below which 9 grid-arranged Magatama were inscribed. Behind him, a dark staff floated, one end representing the sun, the other the moon. Suddenly, the dark staff emitted a faint, crisp tremor. The aged elder slowly opened his eyes, and his pale purple Rinnegan swirled within his eye sockets, eerie and mysterious. Brother, your servant, used to guide souls, has suffered extremely severe injuries in the shinobi world. The moment he opened his eyes, another aged figure, also clad in white and with 2 horns on his head, slowly stepped into the temple and spoke softly. Its very essence has even sustained a certain degree of damage. The Sage of 6 Paths, referred to as the Elder Brother, did not speak, seemingly deep in thought. After a long pause, he slowly began to speak. Chakra in the shinobi world cannot harm the soul servant I created, and that person does not have the aura of chakra. They are not of Mother's clan. It could be a native of the shinobi world. They can already use natural energy, soul energy, and spiritual energy to achieve certain things. What do you plan to do? Indra's and Azura's souls have only recently reincarnated, haven't they? Will you let this go unaddressed? The matter of shinobi world souls is of great importance. Mother's clan members could descend at any time. Before that, collecting as many citizens as possible was already part of our plan. The Sage of 6 Paths spoke calmly, the plan cannot deviate. Besides, Azura's and Indra's reincarnations need time to grow. We shouldn't take this risk. As his words fell, an indescribably vast chakra surged from within him. Chapter 161, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 161. A vast, majestic aura stretched across the skies, as if ethereal, sacred chanting echoed throughout the heavens, an ode to the existence of a supreme sage. Sacred chakra surged skyward from the Sage of 6 Paths. For countless ages, the Pure Land had been a realm of nothing but grey desolation, but in this moment, it was suddenly bathed in divine light. Under this radiance, one after another, soul entities emerged from the murky gloom. Their forms resembled those of ordinary humans, yet each was enveloped in a thin, invisible membrane of spiritual energy. The sage's chakra cast its brilliance across the land, illuminating the once obscured faces of the dead. Lost, vacant, dreamlike. Within that grey, lifeless world, their consciousness had long since sunk into eternal slumber. As the immense chakra soared into the heavens, the Sage of 6 Paths brought his hands together. Space above the firmament suddenly tore open, a great rift forming overhead. That chakra then surged through the breach, streaking toward an unknown dimension. With a single strike, the sage fell silent. The dazzling light gradually receded, and the world once again returned to utter stillness. Elder brother, your action was too reckless. If Mother's clan members were to notice, it would be a catastrophic disaster for us, Otsutsuki Himura said softly after the Sage of Six Paths had finished. It is precisely because Mother's clan members have not yet noticed the shinobi world that I must seize this opportunity to stabilize the situation here, the Sage of Six Paths said calmly. I have propagated yin and yang, spreading the 5 nature transformations chakra until now, precisely to create enough soul wedges before Mother's clan discovers us. Only by creating enough soul wedges can our consciousnesses be eternally disseminated. Only then can we, like Mother's clan, rise to become true gods across the stars. The so-called soul wedge was a special secret art created by the Sage of Six Paths, based on the unique karma used by his mother's clan. Karma allowed a member of the Otsutsuki clan to digitize and replicate themselves, implanting that data into another person. Through karma, they could be reborn, effectively achieving immortality beyond death. The soul wedge functioned similarly, a digital imprint of the self implanted into others. But unlike karma's resurrection, soul wedges were more akin to scattered seeds of power, meant to one day converge again. Anyone bearing the chakra of the sage would carry within them a seed of the soul wedge. Over time, that seed would grow. Upon the host's death, as their soul returned to the Pure Land, the soul wedge would collect and return all that power to the sage. Hearing the Sage of Six Paths' words, Otsutsuki Himura fell silent. After a long time, his voice slowly echoed in the temple. Let's just hope nothing goes wrong. Their conversation in the Pure Land of Reincarnation remained unknown to the living. Inside Konoha village, the Forest of Death. The lingering shockwaves of Hozuki Genjetsu's full-chanted Gedo number 91 gradually dissipated. In the center of the vast crater, a pale soul body had been blown apart into scattered fragments. Ryatsu drifted through the air, rapidly gathering toward the shattered form, as if trying to reconstruct it. But before the spirit could recover, Gangetsu appeared in a flash before him. So, only guys like you can directly harness the spiritual power of this world, huh? Noticing the Shinigami's condition, Hozuki Gangetsu sneered. Genmu had already covered his palm, then if I completely destroy you, will this distorted Pure Land of Reincarnation return to normal? A beam of Ryatsu erupted from his palm. But in that very instant, a surge of power, far more terrifying than even the fully cast Gedo number 91, suddenly tore the sky apart. The space around Gangetsu ruptured with a crack, and a torrent of blazing, blinding white energy came crashing down. With a thunderous roar, everything around Gangetsu was annihilated in an instant. The attack had come too suddenly, and it was far beyond anything Gangetsu had prepared for. Even Yuru hadn't reacted in time, before the blast landed. Under Yoru's grim expression, Shirsue's shock, and Genjetsu's blank stare, the very space around them collapsed. More than half the Forest of Death was reduced to utter nothingness. Bankai. At that moment, Gangetsu had only one thought in mind: unleash everything. He channeled every drop of Ryatsu within him, releasing it in the most powerful form possible. A colossal surge of energy burst forth from his body. In an instant, the entire forest seemed to be pressed under a gravity dozens of times heavier than normal. Giant trees splintered, the earth cracked apart, and even the ground itself sank several centimeters. Beside him, Yuki Yoru grabbed Uchiha Shirsue's shoulder and instantly vanished from the battlefield. Overwhelming Ryatsu collided with the descending, sacred chakra. For a brief moment, time itself seemed to freeze. Mugen Genmaku. A mist of pure white exploded outward, immediately merging back into Genjetsu's form. But in the next instant, the immense Ryatsu he had unleashed was utterly overwhelmed by that sacred chakra. Then, as if struck by a heavenly cannon, that divine force came crashing down, dealing a devastating blow. The shockwave tore through the land, and the entire Forest of Death was shattered, reduced to a bottomless rift. In the aftermath, violent chakra still lingered, the residual force so intense it left one's soul trembling. The ground split open. Looking down, magma could be seen rolling deep within the earth. Yoru and Uchiha Shirsue reappeared slowly, hovering above the devastation. Looking up at the clear sky and then down at the rift that seemed to reach the planet's core, Shirsue swallowed nervously. Beyond fear, however, was a trace of confusion. He'd felt something familiar in that chakra blast from the heavens. What was that attack? Your ancestor, Yoru said flatly. What? Looking at the bewildered Shirsue, Yoru's gaze turned to the sky, as if he could see through layers of space to the existence within the Pure Land of Reincarnation. That attack came from the founder of Ninshu, the first to spread chakra throughout the world, the sage who brought peace to the chaotic era, and also your ancestor, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Or to put it simply, the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths. Uchiha Shirsue's throat tightened as he swallowed hard. He knew Yuki Yoru's goal was to confront the extraterrestrial beings, but he had never heard anything about the Sage of Six Paths. Was this ancestor still alive? If you define it by body and soul, then yes, he died over 1,000 years ago, Yoru said calmly, his gaze deep and unfathomable. But if you're talking about consciousness, then he's very much alive. And doing just fine. His voice was steady, but his eyes gleamed with insight. He had clearly sensed it, the Shinigami that had been obliterated by Gangetsu's earlier strike had been pulled away by that sacred surge of chakra. And with it, so had Namikaze Minato's soul. The reason why there's no spiritual power in the shinobi world, that's his doing, Yuru murmured. You're telling me? I got blindsided by the Sage of Six Paths. A voice filled with anger, yet tinged with a hint of oddity. A wisp of mist condensed in the air beside Yuru, and Hozuki Genjetsu's figure slowly solidified. Though his aura was unstable and his Ryatsu depleted at the moment, it still surprised Uchiha Shisui. That earlier blast had been utterly devastating. If it had landed on him, he would have been erased, body and soul, with no possibility of reincarnation. But Gangetsu had survived. The Sage of Six Paths is seriously overpowered, Gangetsu muttered with a snort, glaring at Yuru. If I'd known this would happen, I would have just stayed in the land of rice fields. Not only did I gain nothing by coming here, but I also got beaten up by the Sage of Six Paths. Yuru chuckled softly. Even Shisui couldn't help but crack a faint smile. Then, as if remembering something, Genjetsu's eyes lit up. Hey, Lord Fourth. Did you manage to nab the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's soul? Yes, although Minato Namikaze's soul was still taken, Kushina Uzumaki's soul is indeed in my hands. Yuru nodded, but it's unlikely for her to become your vice-captain. Not to mention her strength, she's not the type to help you deal with things all day. Arg. Why am I so unlucky? Gangetsu collapsed into exaggerated wailing. Yuru ignored him and slowly turned his gaze back to the sky. The Sage of Six Paths strike had far exceeded his expectations. But from it, he had gained certainty about the sage's motives, his strength, and even the coordinates of the space he currently inhabited. This one encounter had answered countless questions. Yuru glanced toward Naruto, still wrapped in a cloth bundle and protected not far away. The infant's cheeks were round, soft, and marked with faint whisker lines. A faint smile tugged at Yoru's lips. Let's see who wins in this grand game of shogi. It's time. Let's head back. Lord Fouth, aren't we taking the kid with us? No need. Kirigakure isn't a place for an Azura reincarnation. Besides, whether it's that old fossil in the Pure Land or his parents, they'd all prefer the boy stay here in Konoha, wouldn't they? With that, the three departed Konoha. The darkness of night was slowly shredded by the first rays of dawn. The gentle morning sun shone down on the newborn child's face. His little body stirred, and his powerful cries echoed across the ruined forest of death, until several figures appeared beside him. But this day, Konoha did not wake with the same vibrancy it once had. Instead, a heavy gloom blanketed the village. Countless villagers, displaced and grief-stricken, opened their eyes with numb expressions. They looked around blankly, hoping the nightmare of the previous night had been just that, a dream. But reality was cold and cruel. The village lay in ruins. Countless comrades, shinobi, family members, gone. Sacrifice. Death. The overwhelming weight of loss ignited flames of fury in their hearts. It was all that damned Ninetail's fault. To the civilians of Konoha, the prior great ninja wars had been fierce, but the fighting had never touched the village itself. For the ninja, the battlefield had been a place of blood and sorrow. But for ordinary people, this Ninetail's rampage had ripped a wound straight through their hearts. Though the higher-ups understood that Yuki Yoru's group of Shinigami were the true threat, Konoha couldn't afford to point fingers at Kirigakure, not now, not in the current shinobi world climate. To direct the people's pain and rage, the nine-tailed demon fox became the perfect scapegoat. After an entire day of emergency efforts, the initial damage report was finally complete. But Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression didn't ease one bit. Lighting his pipe, he took a slow, heavy drag. Smoke curled upward in the dim office. This disaster had brought Konoha to its knees. The village lay in ruins. Countless ninja were dead, and civilian casualties were beyond what anyone had prepared for. Rebuilding the village. Comforting the victims. Distributing compensation. Managing military gaps. Guarding against external threats. It was a logistical nightmare, one that only he could shoulder. But the thing that weighed heaviest on Hiruzen's heart wasn't logistics. The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, had only taken the mantle a little over a year ago. Now he had perished in a single night, sacrificed without warning. Never in Konoha's history had a Hokage died so soon after assuming power. A nation could not go a day without its ruler. A village could not go a day without its Hokage. The vacancy at the top had become an emergency of the highest order. Will we need to choose the fifth Hokage already? Hiruzen thought silently, brows furrowed. The village was critically short on high-level shinobi. Among those with the strength, reputation, and standing to lead, only a few names surfaced: Danzo, Torifu, Fugaku, Hayashi. But the village was drowning in grief and unrest. No one was truly ready to talk elections. If only Tsunade were still here. The third sighed deeply. Jiraiya was dead. Orochimaru was a fugitive. If Tsunade had returned, she could have taken up the fifth's mantle and helped rekindle Konoha's heart. But she had vanished long ago. Ever since she'd left the village, she'd cut off all contact. Even during the Third Great Ninja War, Hiruzen had tried many times to reach her, but every plea had been swallowed by silence. And even if she did return, Tsunade still had her crippling fear of blood. As things stand, it seems I'll have to take up the Hokage's seat once more. At least until the village stabilizes. Convincing himself, Hiruzen rose and changed into a black mourning robe. The sky was growing dark. The funeral was about to begin. Twilight fell over Konoha. In the village cemetery, nearly 100 shinobi stood in solemn formation, facing the rows of photos commemorating those who had fallen during the Nine-Tails attack. At the front stood Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Hamura Mitokedo, and Kohara Udatane, the four most senior officials in the village. Behind them were the heads of various clans, Akimichi Torifu, Hyuga Hayashi, but Uchiha Fugaku was still away in the Land of Iron and had not yet returned. The funeral unfolded in complete silence. Every heart present was weighed down with unbearable grief. Not just for the fourth Hokage, but for the soul of the village itself. By the time the rites concluded, the sun had dipped below the horizon. Darkness settled once more over the wounded village. Yet none of the high-ranking figures present left to rest. They gathered at the Hokage's office, forming a closed council, one that would decide Konoha's future. Inside the Hokage's office, the room was sparse and solemn. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat at the head of the gathering alongside the other elders, Danzo Shimura, Hamura Mitokedo, and Kohara Udatane. Below them sat the heads of Konoha's most prominent clans, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Hyuga, Inuzuka, and more. Though Uchiha Fugaku was still away in the Land of Iron, the Uchiha had sent one of their elders to represent the clan, Uchiha Koka. The room bore none of its usual formality. With the village still reeling from disaster, the meeting was held in a simplified setting. Everyone sat cross-legged directly on the wooden floor. There were no seats. No ornaments. Just necessity. Several of Konoha's elite jonin were present as well. Though our losses are grievous, we must remember, we, the living, carry the burden of rebuilding. Hiruzen began, his voice low but resolute. Koharu nodded in agreement. He's right. There's no time to wallow in grief. The most urgent matter before us is selecting a successor to fill the Hokage's vacant seat. It's not an easy choice, someone murmured. Then Uchiha Koka spoke. Why not select from the candidates in the previous fourth Hokage election? A few heads turned sharply. Koka was a veteran Uchiha elder, brother of Shirsue's father, Uchiha Kafu. With Fugaku absent, he was here as the Uchiha's voice. His words immediately drew frowns from several clan heads. But Danzo's eyes flashed with sudden interest. Back during the fourth Hokage selection, the top three contenders had been Namikaze Minato, Orochimaru, and Danzo himself. Now that Orochimaru was a rogue and Minato was dead, the next names in line were Danzo and Fugaku. But the truth was, none of the people in the room wanted either man to become Hokage. The tension was thick. The real issue is the current state of the village. Spoke a calm voice, Nara Shikayoshi, the newly appointed Nara clan head. He glanced at Hiruzen as he continued. This is absolutely not the time to appoint a new Hokage. With the village in crisis, both internally and externally, we must focus on stabilization, not political transition. He paused, then added. Before leaving for the Land of Iron, the fourth had already appointed the third to act in his stead. So I propose, let Hiruzen-sama resume his role as Hokage, until the situation settles. Nara Shikayoshi was also one of the current Ino, Shika, Cho representatives. He was the cousin of Nara Yoshino, the wife of the previous Nara clan head, Nara Shikaku. As a representative of the Ino, Shika, Cho trio, his voice carried considerable weight, and it was quickly echoed by others around the room. Although his strength was that of an ordinary jonin, his wisdom was in no way inferior to Nara Shikaku. After Nara Shikaku's death, he became the head of the Nara clan and held significant influence in the high-level meetings. As soon as Nara Shikayoshi spoke, he quickly gained the agreement of many present. Danzo and Uchiha Koka seemed like they wanted to argue, but before they could speak, Hiruzen cleared his throat. Although Konoha has never had a retired Hokage continue to serve as Hokage, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. I, Hiruzen Sarutobi, am willing to take on this important responsibility. Hiruzen. You're willing to return? That's a relief, said Hamura, cutting Danzo off before he could interject. Koharu added warmly. Hiruzen, your willingness to stand up at this time is a great help to the village. Seeing the expressions of support from those aligned with the previous administration, Danzo realized what had happened. He clenched his jaw and fell silent. The Uchiha elder followed suit. With no further objections, Hiruzen gave a small, satisfied nod. Then, until a fifth Hokage is chosen, I shall resume leadership of the village. I ask for everyone's cooperation. He paused, then added with more weight. There's one more matter, the fourth Hokage's child. Chapter 162, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 162. For many reasons, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, once again assumed full control of the village, a decision that, at this moment in time, was undoubtedly the best outcome for Konoha. Being incredibly familiar with Hokage affairs, Hiruzen quickly drew up a comprehensive reconstruction plan for the village. He personally revised the defensive layout, anticipating everything from enemy invasions to the re-emergence of tailed beasts. Under his leadership, the people of Konoha, both ninja and civilian, threw themselves into rebuilding. For most, it was unfamiliar work. The villagers had long grown used to the peace and security Konoha provided. Even during the Shinobi World Wars, the fighting had rarely touched the village itself. But despite their inexperience, progress was swift thanks to Shinobi support. Still, Hiruzen found himself working late into the night, every night, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of crises that demanded his attention. Among them, one issue stood above all. What to do about the fourth Hokage's son? After careful discussion among Konoha's leadership, and taking into account the village's devastated condition, Hiruzen made a difficult decision: Naruto's heritage would be kept secret. He would not be known as the son of Minato Namikaze. He would take his mother's surname instead and be raised as Uzumaki Naruto. Likewise, Naruto's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was also kept a secret. Konoha was too fractured, too vulnerable to protect someone of such significance. The boy was both a political target and a military asset. Revealing who he was would put him in constant danger, from assassins, spies, and worse. It was better to raise him anonymously than to let him become a lightning rod for conflict. More than that, the villagers, traumatized by the Nine-Tails rampage, had channeled their grief and rage into hatred for the beast itself. If they discovered that the demon fox had been sealed into a child in their midst, Naruto's life would be nothing short of hell. So Hiruzen made the call. Everything would be buried. Foolish Hiruzen, has that nightmarish battle taught him nothing? Far beneath the surface, in the shadows of Konoha's root division, Danzo Shimura stood in silence, his cane striking the stone floor with a sharp crack. His face was unreadable, but his eyes burned with contempt. The clash between the Shinigami had shaken even him. That level of power, it was beyond anything Konoha could currently withstand. And now, with Minato dead, and the village's elite in ruins, Konoha was standing on shaky ground. And Hiruzen wanted to hide the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. It was madness. In Danzo's mind, the Jinchuriki should have been seized by root, subjected to strict control, and trained for over a decade, molded into the ultimate weapon and shield for the village. But the moment he voiced that opinion, Hiruzen had shot it down without hesitation. Danzo still remembered the words, cold, firm, and final. Danzo. I am the Hokage. It was the first time in 2 years he'd heard that tone. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. He gripped his cane tightly, eyes narrowing. If Konoha is to survive in a world of monsters like those, we need weapons. Strong ones. Greenhouse flowers can't survive in a storm. Only by weathering wind and rain can they grow into towering trees. He turned, calling out. Someone. Yes, Lord Danzo. A root operative appeared, kneeling. Spread the news throughout Konoha that Uzumaki Naruto is the incarnation of the Nine-Tails demon fox. Yes, Lord Danzo. The Nine-Tails rampage had brought unimaginable devastation. The destruction far surpassed what had occurred in the original timeline. Even with Hiruzen's best efforts to suppress the truth, news of the disaster spread like wildfire across the shinobi world. The world trembled. Just days earlier, attention had been focused on international collaborations, mega-projects between Konoha, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure, all centered in the Land of Iron. Now, the headlines read: Konoha attacked. The fourth Hokage is dead. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has changed. Whispers turned into waves. Every hidden village and border nation began watching closely. It was year 51 of the Konoha calendar. The Third Shinobi World War had ended barely a year ago. But that war had ended abruptly, with too many questions unresolved. The grudge between Konoha and Iwagakure, for instance, had never been settled. Hiruzen's use of the box of ultimate bliss had only deepened the stone village's hatred. Now, seeing Konoha wounded and bleeding, Inoki was practically giddy with glee. Unfortunately, the damage that box had inflicted on Iwagakure was so severe that, despite their hatred, they simply lacked the manpower to retaliate. But Kumogakure, Hidden Cloud, was another matter. Their forces had withdrawn early during the Third War. They'd preserved nearly their entire military strength, not out of cowardice, but pragmatism. They believed a full clash with Konoha would only weaken both sides, benefiting others. Now, with Konoha weakened and the fourth Hokage gone, Hidden Cloud was ecstatic. To them, the reason Konoha had prevailed in the war's early stages was clear. Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash. He alone had suppressed both the 8th Tail's Jinchuriki and the 4th Raikage, turning the tide at every front. But now, Minato was gone. The 9 Tails had a new host. Konoha was exhausted. This was their moment. With a wave of his hand, the 4th Raikage mobilized his forces. He appointed Dodai as field commander, deployed Killer Bee, the perfect Jinchuriki of the 8th Tails, and Yujito Ni, the 2 Tails Jinchuriki. They gathered 3,000 elite shinobi and quietly slipped through the land of hot water, heading for the land of fire. Konoha, though devastated, had not lowered its guard entirely. Border patrols remained in place. But the disparity in power was massive. Even though Konoha detected the incursion early and mounted a resistance, their defensive lines collapsed almost instantly. They simply had no one left, no heavy hitters to hold the line. While Hidden Cloud had suffered losses during the Third War, their core forces, except for the legendary 3rd Raikage, remained intact. Led by Killer Bee, Hidden Cloud surged forward. Konoha fell back, desperately buying time and sending pleas for help to the homeland. War had returned to the land of fire. And across the world, every major power watched with bated breath, some to spectate, others to scheme, waiting for their chance to profit from the chaos. If this keeps up, the 4th Great Shinobi War could erupt at any moment. In the hidden mist village, atop Kirisumi Island, 2 figures stood silently on a jagged cliffside, overlooking a field of writhing, monstrous hollows devouring each other in the glow of the setting sun. Behind him, Uchiha Shisui spoke coldly. This doesn't align with the 3-nation alliance we planned. The men before him, Yuki Yoru, did not reply at once. You know, Shisui, our real partners aren't the hidden sand. It's every nation along the east-west corridor. The entire shinobi world. Down below, a masked humanoid hollow emerged victorious, having devoured all rivals. It let out a triumphant roar toward the sky. Yoru's face was unreadable. Konoha's survival isn't what matters. What matters is shifting the way this world thinks. Fueled by energy from the Ryumayaku, their Hueco Mundo cultivation project had progressed astonishingly. There were now several Ajuchas, dozens of Jillian-class hollows, and over 1,000 lesser ones under their command. The only regrettable thing was that the souls collected from various parts of the shinobi world were now somewhat insufficient. Actually, it's quite good for Konoha and the Hidden Cloud to go to war. Leaving aside other things, at least Hueco Mundo will have more nourishment. Shisui growled. But you promised Minato. You made a pact. Konoha is a better partner than that barbaric mess Hidden Cloud. Yoru's voice was calm. Still sentimental about Konoha, are you? Shisui clenched his fists. Do you really have to be this ruthless? Yoru turned to face him. Behind his calm gaze, power stirred like a deep ocean. Ruthless? No. If I'd been ruthless, Konoha would have vanished during the Third War. He studied Shisui's face, his Rinnegan glowing faintly. I've been lenient enough, Shisui. How about this? You know everything I'm doing now is to better face those extraterrestrial visitors in the future. Can you tell me, what are the true factors that can drive all of this, that can drive the development of the shinobi world? Shisui's voice rose, angry and desperate. I don't understand what you mean, but war is absolutely not what we want. Shisui froze for a moment, then roared. War forces nations into arms races. It deepens hatred. It divides. We'll never unify the shinobi world that way. You said it yourself, peace, trade, cooperation. That's the path to unity. That's the only way we can prepare for what's coming. He stared Yuru down. Besides, the other two in Soul Society, they wouldn't want Konoha destroyed either. Yuru nodded thoughtfully. True. A beat passed. But if I forbid you from helping Konoha against Hidden Cloud, what then? Shisui fell silent. He knew what he would do. But Yoru's reaction? Impossible to predict. The difference between them was no longer just skill. It was dimensional. Yuru suddenly chuckled. Relax. I was joking. I told you, I won't micromanage you. You, or the other two, can go help Konoha. But there's one condition. Shisui perked up. Name it. Yuru pointed to the hollow below, still howling at the sky. I want you to use your power to devour that thing. What? Meanwhile, on the moon. Inside a shrine housing the giant Tensigan, a faint glow flashed across the massive eye. A nearby shrine puppet, bathed in its glow, suddenly dropped its broom and bolted down the corridor, violating every protocol and tradition etched into its programming. It burst into a grand hall and collapsed in a deep bow before the figure on the throne. Master. Has Tonari awakened? A handsome middle-aged man in a pure white Magatama robe, eyes closed, leaned back on the throne and spoke calmly. No, no. The puppet was trembling with fear, sweating profusely as it said, It's the giant Tensigen in the shrine, it's behaving abnormally. What? The middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes. His pure white eyes were extremely similar to the Bakugan of the Hyuga clan, but these eyes appeared even cleaner and clearer. The next moment, he instantly vanished from the throne, quickly rushing towards the shrine where the giant Tensigen was enshrined. The giant Tensigen, this treasure on the moon, formed from the combined Byakugan of all the Otsutsuki branch family members, was the most important treasure of the entire Otsutsuki clan. No accidents could possibly be allowed to befall it. Having rushed to the shrine where the giant Tensigen was enshrined, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he watched the giant Tensigen continuously emitting a faint glow. He quickly performed several hand seals, then placed one hand on the giant Tensigen. The next moment, an inexplicable power overflowed from the giant Tensigen. Then, a vision immediately appeared in his mind. He saw Hozuki Gangetsu clashing with a Shinigami. Felt the shockwaves of their spiritual power. But then, something else. Something far more terrifying. Wait, this power. He staggered. A divine strike. A descending force of annihilation, too vast, too ancient. His voice dropped to a whisper. That's the great ancestor's power. The middle-aged man's hand slowly withdrew from the giant Tensigen, but his expression had grown deeply conflicted. His name was Otsutsuki Konohito, a descendant of the moon's Otsutsuki branch family. The Otsutsuki of the moon were direct heirs of Otsutsuki Himura, younger brother to the Sage of Six Paths. For generations, they had upheld a sacred duty, to guard the husk of the Ten Tails, the Gedo Mazo, sealed far from the earth. But after Himura's death, the clan had split. One faction, the main family, believed in coexistence with the world their ancestor had helped build. The branch family, however, saw a world plagued by unending war and believed that Hagoromo's creation had failed. In their eyes, it needed to be wiped clean. This ideological rift sparked a long-standing enmity between the two families. Though both sides had restrained themselves for centuries, hatred festers in silence. Eventually, war broke out. The branch family emerged victorious. They pooled their Byakugan, forming the giant Tensigen, and used it to utterly annihilate the main family, those who still clung to peace. But their triumph came at a terrible cost. The battle had decimated their numbers. In the end, only a few members of the branch family remained. In recent years, with the passing of several elders, only he and his son Tonari were left on the moon. This situation made Otsutsuki Konohito himself doubt whether his ideals, and everything the branch family had done, were truly correct. But now. Great Ancestor, do you also believe that the world you created is full of sin and needs to be cleansed? Otsutsuki Konohito murmured, his mind stirred. The giant Tensigen before him seemed to be responding to his words, its light shining even brighter. I understand. I won't let you down. Chapter 163, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 163. Konoha. News of the Hidden Cloud's sudden attack on Konoha and the rapid collapse of Konoha's front lines reached Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately. Even though Danzo had rushed to the front without delay, the situation at the battlefield remained dire and showed no signs of improvement. While he had anticipated the current situation, that with Konoha's heavy losses from the Ninetales incident, ambitious individuals would certainly not let such a golden opportunity pass, Hiruzen Sarutobi hadn't expected it to come so quickly, or for the offensive to be so fierce. 3,000 elite shinobi from the Hidden Cloud, and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. Staring at the battle report Danzo had sent back, Hiruzen felt a tremendous pressure settle over him. It had been barely a year since the end of the Third Shinobi World War, and Konoha hadn't yet had time to recover. Now, another catastrophe, the Ninetales Rampage, had struck, claiming both the Ninetales Jinchuriki and the Fourth Hokage. This was perhaps the weakest Konoha had ever been since its founding. In contrast, the Hidden Cloud had fared much better. Though they had lost the Third Raikage, their forces were largely intact after the war. They still possessed countless elite shinobi, and most importantly, a perfect Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, host of the Eight Tails. Given such a disparity in strength, how could Konoha possibly withstand them? Should we just surrender to the Hidden Cloud, pay them off, and be done with it? Hiruzen muttered to himself bitterly. After all, it wouldn't be the first time they surrendered. The reparations owed to the Hidden Mist still hadn't been fully paid off. If necessary, they could just arrange another installment plan for the Hidden Cloud. As the saying goes, too many lice don't itch, and too much debt doesn't weigh you down. But the real fear was that the Hidden Cloud would demand a sky-high price. They had always been the most war-hungry and belligerent of all the villages. In fact, the Third Shinobi World War had essentially been ignited by them. Even though Konoha was in a weakened state, surrendering without a fight would only invite deeper scorn and aggression. With their wolfish ambition and insatiable greed, the hidden cloud might not stop even after receiving heavy reparations. They could keep pressing until Konoha was completely toppled and the land of fire devoured whole. After all, the land of fire occupied the most fertile and prosperous territory in the entire ninja world. Who wouldn't want a slice of that? What should I do? A heavy frown lined Hiruzen's face. He puffed the last of his tobacco, then set aside the Hokage's hat in front of him and strode toward the newly constructed conference room beside the Hokage's office. The door creaked open. Inside, over 50 people were already gathered, including Danzo Shimura. These were all the jonin currently in Konoha, excluding those already stationed at the hidden cloud front. Naturally, members of the ANBU, Root, and clan-specific shinobi weren't included. The consecutive disasters of the Third Shinobi War and the Nine-Tails Rampage had dealt an unimaginable blow to Konoha's forces. Once the strongest village in the ninja world, now Konoha could barely field a handful of elite fighters. That said, the other villages weren't in great shape either. Aside from the hidden cloud, whose strength remained mostly intact, even the hidden sand and hidden stone had fewer jonin left than Konoha. Apologies, I'm late. Hiruzen took the main seat and handed the frontline battle report to Hamura Mitokado beside him, signaling for it to be passed around after reading. Hamura scanned the report, and his expression immediately darkened. Saying nothing, he passed the report silently to Akimichi Torafu. About 10 minutes later, everyone in the room had read the document and formed a general understanding of the situation. The hidden cloud harbors dangerous ambitions. Killer Bee, host of the Eight Tails, is leading 3,000 elite ninja in a surprise attack during our moment of vulnerability. They've already breached the borders of the land of fire and are advancing rapidly. Meanwhile, the hidden stone is also stirring. Everyone, it's happening, another war is upon us. Grim expressions lined the faces of those in the room. They had expected that the Third Shinobi World War, having ended on a whimper, would eventually reignite hostilities, but none of them thought it would happen this quickly, this aggressively, and right in the aftermath of the Nine-Tails catastrophe. For a moment, the room was heavy with silent tension. Hiruzen's gaze swept over the group, finally settling on Uchiha Fugaku, who had just returned from the Land of Iron. Fugaku, how are things progressing in the Land of Iron? Konoha, Hidden Sand, and Hidden Mist had signed a massive infrastructure treaty there. But given Konoha's current turmoil, it was natural to assume the other villages might start having second thoughts. Thankfully, Fugaku's response eased Hiruzen's concerns. We signed the three-nation agreement with Suna and Kiri, but due to Konoha's weakened state after the Nine-Tails incident, our influence in the treaty has lessened, and our share of the resources has decreased. Uchiha Fugaku said solemnly, the finalized contract stipulates that all profits from projects within the Land of Fire will be equally split among the three nations. As for the Land of Wind, the Hidden Mist will take all profits for the first 10 years, after which they'll be shared equally with the Hidden Sand. However, the commercial free trade pact the fourth Hokage previously negotiated, allowing merchants from all three nations to conduct business freely, remains unchanged. Though the three-nation project was a joint effort, the spotlight clearly rested on Suna and Kiri. Konoha was mostly just collecting transit fees. The fact that they had managed to secure even this level of profit surprised not just Hiruzen but all the jonin present. They had been fully prepared to lose both initiative and benefits. Truly, allies reveal their worth in a crisis. After the Third War, Suna and Kiri had signed alliance treaties with Konoha. It was now clear that those treaties held weight. If every country in the ninja world cherished peace like Suna and Kiri, we wouldn't be stuck in this cycle, minor skirmishes every 3 days, full-scale battles every 5. Hiruzen inhaled deeply. Everyone, Kushina has attacked. Our borders are under siege. We of Konoha may despise war, but our resolve to protect our village, our comrades, and our homeland is no less than anyone else's. Clan head Fugaku. Hiruzen turned to Uchiha Fugaku. I appoint you commander of a 1,000-man reinforcement unit. You are to assist Danzo's retreating forces. The squad captains will be drawn from 20 elite jonin. The list is as follows. Uchiha Inabi, Uchiha Yashiro, Uchiha Yuruchi, Hyuga Ko, Abirame Shibi, Uchiha. As Hiruzen read the list, expressions among the crowd shifted subtly. Of the 20 jonin captains, more than half were Uchiha. Clearly, the Uchiha clan was being positioned as the main fighting force in this mission. Would the Uchiha accept this arrangement? In all 3 shinobi world wars, the Uchiha had performed admirably, with no shortage of accomplishments. Yet they were never placed in core positions, as main forces, commanding officers, or strategic leaders. More often, they were used as elite strike squads, surprise assault units, and the like. This strategy served 2 purposes. First, to prevent the Uchiha from seizing political power. Second, by excluding them from command roles, even if the Uchiha earned battle honors, those honors would not be broadcast or acknowledged widely within Konoha, thus limiting their influence. The Uchiha clan had long resented this. But because it also gave them more autonomy on the battlefield, and often resulted in fewer casualties, they hadn't pushed back too hard. But now. As Hiruzen delivered the appointment, Fugaku remained expressionless, though the elite Uchiha standing behind him appeared eager and excited. This mission concerns the survival of Konoha, Fugaku said gravely. When our unit meets Elder Danzo S, who will serve as Supreme Commander. The strategic Supreme Commander for this campaign, Hiruzen announced firmly, will be the head of the Konoha Military Police Force, Uchiha Fugaku. At that, Fugaku finally smiled. Fugaku accepts the command. Konoha will emerge victorious. He even handed them full command authority. Wasn't the third Hokage worried this would unravel all the suppression of the Uchiha over the years? The Jonin were visibly shocked, but then realization dawned on many of them. During the Nine Tails rampage, Danzo had explicitly forbidden the Uchiha from participating in the front lines. They had only been allowed to assist with civilian evacuation. This meant that the Uchiha had suffered virtually no losses, and were now Konoha's most intact, powerful force. In this situation, what was a little power compared to survival? Hiruzen inhaled deeply and turned to Hamura Mito Kado. Elder Hamura. Hiruzen. I want you to lead 500 elite shinobi to the land of grass border. Keep constant watch on Konohagakure. If they show any signs of movement, do not engage. Report to me immediately. Yes, Lord Hokage. Orders continued to fall one after another, and the battered war machine that was Konoha began to move once more. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse, even a wrecked ship has a few pounds of iron left. If anyone thought they could bite into Konoha, then Konoha would make damn sure they'd bleed for it. Uchiha Fugaku immediately led the support unit out of the village. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, with all orders issued and command now centralized under him, Hiruzen Sarutobi was approached by Koharu Yutane. Hiruzen, are you absolutely certain about handing command of this war to the Uchiha? Koharu's expression was serious. Though she wasn't as aggressively anti-Uchiha as Danzo, she was undoubtedly a member of the faction that distrusted the Uchiha clan. After all, they were both students of the second Hokage, and had inherited his convictions. You should understand the weight of this decision, Hiruzen, Koharu said. This battle is critical for Konoha. With full command authority and a successful campaign under their belt, the Uchiha will be hailed as heroes. Their prestige and influence will soar. When it comes time to award merit, Fugaku will be ushered directly into Konoha's central power structure. I know what you're saying, Hiruzen said quietly, puffing on his pipe, his tone heavy. But aside from the Uchiha, who else do we have left to rely on? We have no one else to send. If we don't show enough sincerity, they won't risk their lives for us. So it's power? Let them have some, for the sake of Konoha. No, you're wrong. Koharu shook her head. Do you remember the Nine Tails rampage just a few days ago? Hiruzen frowned, uncertain where she was going with this. How could he forget? The Nine Tails not only caused catastrophic losses to Konoha, but also took his wife's life. Danzo discovered something unexpected. Koharu's voice lowered. You know about Danzo's secret research, don't you? His ties to Orochimaru's defection. Those weren't just rumors. Besides your own findings on would release, Danzo's been studying the Uchiha's power for years. You remember the eye that Kagami left him, right? Hiruzen's expression darkened, his brows furrowing deeply. His eyes locked onto Koharu's face. What exactly are you trying to say? Danzo sensed Sharingan Dojutsu on the Nine Tails. What? Hiruzen's pupils shrank, and he abruptly stood from his seat. Of course, I don't know all the details. I only know that, on the night of the Nine Tails rampage, a masked intruder infiltrated the cavern where Kushina was giving birth. That's what started everything. And the fact that someone knew about Kushina's labor, a top-tier secret, makes it even more suspicious. Worse, the intruder passed through Konoha's barrier without raising a single alarm. In mere moments, he neutralized all nearby ANBU. Not even the barrier system was triggered, the battle ended too quickly. That kind of gap in strength is terrifying. And on top of that, the Nine Tails had traces of Sharingan chakra left behind. Hiruzen, the Nine Tails was controlled. You know that's happened before, it's in our history. I understand what you're implying. Hiruzen slowly packed more tobacco into his pipe, his expression clouded. But ordinary Sharingan isn't enough to control the Nine Tails. You'd need something like what Uchiha Madara had, eyes of that level. If today's Uchiha clan had Mangekyo Sharingan, they wouldn't still be biding their time. They would have overthrown me and taken the Hokage seat by now. True. Today's Uchiha don't have Mangekyo, but someone else does. Koharu leaned in slightly. You've forgotten, haven't you? That man on Higashimatsuyama, he has the Mangekyo Sharingan. Hiruzen's hand trembled. His pipe nearly slipped from his fingers. You're saying he controlled the Nine Tails, and he got his intel from the Uchiha clan. That's the most likely scenario, isn't it? I see. Hiruzen took a long draw from his pipe. Leave it to me. I'll handle this. I hope you do, Hiruzen, Koharu said solemnly. Don't forget what our teacher always told us, the Uchiha clan cannot be trusted. Koharu left the Hokage's office, leaving Hiruzen alone, pipe in hand, his face flickering between shadows and smoke. From the beginning, the Nine-Tails disaster hadn't sat right with him. Their preparations had been thorough, there shouldn't have been any surprises. Yet, the worst-case scenario had still come to pass. Both the fourth Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki were dead. Taking everything into account, Hiruzen could no longer believe it was just a tragic accident. Especially after what Koharu had said, this smelled like a carefully orchestrated scheme. Was it really you? He muttered, eyes heavy with doubt. Years of suspicion and marginalization from Konoha's leadership. Despite being among the founding clans, the Uchiha couldn't even break into the core circle of power. Hiruzen had every reason now to believe Koharu's claims. But even if it were all true, so what? Right now, Konoha couldn't survive without the Uchiha. He continued smoking in silence. Beneath the haze of smoke, he reached into a drawer beneath his desk and pulled out a file. It was a thick dossier, one that had long been compiled, containing detailed records on every known member of the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen's expression grew darker as he scanned the names inside. After a long moment, he pushed the file back into the drawer, tucking it all the way to the bottom. No matter what, it'll have to wait until this war is over. If they couldn't survive this battle, Konoha would be crushed by the hidden cloud, and there would be no Konoha, no Uchiha, left to speak of. Because the front line had already pushed deep into the land of fire, and with Danzo following Hiruzen Sarutobi's orders to adopt a strategy of trading space for time, the current battlefield between Konoha and the hidden cloud had entered the very heart of the fire country, alarmingly close to Konoha itself. In less than half a day, Uchiha Fugaku had already led his 1,000-strong elite force to the outskirts of the battlefield. Evening was falling, and the sunset painted the sky in a fiery glow. Countless shadowy figures darted through the gaps between tree trunks and branches, startling the birds and beasts hidden within the forest canopy. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly beneath their feet. The Konoha support unit halted at once, each squad dispersing and taking cover among the trees. One by one, pairs of crimson Sharingan lit up in the dim underbrush, glowing like lanterns in the fading light of dusk. The darkening forest took on an eerie, almost suffocating air. Uchiha Fugaku remained solemn as he turned to a Hyuga Jonin beside him. While the Sharingan was powerful and far more renowned, in reconnaissance and long-range detection, the Byakugan held the advantage, especially in a setting like this. Still no signs of movement. Wait, no, something's not right. What an enormous chakra, that's. The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. At the Hyuga's alarmed shout, a massive, octopus-like silhouette suddenly appeared in the distance, clearly visible through the trees. The creature's entire body was shrouded in a pulsating red cloak of tailed beast chakra. It had already entered a semi-tailed beast transformation. Just one glance at the monstrous figure was enough to send a wave of dread through everyone present. The Eight-Tails really showed up here. Fugaku's expression was grim, his mind racing through possibilities. Had their reinforcement route been discovered in advance? Was this a premeditated ambush involving a full-on tailed beast strike? Or had Danzo's forces been chased this far, pushed to the point that the Eight-Tails had followed them to their doorstep? No matter the reason, as supreme commander of the support force, Fugaku had no time to hesitate. Inabi, relay my order, have all units fall back 100 ri and begin constructing fortified positions. Yashiro, select 100 elite shinobi, come with me to recon the front. But before Fugaku could finish issuing the order, a sudden presence exploded into view. A figure in a flowing white haori flashed into the sky, appearing midair beside the rampaging Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. That silhouette, that clothing, was all too familiar. Fugaku's words stopped dead in his throat. That was Chapter 164, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 164. The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki streaked through the sky, stirring a flash of confusion in Fugaku's mind. Though he had never personally fought the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, the Uchiha clan had extensive records of tailed beasts. Among them, only the Seven Tails can fly, right? That fleeting thought crossed Fugaku's mind for a split second. Then, the figure clad in white haori leaped into the air, all doubts vanished. Shisui, no, that's not Shisui. At a glance, Fugaku instinctively recalled his meeting with Shisui. But the figure before him was unmistakably not Shisui. This person had long, pale yellow hair, beneath the flowing white haori, smooth, fair skin and an impressively endowed form. A pure white mask concealed their face, but the techniques and aura were unmistakable. Princess Tsunade. Heavenly Foot of Pain. Tsunade leaped up, her terrifying explosive power instantly bringing her before the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. Her slender, fair foot slammed into Killer Bee's abdomen. Even someone as powerful as Killer Bee was caught off guard, his eyes widened, mouth agape, saliva spattering from the impact. Their contact lasted mere moments, but the half-transformed Killer Bee was blasted back like a cannonball, crashing through trees and kicking up a plume of dust. This strength, not even Big Bro hits this hard. Although his abdomen was shielded by the beast's tentacles, the force made him feel as if his body would shatter. She's just a woman, but why? Watch yourself, Bee. A deep voice rumbled in Killer Bee's mind. His expression shifted in alarm. With no time to think, he unsheathed the blade at his waist, flooding it with chakra. Killer Bee's heart jolted. Without a moment to think, he drew the ninja blade from his waist and infused it with chakra, but before he could act, the blade shattered under an overwhelming force. Shards of metal sprayed outward, and an unstoppable punch crashed into his body, sending him hurtling through the air once more. His body spun helplessly through the air, blood seeping from his shattered ribs and darkening his shirt. 3 more ribs broken. The tailed beast's chakra could heal injuries, but not this quickly. If the battle dragged on, he'd be in serious trouble. Same outfit as that clone from before. This secret organization, so terrifying. Ya fool, Baka Yuru. But never underestimate Uncle B's taijutsu. He tossed aside the broken blade, and lightning crackled over his half-transformed form. His pale yellow hair stood upright, and in a flash, he vanished from sight. Lariat. The lightning-release chakra mode could drastically increase one's speed and, to a certain extent, strengthen one's physical body, thus achieving the standard of speed is power, with extremely high destructive power. Though still a step behind his older brother, the 4th Raikage, Killer Bee had trained relentlessly in the Valley of Clouds and Lightning since fighting Yagura. He was no longer the greenhorn he once was. He locked his arms, left braced against right, and drove his right elbow down toward Tsunade's head. Men. Boom. An explosive roar echoed between heaven and earth, making the ground beneath tremble. Within the dust, Tsunade neither dodged nor flinched, taking the elbow blow head-on. Nanny. That's one powerful strike, kid. Tsunade slowly lifted her head and seized Killer Bee's wrist. With brute force, she hoisted him aloft and slammed him violently to the ground. Smoke billowed, but a roar of fury erupted from within. Killer Bee's chakra flared, tentacle-like chakra tails formed to block further blows. Yet with a single mighty punch, Tsunade shattered those chakra limbs and struck his chest. Thud. A heavy, heart-stopping impact. Killer Bee arched forward with agony that felt like his insides were being torn apart. The ground beneath him cracked like a spider web. His ribcage shattered, bones pulverized, and eyes glazed over. His consciousness collapsed, he lay still, eyes rolled back. B. Gyuki's voice echoed deep within, accompanied by a surge of chakra. Slowly, Killer Bee's awareness returned. What do we do, Gyuki? This one's way beyond the clone. She wasn't easy, but manageable. This one, she's stronger than Big Bro. Killer Bee's mind felt dwarfed by Gyuki's presence, filled with fear and helplessness. This was the first time, apart from against his brother or the 3rd Raikage, he'd been overwhelmed head-on. Her taijutsu, her raw power, it's insane. Gyuki rumbled, and like the clone, she shows no chakra imprint whatsoever. What do we do, Gyuki? Should we fight, or pull back? Retreat. Also. I sense another chakra, cold and sinister. Gyuki spoke in a deep voice. Although he hadn't sensed that particular chakra in many years, any tailed beast would feel an instinctive revulsion upon sensing it. Combined with the overwhelming strength of the woman before him, whose presence carried an oddly familiar aura, and that cold, sinister chakra lingering in the air, memories long buried began to resurface in Gyuki's mind. Memories of when he was turned from a wild, free-roaming beast into the so-called nuclear weapon of the Land of Lightning. You slipped away on your own. If you go missing, they'll nag you forever. Uncle Dodai's nagging. We must retreat now. Killer Bee's face hardened as his mind snapped back. The red-tailed beast chakra erupted from him, surging and expanding with an oppressive aura that radiated outward. But in an instant, an even more powerful and terrifying force descended from the sky, landing directly on Killer Bee's body. Killer Bee's tailed beast transformation hadn't even fully begun before this strike directly knocked him unconscious, leaving him limply collapsed on the ground. Humph, quite fast on your feet. Tsunade snorted softly, clapped her hands, signaling the end of the battle. In the past, even without hemophobia, she'd never have defeated the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki so easily. But as a Shinigami, her power had soared, no seal or Zanpakuto needed to take care of him. Without Killer Bee, things should be much easier for Konoha now. Lady Tsunade. A sharp voice cut through the silence. Fugaku leapt into view atop a tree. Lady Tsunade, it really is you. Was I that obvious? Tsunade paused slightly, muttering to herself, then turned to look at Fugaku. Fugaku, huh? That guy told me that a ninja's chakra-sensing jutsu can't see through disguises. How was I recognized with just a glance? If Yuru were to hear Tsunade's thoughts at this moment, he would surely be speechless. If you properly conceal your identity and wear your mask well, of course, people wouldn't be able to tell. Neither Sharingan nor Bakugan can detect a Shinigami's identity. Only the Rinnegan could. But with your outfit being basically no different from your usual attire, and not even wearing your captain's haori properly, just draping it like a cloak, fighting with nothing but punches and kicks, and even having your own sound effects, which familiar person wouldn't recognize you. Tsunade still wanted to conceal her identity. The current her was not the Princess Tsunade who left Konoha, but the captain of the 4th Division of the Hidden Mist Soul Society. You've mistaken me for someone else. Lady Tsunade, why hide your identity? Wait, that outfit. Fugaku's eyes sharpened. Have you joined the Soul Society, like Shisui? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. You know about that. Shisui secretly met you. Indeed. Fugaku's heart pounded as he fought back excitement and tension. Lady Tsunade, what is the Soul Society? Why would Shisui betray Konoha and the Uchiha to join it? And why you? Compared to Shisui, Tsunade's status was far more extraordinary, 3rd Hokage's disciple, legendary Sannin, rightful Hokage heir, granddaughter of the 1st Hokage. She should never abandon Konoha. Yet here she was. The Land of Fire Princess had betrayed her nation and joined the Soul Society. Fugaku massed dozens of questions. With Konoha on its knees, Tsunade could reclaim the Hokage position immediately upon her return, so why had she chosen this path? Some things can't be explained in words. Tsunade sighed, removed her white mask, revealing the face every Konoha ninja knew well. I'm aware of the village's situation. We had no choice. The Nine-Tails rampage was inevitable, but I didn't expect it to be this severe. She paused, voice softening. If Konoha hadn't been utterly defenseless against Hidden Cloud, I'd never have come. She'd been stunned when Yuru permitted their aid. Kushina had been slated to help, but she was still mastering Shinigami abilities. Tsunade took her place. And for Shisui, it was because of him that Yuru accepted their help. Our hearts are with Konoha, and with the future. So Fugaku, ask no more. Future. Fugaku still didn't understand what charm the Soul Society held, or what this future that Tsunade and Uchiha Shisui spoke of truly was. Why could it make the Uchiha clan's most outstanding genius, and the Senju clan's princess, willing to abandon Konoha and their own families to join it? But clearly, he also knew it would be impossible to get an answer from Tsunade through ordinary means. In that case, Shisui has eyes equal to mine, but Princess Tsunade, you don't possess that power, right? Fugaku whispered as he looked into her eyes. In a heartbeat, his 3-tomo Sharingan became a swirling Mangekyo with a complex, intricate design. Tsunade realized he activated it, and cried a bloody tear. The world around them shifted to stark black and white, everything blurred into surrealism. A massive Mangekyo hovered like a blood moon, the only light in that monochrome void. It mirrored Fugaku's own with triple shuriken blades and black dots at their edges. A Mangekyo Sharingan, huh? Tsunade was not surprised, only intrigued. As Squad 4 captain, she had mastered all the Zankinsoki, Zanjutsu, Kido, Hakuda, Shuinpa, and studied Yuru's findings, including wood style and the Sharingan. The deeper her knowledge, the more astounded she became. She already knew Kirigakure's foundation was formidable, but even she hadn't anticipated it being this advanced. The once rare Kekkei Genkai that other shinobi villages treasured, like ice release, lava release/corrosion release, and boil release, had mostly been unraveled by Kirigakure. They were now openly studied and even becoming public knowledge. But it was their research into the Sharingan that truly impressed her. Kirigakure maintained a complete collection of Sharingan, from the single tomo all the way up to Mangekyo, made available to its researchers. Although Tsunade wasn't a Kekkei Genkai specialist, she was the strongest medical nin in the world. Her understanding of these techniques was not only comprehensive but top tier. Out of curiosity, and because this power was once said to rival her grandfather's, Tsunade decided to join the research on the Sharingan herself. The dojutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan are all different. Fugaku, is this the dojutsu hidden in your left eye? Tsunade curiously observed the surrounding space. Such a flippant attitude made a vein throb on Fugaku's forehead. This was his Mangekyo Sharingan. This was the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. Even the Sannin shouldn't underestimate him like this. Princess Tsunade, answer me. What is this future? What is the Soul Society? Why do you all join? Tsunade paused. Then shook her head. Foolish. If you won't speak, I'll dredge the answer from your mind. Fugaku's voice grew increasingly authoritative and sacred, and the light of the blood moon became even more dazzling. The entire dim world completely lost its brilliance, as if everything was being swallowed by the blood-colored Mangekyo in the sky. Even the light on Tsunade's body began to be taken away little by little. So it's still just Genjutsu, huh? Tsunade's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. Forget it, I'm done playing with you. Creation rebirth, strength of 100 seal release. Just as the light on Tsunade's body grew scarcer, an incredibly powerful aura suddenly erupted from within her, making her light yellow hair flutter. In an instant, Tsunade's inner light flared back to life, and the world around them snapped out of its distortion. Fugaku let out a grunt as his left eye burned fiercely. The illusion collapsed in a blink. How is this possible? Tsunade replied with calm precision, kicking the unconscious killer bee toward Fugaku, who cradled his wounded eye in agony. Genjutsu is always about chakra tricking the five senses. Lose your chakra focus, and the illusion collapses. She straightened, her voice resolute. Put your tricks away. If I'd known you'd used your Mangekyo, I never would have come. Without the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Cloud won't bother Konoha much. Do your best, for Konoha, and for the Uchiha. Lady Tsunade. Fugaku growled, but Tsunade disappeared, leaving only her fading words behind. I'm now captain of 4th Division in Kirigakure's Soul Society, and Shisui leads 2nd Division. You can keep this secret, or report it to the elders. Your call. But don't act rashly against the hidden mist. Yuki Yoru's temper isn't something you want to provoke. Her silhouette faded into the shadows. Fugaku, trembling and clutching his eye, tasted the sting of his prized Mangekyo being outmatched yet again. He paused, then, planting his feet, lifted the limp form of Killer Bee from the ground. At least the Eight Tails Jinchuriki was secured. Poof. A cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing Killer Bee's body morphing into a single octopus tentacle. Fugaku froze, utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 165, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 165. Tsunade's sudden appearance reawakened the emotions Uchiha Fugaku had long buried, his memories of Shisui, of the Soul Society, resurfacing like a tide that wouldn't recede. After his encounter with Shisui during the Third Great Ninja War, Fugaku had convinced himself that he could just ignore it all. If he paid no attention, if he simply carried on with his life, everything would return to normal. But reality would not be so kind. First Shisui, then Tsunade. The future they spoke of must be something so monumental that it drove them to abandon not only their clans but even Konoha itself. However, the paths we walk are too different, we cannot walk together. I am the head of the Uchiha clan. What I shoulder is the rise or fall, the glory and legacy of my clan. Everything else is meaningless. Fugaku's eyes sharpened with renewed determination. To him, what Shisui or Tsunade were pursuing, whatever lay in the Soul Society, none of that mattered. What mattered was that the Uchiha claimed the position of Hokage. That they gained better treatment in Konoha, more authority, more power. That was what truly counted. Still, Tsunade's presence opens up quite a few strategic possibilities. After a long moment of contemplation, Fugaku ultimately chose not to report Tsunade's appearance to Danzo, nor did he send the intel back to Konoha. Tsunade's identity was too sensitive, she wasn't just one of the legendary Sannin or the third Hokage's student. She was also the granddaughter of the first Hokage and a princess of the Land of Fire. If Konoha learned that she had joined forces with Kirigakure's Soul Society, the shock would be seismic. It would not only be a massive blow to the Hokage faction, it could become the key leverage that allowed the Uchiha to ascend. This information had to be revealed at the right time. Perhaps after this war concluded. Perhaps, during the next Hokage selection. It seems I can't afford to hold back any longer. This battle will be the one that puts Uchiha Fugaku's name on the map. The one that lays the foundation for our clan to lead Konoha. Fugaku looked down at the octopus tentacle, sealed it into a scroll, and swiftly retreated to rejoin the main force. Tsunade, however, hadn't gone far. She now stood in a grove not far off. Several figures stood silently among the trees, each bearing witness to what had just transpired. Just as expected from the captain chosen by Lord Yuru. That level of strength is absurd. Juzo Biwa clicked his tongue as he stared at Tsunade's voluptuous figure. But what flashed in his mind wasn't her appearance, it was the scene of her pounding the Eight Tails Jinchuriki into the ground and shattering the Mangekyo's Genjutsu in an instant. She's one of the Sannin, after all. In front of a Sannin, it doesn't matter if you're Uchiha or one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, you're nothing. Kurierare Kushimaru said indifferently. Beside him, Shizun, vice-captain of 4th Division, beamed with pride. Lady Tsunade's strength was beyond question. She hadn't even released her Zanpakuto, yet she had single-handedly crushed the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. That was the might of Princess Tsunade. You think Lord Yuru sent you just to stand there and watch me fight alone? Tsunade snapped. What's the situation on Danzo's side? Pretty much wrapped up. All enemy pursuers have been eliminated. Juzo Biwa patted the soul extraction device on his waist. But I'll say this, the Cloud's combat strength is no joke. One of the pursuers, a guy named Toroi, was hellbent on killing Danzo. If Danzo hadn't used some secret technique, he might have succeeded. Secret technique? Tsunade frowned. What kind? Probably something like Izanagi, Shizun answered quickly. Lord Danzo had his heart pierced by Toroi's magnetic release shuriken, but a moment later it regenerated. There was a distinct in-release chakra fluctuation. Very similar to what's described in the Sharingan Dojutsu analysis manual about Izanagi. Lord Yuru once said the Sharingan Danzo used during the Third War, belonging to Uchiha Kagami, was already exhausted. So it's likely Danzo transplanted another one, maybe even more. Tsunade's brow creased deeper, though she wasn't surprised. Of course she knew the filth that lurked in Konoha's higher-ups. That was one reason she had left in the first place. They even exploited her grandfather's corpse, so how much worse could their treatment of the long-despised Uchiha clan have been? No need to worry. This isn't something we need to deal with. Tsunade's voice was calm. We'll just help ease the pressure on Konoha from the cloud. Unless the village is on the brink of annihilation, we don't intervene further. Understood. Konoha camp. When Fugaku met Danzo, wrapped in many bandages, seemed to be in good spirits, though his unit had suffered heavy losses. Especially his elite root operatives. According to Danzo, if it hadn't been for those elites sacrificing themselves, activating the reverse 4-symbol sealing technique and turning themselves into suicide bombs, they wouldn't have escaped the cloud pursuit alive. After the two sides met, the forces set up camp and began treating the wounded. It happened to be lunchtime, so Danzo, Fugaku, and several elite jonin grabbed a quick onigiri before convening in the command tent. There was actually another force on the battlefield besides the cloud, Danzo began, eyeing Fugaku, clearly displeased with the third Hokage's order to make Fugaku commander, though he said nothing directly. They wore matching uniforms, but not ninja gear. Based on my intel, they were from Kirigakure's Soul Society. The mist is involved too. Fugaku's brow furrowed appropriately. Unclear. But those Soul Society people seem to be on our side. Maybe Mizukage Yoru's just following through on our newly signed cooperation pact, giving us a hand. Danzo scoffed as he said this, clearly not believing his own words. He then changed the subject. You fought Killer Bee. Yeah. He got away using a tentacle substitution. Fugaku made no attempt to hide it, he directly claimed Tsunade's achievement as his own. But Danzo didn't buy it for a second. His one visible eye stared daggers at Fugaku. Sure, the man was known as White Eye Fugaku, but single-handedly defeating the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Impossible. That was the Eight Tails. As if sensing the doubt, Fugaku's pitch-black eye suddenly changed. In front of Danzo and every ninja in the tent, he revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan. The blood-red eyes blazed in the dimly lit tent. Positioned at the head of the table, Fugaku immediately drew every gaze in the room. The moment those eyes appeared, the entire tent fell into dead silence. You could hear a pin drop. A chilling, eerie aura radiated from Fugaku's eyes. The non-Uchiha Jonin felt only dread, but the Uchiha Jonin present were all stunned, then ecstatic, their faces filled with fervent excitement. Danzo shot to his feet, trembling with disbelief. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku, when did you? Just when I was in the Land of Iron. Fugaku's voice was deep. I awakened it upon hearing of the fourth Hokage and Kushina's deaths. You know, Kushina, Mikoto, and I were close friends. Losing them both devastated me. That's what triggered the awakening. Bullshit. Danzo cursed inwardly. Sure, Kushina and Mikoto were best friends, everyone in Konoha knew that. But what the hell did that have to do with you, Fugaku? You're telling me you awakened the Mangekyo because the fourth and his wife died? I don't buy it. You've clearly had that eye for a while and were just hiding it, biding your time. Now that the fourth's dead, and we're down to just a few viable candidates for fifth Hokage, now you reveal it. You've been playing the long game, haven't you? Still, Danzo couldn't show any of this on the surface. This was the Mangekyo Sharingan, the same eyes that once subdued the Nine Tails and clashed with Hashirama Senju himself. Haha. Incredible. No wonder you were able to take down the Eight Tails. Danzo forced a smile, no longer questioning Fugaku's story. Madara had once used the Mangekyo to control the Nine Tails in his fight against Hashirama. Even recently, another Mangekyo user had manipulated the Nine Tails to attack Konoha. Now, Fugaku had defeated the Eight Tails Jinchuriki with the same eyes. It was entirely plausible. Why didn't Danzo suspect Fugaku of orchestrating the Nine Tails attack? Because Fugaku had a perfect alibi, he had been in the Land of Iron at the time. But if we include that bastard from Higashimatsuyama, that means there are two Mangekyo users in the world right now. Decades went by without a single one appearing, and now two emerge at the same time. Coincidence? Or have you, Fugaku, struck some secret deal with that man? Danzo's lone eye narrowed coldly, thoughts racing. I've taken on this command from the third Hokage, and as long as I hold it, Konoha will not lose this war. Fugaku's words rang with steely conviction as his Mangekyo scanned the tent. If the cloud dares to invade, then we'll teach them a harsh lesson. Inabi. Clan head. Inabi, flushed with excitement, shouted at the top of his lungs, startling the normally reserved Abirame next to him. Relay my orders, the newly arrived reinforcements will take over everyone's duties. Consolidate our forces and rest for one day. Tomorrow afternoon, we launch a full-scale assault on the cloud. Yes, sir. Despite Konoha's forces being decimated from the Third War and the Ninetales attack, while the cloud remained virtually unscathed, the outcome of a battle often hinges not on numbers, but on power. This was the ninja world. One supreme warrior could decide everything. Just as Yuki Yoru had once tilted the scales between Kiri and Konoha alone, now Fugaku, with his Mangekyo, would decide this war against the cloud. This battle could be won. Fugaku issued his command. Danzo and the top Jonin took their leave to prepare. Only the Uchiha remained behind, their eyes burning with fervor. When all the outsiders had gone, one elder finally couldn't hold back. Clan head, you really awakened the Mangekyo. I did. Magnificent. This is the power our ancestors used to bring peace to the Warring States era. Tomorrow, we'll show the cloud the might of the Uchiha. Ha ha ha. Tomorrow we drive them out of the land of fire, day after that, we're back in Konoha, running for Hokage. The power of the Mangekyo was beyond dispute. The Uchiha present were nearly trembling with excitement. Some were already daydreaming about ruling Konoha. What? You say we're still at war? Who cares? It's the Mangekyo Sharingan, you fool. The cloud is nothing but sand before Fugaku-sama. At that moment, every Uchiha there could already see the future, Fugaku wearing the Hokage hat and robe, standing atop the Hokage tower. Their cheers were deafening. Even Fugaku himself couldn't help feeling stirred. The lust for battle ran in Uchiha blood. No matter how composed Fugaku appeared, the dark Uchiha within was very much alive. Tomorrow's battle won't be mine alone, it'll be ours. Don't worry, clan head. Tomorrow we'll show those cloud bastards the power of the Uchiha. Hell yeah. Watch me, tomorrow, I'll take out 10 of them. 10. I'll take 20. You kidding me? I'll do 50. 100. Shirkai, 10,000 seal lockdown. Kirigakure, Mizukage's residence. With a crisp shout, a massive surge of spiritual pressure, Ryatsu, exploded from the open training yard. Luckily, the walls were protected by a special barrier, preventing the pressure from leaking out. Golden light burst from the red-haired figure at the center. Even Yoru, watching from the side, couldn't help but marvel. Another absurd Zanpakuto. As Uzumaki Kushina finished her training, Yuru stepped onto the training ground, clapping. You're adapting well. At this rate, you'll be ready to take over as captain of 7th Division. Spirit energy and chakra aren't so different, Kushina replied, sheathing her Zanpakuto and patting the blade. The only thing I'm not used to is the sword itself. She'd never specialized in swordsmanship. Her style had always been a mix of sealing jutsu and taijutsu. If that wasn't enough, she'd use the Ninetales chakra. But thanks to the influence of her husband's disciple swordmaster father, she had some basics and was adapting quickly. Swordplay's not essential. In the end, a Shinigami's strength lies in their spiritual pressure. The blade is just one way to release it. Still, skill matters. Just like chakra, those with better control can maximize their jutsu's power. I imagine spirit energy's the same. True. Take your time. We have plenty. MMH. They fell silent briefly. Then Kushina's eyes grew urgent. Yoru sighed. All right. I've brought news from Konoha and Naruto. Don't worry. What kind of mother wouldn't worry about her child? Naruto's just been born, she snapped, back to her fiery self. Fine, Yoru shrugged. Konoha's fine. Tsunade's already gone to help. With her there, Konoha won't lose to the cloud. As for your child. What happened to Naruto? Kushina grew agitated. 2 bad pieces of news, Yuru said, tossing her a scroll. Hiruzen Sarutobi changed your child's name to Uzumaki Naruto and concealed his parentage. Worse, rumors are circulating in Konoha that Naruto is the Ninetales in human form. You understand what that means in a village still mourning and afraid. Kushina stood frozen, anger bubbling just beneath the surface. Yoru quickly added, stay calm. That's just Sarutobi giving the people a scapegoat. Even if that scapegoat is the Hokage's son. What do you mean? Kushina seethed. What's the second piece of news? As a Shinigami, you now understand the relationship between body, soul, and chakra, right? If not, I'll send you to the archives first. Cut the crap. What happened to Naruto? Relax. It's just that, there's a reincarnated soul, cloaked in special chakra, sealed inside your son's body. Yoru looked calmly at the frozen Kushina. To put it simply, someone may be planning to possess your child. Chapter 166, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 166. Chakra is a unique kind of power. In a certain sense, chakra doesn't naturally exist in the shinobi world. Its presence is due to the Otsutsuki clan, who used the Ten Tails to forcibly merge and refine the world's energy into a unified form, chakra. As a result, top-tier chakra can reach terrifying intensities. The chakra possessed by the Sage of Six Paths was so powerful that it even exceeded the spiritual energy currently controlled by Yoru. That said, the chakra found across the shinobi world today is an incredibly diluted version. Still, no matter how diluted it becomes, the essence of chakra cannot be changed. It is the fusion of spiritual and physical energy, and it inherently contains a person's will, or more precisely, a wedge. The wedge of the Sage of Six Paths. The wedges of Indra and Asura. In the original timeline, Indra and Asura used this high-level chakra to reincarnate across generations. While it wasn't identical to the Otsutsuki's direct soul transfer through wedges, the principle was similar. After all, Indra and Asura were also descendants of the Otsutsuki. Each generation's reincarnated vessel would gradually become more and more like Asura in chakra, body, and thought, until the transformation was complete. In the end, they became a full recreation of the original Asura, effectively resurrecting both Asura and Indra through an alternate method. You should now understand what our goal is for the future, Yuru said calmly. In a sense, even the Sage of Six Paths was one of them. They possess an extremely special power, replicating and digitizing themselves, then implanting the data into others, ultimately using the target's body to achieve their own resurrection. Yoru explained in a matter-of-fact tone. This concept wasn't hard to grasp. Within the Soul Society of Kirigakure, all captains had access to learning materials, and Yuru had intentionally included information on the Otsutsuki, particularly their method of achieving immortality, through wedges. While such words may seem cruel, that is the reality. Uzumaki Kushina's fists were clenched tight, her entire body trembling. Yuru watched her silently. As time passed and Naruto grew older, the compressed file hidden inside his body would begin to decompress piece by piece. Once the full dataset was unlocked, the vessel's body would be overwritten by the Otsutsuki's data. The original person, the vessel, would vanish completely. That would mark the full resurrection of the Otsutsuki within Naruto's body. This process would be silent and subtle. Even Naruto himself wouldn't notice it happening. Over time, his personality and self-awareness would be replaced entirely. In the end, he would become nothing more than the embodiment of the chakra being awakened inside him. Yoru's words were clear and precise. Kushina said nothing. There was no visible explosion of rage, no scream, no tearful outburst. But her nails had pierced into her palms so deeply that blood dripped from her clenched fists. She was a mother. A mother who had only recently given birth, who had placed all her hope and dreams in her child. To suddenly learn that her son would one day be used as a tool for someone else's resurrection, that pain was worse than death. Why? Kushina stared at Yuki Yoru, her aura surging like a volcano about to erupt. Why Naruto? Why him? A very good question. Yoru nodded slightly. Based on everything we know, descendants of the Sage of Six Paths are more likely to be chosen as vessels. That includes clans like Senju, Uchiha, Kagaya, and Hyuga. Their chakra makes for ideal vessels. Statistically speaking, Naruto should have had low odds of being chosen. But not zero. Minato was from a civilian family. But you weren't. The Uzumaki clan is closely related to the Senju, a branch family. You're a descendant of the sage. So the reason lies with you. But even that doesn't quite add up. A mixed blood should be inferior to pure blood. Shouldn't they? Yoru's tone lightened, almost joking. But now I'm curious, why did you and Minato name your son Naruto? What do you mean by that? Kushina paused, confused at the sudden change in topic. Oh, nothing. That name just reminded me of something, Yuru said, eyes narrowing. I hope it's not what I think it is. It came from one of Master Jiraiya's novels, Kushina answered after a moment, with a touch of pride. Minato named Naruto hoping he would grow up like the main character, persevering, strong, responsible. A true man. That answer made Yoru's expression shift slightly. So it was Jiraiya. What do you mean by that? Heh. Yoru chuckled and continued, guiding Kushina toward the truth. Jiraiya had two disciples in his lifetime. One was Minato Namikaze. The other is the leader of the Akatsuki, the very men who attacked the 5 Kage summit in the Land of Iron. As Minato's wife, surely you know why Jiraiya chose him as his student. Because of status. No, Jiraiya was one of the Sannin, a disciple of the third Hokage. People were begging to learn under him. Because of talent? No, Minato was a genius, but when he first graduated, he hadn't shown his full potential. The teacher-student bond alone wasn't strong enough to warrant such favor. The real reason is because Jiraiya believed Minato was the child of prophecy, Kushina whispered. Exactly. Yoru's smile was faint but knowing. The toad from Mount Myaboku predicted that Jiraiya would find the one destined to bring either peace or destruction to the shinobi world. He thought Minato was that person. But he was wrong. Minato died. The leader of the Akatsuki isn't the one either. I crippled him in the land of iron. Even if he recovers, he's no longer a threat. I hate those toads, but one thing's certain, that prophecy has never been wrong. Yoru looked directly at the stunned Kushina. But Jiraiya is dead now. He won't be taking on another disciple. So tell me, where is that child of prophecy now? Naruto. Perhaps that's why there's a special chakra spirit hidden inside his body. With that, Yuru casually planted the seed of suspicion between Kushina and Mount Myaboku. Even though his true enemies were the celestial Otsutsuki, Yuru harbored no fondness for those dead frogs either. That damned toad had been scheming since the days of the Sage of Six Paths. If Yuru believed it wasn't plotting something, he'd be a fool. No matter where you went, everyone had their own agendas. Whether it was the toads or Hamura Otsutsuki's legacy, everyone had stakes in the shinobi world. And Yuru had no intention of letting any of them win. Kushina's face twisted with unease. Her brows knit together in silence. She hadn't signed a summoning contract with Mount Myaboku, but she was deeply connected to them. Her husband, her husband's teacher, and even her own son had signed the toad summoning contract. Yes, Naruto had done so during the Ninetales attack. What role had Mount Myaboku played in all this? Did they know nothing about the chakra spirit inside Naruto? Or were they involved? Was this a prophecy they merely foresaw, or something they actively orchestrated? Could it be that everything, from Jiraiya taking Minato as a disciple, to all the events of the past few decades, had been one massive conspiracy? Had it all been for the resurrection of that entity hidden within Naruto? No. I won't allow it. I refuse to let Naruto become someone else's vessel. Kushina roared, turning to storm out, only to be blocked by Yoru. And what are you going to do? He looked at her calmly. March into Konoha and announce to the world that you're alive. Slap the village elders in the face and then take your son back to raise yourself. That would definitely be a very Kushina thing to do. But what then? That chakra spirit inside Naruto, you can't remove it. Yoru's words made her freeze in place. Not even you, she demanded. Not at the moment, he admitted with a shrug. I'm not ashamed to say it. In truth, it wasn't that Yoru couldn't remove the Azura chakra, it was that he didn't dare provoke the Sage of Six Paths. He remembered all too clearly the terrifying presence that had emerged during the Ninetales attack. At this point, he simply wasn't strong enough to take on the sage himself. Don't act recklessly, Kushina. I understand how you feel, any mother would. But we're talking about plans laid over centuries. You can't just bulldoze them on a whim. Some things take preparation. Kushina remained silent. Yoru wasn't in a rush. He had told her all this for a reason, not to make her throw a fit and storm into Konoha, but to use her identity as the mother of the child of prophecy, to shake things up in the future. If she charged in now, it would only mildly irritate the sage and that damn toad, without changing a thing. What should I do, she finally asked, calmer now. Nothing. If you want to help your child, then master your power. Focus on understanding your strength. Yoru's voice was soft but resolute. When war breaks out in the future, you'll need to be able to stand in front of him. To shield him from everything. As for now, don't worry too much about Naruto. The chakra erosion is real, but it takes time. And with me around, they won't succeed so easily. All right. Kushina nodded firmly, eyes burning with resolve. As a mother, she was ready to give everything for her child. She had given her life during the Ninetales attack. And now, she was willing to offer even her soul. To protect her son, Kushina continued learning to harness the power of a Shinigami. Yoru stood nearby, occasionally offering pointers. In the absence of combat, his shadow clone could remain indefinitely. His real body, however, was currently on Kirisumi Island. To have a Shinigami devour the power of a hollow. Uzumaki Hiromi muttered as she observed the scene below. Can that really be done? Shinigami and hollows were similar in some ways, they both use spiritual power to stimulate the soul. But where the Shinigami process was stable and orderly, hollows were born from overwhelming emotion, fusing the chaos into their power. It was like order versus chaos, two opposing forces. Could they really be merged? Even with Uchiha Shirsui's immense spiritual energy and the Rinnegan, a top-tier power, this was a warped fusion of opposing aspects of the soul. Could he really endure it? Yes. Yoru's reply was calm, but filled with absolute confidence. As if this wasn't some wild gamble, but a predetermined outcome. As long as the steps were followed, it would succeed. Hiromi didn't know where Yoru's confidence came from. She was the core figure behind all of Kirigakure's current Shinigami experiments, and the most knowledgeable person about Kirigakure, or rather, Yoru's current understanding of Shinigami, hollows, and even the still-developing Quincy, without exception. Almost all newly created Shinigami had passed through her hands, and she was responsible for various researches within Hueco Mundo. She understood Yoru's logic to an extent. Just like the Rinnegan required, dividing one god into yin and yang, then fusing opposites into one to grasp all phenomena, the fusion of two diametrically opposed forces was a valid path to evolution. But this? Merging Shinigami and hollow powers now. It was far too soon. She couldn't see any chance of success. But Yoru. Hiromi looked down at Uchiha Shisui with narrowed eyes. If Yoru said it would work, then it would work. It hurts. On Kirisumi Island, Shisui was in agony. After devouring that ajuchas, he felt like a fire had ignited inside him, yet he was shivering from the cold. The physical symptoms were secondary. The worst part was his mind. A storm of violent, evil, twisted emotions was flooding into his brain. It's unbearable. This Shinigami hollow fusion, it's torture. I was the Uchiha prodigy. Konoha's hope. And now here I am, used like a breeding tool in Kirigakure. Sure, some parts were fun, but the humiliation. He stole my Mangekyo. Took everything from me. Tormented me with life or death experiments, body, soul. I was a person, and now I'm nothing but a broken ghost. Damn you, Yuki Yoru. Damn you. His mind cracked. A deluge of warped, furious memories erupted. The kidnapping, the theft of his Mangekyo, the experiments. Everything he'd suffered played in his mind, and under the influence of the hollification, the rage was magnified 100-fold. His Rinnegan was bloodshot, and the searing pain in his body pushed him over the edge. Ayaha. Blood tears streamed down his cheeks. Kneeling, Shisui let out a tortured scream. His soul and body were breaking. Yoru and Yumi watched from above. Suddenly, a faint glow lit up in Yoru's eyes. It's happening. What? Yumi asked reflexively, and then gasped. Right before her eyes, strange white spiritual matter began to pour from Shisui's body. It crawled up his face, hardening into a monstrous white mask. His limbs twisted. His skin morphed. Even his hands and feet warped into something beast-like. Uchiha Shisui had undergone hollification. Chapter 167, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 167. Hiromi wasn't wrong. At the current stage of Yoru's research into Shinigami and hollows, the success rate of performing hollification on a Shinigami was infinitesimally close to zero. But not actually zero. The Uchiha clan's mental state, in general, wasn't what you'd call normal, and Shisui Uchiha, who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and even experienced life and death to unlock the Rinnegan, was the most extreme example. That twisted emotional depth, comparable to the extreme negative feelings locked inside the box of ultimate bliss, was what gave this supposedly doomed experiment a sliver of hope. And it was precisely that near-zero probability that allowed the experiment to succeed. Aya-aya-wa. Shisui's piercing scream tore across the sky. In that moment, he no longer looked human but more like a humanoid hollow. The white substance on his face, now a mask, continued to grow and spread across his body like a bony exoskeleton. The pain that racked his body only intensified with every inch it spread, and his agonized cries became more horrific. Incredible. It's actually possible to graft hollow power onto a Shinigami. Hiromi stared, eyes wide in disbelief, as if witnessing a miracle of the world. Has he succeeded? Not yet, Yuru replied, shaking his head. The power of hollows is unique. Getting a Shinigami to withstand hollow energy is only the first step. To endure it, then to grasp it, and ultimately to control it. Right now, Shisui has only completed the very first step. Being able to endure the hollification meant the experiment could continue. The hollow and Shinigami powers would now begin their tug-of-war inside his body, fighting endlessly until one emerged victorious. That was when the experiment would truly be considered a success. And for that, he would need Yoru's help, carefully and slowly. Yuru stared at Shisui's trembling, screaming body below. His eyes shimmered faintly. I don't want this. Yuki Yoru, I don't want Konoha's shinobi to find out what I've become. I'll cooperate, I swear. What is this Shinigami experiment? What are you doing to me? You're playing with souls. You said only by facing death could I awaken the Rinnegan. No, it hurts so much. I don't want to die. Torrents of painful memories assaulted him. Again and again. From the very beginning, he had been pushed, step by step, from Konoha's rising star, body flicker, Shisui, to the broken creature he was now. His bloodline was studied. His soul was altered. Endless experiments were performed on him. Even death-defying procedures were done without hesitation. Over and over again, Yuru had pushed him off the cliff's edge, into a darkness without hope, without future. His only remaining hope was Yuru's promise, that one day, he might become the ruler of chakra. Love is the source of life for the Uchiha clan. They will give everything for what they love. For Shisui, that love was the future of the shinobi world. In that sense, yes, he willingly became Yuru's tool. Of course, that didn't mean he never doubted any of it. He had questioned Yuru. But at this point, did he really have any choice? All that anguish, all the pain he'd endured for the sake of love and protection, had crystallized into a grotesque, monstrous form in his heart. That monster looked like a composite of countless versions of himself, stitched together. Limbs upon limbs, organs upon organs. Crimson Sharingan and pale Rinnegan dotted its twisted body. But in its chest was a gaping void. As if it had no heart. Uchiha. Shisui. Drool dripped from the monster's jaws as it stepped toward him. Shisui's face twisted in terror. He staggered backward in the black void, and fell. No. No, don't. Aya. With wide, terrified eyes, Shisui watched the monstrosity grin, and leap toward him. In the real world, the white substance around Shisui grew more rapidly, encasing his entire body. As it enveloped him, the human form of Shisui vanished. His limbs twisted. Skin fell away, replaced by black feathers. The mask on his face extended forward into a sharp, beak-like protrusion, eerily similar to a medieval plague doctor. And most notably, a pair of black wings unfurled from his back. Reawaf. The twisted monster stood up, letting out a bone-chilling roar. Did he fail to endure the hollow power? Hiromi asked, her voice grim. Lord Yuru, what now? Hollowification is actually quite similar to how the Uchiha awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, Yuru said calmly. It all comes down to how they handle negative emotion. That's why I chose Uchiha Shisui. To hate their weakness, to hate this twisted world, and then turn that hatred into unyielding power, that is the Uchiha's unique power of love. And to awaken it requires enduring intense suffering. I believe in the power of love within Shisui. He has the potential to complete the hollowification. He can do this. But we can't let him go on unchecked. Yuru turned to the air beside him. Go meet him. What, fight a mindless beast, came a cold, disinterested voice. From thin air beside Yuru, a dark humanoid figure emerged. It didn't even look twice at the raging hollowified Shisui below. He may be mindless, but his power is real, Yuru said. You'll benefit from seeing what a hollowified Shinigami can really do. TCH. The black figure snorted, then vanished from Yuru's side, appearing directly in front of the screaming, hollowified Shisui. This new arrival was vaguely humanoid, with white skin, black wings, and a pair of sharp white horns sprouting from his head. He looked even more like a person than Shisui did. He was called Number 1, a name given by Yuru. The first, and so far only, Vasto Lord of Hueco Mundo. In that moment, the gazes of two inhuman monsters collided. Though he lacked reason, the hollow instincts within Black Crow Shisui drove him forward. He lunged at Number 1 with terrifying speed, fast enough to rival a Shinigami Shuinpa. But it was useless. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't match Sonido, the hollow flash step that allowed travel across space itself. Just as Black Crow Shisui's strike was about to land, Number 1 vanished, reappearing beside him in an instant. One razor-sharp claw slashed toward Shisui's throat. Clang. The clash of metal rang out. Number 1's expression turned serious. Just as Yuru had said, Shisui might be mindless, but his stats were off the charts. Even in this partial hollow state, his he-arrow, steel skin, was stronger than Number 1's own. The amount of spiritual pressure he was emitting was staggering. Power that breaks through all limits. Red light flickered in Number 1's eyes. His previous boredom gave way to rising excitement. The boundary between Hollow and Shinigami, this evolution of power. Why you? Why did Lord Yuru choose you? A surge of green spiritual pressure, Ryatsu, erupted from Number 1's body. Glowing energy condensed in front of him like a massive siro. He fired. The blast ripped through Kirisumi Island in a titanic explosion. Smoke billowed everywhere, until Number 1 swept it aside, revealing Black Crow Shisui beneath a pile of rubble, completely unscathed. This durability, this body. The red light in Number 1's eyes burned brighter. Beneath the rubble, Black Crow Shisui rose slowly. Though devoid of consciousness, his instinct understood what had just happened. He locked onto his target. He was a monster driven only by the urges to kill and consume. Seeing prey before him, his instincts surged. His spiritual pressure exploded, so violently that the entire island trembled. Reawuff. A furious roar echoed across Jinmu Island like thunder. Hiromi's face paled. Even number 1 flinched. This level of amplification is perfectly normal, Yuru said flatly. A Shinigami Shirkai and Bankai multiply their Ryatsu by several times. Breaking the boundary between Hollow and Shinigami only increases it further. Even though Shisui hasn't fully mastered his Hollow powers, just in Ro Ryatsu, he's already several times stronger than before. Damn it. Number 1's eyes dimmed. He sensed something. A premonition. His expression changed. He vanished instantly with a sonido. At the exact same moment, Black Crow Shisui opened his gaping beak, firing a colossal black Zero, hundreds of meters wide, straight into the sky. It tore through the clouds like a divine spear. If it had hit, even a Vasto Lord like number 1 would have been severely injured. You were chosen to wield this kind of power. Don't screw with me. Number 1 roared, eyes blazing. He raised his hand. Green spiritual energy condensed, forming a high-density Zero. Boom. A searing green blast shot through the air, slamming into Shisui and blanketing the world in an emerald glow. The condensed pressure warped the very air. Gran Ray Zero. Boom. A thunderous explosion shattered the landscape. The ground where Shisui had stood collapsed into a massive crater. Number 1, panting from the effort, smirked. Stupid beast. You had power but no. Whum. Suddenly, every alarm in his soul went off. He felt it. That chilling sixth sense, the same one that had saved his life countless times in Hueco Mundo. The feeling of death. The wind stirred. Ryatsu surged. In a blink, a black figure appeared behind him. Number 1's face contorted in shock. He had sensed danger, but he couldn't react in time. Schlunk. A claw tore through his chest. Even his Vasto Lord He arrow couldn't stop it. Shisui's claw punched straight through. His other claw grabbed number 1's arm. His beak opened wide, spiritual energy forming within it. Zero. Point blank. The blast annihilated number 1's torso and soared into the ocean behind him. A distant explosion erupted on the far shore. Number 1 collapsed onto the blood-stained beach. A massive hole gaped in his chest. Blood poured from his mouth. That one shot had destroyed all his organs. No regeneration could save him now. He had only moments to live. From afar, Black Crow Shisui swooped in and landed beside him. The beak opened again, this time, not to fire, but to devour. A massive suction force pulled number 1 in. Yuru and Hiromi watched silently as Black Crow Shisui consumed every last trace of number 1. Rearoff. The monster shrieked and turned his gaze upward, locking eyes with Yuru. That blood-red stare radiated madness. He's powerful, but completely uncontrollable, Hiromi murmured. If Shisui's consciousness doesn't return, this thing's worth less than number 1. And with that kind of destructive power, if it gets loose in the shinobi world, it would be an apocalypse. Unbreakable He arrow. Regeneration stronger than Sage mode. Zero blasts like Baijidama. To Hiromi, this thing's power exceeded even Madara Uchiha or Hashirama Senju. Don't worry, Yuru said. That won't happen. He smiled at the beast barreling toward him, raised a finger, and pointed. 96 Pillar Bone Seal Suppression. A second later, before it could even react, Black Crow Shisui was sealed. Crash. A massive trident-shaped bone prison fell from the sky, pinning the hollow monster to the battlefield. No matter how powerful a Shinigami, he was still beneath the Master of Death. Until your consciousness returns, stay in there. Shisui-kun. With a snap of his fingers, Yuru made the bone prison vanish. Huh. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky. Hiromi froze too, something fast was hurtling through the atmosphere, creating a high-pitched screech as it tore through the air. Then a streak of light appeared. It rapidly grew larger, brighter, descending from the sky like a meteor. Is that a person? Hiromi gasped. No way, don't tell me. Yuru narrowed his eyes. The descending figure was now clearly visible, bathed in green chakra flames. Cloaked in a white robe, adorned with magatama around his neck. Hiromi's expression tightened. Lord Yuru, is it them? More or less. Chapter 168, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 168. High above in the sky, a figure stood with his back to the warm sunlight, overlooking Yuki Yoru and Uzumaki Hiromi. His entire body was wrapped in a vibrant green chakra flame. Just standing there, he exuded an overwhelming sense of terrifying power. Despite his imposing presence, upon seeing Yoru's calm expression, and hearing his somewhat odd tone, Hiromi realized this newcomer might not be the imagined enemy Yoru had been preparing for all along. But what did he mean by more or less? Yuki Yoru. You dare tamper with the power of souls, devouring the spirits of the ninja world during wartime. Your actions are unforgivable and deserve divine punishment. A cold, indifferent voice came from the mouth of the Otsutsuki outcast. The arrogance and contempt in his words were undisguised, as if he were interrogating a criminal. However, I am merciful and understand that the root of sin does not lie with you but with this world itself. This filthy, degenerate, chaotic, and sorrowful world is beyond redemption. Endless wars and slaughter, treachery and darkness between people, have enraged the great ancestors, who now send divine retribution. This world needs to be cleansed. Yuki Yoru, will you become my blade, and atone through deeds? Ah! Both Hiromi and Yuru were stunned. Hiromi had no clue what this guy was rambling about, but Yuru had gleaned a bit of understanding from his words. He had a pretty good idea of the man's identity, and his purpose in coming to the ninja world. Long ago, the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, and his brother, Otsutsuki Himura, had together sealed their mother away in the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Hagoromo, the elder brother, stayed on Earth to spread ninchu and establish the ninja world, while Himura led a younger generation of the Otsutsuki clan to live on the moon, maintaining contact with Earth via the Hyuga clan descended from their branch family. In the movie canon, the development of the moon's Otsutsuki clan was a turbulent one. Conflicts between the main and branch families led to brutal civil war. The branch family even created the massive Tensigan, which annihilated the main family entirely. In the end, only Otsutsuki Tonari was left on the moon. Clearly, though, this guy wasn't Tonari. He was someone older, likely a predecessor. But none of that really mattered. Hiromi. Yoru turned to Hiromi, speaking calmly despite the pompous, main character energy posture of the moonborn Otsutsuki, who looked like he was trying to judge the world itself, making even Nagato look humble by comparison. I remember Yukiko hit a bottleneck in her Kekkei Genkai research, right? Ah. Hiromi blinked, then quickly nodded. Yes. Yukiko's cultivation work with the Sharingan and Hashirama cells has hit a standstill. Especially with combining White Zetsu cells, Kagaya lineage traits, and Uzumaki cells, it's stuck at a bottleneck. Yoru nodded. From nothing, integration is indeed hard. But if she had a direct ancestral specimen, her work would probably go much smoother. You go back to the village and have her prepare for the next research phase. Yes. At this point, Hiromi fully understood what Yuru meant and left immediately, her expression solemn. Their nonchalant conversation had already made the veins bulge on the Otsutsuki outcast's forehead. Their words only deepened the fury in this self-proclaimed, heavenly god, and overseer of the earthly realm. How arrogant. Arrogant. Yoru chuckled. I think you completely misunderstand. I was going to be a good host, after all, you're a guest, and you came a long way from the moon. But you waltzed right into my Kirigakure, stole a Byakugan, then showed up here spouting self-righteous nonsense. Tell me. Did you see Otsutsuki Hagoromo's mighty chakra aura from the moon, but fail to see the power of Yuki Yoru? Or are you just some impure-blooded Otsutsuki? Who thinks my Zanpakuto is weak? Yoru's smile faded. Above Kirigakure, snowflakes began to fall. A biting chill swept through the air. The temperature plummeted. How despicable. The sudden drop in temperature and the biting cold did not bring fear to the moonborn Otsutsuki's face. On the contrary, this action infuriated him even further. Truly contemptible earthlings, and mere low-class natives who only received a meager chakra blessing, without even ancestral bloodline. Indeed, the world created by the great ancestor had long lost its meaning. This group, whose minds were filled only with war and slaughter, this world full of filth and depravity, should be directly purged and cleansed. Vibrant green chakra flame surged around the Otsutsuki outcast's body. A majestic aura burst forth from him, dispelling the cold while also isolating the wind and snow. Hatred and contempt burned on his face as he raised a hand toward Yoru. Stubborn fool. If you dare to wield the power of souls, then let this island become your eternal prison. He clenched his palm. Yoru immediately felt a subtle shift in the structure of the space above. The next instant, a colossal humanoid statue plummeted from the sky, like a thousand-armed Buddha, hurtling toward Yoru. This statue was bizarre, resembling an aged elder with two small horns on its forehead. Its features were stern, its body inscribed with countless Magatama-like patterns. It was the statue of Otsutsuki Himura, worshipped by his moon-descendant clan. It possessed self-restoring capabilities and sealing power strong enough to suppress even the Nine Tails. Boom. A thunderous crash shook the island as dust filled the air. Seeing Yoru completely crushed beneath the statue, the Otsutsuki outcast smiled coldly. Ignorant fool of the earth, be sealed forever by the power of the ancestors. And as for the rest of these rabble, Roar. A growl echoed nearby. The Otsutsuki outcast's eyes flashed with disgust. Without warning, grotesque black monsters surrounded him. These creatures were twisted in form, bearing pure white masks and giving off no chakra, but their presence was unsettling. Kirisumi Island was one of the islands within Hueco Mundo, and naturally, hollows were never in short supply there. Previously, due to Number 1 and Black Crow Shisui, the hollows didn't dare enter Kirisumi Island lightly, fearing they'd be caught in the battles of apex predators atop the food chain. But now, Number 1 had been devoured by Black Crow Shisui, and Black Crow Shisui had been sealed by Yuru. There were no longer any top-tier hollows on Kirisumi Island. Instead, there was the Otsutsuki outcast, radiating a sweet and savory aura. How could those starving hollows possibly resist the craving in their hearts? Roar. One of the more humanoid Ajuchas let out a shriek. A surge of dark spiritual energy gathered in its mouth, and a pitch-black Siro exploded forth, hurtling straight at the Otsutsuki outcast. How dare you? The Otsutsuki outcast roared, raising his palm. His chakra surged, and the Bakugan in his eyes flashed brilliantly. A massive repulsive force exploded outward, knocking the Siro away and blasting a crater into the ground. But rather than being intimidated, the hollows were provoked. Like a lit fuse, they all charged at the Otsutsuki outcast at once. His eyes narrowed. These twisted monsters lacked chakra, but at his level, the Otsutsuki outcast knew that chakra wasn't the only form of energy in existence. The Otsutsuki outcast had brought with him to the moon nearly all of the ninja world's recorded knowledge at the time they left, including comprehensive data on the various energy systems that once existed across the shinobi world. Among these, natural energy, spiritual energy, and soul energy were especially emphasized. And from a certain perspective, once mastered, any of these forces could rival high-level chakra in raw power. The Otsutsuki outcast could clearly sense that while these twisted, lowly creatures had no chakra, their bodies brimmed with immense soul energy and spiritual energy. Some even carried faint traces of natural energy. A handful of them posed no threat to him individually, but in such numbers. Humph. The Otsutsuki outcast's mind stirred. The giant Tensigan, far away on the moon, glowing faintly, brightened further. A torrent of pure Tensigan chakra poured into his body. In an instant, an overwhelming burst of repulsive force exploded outward, launching all the hollows into the air. As they were flung away, he swept his white, Magatama-patterned sleeve outward. Glimmering spheres of Tensigan chakra scattered into the sky, each one trailing after the airborne hollows. His sensory perception was exceptional, especially after obtaining the surprisingly strong Bakugan from Kirigakure, which allowed him to absorb the power of the giant Tensigan more efficiently. His perception had risen dramatically. In just that instant, he had already detected the truth: these grotesque, low-born creatures had an extraordinary regenerative capacity, and their energy consumption was minimal. To prevent a battle of attrition, or a scenario where sheer numbers overwhelmed him, he had to eliminate every possibility of resistance. Buzz. Special chakra spheres struck the hollows, suppressing their regeneration. Their wounds no longer healed. The Otsutsuki outcast unleashed another repulsive wave. Moments ago, the hollows had been frenzied and clawing for blood. Now, all of them were dead, disintegrated into pure spiritual particles, absorbed back into Hueco Mundo. Twisted soul beasts. He snorted. These mindless soul beasts were no true threat. The real disease of this twisted world lay with its people, humans, corrupted in thought and ideology. Moreover, by his perception, these soul species were numerous and strange, some capable of rapid regeneration, others moving in ways comparable to space-time ninjutsu. Completely purging all of them in this region would take far too much time and effort. He had no intention of wasting that. First, he would cleanse the utterly evil humans. That was the true priority. I'll start with Kirigakure, the Otsutsuki murmured. Of the 5 great nations, it is ruled by Yuki Yoru, an evil shinobi village. Open on the surface, but conducting dark experiments in secret. Human experimentation. Soul experimentation. Since the time of their previous Kage, it has reeked of blood and death. A den of corruption hidden across the sea. The cleansing of the ninja world begins here. Were you watching Kirigakure's calendar from the moon or something? How the hell do you know so much? Puffed. A sudden sound rang out from behind the Otsutsuki. A wave of frigid cold swept through his body. He jerked forward, coughing up blood, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked down, at the blade piercing cleanly through his chest. Bathed in the faint glow of refracted light, the sword's edge shimmered with a chilling brilliance. Yuki Yoru. The Otsutsuki immediately perceived the identity of the person behind him. But, how? He had just sealed Yoru beneath the ancestor statue. Although it wasn't as overwhelmingly powerful as the demonic statue of the Outer Path, the statue was imbued with Otsutsuki Himura's unique chakra. Its sealing strength was so great that not even a top-tier tailed beast could escape its suppression. The ancestral statue was clearly untouched, so how could Yuru have broken free from its seal? So you've been spying on the ninja world, staring at Kirigakure, just flipping through calendars or something, huh? Found whatever trash reasons you needed to justify your ideology. But you never bothered to study my abilities, did you? Yuru chuckled, speaking casually as if chatting over tea, while twisting his Zanpakuto, Hyarinmaru, utterly destroying the Otsutsuki's heart. You really don't understand a thing, Otsutsuki. Hyarinmaru's four-world freeze ability could ignore even sealing techniques like the demonic statue of the Outer Path's nine-tails sealing technique. Compared to that, the ancestor's statue was a joke. You actually had this kind of power. With his heart pulverized by Yuru, the Otsutsuki outcast spat blood, his chakra crashing. He murmured, so in the end, I really couldn't underestimate you. You are, after all, someone capable of drawing forth the ancestor's power. Yuru raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, an enormous shockwave burst from the Otsutsuki's body, forcing Yuru to flicker away in an instant. Hovering in the sky, still gripping Hyarinmaru, Yuru looked down. The Otsutsuki outcast took a deep breath as an immense tide of Tensigen chakra surged into his body like a flood. Tensigen chakra sealed the Otsutsuki's wounds. Under his control, his shattered heart, blood vessels, and internal organs, crushed to pulp by Hyarinmaru, were instantly restored. Truly a convenient power, he muttered. Yuru snorted quietly at the sight, unsurprised. Chakra really was a universal cure-all. And for the Otsutsuki clan, it could even reverse death itself. A mere mortal wound meant nothing. Chapter 169, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 169. Surging chakra enveloped the Otsutsuki outcast. After Yuru revealed his strength, this Otsutsuki descendant from the moon finally stopped his impotent bluster and unleashed his most powerful ability. The power of the Tensigen. Ha! An immense wave of Tensigen chakra poured into Otsutsuki outcast's body. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, radiating outward in all directions. His body was now infused with a chakra far denser than before, dozens of times over. He quickly merged with the glowing green flames of Tensigen chakra. His clothes, body, and even eyebrows and hair were stained a vivid green. Black truth-seeking orbs emerged from his forehead and floated around him. The sides of his forehead began to bulge slightly, resembling the transformation of their ancestor, Otsutsuki Himura. Among these foolish earthlings, you may stand above the rest, but in the face of invincible Tensigen power, none of it matters. Tensigen chakra mode had been activated. Interesting. Yoru's gaze swept over the Otsutsuki, sensing the boundless energy. Without a doubt, the Otsutsuki outcast, who had activated Tensigen chakra mode by leveraging the power of the giant Tensigen, had already surpassed the Superkage level and entered the ranks of Six Paths level beings. His most distinctive feature was the truth-seeking balls suspended around his body. Truth-seeking balls were highly condensed chakra bodies. As a manifestation of high-level chakra, truth-seeking balls fused the 7 chakra natures of yin and yang and the 5 elements. They possessed the ultimate power to create and destroy all things. Those without Six Paths power couldn't even touch them. Upon contact, even a being of Shisui's caliber would be instantly annihilated. This was the domineering nature of high-level chakra. Accompanied by a cold voice, the Otsutsuki outcast slowly raised his hand. The 9 truth-seeking balls floating around him immediately merged into one in his palm. At this moment, an incomparably stern and arrogant voice came from his mouth. Silver will reincarnation explosion. Boom. Surging chakra merged into the truth-seeking orb, giving rise to a massive storm that instantly swept across the entire Kirisumi Island. Amidst the explosions, the ferocious whirlwind destroyed everything. The trees, giant rocks, and hollows on Kirisumi Island. Even the ground below was directly pulverized and swept away under this terrifying might. Where the storm passed, only devastation remained. Faced with the incoming silver will reincarnation explosion, Yuru's expression turned serious for the first time. This was his first time facing a Six Paths level opponent, and one who had a seemingly infinite supply of energy from the giant Tensigen. Bakudo number 81. Danku. An invisible barrier formed before Yuru, halting the raging cyclone. The two forces collided, and though the wind howled fiercely against the barrier, it only took a few breaths for cracks to appear across its surface. The power of many Tensigen techniques depended heavily on the quantity and quality of truth-seeking balls used. With no reservations, Otsutsuki outcast tapped into the full strength of the giant Tensigen. Though the Bakugan he implanted were selected from Kirigakure and not as pure as those of the future Princess Hinata or her sister Hanabi, their power was still overwhelming. Thus, when he deployed 9 truth-seeking orbs in one attack, his silver will reincarnation explosion reached an unprecedented level, a true Six Paths tier dojutsu. Yuru's unchanged anti-danku in his Jigai state only held for a few breaths before it was covered in cracks, then burst open with a bang, subsequently slamming violently towards Yuru. This level of strength. Yuru's gaze was serious. But he soon noticed something off about Otsutsuki Outcast's body. On the skin around his neck, cracks had already begun to appear, resembling fractured porcelain. Green Tensigan chakra visibly leaked from within. Clearly, this level of Tensigan power was far beyond what his current body could endure. He wasn't Tonari Otsutsuki. Although he was also a pure-blooded Otsutsuki, his aptitude and capacity were far inferior to Tonari, whose aptitude would rival Otsutsuki Himura in the future. Heido number 88, Hiryu-Gekizoku Shinten Reiho. As the raging storm surged toward him, Yuru raised his palm. A thunderous blast as thick as a tree trunk erupted and collided with it, detonating in a violent explosion. The collision of the two created thick smoke. Before the dust could settle, accompanied by a chilling sound, the Otsutsuki outcast, glowing with emerald green light, attacked Yuki Yoru. A truth-seeking ball in his hand instantly transformed into a spear, which he fiercely swung down at Yuru. He clearly understood, he couldn't maintain this form for long. He had to end the battle quickly. Clang! Hyarinmaru collided with the truth-seeking ball spear, producing a metallic clash, which made the Otsutsuki outcast's expression stiffen. Ordinary weapons couldn't even touch truth-seeking ball, they would be obliterated on contact. Yet this blade. You won't be able to maintain this state for long, will you? As the two clashed, Yuru gazed at the cracks around his opponent's neck and said quietly, "Your body can't withstand such vast chakra. Give it half an hour, no, just a few more minutes, and this power will tear you apart from the inside. You'll rupture, maybe even explode. Even so, it's more than enough to erase a lowly earthling like you." "Is that so?" Yuru sneered, then suddenly forced him back. In a flash, he gripped Hyarinmaru tightly and slashed downward, unleashing a terrifying burst of energy. Bankai, Daiguren Hyarinmaru. A wave of freezing frost engulfed the blade. Razor-sharp ice wings burst forth as he struck toward Otsutsuki outcast. The Otsutsuki's pupils contracted. Yoru's sudden surge caught him completely off guard. He barely had time to defend with his truth-seeking balls. "I wonder if my four-world freeze can freeze your truth-seeking orbs." Yuru murmured softly. In Otsutsuki outcast's stunned gaze, an icy chill spread across the shield of truth-seeking balls, engulfing them entirely. Crack! In the next moment, the black shield shattered into fragments. Yoru's Hyarinmaru didn't lose momentum, he slashed directly at Otsutsuki outcast's neck. Impossible. He tried to dodge desperately, but the freezing field of Hyarinmaru couldn't be escaped so easily. In an instant, a colossal glacier erupted, sealing Otsutsuki outcast in a prison of ice. A towering glacier rose from the ground, freezing the entire Kirisumi Island in one sweep. From afar. Having been alerted to the battle by Hiromi, Kirigakure's core members had all arrived. Witnessing the entire island encased in ice in a single moment, Hozuki Gangetsu clicked his tongue. Fourth is truly ridiculously strong. Even with the limitations of his Chigai, he can achieve this much. For the fourth Mizukage to unleash Bankai, that so-called Otsutsuki can truly be proud, Yagura said in a low voice. Indeed. Gangetsu rubbed his chin. But honestly, that guy's fighting strength felt kinda average. Back then, fourth was dead serious, he said both Kirigakure and Soul Society weren't remotely strong enough to face those heavenly beings. The opponent isn't a true Otsutsuki. Hiromi said softly, according to Lord Yuru, the enemy is a descendant of Otsutsuki Himura, the Sage of Six Paths' younger brother, who remained on the moon. Although they are of the same clan as the Otsutsuki, due to the limitations of the moon environment and the lack of the Otsutsuki clan's full heritage, their strength is probably vastly different from the true Otsutsuki clan. I see, huh? Just then, as they spoke, a golden light burst from atop the glacier, so dazzling it rivaled the sun and even seemed to eclipse it. What is that? The blinding radiance forced everyone present to raise their hands and shield their eyes. The sudden burst of light was unbearably intense, but what shocked them most was that it was emerging from within the glacier. Someone actually broke out a fourth ice seal. Wait, is that a sword? What? That piercing golden beam of light, brighter than the sun itself, shot straight into the sky from the center of the glacier, as if stabbing through the heavens. Its sheer length, at least several kilometers, was terrifying. An immense and awe-inspiring pressure exploded from the golden sword of light. Yuki Yoru remained calm and composed. Tensigan techniques resembled those of the Rinnegan. Both could manipulate gravitational and repulsive forces, and both grew stronger depending on the user's chakra control. Moreover, the Rinnegan possessed both Six Paths and Outer Path abilities, and the Tensigan was no different. Among those abilities, the most devastating attack was the one they now faced. Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. A roaring voice echoed from within the glacier. The radiant beam that pierced the heavens began to tilt downward. That golden beam, shaped like a divine longsword, slashed down in an arc, slicing straight through the massive glacier Yuru had created, cleaving it cleanly in two. Boom. The glacier split violently, collapsing with a deafening crash. Shards of ice exploded into the sky. The earth itself shook violently, as if struck by an earthquake. Everyone present watched with grim expressions, especially the two captains, Hozuki Gangetsu and Yagura. This single attack was so powerful that even they, at full strength, would only barely be able to contend with it. And yet, the one who unleashed it wasn't even the true threat Yuru had predicted. Looks like we really will face a brutal war in the future. The terrifying power of the Golden Will reincarnation explosion shattered the glacier completely. Wielding the radiant golden sword, Otsutsuki Outcast emerged from the ice and stood tall in the sky, now clearly visible to all. Snow and ice drifted down from the sky like petals. Clad in glowing green Tensigen chakra, he stood like a celestial god, gripping a golden longsword that looked capable of rending the very sky. Even Yagura and Gangetsu, battle-hardened veterans, couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Deep down, a sense of helplessness crept in. Even Yuru had to admit that, in terms of raw battle strength, this guy was overtuned. No, more accurately, it was the giant Tensigen on the moon that was overpowered. Yuru could sense that Otsutsuki Outcast's current power level already approached the strength wielded by the Sage of Six Paths during that legendary day. Yuki Yoru. Otsutsuki Outcast raised the golden sword and fixed his gaze on Yuru. At this moment, he no longer had the confidence he'd shown earlier, as if he could crush Yuki Yoru at any time. That terrifying power Yuru had just unleashed had shaken him to his core. Had he not gone all in with the Tensigen just in time, he'd likely be a frozen corpse now. But the key problem remained: his power was temporary. Although the Golden Will reincarnation explosion had obliterated the glacier, the cracks on his body were spreading. They now reached from his forehead down to his arms and chest. Just as Yuru had warned, his body was on the verge of collapse. He likely wouldn't last even the originally estimated half hour. He had to end this, now. Whoosh. Without wasting another word, the prideful moonborn Otsutsuki vanished. In a blur, he flashed forward with his golden sword raised high. Empowered by his overflowing chakra, his physical strength was terrifying. In a blink, he was already in front of Yuru, and he slashed down without hesitation, unleashing the full might of the Golden Will reincarnation explosion. And yet, Yuru didn't dodge. Instead, he stood firm, and took the strike head-on with his chest. Boom. The golden sword slammed into the ground, creating a massive, bottomless ravine that split Kirisumi Island in half. The residual force continued across the open sea, kicking up titanic waves. Shattered ice glittered in the air as mist and frost blanketed the battlefield. The ambient temperature plummeted even further. It's over. Otsutsuki Outcast muttered. His Tensigen's perfect visual clarity allowed him to confirm what he saw: Waituki Yoru had been cleaved in two by his sword. Split cleanly at the waist. There was no way anyone could survive that. What gives you the right to say it's over, you ignorant fool? A cold voice rang out from the ruins. Yoru stood suspended in the air, completely unscathed. And as he emerged, an overwhelming spiritual pressure, more than 3 times stronger than before, erupted from his body. The sheer might of his presence rooted Otsutsuki Outcast in place. Even breathing became difficult. Yoru, seemingly unchanged in appearance, calmly walked toward his opponent, step by step. His gaze was utterly emotionless. What? Otsutsuki Outcast could barely stand under the suffocating pressure. He stared in disbelief. He had just witnessed himself slicing Yoru in two. How was he standing there now? You've already seen soul-type beings. So why would you treat me, a master of souls, like an ordinary human? Yoru's voice was calm. His eyes settled on the ever-worsening cracks in Otsutsuki Outcast's body. In truth, we're the same. We've long since transcended the concept of humanity. The Otsutsuki clan uses chakra to defy life and death. I, a Shinigami, do the same. Shinigami are soul-driven entities. When the body dies, our true nature emerges, just like your clan's data-based karma seals. Oh right, I forgot, you're just a wild Otsutsuki left behind on the moon. You don't know anything about that, do you? Bastard. Tensigen chakra surged again. Otsutsuki Outcast gritted his teeth and swung the golden sword once more, despite his collapsing body. But this time, his expression turned to utter shock. That sword, powerful enough to tear apart the heavens, landed on Yoru's bare palm, and couldn't move a single inch. I am indeed very strong without the Jigai's limitations, but the main reason lies with you. Yuru gently gripped the golden sword of the Golden Will reincarnation explosion. Your body can't hold up anymore. What? Otsutsuki Outcast's face changed dramatically. With a flick of Yoru's fingers, a spray of blood exploded from his opponent's waist. Already pushed to the limit, this added wound sent Otsutsuki Outcast's body into full collapse. How could this be? Sorry, I didn't control my strength well. I originally intended to cut you in half directly, it seems I cut too shallowly. Yoru's voice was casual as he exerted force. The golden sword formed by the golden will reincarnation explosion shattered, dispersing back into raw chakra. Otsutsuki outcast collapsed powerlessly to the ground. The green glow of his Tensigen chakra mode faded, revealing his blood-soaked white robe and his exhausted, pale face. With his physical body, if he had continued to maintain Tensigen chakra mode, complete bodily collapse would have been the ultimate outcome. Yoru's attack forced him out of Tensigen chakra mode, actually saving his life. And for Yuru, it preserved his research material. So, are you ready to embrace death, Otsutsuki? Yuru looked indifferently at the Otsutsuki before him. According to the system's prompt, this guy's value was a staggering 1 million points, equivalent to the Jashin god. It made sense. While the outcast's own strength didn't match Jashin's, his absurd power level came entirely from the giant Tensigen on the moon. 1 million points in value, Yuru was quite satisfied. Did I really end up like this? Otsutsuki outcast felt all strength drain from his body, his head swimming. Hearing Yoru's voice, he forced his eyes open, but instead of looking at Yuru, his gaze wandered, confused and unfocused, toward the sky. Tonari. He slowly formed a hand seal, canceling the summoning of the Hamura statue. Then, using the faint remaining link between himself and the giant Tensigen, he murmured. Father has failed. From now on, you're on your own, Tonari. You must grow strong. You must mature. And you must cleanse this filthy, corrupt, defiled world. Forgive me. With those soft final words, Otsutsuki outcast drew his last breath. Ding. Special life form, Otsutsuki outcast, eliminated. Reward, 1 million points. As the notification rang in his ears, Yuru turned toward the arriving group, Hozuki Gangetsu, Hiromi, Yukiko, and the others. Lord Yuru. Hiromi quickly retrieved a scroll and summoned one of Yoru's Jigai. Once Yuru merged with it, he flexed his shoulders slightly, then looked at Yukiko. This one's yours. A pure-blooded Otsutsuki, he should be extremely useful for your research. Thank you, Lord Yuru. Yukiko accepted the body joyfully and sealed it into her scroll. Her heart pounded with excitement. This was an actual Otsutsuki, a direct descendant of the Sage of Six Paths lineage. Without question, this body would resolve many of the problems currently blocking her research. In fact, it could even allow her to begin studying the inherent characteristics of the Otsutsuki clan. This was a treasure that could trigger a leap in Kirigakure's scientific and technological capabilities. Meanwhile, on an island outside Hueco Mundo, a white Zetsu attempting to infiltrate Kirigakure looked at the distant, calm sea and remained silent for a long time. Far away in the land of wind, Black Zetsu's expression stirred, feeling more and more that events were slipping out of his control. What's wrong? Beside him, Uchiha Obito noticed the change in Zetsu's demeanor. Did something happen with Nagato? During their last operation, Obito had failed to fully retrieve the Nine Tails, though he had nearly destroyed Konoha and killed his greatest enemy, the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, a partial success. But Nagato, who had been tasked with drawing attention in the Land of Iron, had suffered badly. Forced to use all his trump cards, his life force was nearly drained. If not for White Zetsu fusing with Nagato's body in the end, he likely would have died on the spot. As a result, despite the growing conflict between Konoha and Kimogakure, Obito and the Akatsuki had remained quiet, for Nagato's recovery was a top priority. It's not Nagato. It's Yuki Yoru. Black Zetsu's raspy voice was unusually somber. His pitch-black face even showed signs of deep unease. Yuki Yoru. Hearing that name, Obito's expression suddenly darkened. In a world where Minato was already dead, there were only a few who could truly threaten Obito's ambitions. And Yuki Yoru was one of them. The man who personally killed his closest friend Kakashi Hatake, who had thwarted the Akatsuki time and again. Had he done something again? Chapter 170, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 170. That's the situation. Black Zetsu handed over the information, slightly altered and exaggerated, to Obito. Even though Obito already knew countless secrets, had inherited all of Madara's knowledge and legacy, and considered himself the second coming of Uchiha Madara, he was still shocked by the intel Black Zetsu had just delivered. The descendants of the Sage of Six Paths' younger brother, the Otsutsuki clan, watching the ninja world from the moon. If they've survived on the moon for over 1,000 years, why are they suddenly choosing to make their move now? I'm not sure either. There's no related intel, Black Zetsu replied after a brief pause, his voice grave. But the cause is definitely linked to Yuki Yoru. There was a fierce battle between the two sides. And judging from the situation, the strength of the Otsutsuki from the moon is on par with Nagato. Yet in the end, Yuki Yoru still emerged victorious. That guy. Obito clenched his fist. Beneath the mask, his Sharingan with 3 tomo glowed even more intensely red. Yuki Yoru's power was just too absurd, to the point that Obito had no means of dealing with him. Every single plan had to be adjusted to avoid Yuki Yoru, to go around Kirigakure. Not only was it exhausting, but the success rate was painfully low. Even though the ninja world was currently in chaos, a perfect opportunity to fish in troubled waters, Yoru's existence forced him to proceed with extreme caution, always afraid that Yuru would catch him in the act. What's the situation with Nagato? Obito shook his head, trying to pull his mind away from Yuru and change the subject to Nagato. The battle in the Land of Iron had almost crippled Nagato. To escape from Yuki Yoru's pursuit, Nagato had made the difficult decision to fuse with a modified white Zetsu, barely saving his life. Of course, this fusion was far more than just healing injuries. While Nagato was a member of the Uzumaki clan and had powerful life force, enough to be the vessel for the Rinnegan, the Uzumaki were still not on par with the Senju, let alone the legendary Senju Hashirama. The modified white Zetsu carried cells from Hashirama Senju. If Nagato could perfectly fuse with them, not only could he heal the injuries he suffered during the battle in the Land of Iron, he might even recover from the toll of using the demonic statue of the Outer Path in the Land of Rain, and regenerate his legs that had been blown off by explosive tags, greatly boosting his combat power. A healthy Nagato. The fusion has gone quite well. The Uzumaki and Senju were originally close relatives, so their cells didn't reject each other too violently, especially after the white Zetsu was modified. Currently, all of Nagato's withered cells, and even his legs, have recovered. However, it will take some time for complete fusion. Black Zetsu paused again. What's more interesting now is what's happening between Konoha and Konohagakure. Konoha and Konohagakure? Obito paused for a moment, then sneered. Konoha must be falling back step by step, pushed all the way to their own doorstep by Konohagakure, huh? During the Ninetales incident, he'd nearly flattened the entire Konoha, killing countless shinobi and civilians. Even the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, had died. Although the aging third Hokage had come out of retirement to stabilize the situation, Konoha's overall strength was now less than one-tenth of what it once was. How could it compare to Konohagakure, who had been steadily building up power since the Third Great Ninja War? Even without closely following the situation, Obito could imagine the state of the battlefield. Konoha's situation deteriorates Hiruzen's poor decisions, Konoha in dire straits, last-ditch efforts, inevitable defeat. Eventually, either Konoha would be destroyed by Konohagakure, or surrender and sign a humiliating peace treaty. Of course, Obito considered the latter more likely. After all, the other powers in the ninja world wouldn't just sit back and let Konohagakure swallow Konoha whole. At the start of the war, Konohagakure did indeed hold the upper hand. With the Eight Tails Jinchuriki leading the charge, their elite forces decisively defeated Danzo Shimura. Danzo had to fall back by trading territory for time, while Konohagakure advanced deep into the Land of Fire. But then something unexpected happened. Black Zetsu's voice grew heavy. The third Hokage appointed Uchiha Fugaku as the commander of the front line. And that guy had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. What? Obito's expression turned serious. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan was undeniable. Just as Kamui, or Shursue's unique abilities, had already proven that. Once someone awakened the Mangekyo, their strength skyrocketed. Even an average ninja could challenge the strongest. Mangekyo Sharingan equals entry ticket to Kage-level power. And this time, it was Uchiha Fugaku. As the head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha's combat ability and experience were absolutely without question. During the Second Great Shinobi World War, his moniker, Wicked Eye, had already resounded throughout the shinobi world. In the Third Great Shinobi World War, Fugaku's performance was also remarkable. If it's him, plus the Mangekyo, it's no surprise he could stop Konohagakure, Obito said seriously. No, the real key isn't Uchiha Fugaku. It's Soul Society. After Danzo retreated, Soul Society moved in and intercepted Konohagakure's forces, including the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. All were stopped by the Shinigami from Soul Society. Black Zetsu shook his head, passing another report to Obito. Obito skimmed through it, and the look on his face grew darker, his frown deepening. Even Tsunade of the legendary Sannin has joined Soul Society. The Sannin were famed not just for reputation but also real strength, as shown when Orochimaru joined Akatsuki. So Tsunade's alignment with Soul Society was not something to take lightly. But for now, all Obito and the Akatsuki could do was regroup and conserve strength. Keep monitoring them. The two fell silent. After a long while, Obito finally said this, then vanished using Kamui. Black Zetsu stood alone, staring at the empty clearing, eyes deep and troubled. He didn't understand. How had things come to this? It felt like the battlefield of the ninja world had become increasingly unfavorable to them. For 1,000 years, he plotted across the entire world. He had masterfully manipulated the paths laid out by the Sage of Six Paths, toyed with Azura and Indra's reincarnations, and even Madara Uchiha had only ever been a puppet dancing in his hands. That vibrant energy, the realm where all things flourish, was still fresh in his mind. And now, just because of Yuki Yoru, was all his millennium-long planning about to go to waste? No matter what, the Rinnegan is still in my hands, and the grand plan remains mine. The advantage is still mine. Land of Lightning, Konohagakure. Among towering mountains and drifting clouds, Konohagakure stood tall and proud. While the Land of Lightning's environment was better than that of the wind, earth, and water countries, it still paled in comparison to the prosperity of the Land of Fire and Konohagakure. Due to the surrounding mountain ranges, many of Konohagakure's resources were extremely scarce. As a result, every generation of Reikage had long desired to expand their territory and gain more resources. And Konoha had always been the most coveted target. This was why Konohagakure not only started the Third Great Ninja War, but also, upon hearing about the Ninetales incident, immediately dispatched troops to invade Konoha. They needed supplies. They needed land. They needed to expand and provide better living conditions for the people of Konohagakure and the Land of Lightning. But unfortunately, every attempt they made ended in failure. This time was no exception. What? The frontline forces were ambushed, and Killer Bee was even injured. Inside the Reikage's office, a massive fist the size of a sandbag slammed down on the desk. The sheer force shattered it into splinters, wood chips flying everywhere. The towering figure of the fourth Reikage glared at the ANBU before him, eyes filled with disbelief. Killer Bee was no longer the same man from the Third War. After returning from training at the Valley of Clouds and Lightning, Bee had made enormous improvements. His coordination with the Eight Tails had reached perfection, and his combat power was now on par with the fourth Reikage himself. With 3,000 elite troops backing him, Konohagakure had marched forward with every intent of storming Konoha directly. With Konoha's power down to a tenth of what it once was, how could they resist? How could Bee possibly lose? The intel from Lord Dodai is accurate. Killer Bee himself confirmed that the reason for his defeat was encountering the same mysterious organization as before. The ANBU spoke in a low voice, then hesitated before adding, also. The current frontline commander of Konoha is the Uchiha clan head, Uchiha Fugaku. He has revealed the Mangekyo Sharingan. What? The fourth Reikage snatched the scroll and scanned it with a sharp, deadly seriousness. Dodai's intel was detailed and thoroughly recorded the shifts on the battlefield. In the early stages of the war, things had gone exactly as predicted. Konohagakure crushed the front lines under Danzo, pushing forward aggressively. But after being ambushed by the mysterious organization, their elite forces suffered heavy casualties. Even Killer Bee had been defeated by Tsunade of the legendary Sannin, forced to retreat with a severed tail. Afterward, though the mysterious group had vanished, Uchiha Fugaku took the offensive, wielding his Mangekyo on the front lines and launching a counterattack. Mangekyo Sharingan. The fourth Reikage's brow furrowed deeply. He didn't know much about these eyes, but based on Dodai's report, their presence alone placed massive psychological pressure on the front lines. Gather all the senior advisors. We need to discuss the frontline situation. Yes, Reikage-sama. The ANBU vanished in a body flicker. Soon, there was a knock at the door. 5 elderly, dark-skinned veterans entered the office. Though their hair was snow-white, their muscular frames remained solid and powerful. They were all old relics of the village who had served under the first Reikage and second Reikage since the village's founding era. While their individual strength might not rival the Reikage's, roughly elite Jonin level, their status in Konohagakure was remarkably high. Every village had these sorts of elder councils, like Chiyo and Ebizo of Sunagakure, or Koharu and Hamura of Konoha. However, due to Konohagakure's unique tradition of A is the greatest, a mindset much like Kirigakure's strength above all, these old fellows were essentially mascots, rarely doing more than offering the Reikage the occasional piece of advice. How's the frontline situation, A? Why so anxious? Something happened. What could possibly happen? With our overall strength, even if Hiruzen Sarutobi himself showed up, he couldn't stop Killer Bee. Haha, true. The old fellows chuckled, completely unconcerned, but upon seeing the grim look on the fourth Reikage's face, their smile slowly faded. Reikage took a deep breath and handed them the scroll. The advisors flipped through it carefully, their expressions growing darker by the second. When they reached the words, Mangekyo Sharingan, it was as if they'd seen a ghost. Their faces changed dramatically. Retreat. We must retreat immediately. There was no hesitation, no regard for seniority or rank. One of the elders slammed his hands on the shattered desk and shouted, "Fourth Reikage, we must withdraw our forces. We cannot continue this war. Retreat." The fourth Reikage's expression twisted in frustration. The situation on the front lines had shifted unexpectedly, sure, but not enough to justify a full retreat. Let's not forget, those 3,000 elite troops and Killer Bee were just a fraction of Konohagakure's full might. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki and himself hadn't even entered the fray yet. And Konoha. They had only Uchiha Fugaku. Even with those mysterious Shinigami from Soul Society interfering, Konohagakure still had cards to play. Worst-case scenario, he could drag Inoki of Iwagakure into it again. It'd be just like the late stages of the Third War, triggering the Fourth Great Ninja War if necessary. Yet this old advisor still insisted on retreat. The fourth Raikage glanced at the other elders. Though they remained silent, their faces clearly agreed. Retreat. Now that got the fourth Raikage curiosity up. Getting these stubborn relics to agree on anything was rare. Was it all because of the Mangekyo Sharingan? If he remembered correctly, that was the cornerstone of Madara Uchiha's domination during the Warring States era, long before the hidden villages even formed. Tell me everything you know about the Mangekyo Sharingan. The elders immediately started talking all at once. They spoke of its terrifying instant cast dojutsu, its nearly invincible Susanoo, its dreadful genjutsu capable of controlling tailed beasts. For these old veterans who had survived the founding era, no one had left a deeper impression than the twin legends, Uchiha Madara, the Asura of the shinobi world, and Senju Hashirama, the god of shinobi. That trauma was eternal, etched into the core of their being, even after decades had passed. We must retreat, fourth Raikage. Killer Bee hasn't even engaged Uchiha Fugaku directly. If they fight and Fugaku's Mangekyo can control the Eight Tails. The elder who slammed the desk earlier now looked deadly serious. I don't know if a perfect Jinchuriki can resist the Mangekyo's power. But we can't take that risk. Right. Bee's annoying as hell, but we can't lose him. If Fugaku controls the Eight Tails, we still haven't lost much. If we retreat now, Konohagakure will still be the strongest force in the ninja world. Exactly. Retreat. 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 The elders were all talking over each other. Their tone made one thing clear, they had no intention of continuing the war. Veins bulged on the fourth Raikage's forehead, his temper flaring. From the moment the third Raikage died and he took over, he'd held one belief. Expand Konohagakure's territory. Bring more resources. Give his people a better life. Yet in the final stage of the Third Great War, his bold moves had ended in a fizzle. Now, Konoha was crippled by the Nine Tails incident. He had seized this opportunity again, and yet, was it going to end in another letdown? I don't understand. The fourth Raikage slammed the desk again, finally shattering it to pieces. Why are you all treating the Mangekyo Sharingan like some unstoppable force, as if this war has already turned into our funeral procession? Before the war, we were full of confidence, shouting about how we'd crush Konoha and unite the land of fire and lightning. After the war began, wherever my forces went, Konoha shinobi fled in panic. Danzo's troops were scattered and crushed. My army surged forward, unstoppable. That vibrant energy, that realm where all things flourished, it was right before our eyes. And now, just a few days later, you're telling me that one pair of Mangekyo eyes have turned the entire battlefield against us. Konohagakure still has me, Yujito ni, and Killer Bee. Konoha only has one Mangekyo user. 3 against 1. The advantage is ours. The Raikage's voice rang out with unshakable confidence. But his words only made the elders even more anxious. No. Absolutely not. We must retreat. Even if you and Yujito are powerful, you're too far from the front lines. You can't make it in time. That's right. The priority now is to use reverse summoning to withdraw the troops safely. Fourth Raikage-sama, we can't allow you to act on impulse today. We must retreat. If you don't order the retreat, I'll smash my old bones right here. The old men grew more agitated, some threatening their lives to make their point. After much arguing, they finally calmed the furious Raikage down. This ambitious leader was silent for a long while. Finally, he slowly closed his eyes and murmured. Fine. Order the retreat. Chapter 171, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 171. The next day. As usual, Uchiha Fugaku delivered a rousing, fiery speech, igniting the spirit of every Konoha shinobi on the battlefield, while also solidifying his own growing prestige. Now that Uchiha Fugaku no longer hid his strength and had fully revealed the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan, his true combat ability was beyond imagination. Even though Konoha's numbers and overall strength were inferior to Konohagakure's, the moment Fugaku stepped onto the battlefield and activated Susanoo, the overwhelming force he radiated felt like an entire army in the form of one man. Once, then twice. With each skirmish, Fugaku's influence grew. Among the high-ranking shinobi, there was no doubt left regarding his power. And among the mid and lower ranks, the awe they felt for him gradually transformed into something more profound, respect, even admiration. The once deeply feared Uchiha, the red-eyed, cold-tempered, borderline unstable shinobi, were now proving themselves to be dependable, unshakable warriors. Clan Head. Lord Fugaku, Konohagakure has begun drawing back its forces. Some units are even retreating. Standing atop the massive branch of a towering tree, Uchiha Fugaku listened calmly as Uchiha Inabi delivered the latest intelligence. They're probably planning something, consolidating their strength for one decisive strike. Fugaku didn't immediately respond. His voice was steady. Any sign of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki? None yet. Despite all the chaos, despite Fugaku's Mangekyo slicing through battle after battle, his chakra blade from Susanoo now practically stained red with blood, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, the supposed backbone of Konohagakure's front lines, hadn't appeared since his brief clash with Tsunade. That absence made Fugaku uneasy. His blood-red Sharingan narrowed as he gazed into the distance. Though the Sharingan's perception didn't rival the Byakugan, it still clearly picked out the dense treetops and lush terrain ahead. Beyond this forest lay a vast open plain, and just past that, Konohagakure's main encampment. In terrain like this, many classic shinobi tactics, tree leaping, water walking, would be rendered useless. A battle here would be pure, brutal direct confrontation. If Konohagakure was pulling back its front lines, then Konoha would have no choice but to take the offensive. Traps and barriers aside, if the Eight Tails were to suddenly erupt from the rear during an all-out frontal clash, it could easily mean disaster for Konoha's forces. Looks like, the next fight is mine to lead. Fugaku murmured to himself, his gaze full of unshakable resolve. He had felt it, how the perception of the Uchiha clan was changing, especially in the eyes of Konoha's ordinary shinobi. Once, their eyes had been filled with fear and suspicion. Now, they looked up to him. That gaze, so foreign, yet so warm, felt like the glow of a campfire in winter. Not just admiration, but hope. And that hope ignited something inside him, a desire to carry the weight of leadership. So this is what it feels like to lead. Inabi. Fugaku inhaled deeply, his Mangekyo glinting fiercely. I've walked on thin ice my entire life. Tell me, can I really make it to the other side? Inabi paused, then nodded firmly. You can, clan head. You awakened the same eyes as our ancestors. You're destined for it. You're right. With the Mangekyo Sharingan, success is inevitable. Fugaku clenched his fist. When this war ends, I, Uchiha Fugaku, will become the 5th Hokage. Pass the order to the rear, advance at full speed. I'll lead the vanguard. Yes, sir. Fugaku leapt forward, launching himself toward the wide-open plain. Behind him, countless shinobi watched in awe. Elsewhere, dressed in the white Haori of the 4th Division captain, Tsunade stood among the Shinigami from Soul Society, silently observing that lone figure charging ahead. After this battle, Fugaku's fame will reach its peak, someone remarked. There'll be no doubt, he'll be the 5th Hokage. Juzo Biwa grinned. So, Princess Tsunade, any thoughts on that? Tsunade shot him a sidelong glance but didn't answer. Instead, it was Kushimaru Kuriere who spoke calmly. For Konoha's current state, allowing an Uchiha to become Hokage is probably the best option. Italy's factional tensions within the village and help preserve their remaining fighting strength. And let's be honest, the Uchiha deserve a Hokage. They helped found the village, yet 4 Hokage have passed with not a single Uchiha on the throne. TCH. By the way, Kushimaru, Juzo said, eyes narrowing with curiosity, what exactly did your captain offer to convince the 4th Mizukage to let us support Konoha? Had they not appeared in time to block Konohagakure's assault, Danzo's forces wouldn't have been able to stall, they would have been annihilated long before Fugaku arrived. Add in the fact that Tsunade defeated the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, forcing him to stay hidden, and it was clear, even with Fugaku's Mangekyo, Konoha would have lost without Soul Society's help. How would I know? Kushimaru shrugged. Our 2nd division is the Onmitsukido, we are only responsible for doing our job, nothing else concerns us. But what about you, Juzo? That 11th division captain's spot is still open. Not thinking of proving yourself? Yeah, right. Even if I've mastered Bankai, I'm nowhere near captain level. Enough. Tsunade cut them off coldly. Check the battlefield. If Konohagakure is truly pulling out and no longer poses a threat to Konoha, we're not going to waste any more time here. The moment the captain spoke, the 2 vice-captains exchanged a glance, then shut up immediately. None of them wanted to experience Tsunade's iron fists. Even the Eight Tails Jinchuriki hadn't withstood it, what chance did they have? The 2 vanished in a shuinpa, while Tsunade quietly watched the battlefield. Konoha was built by both the Senju and Uchiha clans. Yet somehow, the Uchiha had always held a strangely marginal position in the village's structure. Despite being a founding clan, their status had fallen behind even the Ino Shikacho trio. And the one most responsible for that was none other than her great-uncle, Tobirama Senju. The Uchiha clan really does deserve the title of Hokage. Tsunade murmured softly, heart stirring with complicated emotion. But then, her gaze sharpened. At the edge of the battlefield, she spotted a familiar figure. Her expression immediately shifted. Mangekyo Sharingan, huh? From a concealed corner of the battlefield, a figure cloaked in a black cloak with red clouds licked his lips, watching Uchiha Fugaku single-handedly charge the Konohagakure camp with Susanoo blazing. Orochimaru. His eyes shimmered with greed. The power of the Senju and Uchiha clans had always fascinated him. He had already experienced firsthand the might of Hashirama Senjus would release, not just its destructive power, but the unique regenerative quality of Hashirama's cells. Now, standing before him, was the other half of that legendary rivalry, the power of Uchiha Madara, the so-called Azura of the shinobi world, embodied in Fugaku. To think you could awaken that power, Fugaku. I truly underestimated you. Orochimaru muttered to himself, while silently releasing a few white snakes to gather fresh blood and flesh from the battlefield. Konoha and Kimogakure's war had already claimed countless lives, including rare Kekkei users with swift release, storm release, and even deceased members of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. To Orochimaru, these bodies were precious resources, not just for research, but as raw material for Edo Tensei. Though their souls had already been taken by the Soul Society's Shinigami, Orochimaru seemed unaware of this fact. While the battle raged on, he continued his grotesque scavenging, having his snakes rip off limbs here, pluck out eyeballs there. A complete 3-tomo Sharingan. His eyes lit up with delight. One of the white snakes slithered closer, prepared to gouge the eye out. But after glancing around and confirming no one had noticed, Orochimaru changed his mind. The white snake opened its jaws wide and swallowed the entire Uchiha corpse whole. Heh, jackpot. As the white snake began retreating. Suddenly, darkness. Orochimaru's shared vision through the snake went black. And when it returned, a figure had grabbed the snake. Draped in a white captain's haori, standing tall and calm, someone Orochimaru recognized all too well. Tsunade. His eyes narrowed as he took in her familiar features, and the insignia on her back. Then, slowly, a knowing smile curled across his face. His tongue slid across his lips. Well. I didn't think you'd join Soul Society, Tsunade. Become a Shinigami. Isn't that betrayal? Of Konoha. Tsunade's tone was calm and cutting. Didn't you also leave the village and join the Akatsuki? 2 former Sannin. 2 of the strongest shinobi in Konoha's history, now standing on opposite sides of the battlefield, representing entirely different powers. What a poetic kind of tragedy. And of course, only Konoha could produce something this absurd. Their eyes locked in the air, charged, tense. After a long moment, Orochimaru gave a relaxed smile. It's been a few years, hasn't it? You're not here just for a class reunion, are you? Hardly. I never cared for reunions. And frankly, I don't care to see you again. But someone else has always had an interest in you. Tsunade's voice lowered slightly. He thought you'd show up in Kirigakure. Especially after you sent your disciples ahead. But to see you join Akatsuki instead. That'll definitely cause problems when he finds out. Orochimaru gave a theatrical shrug. It wasn't part of the plan. But Yorukuin's research into souls. I couldn't ignore that. Unfortunately, things change. And at the time, joining Akatsuki was the only option. Besides, they have their own set of resources. Temporarily, you mean? Tsunade let out a cold snort. You've never had an ounce of loyalty in you, Orochimaru. Come now, Orochimaru replied, smiling wickedly, you and I both left Konoha. Our loyalties left with us, didn't they? The only one I've ever been loyal to is myself. Don't lump me in with garbage like you. A violent gust tore through the forest. It wasn't natural, it was the shockwave from Tsunade's thunderous stomp, as she exploded forward in a blur of speed. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Having fought alongside Tsunade for many years, Orochimaru knew exactly what kind of power she wielded. And now that she had joined Soul Society and become a Shinigami, she was even more dangerous. Almost the instant she charged forward, Orochimaru raised his hand and unleashed a torrent of massive venomous snakes, completely sealing off the path ahead of her. But in the blink of an eye, one of the giant snakes pounced. Bang. It was torn to pieces, shredded by an overwhelming burst of power. In that same instant, Tsunade had already closed the distance. She appeared right in front of Orochimaru, whose hands were still forming seals. And her fist came crashing down. Boom. A single punch. Orochimaru's body slammed into the ground like a sack of broken flesh. Limbs twisted, bones shattered, blood mixing with shattered rock and scorched dirt, he looked like a pile of ruined meat. But Tsunade wasn't surprised. In the very next moment, a slimy, unharmed Orochimaru slithered out from the mouth of a giant snake, already weaving hand seals. His chakra surged. Wind style, great breakthrough. Fire style, dragon flame bullet. Fire gaining might from wind, wind aiding the fire's momentum. The two ninjutsu converged and merged under Orochimaru's vast chakra, forming a terrifying fiery tornado that instantly engulfed Tsunade. At the same time, Orochimaru's hands quickly formed hand signs, and with a wide open mouth, countless snakes surged forth, rushing towards the fiery tornado. In just a brief moment, Orochimaru had mounted an absolute counterattack against his old teammate. However, still using the same old tricks, Orochimaru. A fierce gale roared out, accompanied by Tsunade's soft snort, directly shattering the swirling fiery tornado and the snake swarm. Tsunade walked out unharmed, her white haori fluttering in the wind, the character, sure, meaning for, on her back strikingly prominent under the lingering firelight. Incredible. So your strength, your durability, has all been enhanced by your so-called soul power. He stared at the symbol on her haori and knew exactly what it meant. 4th Division Captain. That put her on par with the men he had clashed with not long ago, 6th Division Captain, Hozuki Gangetsu, the second Mizukage. In that case, he licked his lips again and bit into his finger. Tsunade's gaze sharpened. She recognized the motion instantly. She didn't raise her hand to bite her own finger. Instead, her palm settled on the hilt of the zanpakuto at her waist. So, becoming a Shinigami means you can no longer use chakra to summon, Orochimaru slammed his palm to the ground. Well then. Let's see what your new powers can do. Summoning Jutsu. Come forth, Manda. Boom. A cloud of smoke burst outward, then, towering into the sky, a massive serpent striped in violet thundered into view. But Tsunade frowned. This Manda was different. The original would have cursed Orochimaru by now, taunting him. But this one was silent, and strangely obedient. It also had 4 limbs, like some hybrid between a serpent and a dragon. To be precise, this is Manda too, Orochimaru said coolly, noticing her expression. I revived his cells through biochemical manipulation. Enhanced his strength, speed, sensory range, he surpasses the original in every way. All thanks to your precious 6th Division Captain, the second Mizukage, Hozuki Gangetsu. So that's what happened. Tsunade hadn't fought Gangetsu personally, but she could imagine it well. Against that kind of endless detonation, the original Manda never stood a chance. Now then, Tsunade, show me your power. Orochimaru stood atop Manda 2's head, tongue flicking, pupils gleaming with fervor. The power of a Shinigami. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. Since you're so eager to see it, then fine. Feel it for yourself. She exhaled and reached for her blade. Her hand gripped the hilt of her zanpakuto. This is my release. Shirkai. Chapter 172, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 172. That massive size over there, is that Orochimaru's Manda. The battlefield between Konohagakure and Konoha stretched across flat plains, and the low-lying trees couldn't conceal the enormous body of Manda 2. The moment Orochimaru summoned it, many Konoha ninja immediately recognized Manda, their expressions turning slightly dazed. War. Giant snake summons. In both the second and third Great Shinobi Wars, these creatures represented a core part of Konoha's top combat strength. But now, although its appearance is a bit different, that's definitely Manda, no mistake. On the Konoha side, a Yuki Clan ninja stared toward the forest and turned to Danzo Shimura, replying, but I only detected Orochimaru's chakra. He's definitely fighting someone else, an unidentified individual. This sensation is very similar to those Soul Society people from a few days ago. Lord Danzo, what should we do? Orochimaru's fighting the Soul Society, Danzo snorted coldly. Looks like that guy's trying to grab something for himself from the Konoha-Konohagakure war. Ignore them. Focus on Fugaku's position, lock onto the Konohagakure formation, and make sure their Jinchuriki isn't on the front lines. Yes, sir. To Danzo, Orochimaru fighting the Soul Society was undoubtedly a good thing. Orochimaru might have once been his partner, but he was now a traitor to Konoha.as for the Soul Society group. Even if they'd helped in this war, their power made Danzo uneasy. Both were threats, not just to him, but to Konoha itself. Now, with both sides at each other's throats, if Orochimaru could weaken the Soul Society, all the better. Orochimaru. You may have betrayed the village, but you're still a product of Konoha. Feeling the faint tremors from Manda's movements in the distance, along with the rising, suffocating Ryatsu, Danzo Shimura's eyes grew darker as he muttered, let those half-human, half-ghost freaks see what real strength looks like. Shirkai. Facing Orochimaru, who stood atop the giant Manda, Tsunade slowly drew the zanpakuto from her waist and held it horizontally in front of her chest. Suddenly, an invisible pressure surged outward, as if the world itself were rejecting him, making Orochimaru instinctively narrow his eyes. That pressure expanded sharply with Tsunade's voice, to the point where even Orochimaru's breathing became labored. Flourish unbound, Kariki. In an instant, the zanpakuto in Tsunade's hand transformed into a stream of light and merged into her body. Her brown eyes lifted slightly. The gazes of 2 former teammates met in midair. In that moment, Orochimaru felt like the entire world had turned against him. His body was weighed down by crushing force, as if he might collapse at any second. What terrifying spiritual pressure! Orochimaru's golden-slit pupils widened. There was no fear, only fascination and excitement at the overwhelming power Tsunade had just released. So this is your ability. Releasing your Zanpakuto to obtain special powers, that's the essence of your Shinigami transformations, isn't it? Tsunade. As the 4th Division captain, what exactly is your Shurikai? Her figure vanished. The next instant, Orochimaru felt a terrifying, unstoppable force slam into him. By the time he realized what happened, he could only glimpse strands of orange-yellow hair in the fluttering hem of a white Haori, and then both Tsunade and Manda too were already crashing to the ground. Blood splattered through the air, and in Tsunade's indifferent eyes was the reflection of Orochimaru's stunned expression. In that single instant, the earth shattered. Manda howled in agony. Roar. Even the most obedient of summons would cry out in pain after suffering such a severe and near-fatal blow. The intense trauma rippled through body and soul alike. No matter how loyal Manda too was to Orochimaru, the damage was too much. Within moments of appearing, Manda too was forced to return to Ryuchi Cave. As the white smoke dissipated, Orochimaru's body was nothing more than a broken pile of flesh beneath Tsunade's leg strike. Her gaze remained calm. From behind the trees, a new Orochimaru stepped forward, licking his lips, his eyes gleaming as always. That speed, so fast even he couldn't react. That explosive force, enough to instantly cripple Manda. Tsunade, having achieved Shurikai, had become something terrifying, a humanoid-tailed beast. A being who, unlike Biju, had perfect control over her power and retained full cognitive ability. I can feel it, there's barely any chakra fluctuation in your body, yet the energy you release is immense. Orochimaru licked his lips again. And just now, when your attack landed, my chakra, and Manda's, was instantly drained. If I'm not mistaken, you absorbed both our chakra and converted it into your own explosive force. Absorption. Explosion. So this is your Shurikai, Tsunade. This was a power the old Tsunade never had. As an old teammate, Orochimaru knew her strength better than anyone. The granddaughter of the first Hokage, her talent was unquestionable. Even among the legendary Sannin, she outclassed both him and Jiraiya. But ever since Nawaki and Dan's deaths, Tsunade had developed hemophobia. Not only did she stop improving, she had regressed. To expect strength from a woman lost to alcohol and gambling was a joke. Yet now, after becoming a Shinigami and joining the Soul Society, she had bloomed anew. The power of the Shinigami was truly mysterious and overwhelming. Don't give me that look, Orochimaru. I know you've learned a few things about the Soul Society and Shinigami, through Akatsuki or whatever sources, but you probably still don't understand their most defining trait. Tsunade's eyes held a trace of pity as she said calmly, the soul. I know that wasn't your real body. And I know this one isn't, either. It's just a construct made of chakra imbued with a fragment of your soul. To me, your soul is like a candle in the dark, blatantly visible. But that little flame sways in the breeze, flickering as if it might go out at any moment. Your soul, like Konoha right now, is in shambles. Broken. You. The grin faded from Orochimaru's face. His eyes narrowed coldly. You don't really want to fight me seriously, Tsunade. And what if I do? Tsunade snorted lightly, voice relaxed. Your intel has long been archived in the Soul Society database. That so-called 8 branches technique, your impure world reincarnation, those are meaningless to a Shinigami. Gangetsu Hozuki should have told you that. If I wanted, you'd already be dead, Orochimaru. A corpse whose soul couldn't even enter the Pure Land. Is that so? Orochimaru smirked coldly and formed a hand seal. A strange glow lit up the ground in front of him. 2 wooden coffins slowly rose from the soil, appearing before Tsunade. Impure world reincarnation, huh? I already told you, it's meaningless to a Shinigami. Clunk. One coffin dropped to the ground with a sharp thud, cutting off Tsunade's words mid-sentence. Her eyes locked in disbelief on the figure inside. Her pupils shrank. Her body began to tremble. Of course I know impure world reincarnation is useless against Shinigami. Watching her reaction, Orochimaru licked his lips and flashed a wicked grin. Your 6th Division captain, Gangetsu Hozuki, left quite the impression on me back then. But this little trick should still work on you, shouldn't it, Tsunade? Is that? Tsunade. As Orochimaru finished speaking, the figure inside the coffin slowly raised his head. In his dull reanimated eyes was a hint of recognition. It's been a long time, hasn't it? You haven't changed at all. And you, too, Orochimaru. Dan. Tsunade's lips trembled. She couldn't believe her eyes. Endless longing and emotion surged all at once. Her throat locked up, her heart aching with grief and longing. It's been a long time, Dan-kun. Honestly, I'm sorry to let you two meet like this. But I really had no other choice. Orochimaru licked his lips again, flashing that same twisted grin. This is a reunion that transcends life and death, time and space. Shouldn't you be smiling, Tsunade? Why wear that expression? Or is it that, aside from Dan-kun, you'll only smile if I show you the other one as well? No. Don't. Tsunade's body trembled even more violently. She didn't need to guess who was inside the second coffin. She looked at the men she had longed for day and night and instinctively took a step forward, but that step made her freeze in place, and she quickly backed away several paces. Her expression twisted into a complex, pained grimace. Her thoughts spiraled into chaos. Anger. Orochimaru had violated the bodies of the two people she had loved most, ripping them from their rest in the Pure Land. That alone deserved her deepest fury. But, it was precisely because of Orochimaru's actions that she could see them again, hear their voices once more. What was she supposed to do? Impure world reincarnation allowed complete control over the revived. If Orochimaru commanded Dan and Nawaki, what could she do? Against Shinigami, Edo Tensei was useless, but precisely because it was so fragile, she didn't dare act rashly. One mistake, and Dan or Nawaki could be gone, forever. What do you want? She shut her eyes in agony. After a long pause, she opened them again and forced herself to look only at Orochimaru, not at the men she had longed for all these years. Her voice was bitter. Orochimaru, what exactly do you want? You came looking for me, Tsunade. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Orochimaru smiled darkly. He had gambled correctly. In a head-on fight, he wasn't her match. Even before she became a Shinigami, he wouldn't dare underestimate her, let alone now. But with these two trump cards, standing before Tsunade was like playing with a stacked deck. He held an unshakable advantage. Even so, he knew better than to push her too far. He didn't understand the full reason why his old teammate had left Konoha and joined the Soul Society. But it must have required deep emotional struggle and an iron will for her to walk away from her clan, and from the village. If he pushed too hard and made her sever her ties to her loved ones again, he'd lose his leverage. Withdraw. With a soft command, the Edo coffins of Dan and Nawaki slowly sank back into the ground. With her loved ones out of sight, Tsunade's emotions slowly began to calm. A moment later, she let out a long breath. A faint glow shimmered across her body as her shuriken retracted, reforming into her zanpakuto, which she sheathed at her waist. Looks like we can talk civilly now. Orochimaru clapped his hands, dismissing the white snakes hidden in the battlefield in puffs of smoke. Shall we speak as old classmates? TCH, whatever you want. Boar, ox, dog, horse, boar, tiger. Wreathed in the skeletal armor of Susanoo, Uchiha Fugaku leapt high into the air. His Susanoo swung chakra-forged blades, cutting down enemies on both flanks as his chakra surged toward his throat. He exhaled in a massive breath. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A sea of flames erupted from Fugaku's mouth, engulfing the battlefield. While not as massive as Madara's infamous jutsu, the sheer scale combined with Susanoo's skeletal armor was awe-inspiring. In an era where colossal humanoid avatars weren't yet widespread, the greatest powers in the shinobi world, besides the Kage and tailed beasts, were few. Among them, one force stood unrivaled. Susanoo. The roaring blaze, paired with Susanoo's sweeping strikes, burned through chakra reserves rapidly. Fugaku's eyes throbbed with pain, his vision already blurring, but his face was filled with exhilaration. Kyumo shinobi were either blasted away by Susanoo or consumed by flames. Lightning-laced shuriken and gale-force jutsu were meaningless before him. Damn it. Damn it. A jonin, drenched in blood, wiped his face and roared, "Where's the water release unit? Get them over here now. And the earth release team, restrain him with me. Earth release, earth-style wall. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Water release, water dragon bullet technique." Together, Kyumo's forces unleashed coordinated jutsu to suppress Fugaku and block the incoming flames. But after just a few breaths, the searing firestorm from Great Fire Annihilation flared even larger. The newly formed earth walls crumbled under the overwhelming chakra, and a tide of fire devoured the Kyumo forces sheltering behind them. Screams of agony echoed across the battlefield. More Uchiha arrived, launching wave after wave of fire release techniques, transforming the entire plain into a raging inferno, a blazing furnace that burned everything in its path. The enemy's fragile resistance made even the Konoha shinobi question whether this was truly one of the 5 great nations, or just some backwater shinobi village. Clan head, the main Kyumo forces have completely retreated. Inabi appeared beside Fugaku, reporting quickly, they abandoned their supplies and left a small group behind to cover their escape. The rest fled without looking back. Are you certain it's a full retreat? Fugaku turned, Mangekyo Sharingan glowing in his eyes. The blood-red gaze made even Inabi falter slightly. Yes. We used Genjutsu to interrogate them. The order came from the fourth Raikage. They're afraid of the Mangekyo Sharingan. That's why they're retreating, they don't dare fight anymore. Clan head. You led us to repel Kumo's invasion. You brought us this victory. They ran out of fear of the Mangekyo. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Inabi's words, Fugaku paused, then burst into laughter, the signature wild laughter of the Uchiha. Moments later, his eyes fell upon a burning Kumo flag, half-charred in the flames. Activating the third stage of his Susanoo, he shattered the flag with a single punch. Then, he pulled out a Konoha banner, raised it high, and projected his voice with chakra across the battlefield. Kumo has fled. This battle is a great victory for Konoha. Long live Konoha. Thousands of shinobi stared at the towering Susanoo, at the fluttering Konoha flag raised in its hands. They stood frozen for only a second, then erupted into thunderous cheers. We won. We really won. Ha ha ha, Konoha won. We did it. Long live Konoha. Long live the Uchiha. Long live clan head Fugaku. Uchiha Banzai. Konoha Banzai. The setting sun bled across the horizon, painting the battlefield in red. The deafening roars of celebration echoed through the plains and into Fugaku's ears. As he listened, Fugaku finally dispersed his fully activated Susanoo, his heart swelling with satisfaction. We completely crushed them. In the distance, Danzo heard the cheers. His already sour expression darkened further, his face now blacker than a scorched pot. His fists clenched. His lone exposed eye locked onto Fugaku, flashing with something between envy and hatred. After a long silence, he let out a cold sigh. There was no question now. After this war, nothing would stop the Uchiha clan's rise within the village. And Fugaku Uchiha, as clan head and war hero, would ascend completely. It's over. Chapter 173, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 173. I really didn't expect Kumohagakure to be defeated by Konoha, especially under the leadership of the Uchiha clan. On an island within the Land of Water, Momochi Zabuza, now a graduate of the Ninja Academy, pulled his kunai from the neck of a rogue ninja and said in disbelief, "Are the Uchiha really that powerful, Anko?" The Uchiha clan is indeed an incredibly powerful shinobi bloodline, arguably among the strongest in all of Konoha, if not the entire shinobi world. Mitarashi Anko, a bit younger than Zabuza, took the roasted fish that her summoned snake had caught and cooked, wiped it off, and took a big bite. With her mouth full, she mumbled, after all, Konoha was co-founded by the Uchiha and the Senju. But now that the Senju are gone, the Uchiha naturally rose to become the top clan. But even so, they still don't hold a candle to our Yuki clan. With the fourth Mizukage around, the Yuki are the strongest, hands down. Absolutely. Mention of the fourth filled Zabuza's face with reverence. Lord Fourth is the strongest, no question. We all know Lord Fourth is the strongest, but it's because of that, you all need to push yourselves harder, and catch up to him. The voice came from behind them. Hoshigaki Kisame stepped forward, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. I remember you aim to become one of the new generation of 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Zabuza. There are still many vacancies among the 7 ninja swordsmen now, so your chances are very high. Of course. This great me is a genius personally praised by the Mizukage-sama. The future 7 ninja swordsmen will definitely have a place for me. Looking at the confident Zabuza, Anko with her mouth full of fish, and the quiet, reserved Utakata sitting in the corner, Kisame grinned. The future of Kirigakure looked brighter than ever. Ever since officially becoming a couple with Ayako, Kisame felt like life in Kirigakure, and his own world, had been completely transformed. He saw everything from a new angle, a new light. A once gloomy, sunless life now seemed to glimmer with dawn's first light. Perhaps this was the power of love. Yuru, too, had noticed Kisame's change and, with a grand gesture, approved a long honeymoon leave. But Kisame wasn't the kind of man to sit idle. Just a month later, he was already itching to return to duty. Given the new dynamic between Mizuchi Ayako and Kisame, Yuru wasn't about to assign him back into the darkness of Kirigakure's ANBU. Instead, he made this elite shinobi a jonin instructor. His team. None other than Momochi Zabuza, Mitarashi Anko, and Utakata. Alright, clean up, time to head back and report, Kisame clapped his hands, calling the 3 young shinobi destined to become Kirigakure's backbone. But before the words had left his mouth, his expression hardened. Without hesitation, he drew Samehada from his back. His sudden shift to full alert immediately alerted the 3 to trouble. All of them turned their focus to the surroundings, only to freeze a moment later as the sea in the distance trembled, and a massive form emerged. A jagged, heavy shell breached the surface of the water. Even with just a glimpse, the oppressive chakra it radiated was vast, immeasurable. That overwhelming pressure locked all three of them in place. THTH this is the Three Tails. Tailed beasts are massive chakra entities created from the division of the 10 tails born of the divine tree, special life forms that cannot die as long as chakra exists. Even if they're defeated or killed, they will eventually reform and revive. That's why tailed beasts can survive for millennia and remain ever present in the world. The Three Tails, Aisabu, was no exception. Though it had vanished after the death of its Jinchuriki on Tamatsu Mountain, 3 years later, it had returned. Its former memories had been lost with death, but the violent hatred and negativity toward humans left in its residual consciousness immediately surged to the forefront upon rebirth. The giant, thick-shelled turtle reared back and let out a thunderous roar. With a deafening cry, it whipped its tail and stirred the sea into a violent maelstrom. So this is a tailed beast. The sudden appearance of the Three Tails shook the trio to their core, but Kisame was unfazed. With one hand gripping same hata, he bit into his other hand and performed a one-handed seal. Summoning Jutsu. Boom. A plume of smoke erupted, revealing a unique shark in front of Kisame, slapping the sea with its fins. Kisame took out a scroll, rapidly scrawled encrypted ANBU codes using his chakra, then handed the scroll to the shark, which swallowed it whole and vanished in a puff of smoke. You three, fall back, now. Watch out for the battle shock waves. Battle shock waves. The trio froze. Weren't they supposed to retreat as soon as they encountered a wild-tailed beast during a mission? Why was Kisame-sensei getting ready to fight? Don't just stand there, go. Utakata grabbed Zabuza and Anko, dashing to the distance. Once they'd gained enough ground, Utakata released a stream of bubbles, enveloping the three and flying them toward Kirigakure's territory. Even though the island was large, when it came to a tailed beast, no place was truly safe. To Kisame, their presence was just a burden. The farther they were, the better. But brilliant plans rarely unfold smoothly. The blood scent left behind from the rogue ninja had drawn the attention of the freshly revived beast. Its eyes locked immediately onto Kisame's vast chakra, and the three genin escaping on a bubble in the distance. Even without full memories, the instinctive hatred of humans and the desire to flaunt its rebirth surged up. The beast raised its head, opened its mouth, and began gathering a terrifying mass of chakra. Bastard. Kisame's expression darkened. He couldn't let the beast unleash a tailed beast bomb before the kids reached safety. Water release, great shark bullet technique. His hands flew through seals. A massive, transparent shark leapt from the sea, jaws open, rushing at the Three Tails just as it was about to fire. In an instant, Aisabu, Three Tails, noticed its gathered chakra being devoured. Then a massive force slammed into its belly, countless chakra sharks bit into its shell, trying to break through. The Three Tails, which had intended to play a little balloon-popping game, was instantly enraged. You dare strike me? I'm the Three Tails. Roar. The beast roared. Its massive body twisted in the water with surprising agility, tail lashing out to destroy the invading chakra sharks. But another surge of power hit its tail. For a moment, it felt its body being torn apart. The pain made it thrash violently, and as it looked closer, it spotted a half-human, half-shark figure circling like a predator, ready to pounce. Such sweet, exquisite chakra. Already merged with same hata, Kisame grinned with bloodlust. His chakra reserves were vast, though not as massive as Aisabu's, but the longer the battle lasted, the more that changed. And in an oceanic environment like this, he was in his element. This was his hunting ground. In the Third Shinobi World War, Kirigakure lost both the Three Tails and the Six Tails. Our village has thrived since then, but without tailed beasts, can we truly be called a great village? Surrender, Three Tails. Kisame exploded through the water like a blood-scented shark, launching a ferocious assault. In just an instant, the high-speed Kisame charged to the Three Tails' front. Even when the Three Tails contracted its limbs, preparing to block Kisame's attack with its hardest shell armor, the moment they collided, a slight weakness emanated from the Three Tails' body. Yes, the Three Tails was known for its defense, even the Nine Tails might take time to crack its shell, or so it believed. But for Kisame, this chakra-laden shell was his favorite prey. Every strike drained chakra from the beast and added it to his own, growing stronger by the second. After only a few exchanges, Kisame's strength surged. His afterimages blurred into dozens, like a school of sharks closing in. And then, Aisabu realized something was wrong. Kisame's blows were landing heavier and faster. Cracks spidered across its once impenetrable shell. Worst of all, it felt weak. Tailed beasts did have infinite chakra, but that only referred to regeneration. Their active reserves were not limitless. And now, this half-human, half-shark thing had chakra comparable to its own. Impossible. To take down a tailed beast solo, he really is a monster. Several figures appeared on the shore. Hozuki Mangetsu watched the sea battle in awe. In the water, the Three Tails was at its strongest. Even his hydrification technique wouldn't guarantee victory. Yet Kisame had single-handedly dominated the beast, utterly. TCH. He's just abusing Samahata's properties, Ringo Emuri scoffed. It's not just that. Among the current 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame is undeniably the strongest. Yuru arrived late, her words making Emuri purse her lips in frustration. And besides, Emuri, you've been slacking off lately. Forgive me, Lord Yuru. Ringo bowed low, as if struck by lightning. I'll train harder. I swear I won't let you down. Boom. A massive splash drowned her words. The half-shark Kisame, now surging with immense chakra, launched Isabu out of the ocean, then planted a foot on the unconscious beast's head. He separated from Samehata, exhaled slowly, and turned to see Yoru and the others approaching. Mizukage-sama. Well done, Kisame. Yoru gave a nod, making no effort to hide her satisfaction. You've become strong enough to shield Kirigakure from the storm. You flatter me, Mizukage-sama. Kisame grinned, baring teeth. It just happened to be this big turtle. If it were any other tailed beast, say, the 6 tails, I might not have been so lucky. But, what will you do with the 3 tails? Oh, that. Yoru glanced at the unconscious beast, drew her Zanpakuto, and, before anyone could react, sliced downward. A wave of glacial air erupted. The freshly revived 3 tails was instantly frozen, then shattered into icy fragments, dead again. Mizukage-sama, you. Kisame was stunned. He'd been wondering who would become the 3 tails Jinchuriki, but Yoru had simply killed it. Wouldn't Kirigakure be back to having no tailed beast at all? I understand what you're thinking, Kisame. The 3 tails is indeed a powerful asset. But to stop certain people's schemes, we must ensure its absence. Yoru sheathed her Zanpakuto, listening to the mission completion reward sounds in her ear, and spoke softly. And besides, Kirigakure doesn't need a tailed beast to prove its strength anymore, does it? Everyone present paused, a sigh forming in their hearts. Who wouldn't want more power, especially something like a tailed beast? But in the end, this was Yoru's way of cutting the roots of evil, before they could grow. Chapter 174, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 174. The 4th Mizukage, Yuki Yoru, was truly a selfless and remarkable man. In order to suppress the ambitions of scheming factions, he had willingly given up something as powerful as a tailed beast, a force considered equivalent to a nation's nuclear deterrent. Such breadth of vision. Such strength of will. Perhaps this was why the people of the village revered Yuki Yoru as the greatest Mizukage in Kirigakure's history. Everyone present shared that same thought. As they looked at Yoru, their eyes filled with renewed reverence and respect. This was the kind of leader they had chosen to follow. By the way, Kisame, Yoru said, glancing around the shoreline, you came here for a B-rank bandit suppression mission, correct? He nodded in satisfaction. You handled it well. I'll archive the results later and have the ANBU distribute the mission rewards to your team. Much appreciated, Mizukage-sama. This is nothing but my duty. Yoru gave a casual wave, and with a puff of white smoke, his body vanished. A shadow clone dismissed. No one was surprised. Everyone in Kirigakure knew just how overworked Yuki Yoru was. Even with capable aides like Terumi Mei and Yuki Akira, the responsibilities of the 4th Mizukage were immense. There were even rumors that you could spot Mizukage Yoru at both the gates and the summit of the village at the same time. Unofficial estimates claimed that no fewer than a dozen of Yoru's shadow clones were constantly active across Kirigakure, tirelessly working to transform the ruined legacy left by the 3rd Mizukage, and the scars of the 3rd Great Ninja War, into the strongest hidden village in the shinobi world. Kisame. The usually cool voice of Hozuki Mangetsu interrupted. You've spoken to Mizukage-sama before, do you think I'm ready to join Soul Society? Soul Society? Kisame raised an eyebrow at the question. Even Ringo Emuri looked visibly surprised. They were all part of Yoru's inner circle, so they already knew what Soul Society was. All of them had once harbored the ambition to join it. But every one of them had been rejected. In Yoru's view, none of them were ready back then. And truthfully, even now, they still weren't. Don't let a sudden emotional surge drive you to say something like that, Mangetsu. Kisame bared his sharp teeth in a grin as he looked at the prodigy in front of him. You're the most gifted shinobi the Hozuki clan has produced in generations. The elders expect you to carry the clan's legacy forward. And besides, your little brother, Suigetsu, was just born, wasn't he? Your family, your loved ones, your entire clan, are you really ready to leave all of that behind? Mangetsu hesitated, his expression faltering. No. He couldn't just abandon it all. But precisely because he couldn't, he felt the need to protect it all, with his life, and everything he had. I want to join Soul Society. I want to become someone truly capable of protecting the village, protecting everything I care about. Aren't you already doing that? Kisame replied. You're protecting your village, your comrades, your clan, right now. Do you really believe that unless you become a so-called Shinigami, you can't fulfill that mission? You're one of Kirigakure's finest, Mangetsu. Whether it's talent, judgment, or spirit, you're among the best. Even Lord Fourth speaks highly of you. In my view, all you need to do is stay on your path. Complete every mission Lord Fourth gives you. That's more than enough. They were the exact words Yuru had once spoken to Kisame. Truthfully, Kisame had long been curious, deeply tempted, by soul society. So were many among the top elite of Kirigakure. But Yuru had rejected every application. He always said, wait, the time isn't right yet. But what exactly counted as the right time? Kisame didn't know. But he was certain of one thing, Yuru wasn't lying to them. That time would come. And until then, the only thing they could do was become stronger. Even stronger. But with my abilities, can I really become strong enough for Mizukage-sama to call upon me personally? Ringo Amuri, who had been quietly listening nearby, felt her heart sink. Yoru's earlier words had already shaken her, and now, doubt began to fester. She, Mangetsu, Funa Yukiko, and Uzumaki Hiromi had all once been handpicked by Yuru himself during his ANBU years. They were his most trusted operatives. But now, only she remained stuck in place. Mangetsu had become deputy head of the ANBU, and heir to the Hozuki clan. Some even speculated that if he weren't so close in age to Yuru, he might have been selected as the fifth Mizukage. And Yukiko and Hiromi. Although the two were not well known in Kirigakure, all high-ranking Kirigakure officials knew of their special roles in Kirigakure. Funa Yukiko led the Kirigakure's human body Kekei Genkai modification. Uzumaki Hiromi oversaw the Soul Shinigami transformation projects. Their status exceeded even Mangetsu's, second only to Yuru himself. Of that once elite ANBU squad, Ringo was the only one left behind. She was still counted among the 7 ninja swordsmen, and she wielded the legendary lightning blades, Kiba, a name feared even across the 5 great nations. But when compared to the others, it was like the heavens and the earth. Ringo's gaze wavered in quiet despair. What should I do? Meanwhile, deep within the laboratory, Mizukage Yuru stood over the analysis scroll in his hand. His shadow clone had just returned and dispersed after eliminating the revived Three Tails. Yuru paused, then his expression returned to its usual calm. The lab was clean and clinical. Strange, half-living specimens floated in glass tanks along the walls, some looked like stones, plants, tools, yet all of them had begun to grow flesh. Inorganic matter fused with living tissue, like they had been infused with life itself. I think we can proceed with human experimentation now. Yuru glanced up from the scroll and looked at the figure standing in front of him, the former priestess, now transformed. He then turned to Hiromi, standing beside him. The balance of 4 energies inside Miroku is excellent. As long as we replicate her ratio, even normal living humans can control spiritual power. The only problem, Hiromi said quietly, is how to distribute it on a wide scale. We can't modify people one by one. That's far too inefficient for mass application. What about our original plan? Yuru said. Have Miroku establish a sacred land and form a religious order, like the 3 great sage regions, or even that so-called Jashin cult, to spread this power. It's a solid idea, Hiromi replied. But sacred lands and religious orders with ordinary names might not be very persuasive to ordinary people. What if we give her the official endorsement of the Mizukage, recognize her as the national priestess of the Land of Water, and designate the land as a new sacred land? That could actually work. But what about the loyalty of future members? That's not an issue, Yuru replied. This effort is just about spreading the power of the Shinigami. I'll handpick the core members myself later. Unlike Shinigami, Quincy's weren't a unified force. They were more like hollows, a broader classification based on power, not bloodline. As long as the number of converted grew large enough, Yuru could choose from among them to form his elite unit. His personal Sternritter. His own Wandenreich, Invisible Empire. As Yuru and Hiromi continued their quiet discussion, the newly reborn Miroku stood nearby, blinking in confusion. She didn't quite understand what was going on, only that the agonizing fusion process was finally over. Her chakra had been successfully transformed into Shinigami power. Yes, Miroku had completed the process of becoming a Shinigami, but the term wasn't exactly accurate. As a 1,000-year-old sage, Miroku had already fused 4 energies. Chakra. Spiritual energy. Nature energy. Soul energy. Now, she had simply swapped her chakra for Shinigami power. Since she still lived in a physical body, the correct classification was Quincy. The first Quincy of this world. Miroku. Why yes. Startled, Miroku snapped her head up from the floor where she'd been distractedly watching ants. Yuru gave her a soft smile. Miroku shivered. Every time Yuru smiled like that, something terrifying followed. No need to be nervous. Didn't you always say you wanted to leave this place? From today onward, you're a recognized citizen of Kirigakure, and of the Land of Water. You can settle anywhere within the Land of Water, even inside Kirigakure itself. You can come and go freely, even return to the Land of Demons, if that's what you wish. Ah, really? Her eyes shimmered. And when he said, Land of Demons, her entire expression lit up like fire. Even though she had become one with Morio, remembered her ancient self, and regained countless memories, what she experienced as the priestess Miroku had never left her. She could let go of her old subjects, her court, her power. But the child she had carried for 10 months, Cheyenne, that bond was unbreakable. She had believed she would be forever imprisoned in this lab, used for endless research and experiments. Which, to be fair, had been true until now. And yet, today, Yuru had granted her freedom. What's the cost? Miroku swallowed back her excitement. What do I have to give in return? No one offers something like this for free. Don't worry. There is no cost. I, Yuki Yoru, am not some parasite who drains people dry. His voice remained calm. Do you remember the promise we made? The promise. Miroku blinked. You were serious about that? Of course I was. I never make promises lightly. If I give my word, I follow through. From today on, you, Miroku, are the High Priestess of the Land of Water. You are the Sage Priestess of Shadow Island, personally recognized by the 4th Mizukage. Yuru swept his hand dramatically. I will designate one of our islands as your sacred land. Just like Mount Mayaboku or Ryuchi Cave, your very own holy site. Morio is a spirit beast tied to shadows and disease. You are a Sage Priestess of darkness and fate. So, let's call it Shadow Island. All yours. Miroku couldn't help but get excited. She didn't care what the name was. She didn't care about titles. She only knew one thing. She was free. She could now stand equal to the Great Toad Sage, the White Snake Sage, the Slug Sage. So, when do I start? Miroku asked nervously, afraid Yuru might take it back. No time like the present. How about today? Yuru said with a smile. From this day forward, you are the Sage Priestess of Shadow Island, under the protection of Kirigakure. But there's one condition. Of course there is. Miroku tensed again. Say it. Mount Mayaboku, Ryuchi Cave, Shikatsu Forest, they all hoard their powers. They call themselves sacred, exalted. And for thousands of years, they've passed on their techniques to only a chosen few. But our Shadow Island isn't like that. We will not follow the legacy of the Sage of Six Paths and his chakra. We are here to offer the world a new path. So I want you to throw the doors wide open. Anyone fated to find Shadow Island can become your disciple. Fated. Miroku tilted her head. That was way too vague. Yuru cleared his throat. I mean, basically, anyone who wants to join. Everyone. Miroku was stunned. Wouldn't that turn Shadow Island into some chaotic mess? We have no choice, Yuru said. Mount Mayaboku, Ryuchi Cave, they've existed for 1,000 years. Shadow Island is brand new. Even with my name behind it, we'll never beat them head-on. We have to go around them. And you understand the real reason I'm having you create this place, don't you? Of course she did. Shadow Island was just a front. What Yuru truly wanted was to spread Shinigami power across the ninja world. To overthrow the Six Paths legacy. To replace chakra with something far more dangerous. Chapter 175, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 175. The existence of chakra is like a Damocles sword hanging over the ninja world. By the time of the Boruto era, chakra couldn't even cause the slightest harm to outsiders. Trying to harm the Otsutsuki clan with chakra was as futile as trying to drown a fish in water. Whether it's to fight the Otsutsuki or to deal with the Sage of Six Paths himself, suppressing the spread of chakra has become a necessity. And if one wishes to eliminate something completely, the best method is to replace it with something else. What should I do? Ringo Emuri sat listlessly on a bench along the misty streets of Kirigakure, blankly watching the foot traffic around her. In her hand, a pair of bamboo chopsticks aimlessly poked at a bowl of deep-fried food, mashing the contents into an unrecognizable mess. Out of the former 4 captains of ANBU First Squad, she was the only one left, and this was what she'd become. To be fair, it had only been 3 or 4 years since the Third Great Ninja War. In that short time, Emuri had gone from a squad captain to a division captain in the ANBU, essentially taking over Yoru's former position. For most people, this would be considered a major promotion. But when compared to Hozuki Mangetsu, Funa Yukiko, and Uzumaki Hiromi, she fell far behind. Amiri had never paid much attention to these comparisons before. But after what Yuru said a few days ago, she couldn't sit still anymore. She could ignore her title. She could ignore the chaotic affairs of the Ringo clan. But she couldn't ignore how Yuru saw her, how he judged her. And right now, she had disappointed him. I can't go on like this. I have to grow stronger, I must become stronger. I want to earn Lord Yuru's approval. I want to catch up to Mangetsu, Yukiko, and the others. But, how exactly am I supposed to do that? To gain power in a short period of time wasn't something one could achieve by just training hard. With her natural talent, even if she spent all day training in Kirigakure's dual tower, the most she could hope to reach was the level of the original 7 ninja swordsmen. That simply wasn't enough. And it would take too long. She needed something special. As the saying goes, the poor rely on mutation, the rich rely on technology. And Amiri Nizan. The surprised voice snapped her out of her daze. She looked up to see a small girl who barely reached her chest and forced a faint smile. Anko. Your performance during that bandit suppression mission the other day was impressive. It was just a little B-rank mission. Honestly, I think Kisame-sensei should let us take on A-rank missions already. Anko grinned as she plopped down in the seat across from Amiri, then waved to the shop owner, 2 bowls of red bean soup, 4 orders of fried dumplings, and a tempura set meal. The steady stream of food drew stares from several other customers, but neither the shopkeeper nor Amiri looked surprised. Clearly, this wasn't anything new. Your appetite's as big as ever. Amiri looked on a bit enviously. If only I could eat like that and not gain weight. To indulge in food without ever worrying about your figure, it's truly enviable, Anko. I can't help it. I get super cranky if I skip even one meal. As Anko scratched her head sheepishly, the movement caused Amiri to notice something, a dark, tomo-shaped mark just below her neck. A curse mark. Amiri's brow arched slightly. She wasn't surprised. She knew Anko's situation well, Orochimaru's personal disciple. Originally, she was sent to Kirigakure as a probe for Orochimaru. Yet, unexpectedly, the student came and the teacher never showed up. At first, Anko had been terrified and wary, but over time, she adapted remarkably well, integrating seamlessly into Kirigakure. Wait. The curse mark. Something clicked in Amiri's mind. Her eyes lit up. As the former ANBU first squad captain, she had, of course, studied information on curse marks. Curse marks worked by sealing natural energy into a person's body, allowing them to access it and enter a pseudo-sage mode to drastically increase combat ability. Anko's value in Yoru's eyes, and her assignment under Kisame alongside Zabuza and Utakata, wasn't just because she was Orochimaru's disciple. The main reason was that she had already begun adapting to the power of the curse mark during her time in Kirigakure. If I could get that power too. A gleam flashed in Amiri's eyes. Of course, she had no intention of going to Orochimaru and asking for a bite from that snake. Her interest lay in the natural energy within the curse mark. With Yuru forbidding anyone from joining the Soul Society or becoming a Shinigami, natural energy remained the only viable way to gain significant power quickly. If she could obtain and master that energy, her strength would grow exponentially. Even Lord Yuru would have to acknowledge her. Anko. Amiri suddenly spoke. Anko, who was busy devouring her dumplings and red bean soup, paused mid-bite, then quickly finished the bowl and wiped her mouth. What's up, Amiri Nizan? This might be a bit presumptuous, but may I take a look at your curse mark? Kirigakure had no known method to train in natural energy yet. The best way to access it was to find one of the legendary 3 Great Sage lands. But those places were all mysterious and hidden. No one knew their exact locations. However, Anko's curse mark contained a rich reserve of natural energy, some of it even infused with chakra from Ryuchi Cave. If Amiri could sense it or, better yet, use reverse summoning through it, she might just get there. Hearing the word curse mark, Anko tensed slightly. Then, after a beat, she casually tilted her head, exposing her pale neck. 3 black tomo formed a triangular pattern, reminiscent of the Sharingan's 3 tomo. Here you go. Thanks, Anko. Amiri took a deep breath and placed her hand on the curse mark. Chakra flowed as she carefully examined the energy within. Cold. Twisted. Heavy. In an instant, Amiri could feel how unique this chakra was. It felt like entering a damp, dark cave filled with venomous snakes, every single one watching her. She resisted the discomfort. As disturbing as it felt, the power of this curse mark was undeniable. And its nature aligned perfectly with natural energy. Next, I just need to guide this energy, and then perform a reverse summoning. Buzz. Before Amiri could act, the curse mark suddenly flared red. Anko flinched, quickly pulling away from Emuri's touch and clutching her neck in pain. Emuri looked startled. She hadn't even done anything yet, at least, not enough to provoke such a reaction from the curse mark. Anko. Are you okay? What's? Anko's brows furrowed. Her young face turned pale from the pain. But she didn't care about the physical discomfort. Instead, she abruptly stood and turned toward the street, scanning it desperately. But no matter how hard she looked, that familiar figure, the one she longed for, never appeared. At the same time, the pain in the curse mark began to fade. No doubt about it. This feeling, Lord Orochimaru, you haven't forgotten about me after all. But, if you're in Kirigakure now. Anko, you. It's not your fault, Emuri-Nizan. Anko shook her head, then added seriously, you should already know that this curse mark was placed on me by my teacher, Lord Orochimaru. It doesn't just contain natural energy, it also has a portion of his chakra. Because of that, I can sense his presence to some extent. So. You mean? Orochimaru is in Kirigakure. Emuri's expression turned grave. I understand. You go rest. I'll report this to the Mizukage immediately. Emuri vanished in a flicker. Anko lightly touched the mark on her neck and bit her lip. Though Lord Orochimaru meant a lot to her, her time in Kirigakure had truly been happy. So. I'm sorry, Lord Orochimaru. Truly astonishing research progress. It's only been a year or two since we last met. And yet, your advancements in both Kekkei Genkai and soul modification. You've already reached such a level. It's just normal scientific accumulation, reaching a breakthrough after a critical mass. Nothing particularly grand. In the Kekkei Genkai laboratory, Yuru casually set down a flask and looked with interest at the men before him, dressed in the Akatsuki's black cloak with red clouds, brought in by Tsunade herself, Orochimaru. Not long ago, I fought the Akatsuki leader myself. Right now, it's not just Kirigakure, Konoha and Sunigakure are also hunting Akatsuki members. And here you are, strolling boldly into my office. Aren't you afraid I'll just capture you and hand you over to Konoha? Someone like you, Lord Yuru, who has already set your sights beyond the trivialities of ninja villages, to the entire world, humanity itself, to chakra and souls, you wouldn't stoop to such petty games. Orochimaru's tongue slithered out, licking the corner of his lips. Besides, we had an agreement once, didn't we? Fourth Mizukage. True, I did send you an invitation. And you disappeared the next day. You founded your own village here, joined Akatsuki over there, completely ignoring Kirigakure in the process. Admittedly, in hindsight, I should have come here directly after leaving Konoha. Orochimaru shook his head slightly, as if lamenting everything that had happened since. But I don't really regret it. Creating a village, joining Akatsuki, it all gave me unique experiences and insight. Then why come here now? Yuru leaned back in the Mizukage chair and stared at him. You use Edo Tensei to leverage Tsunade's weakness and force a meeting with me. Then, you bring up your past regrets about not joining Kirigakure. Do you think I'll just give you another chance? As long as the price is right, anything can be negotiated, no? Interesting. Yuru raised an eyebrow. And what exactly do you have to offer? Information on Akatsuki. Orochimaru paused, knowing full well this wouldn't impress Yuru. After all, even Akatsuki's leader, Nagato, had suffered a crushing defeat at Yoru's hands. What value would their intel hold? I assume the reason you invited me in the first place, Lord Mizukage, was because of me, my talents. So surely, that value still exists today. Yuru said nothing, tapping the desk in thought. Even with top researchers like Yukiko and Hiromi under him, he had always admired Orochimaru's scientific brilliance, his research methodology and relentless thirst for knowledge. Kirigakure's current research breakthroughs were built upon vast resources Yuru had poured into them. Back when he inherited Danzo's and Orochimaru's research, he spared no expense in funding it. Now, they even had a discarded Otsutsuki corpse to study. With that kind of support, even a pig could learn to fly. One of the legendary Sannin offering himself up like this, it is tempting. Yuru casually tossed an experiment file over. Since you want to join, let's start by seeing what you can do. This is. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes as he opened the file. And the moment he glanced at it, the most calculating and composed of the three legendary Sannin couldn't help but widen his eyes in awe, his expression blazing with excitement. The merging of Kagaya and Hyuga bloodlines can really produce this level of power. Why so shocked? Yuru said coolly. You know full well that overusing the Mangekyo Sharingan leads to blindness. But when Senju and Uchiha bloodlines are combined, the cost of using it drops significantly. It's because both clans descend from the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Their union leads to a kind of atavistic phenomenon. Same goes for the Kagaya and Hyuga. Kagaya and Hyuga, also descendants of the sage. Orochimaru frowned. Back in the Warring States period, the Kagaya clan was a fire country shinobi clan, until the other clans drove them into the sea. As for their ancestor, no, it wasn't Hagoromo. It was his younger brother. Otsutsuki Himura. Chapter 176, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 176. Otsutsuki Himura. This name is barely known in today's shinobi world. Even someone like Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin and a top-tier scientific researcher, knows almost nothing about him. In fact, not just Himura, most people don't even know the true name of the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. The world only ever remembers the title, Sage of Six Paths, never the man's actual name. It's kind of like someone who's done bad things and hides behind an alias to avoid trouble. Otsutsuki Himura was the younger brother, same mother, of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the Sage of Six Paths. But because Hagoromo founded Ninshu, his name spread far and wide, while Himura took on the duty of guarding the ceiling statue, that thing your Akatsuki leader can summon, and went to the moon. To the moon. Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly shaken. Ancient secrets like this are completely unknown even in Konoha. If anyone has heard of them, they probably dismiss them as myth. So how the hell does Mizukage Yoru know all this? Ah, he controls souls. That explains it. Who knows how many generations of ancestors Yuru has dug up and interrogated. He must have learned countless hidden truths about the shinobi world that way. After all, for someone who can not only revive the dead but literally create Shinigami, any soul that even Edo Tensei could easily bind surely holds no secrets from him. With just a few tricks, the fourth Mizukage can uncover vast amounts of ancient knowledge. Still, the idea of Hagoromo's brother going to the moon. That's kind of hard to believe. Could anyone really survive up there? And Himura, if he was the brother of the Sage of Six Paths, why isn't there a single myth or legend about him? The entire world only talks about Hagoromo. Does someone like that truly exist? And if so, what kind of being is he? Whether Himura existed, or whether he really went to the moon, you don't need to doubt that. Yoru rose and beckoned Orochimaru to follow him. With just a glance, Orochimaru's eyes locked in on the silhouette suspended inside a massive glass tank. It was unusual. The being resembled a member of the Hyuga clan by about 70%, but there were subtle differences, something that set it apart at the core. In its aura. In its very life essence. Otsutsuki Himura is the shared ancestor of both the Hyuga and Kagaya clans. After he and Hagoromo defeated the chaos demons that plagued the world, Himura split his descendants in two. One branch stayed behind and became the Hyuga and Kagaya clans. The other went with him to the moon and settled there. And this one here is a descendant of Himura from the moon. Looking at the discarded body floating in the tank, Yoru said flatly. Though all of them are hybrids, there's no doubt that the Otsutsuki bloodline on the moon is far more concentrated than in the Hyuga or Kagaya clans. It's thanks to this specimen that I've been able to uncover so many secrets and further my research. Orochimaru swallowed hard. All his questions were answered. Now he fully understood why Kirigakure's research progress had advanced so rapidly. This was straight-up open-book cheating. He had the damn answer key. So, what you're doing now is trying to combine the powers of the Hyuga, Kagaya, and the Moon's Otsutsuki clans in order to trigger a bloodline reversion, and recreate Himura's original power. Orochimaru licked his lips, eyes burning with excitement. But there's no connection between you and those three clans, is there? You're from the Yuki Clan, not the Kagaya. That's not an issue. This body I'm in is a Kekkei Genkai modified body, a fusion of Kagaya and Hyuga. Yoru said casually. I've already used special techniques to clone numerous variants, Senju version, Uchiha version, Kagaya version, and more. No need to look so shocked. You're not a Shinigami yet, so you don't really get it. Once you become one, you'll understand. A physical body. It's nothing more than a plug-and-play tool. You're already preparing to study that kind of technique yourself, aren't you? That's true. Orochimaru's eyes flickered. He knew Yoru had deep insight, but he hadn't expected this level of surveillance. The technique he'd just started developing, living corpse reincarnation, was still in its infancy. Barely functional. And yet Yoru already knew. All right then. Since you want to become a Shinigami, show me your ability. If you can prove your talent and potential, why shouldn't I let you lead the 12th Division of the Soul Society? Captain of the 12th Division, What an irresistible offer. Orochimaru licked his lips again. I'll begin researching the Bloodline Reversion Project. But if I'm the only one working on it, progress will be slow. I'll need talented assistants, capable ones, to help carry out the work. Given how far your research has already gone, I assume your subordinates are quite gifted. Would you mind lending me a few? You can collaborate with some of them. As for assistants, Yuru paused. I recommend using shadow clones. But if you really need someone, what about your old student, Anko? Anko. Orochimaru's face twitched. Honestly, he could easily track Anko's current state, his chakra was embedded in her curse mark. Whenever she activated it, he could feel everything. And that girl, she was definitely not research material. That foolish disciple of mine. No thanks. But Mizukage-sama, allow me to warn you, someone under your command seems a bit too interested in my curse mark, or rather, in natural energy. He grinned darkly. Just keep an eye on that. Chasing power blindly can lead to unfortunate outcomes. Relax. I've already started laying plans for natural energy. Yuru didn't even flinch at Orochimaru's surprise. But since you mentioned it, I'm very interested in Ryuchi Cave, too. The three great sage lands, Ryuchi Cave, Mount Myaboku, and Shikatsu Forest. I've heard the toad from Myaboku even prophesied about me once. Called me a terrifyingly powerful and utterly evil entity. So, how about it, Orochimaru? Will you take me to Ryuchi Cave? You really are something else. While Yuru and Orochimaru made their way to Ryuchi Cave, a shadow clone of Yuru remained behind in the Mizukage's office, only to be interrupted when Ringo and Muri burst through the door, looking tense. Lord Yuru, I have an urgent report. Anko's curse mark reacted. I believe Orochimaru, one of the three Sannin, has infiltrated the village. That's a good instinct. But there's no need to worry, I just met with him. Yuru leaned back in the Mizukage's chair, watching one of his most trusted ANBU squad members. Still, Amuri, you seem rather interested in Anko's curse mark, don't you? Huh. Amuri froze, flustered. She'd come here to report on Orochimaru. Even if Kirigakure was strong now, having a Sannin wander in uninvited could stir up trouble. But Yuru already knew. Of course he did, with Kirigakure's current security, who could possibly sneak in? I'm sorry, Lord Yuru, I just... The curse mark seals natural energy into the body, allowing the user to tap into it quickly. It's essentially a low-grade version of Sage mode. Yuru cut her off gently. It's a decent power, but it comes with high risks. Anko understands that better than anyone. And besides, the curse mark hasn't been perfected. Its power boost is still far below what true Sage mode offers. Even if you succeed, you likely won't reach the level of Mangetsu or Kisame. Amuri bit her lip. Lord Yuru, So I've prepared a brand new path for you. What? Her heart heavy and uncertain, Amuri looked up, stunned. Yuru smiled and pulled out a scroll from beneath the desk. There are three great sage lands, Mount Myaboku, Shikatsu Forest, and Ryuchi Cave. Training at one of them grants access to Sage mode. But all three are tied to Konoha. Even if I had the ability to get their scrolls, the sages in those places wouldn't exactly welcome someone like me. No matter. I found a fourth sage land in the shinobi world, Shadow Island, home of the Shadow Sage. Shadow Island. Amuri blinked, confused. She'd never even heard of the so-called fourth sage land. But if Lord Yuru recognized it as legitimate, how could she possibly doubt it? Exactly. This scroll contains the contract for Shadow Island. Sign it, and you'll gain its acknowledgement. You'll be able to summon creatures from there, or use reverse summoning to travel there yourself. Yuru paused for a beat. I've already signed its contract too, by the way. You did. Amuri's eyes lit up. She hurried over and opened the scroll like it was a sacred treasure. Sure enough, Mizuki Yoru, written in powerful, bold brushstrokes. Lord Yoru, can I really? To sign the same contract as Lord Yoru, to be guided by the same sage. This was a gift from heaven. Well. Don't you want it? Yes. Of course I do. Without hesitation, Amuri bit her finger and signed her name, Ringo Amuri. Yoru caught the scroll with a flick of his wrist. Next, use reverse summoning to reach Shadow Island and find the Wooing Sage. Just know, Shadow Island isn't exactly like the other Sage lands. Its training methods differ. You'll have to discover everything yourself. But I believe in your ability. I won't let you down, Lord Yoru. With a determined look, Amuri performed a hand seal and vanished in a puff of smoke. Yoru casually tossed the scroll to a nearby ANBU. Have every ANBU member sign it. Understood, Lord Mizukage. At that same moment, as Yuru and Orochimaru entered Ryuchi Cave via reverse summoning. The White Snake Sage, slumbering on a massive throne like the Great Toad Sage, suddenly opened his eyes. An eerie expression crossed his face. Beside him stood a beautiful young girl with long green hair and a golden crown. She looked puzzled, she hadn't seen that expression from the White Snake Sage in a long time. Something wrong, Lord White Snake. That boy Orochimaru brought someone, very interesting. The white snake sage slowly rose, his body towering like a mountain. Go, Tagriheim, you three go and bring both Orochimaru and that man to me. Someone, interesting. Her curiosity deepened. The white snake sage was one of the most powerful beings in the world. A true sage. And hardly anyone ever caught his attention. Over the years, only Orochimaru had barely earned a bit of recognition, though he still lacked the ability to train in sage arts. His three followers departed at once. Once they were gone, the ancient being, who had lived since the time of Kagaya and rivaled the great toad sage, took a long draw from his pipe and narrowed his eyes. The master of souls, building his invisible empire in the ninja world, and now, he dares to come here as well. Heh. Well, if he pissed off that old toad, I already kind of like him. Chapter 177, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 177. The environment of Ryuchi Cave closely resembled that of Mount Mayaboku in the original story, only, instead of a lush forest, it was a humid and shadowy mountain terrain ideal for snakes, with stalactites scattered throughout. The moment Yuru stepped in, he immediately understood why this place was hailed as one of the three great sage lands. It wasn't just because of the presence of the white snake sage, but because the concentration of natural energy here was extraordinary. In the original canon, Naruto could easily enter sage mode while training at Mount Mayaboku, drawing in natural energy almost effortlessly. Outside, however, it required intense and prolonged effort. That contrast alone proved how vastly different the energy concentrations were. In a place like this, even a pig could probably learn to fly. Yuru casually swept at the air, as if grasping thick waves of natural energy in his palm. Even so, his own Shadow Island was not inferior. After all, he had placed the dragon veins, Ryumayaku, chakra within it. True, in terms of quality, the dragon veins chakra couldn't compare to the pure, millennium-aged natural energy of the three sage lands. But its massive quantity, condensed and compressed by Yuru and funneled into Shadow Island, made its raw power considerable. Yes, Orochimaru replied after a short pause, dense natural energy significantly boosts the growth of all living beings. That's why the creatures from the three sage lands are far stronger than normal summons. But natural energy itself is secondary, what really matters is the existence of a sage. A sage, huh? Yuru chuckled lightly. I've met a few self-proclaimed gods, and even those two old frogs from Mount Mayaboku who call themselves sages. They're far from what I imagine a sage, or a god, to be. Fukasaku and Shima, the toad sages. Orochimaru's mind conjured the image of the pair as soon as Yuru spoke. He shook his head. They don't truly count. Ryuchi Cave also has attendants who serve the white snake sage and are referred to as sages, but the only real sages are the white snake sage of Ryuchi Cave, the great toad sage of Mount Mayaboku, and the slug sage of Shikatsu Forest. I don't know exactly how powerful the sage of Six Paths was, but I believe these three aren't any weaker. They're the real thing. Maybe so, Yuru replied, noncommittally. In the original series, both Gamamaru and the white snake sage showed immense influence. The Gamamaru even manipulated the Sage of Six Paths, possessed a resurrection talisman that could reverse death, and could see the future. The White Snake Sage had fewer scenes, but even the small part revealed was enough to show power on par with Gamamaru. Even though I just heard you singing the White Snake Sage's praises, a sudden voice cut through their conversation, bringing outsiders here so casually still breaks the rules, doesn't it, Orochimaru? Three graceful figures blocked their path. One looked like a young girl. One resembled a lowly. One had the aura of a mature woman. All three had flawless, pale skin and stunning features, each with a unique charm. Yuru's eyes swept over them, not out of lust, but because he could sense the immense and refined sage chakra within them. Chakra that surpassed even that of Fukasaku and Shima. If a normal human could wield this level of sage chakra, entering sage mode would be as natural as breathing, and their combat strength would be overwhelming. Staring at a lady like that is pretty rude, you know. The boldness of Yuru's gaze made the trio frown. Tagriheim huffed softly as she activated her sage chakra. Instantly, the world before Yuru and Orochimaru shifted under the illusion. But in the next instant, the illusion shattered like glass. Tagriheim gave a low groan, her spell violently backfiring. She crashed to the ground, her pretty illusion completely dispersed, revealing her true form, scales and all, a monstrous snake woman. This is the first time I've seen you looking so disheveled, Tagriheim, Orochimaru said with a teasing smile. He had once tried to train in sage mode, like Jiraiya. But his soul was weakened from too many forbidden jutsu experiments, and he suffered badly under the illusion trials, ultimately failing. Later, he regained enough strength to try again, but as he was already developing living corpse reincarnation, he gave up on sage mode altogether. After all, mastering sage mode meant balancing natural, physical, and spiritual energy inside the body. But the soul-body mismatch caused by his reincarnation jutsu made it impossible to keep that balance, let alone add natural energy to the mix. So Orochimaru abandoned sage mode and gradually distanced himself from the three snake maidens. Orochimaru. Tsuheim and Ichikishimaheim quickly helped Taguriheim to her feet. The Tsuheim shot Orochimaru a glare, then turned her wary eyes toward Yuru, shock flooding her heart. No wonder the white snake sage had called him a very special one. His chakra didn't feel much stronger than Orochimaru's, yet he had shattered Taguriheim's sage art illusion in an instant and even triggered its rebound. That kind of feat hadn't happened in over a century. All right, Orochimaru said calmly. I'm sure the white snake sage already knows we're here. As much as I'd love to catch up with you three. Mizukage-sama isn't known for his patience. So, shall we get going? Carelessly mocking others isn't a good habit, you know, Yuru added. I'm known throughout Kirigakure for my gentle, friendly personality. That reaction just now was pure reflex, just my soul's automatic defense. Nothing personal. That's your soul's reflex. Still shaky, Taguriheim steadied herself with the help of the other two. Slowly, her chakra restored her strength. She offered a respectful smile to Yuru. I was rude earlier, Mizukage-sama. We three handle the trials for outsiders seeking entry to Ryuchi Cave. Since it's your first visit, we reacted instinctively. But your strength is unquestionable. Please follow us, we'll take you to the white snake sage directly. Perfect, Yuru said, satisfied. You're already way easier on the eyes than those crusty old frogs from Mount Myaboku. And you speak much more pleasantly too. The three snake maidens twitched slightly. They weren't sure if that was a compliment, but they kept silent and led the way. Yuru and Orochimaru followed. Soon, they arrived at a dark, shadowy chamber. White snake sage, the guests have arrived. Taguriheim respectfully addressed the giant snake coiled atop a stone throne, smoking an ornate pipe. The snake's tail twitched slightly, and the three maidens took the cue to vanish, leaving only Yuru, Orochimaru, and the colossal white snake. I'm curious, the serpent rumbled at last. Instead of staying in the shinobi world building your little invisible empire, Wandenreich, what brings the Master of Souls to my humble Ryuchi Cave? The stare between the three of them held for a long moment. Then, the ancient being, who had existed since the time of Otsutsuki Kagaya, took a long drag from his pipe and spoke. For Orochimaru, the words were like thunder. He knew the white snake sage could see through the secrets of the shinobi world. But this? Master of Souls. Invisible Empire. So that's what Yuru had built. Screw Soul Society and Shinigami, he had already reached this level. I had no choice, Yuru replied. The sage land I built might barely qualify, but the creature there is kind of a dumbass. Its inherited memories are all messed up. So I had to come to you ancient relics who've been around since the Otsutsuki days. Yuru stepped forward and bowed politely. A pleasure to meet you. I am the fourth Mizukage of Kirigakure, founder of the Godei 13 of the Soul Society, captain of the 1st Division and captain commander, and emperor of the Invisible Empire, Yuki Yoru. What a terrifying string of titles. The white snake sage murmured, coiling his massive body as smoke curled from his fangs. Be it extraterrestrials or soul masters, you outsiders are always different. You don't fit into the shinobi world. At least I don't treat the natives poorly, Yuru answered calmly. He wasn't surprised the white snake sage knew everything. This creature was on par with the great toad sage. Fate, prophecy, destiny, these beings held the script to the world in their hands. I don't know what deal you, or the toad sage, or the slug sage made with Hagoromo back then, but the Otsutsuki threat still exists. Yuru looked him in the eyes. I hate trouble. But I hate people who threaten my life and freedom even more. Can you understand what I mean? The white snake sage burst into hoarse, echoing laughter. Humans are born of desire. They inevitably fall into darkness. Anyone who comes here has always abandoned something to chase their ambition. So, Master of Souls, do you truly believe you can offer something so valuable that I would abandon my pact with Hagoromo? I can, Yuru said firmly. My offer is one you can't refuse, and aren't allowed to refuse. Oh, the snake narrowed his eyes. You've seen Hagoromo's power. Do you think I fear it? Yuru didn't respond. He didn't even reach for Hyarinmaru at his waist. But in his eyes, two distinct lights flickered, one a deep blue, the other pale and cold. Even without lifting a finger, Orochimaru felt a deep sense of dread ripple through his spine. The white snake sage raised his head, his tongue flicking silently as he stared. For a long moment, the air was completely still. Finally, the ancient being exhaled a long stream of smoke, settled back onto his throne, and sighed. Unbelievable, whether your presence is a blessing or a curse for the shinobi world, I can't say. A husky voice emerged from the smoke. Unlike that old toad, I don't enjoy controlling everything. I prefer the unknown, risk, darkness, the thrill of the gamble. So tell me, Master of Souls, what do you want from me? I want to see the past. To confirm certain truths, and certain people. Yuru smiled gently, the glow in his eyes fading. Also, I'm interested in your version of Sage Mode. If possible, I'd like to try it. Only a soul master would treat his body like a lab toy. You're such a selfish creature. The white snake sage snorted. Very well. One thing at a time. You want to see too, he asked, glancing at Orochimaru. The Sannin, stunned silent throughout the conversation, licked his lips and nodded. Who wouldn't want to peek into the myths of millennia past? Greedy boy. Fine. You can watch too. The white snake sage exhaled a faint mist of smoke. Empowered by a deep surge of sage chakra, the smoke spread across the entire cavern like a rising fog. Within the mist, both Yuru and Orochimaru saw the world around them twist and fade, as if stepping into a dream. A few heartbeats later, they found themselves in a barren, lifeless wasteland. The land was scorched and broken. Then, boom, three figures erupted across the sky in a battle of terrifying magnitude. Watch closely, came the white snake sage's voice. This is where it all began. This is how the world came to be the way it is. And this, he added with a strange, bitter laugh, is the ridiculous family drama of those so-called gods from beyond the stars. Chapter 178, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 178. In the desolate world, three figures clashed violently across the heavens, the shockwaves reaching skyward in a tide of power. Yuru and Orochimaru both stared at the three figures, their eyes dark with awe and something unspoken. But one thing was certain. This war was the origin. The origin of chakra, of shinobi, and the root of all the world's change. Boom. 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 A battle at the Six Paths level had already surpassed the boundaries of ordinary ninjutsu. Each clash of force rippled out, shaking the very fabric of space. Even though it was only an illusion, Yuru and Orochimaru could still feel the overwhelming grandeur of the conflict. The intensity was so great that even the illusion couldn't fully stabilize. The image was starting to break apart into pixelated distortion. In ancient legends, gods cannot be looked at, cannot be comprehended, cannot be touched, and cannot be defined. Though the power of Hagoromo and his family couldn't truly be called divine, not like beings such as Otsutsuki Shirbai who had transcended dimensions, even so, their battle wasn't something ordinary eyes could gaze upon freely. Even the white snake sage, who had now caught up to the level of Hagoromo and Hamura to some extent, still couldn't close that gap from back then. The distortion of the images couldn't conceal the savagery of the battle. Sacred chakra burst outward with the force of truth-seeking balls, tearing the sky and cracking the earth. Explosions echoed endlessly. In the past, celestial beings descended upon the earth, devouring its life force for themselves. But their offspring, moved by the suffering of the world, chose righteousness over blood. And together, the two brothers sealed their own mother away. The white snake sage's voice emerged, exactly as the images turned to mosaic, a fitting narrator. But his words made Orochimaru frown, his eyes flicking toward Yuru, who clearly knew more than what the legend suggested. The god tree devoured all life, turned every living thing into white zetsu, and that's what they call suffering. Yuru snorted coldly. Wasn't it Hagoromo and Hamura's rebellion against their own mother that caused this so-called devastation? It's just another story of two ambitious sons, Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Hamura, killing their mother and stealing her power to seize the world for themselves. And with that, Orochimaru understood everything. As long as they were human, they'd have desires. Even the so-called sage of Six Paths, self-proclaimed savior of the world, was not immune. Of course, Orochimaru didn't say that aloud. He still used chakra, and hadn't become a Shinigami yet. It wasn't wise to slander Hagoromo while still bound by his rules. The fog-shrouded illusion progressed quickly. Soon, the fierce battle of the sages ended with the two brothers sealing their mother. A colossal sealing stone descended from the heavens, wrapping Kaguya in a spherical cocoon, which then rose into the skies to become the moon. At the same time, Hagoromo secretly sealed the weakened Ten-Tails husk, the demonic statue of the outer path, onto that very moon. So the moon was created by the sage of Six Paths. That was a revelation far beyond a shinobi's worldview. To shape a celestial body. To create a moon out of nothing. No wonder Hagoromo was revered as a sage. As a god. Who in the shinobi world, across 1,000 years, could ever match that? Wait, if the sage of Six Paths created the moon to seal his mother inside, then, everything Yuru said before was true. The realization slammed into Orochimaru like a thunderclap. When myth becomes reality, the first to lose themselves are always the scholars, those who believe they understand everything. The illusion continued. After sealing Kaguya inside the moon, Hagoromo absorbed all the chakra stripped from her and surpassed even his own mother in strength. But then he did something incomprehensible. He released all that power. He split it into the 9-tailed beasts, and instead of hoarding it, he began to spread chakra across the world, passing pieces of himself to the people of the shinobi world. As this occurred, Amura, just as Yuru had described, departed for the moon, becoming the guardian of the demonic statue. Time passed. As chakra spread and Ninshu took form, ambition followed, and with it, the world began its slow descent into chaos. Orochimaru stood silently, lost in thought. The fog illusion began to dissipate. Hold on. Yoru's sudden voice snapped both Orochimaru and the White Snake Sage out of their thoughts. I'm not here just to watch a cosmic soap opera. Oh, the White Snake Sage replied, amused. What else could possibly be more interesting than divine matricide and the rise of chakra? I want to see what happened before all that. Orochimaru blinked. Before the brothers. Before Kagaya's children. Before chakra itself. The true beginning. The White Snake Sage was silent for a long moment. So that's your ambition, Master of Souls. He finally understood. This man who ruled over death and souls wasn't just watching the world. He was watching the gods themselves. He was watching the heavens. It's difficult, the sage admitted, voice low and serious now. When the celestial beings descended, I had not yet awakened. At best, I can reconstruct only fragments of what happened. Fragments are fine, Yuru replied calmly. Very well. Brace yourself. The smoke that had faded once again flooded the chamber. A new illusion unfolded. Same ruined world. But at its center stood a colossal, twisted tree, its branches still undeveloped, like a sleeping beast. The god tree, in its infancy. This was the age before Kagaya's control. The time when Otsutsuki first descended upon Earth. They came as conquerors. Invaders. Slaughter. Bloodshed. Extraction of power. The sky cracked. The earth cried. The world screamed. One look was enough. One look was all Orochimaru needed to understand why Yuru was obsessed with this. All of Orochimaru's speculation, all his theories, shattered. The native beings of Earth had once possessed terrifying power. Even if they weren't on the level of the White Snake Sage, their strength exceeded Pain, and even rivaled Madara and Hashirama themselves. But against the two Otsutsuki, they were like insects. Their power meant nothing. It was as if something had suppressed or drained them. This isn't how it should be. Orochimaru muttered, eyes fixed on the monstrous god tree. Don't tell me. Your intuition never fails to impress, Orochimaru, the White Snake Sage praised. You're correct. Before the arrival of the Otsutsuki, there was no chakra on Earth. Humans trained in three paths: physical energy, spiritual energy, and natural energy. Each path led to tremendous power. And some even mastered all three, reaching heights equal to the greatest shinobi legends. But the god tree drained it all. When the energy source vanished, their strength withered. Even the greatest warriors became powerless. They had no roots. Both Yuru and Orochimaru nodded grimly. They understood. Even natural energy, powerful as it was, needed to be replenished from the earth. But the god tree had stolen nearly all of it. The fall of Earth's native race was inevitable. The illusion changed again. The native inhabitants of the world, its original people, stood no chance against the overwhelming power of the two celestial beings. Their resistance was shattered by slaughter. They were crushed utterly. There was no fight left. With nothing in their way, the two beings simply waited. They stood in silence, allowing the god tree to draw out the world's power, biding their time until it bloomed and bore fruit. The grotesque, towering thing, half tree, half monster, slowly grew, absorbing energy with terrifying hunger. But that growth didn't last long. At a certain point, it stagnated. As if something was missing. The two celestial beings showed no surprise. One of them, whose appearance closely resembled the progenitor of chakra that Hagoromo and Hamura once sealed, stepped forward and began a strange, ancient ritual at the base of the god tree. From what I've gathered, the White Snake Sage explained. For the god tree to fully mature, a celestial being must sacrifice themselves. That's why two of them came. One was meant to offer themselves. The other to reap the harvest. It's likely part of their culture. A hierarchy of sacrifice and power. Yuru frowned, his gaze was fixed squarely on Otsutsuki Ishiki, the dominant one between the two. And then, it happened. Under that looming, monstrous tree, Kagaya, who had already assumed a posture of offering, suddenly made a sudden move. She turned. And struck. An ambush. Otsutsuki Ishiki, caught completely off guard, was hit hard. The attack was merciless, precise, and deadly. Blood sprayed. His form trembled. He was critically wounded, reduced to a near-death state in the blink of an eye. Orochimaru's entire body went still. Then his jaw clenched tightly. Yuru, on the other hand, didn't move. Not even a flinch. The illusion shifted again. The gravely wounded Otsutsuki Ishiki tried to resist, his body twitching with what little strength remained. But in the end, Kaguya offered him up as a sacrifice to the Ten Tails. The grotesque, monstrous god tree, having consumed Ishiki's life, reacted as if it had been given a key. A key that unshackled its sealed power. It began to grow, no longer restrained, towering toward the heavens like a true world devourer. Its extraction of the planet's energy intensified dramatically, ripping into the earth with terrifying force. A subordinate rising against their superior to seize power, only to be betrayed and sealed by their own children. Orochimaru chuckled darkly, his eyes gleaming. These celestial beings, all of them endlessly fascinating. For power, they'll devour worlds. What use is morality? The white snake sage rasped. Yuru said nothing. His gaze remained locked on the image of Kaguya offering Ishiki's broken body to the tree. His eyes were calm, but deep in thought. Then, after a long silence, he finally asked. In all these centuries, have you ever sensed that one? The white snake sage paused. His massive tail slowly coiled. But then he understood who Yuru meant. And he shook his head. You overestimate me, master of soul. I may have become a sage, but some things still lie beyond my reach. I can sense all things in this world. But not that being from the stars. Interesting, Yuru muttered. He let out a slow breath, his eyes now fixed on the white snake sage. Then let me ask you something. Do you want to escape? The snake blinked. Then narrowed its gaze. Escape. Then, suddenly, he threw back his head and roared with laughter. It was coarse, brutal, and deep. So sharp it shook the fog around them into vapor. He laughed for a long, long time. At last, the ancient white snake, who had lived for over 1,000 years, raised his massive head and met Yoru's eyes. He, to leave one cage, only to enter another, what's the point? What's the difference? What's the meaning? Besides, don't you already have one of us under your command? Yuru shrugged with a wry grin. 3 against 1 just doesn't feel fair. But if I can bring you over, 2 against 2. Now that, I can work with. So, what do you say? It's still a cage, sure. But mine's a hell of a lot more comfortable than the Sage of Six Paths. Chapter 179, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 179. Before the arrival of the Otsutsuki on Earth, there was no such thing as chakra. The native inhabitants relied on energies that came almost entirely from 3 sources, the physical body, the spirit, and nature itself. Those who mastered physical strength were warriors. Those who tapped into spiritual power were priestesses. And those who commanded the forces of nature were wild mountain spirits and mystical beasts. But the appearance of beings from beyond the stars shattered this balance. The emergence of the god tree forcibly melded these once separate energies into a single force, what came to be known as chakra. The arrival of the Sage of Six Paths further twisted the development of supernatural power across the world. Those of the old era who failed to adapt to the wave of the new age were inevitably swept away. And so, professions like samurai and shrine maidens were gradually replaced by shinobi. Yet, some of the top-tier figures of the old age were not willing to exit the stage quietly. They began to incorporate chakra into their beings, fusing it with their original power to become entirely new forms of existence. For example, Jashin the evil god, who merged his cult's heretical power with chakra in order to prolong his life, endlessly repairing his injuries through the power of his faith. Or those who made pacts with the Sage of Six Paths, merging chakra, spiritual energy, physical energy, and natural energy into one, becoming transcendent beings known as the 3 Great Sages. Chakra is like ink. It may seem like a small drop, insignificant in quantity or quality. But no matter how powerful or unique these ancient beings once were, chakra has now left its mark within all of them. Their bodies have been thoroughly infiltrated by chakra. Under normal circumstances, this wasn't a problem. But should they come face to face with those from the heavens, or the Sage of Six Paths himself? You certainly don't hide your ambition. As expected of a so-called master of soul. The white snake sage looked down at Yuki Yoru without agreeing or refusing. Its snake head rose high, staring down from above. But the Celestials haven't descended yet, and the Sage of Six Paths isn't walking the earth. Meanwhile, you are alive and active in this world, building an empire of your own. Although they're all cages, why should I choose one that's constantly watched and constrained? Isn't that obvious? Yoru replied with a soft smile. Because this cage is not only wider and grander, but from within it, you can draw even greater power. While forceful coercion could secure obedience in the short term, what Yoru desired wasn't just compliance. He wanted the white snake sage's submission, not a dead snake. Over the past few years, Yuru had discovered a crucial detail, whether it was Shinigami, Hollows, or even Miroku, the first Quincy of the shinobi world, their existence amplified his own strength. This was why, after he and Hiromi created the first Shinigami, Kushimaru Kuriere, Yoru's power surged dramatically. First came the Shinigami. Then the Hollows. Then the entire Soul Society. That's why Yuru kept researching these entities, creating more and more. Now, he even planned to use Shadow Island to spread the power of the Shinigami across the whole ninja world. Every new being who grasped spiritual power fed a fraction of that power back to Yuru. As long as there were enough people wielding spiritual power, Yuru wouldn't even need to lift a finger, he would ascend to godhood on his own. But Shadow Island alone wasn't nearly enough to bring the power of the Shinigami to the entire ninja world. Besides, Yuru chuckled. Right now, I'm the only Master of Soul in this world. But when it comes to Master of Chakra, who knows how many are out there? You're clearly threatening me, but for some reason, you sound almost convincing. The white snake sage let out a hissing grunt, its raised serpent head drooping again as it coiled up on its throne. Fine, fine. If I refuse today, the one who'll laugh the hardest will be that damn toad. But I'm curious, what are you planning to do? That toad, the slug, and I are different from your self-split subordinate. You should be able to feel it. My power is vast as a mountain and sea. That's my accumulation over 1,000 years. Within that power, chakra has already been fully integrated. Forget separating it, chakra is the dominant force in everything I possess. You can't possibly expect me to abandon all of it. Of course not. But the next part might hurt a little. Yuru grinned widely. What he wanted was the white snake sage's millennium of accumulated power, that sage energy. In the next moment, Yuru appeared directly in front of the white snake sage. He lifted one hand and placed it gently on the creature's snake scales. Twin lights, ghostly blue and icy azure, shone in his eyes. And the instant his palm made contact, an overwhelming surge of soul power erupted, forcefully penetrating the sage's body. Instantly, the sage's internal sage chakra began to resist, struggling to expel and destroy the invading force. The foreign energy clashing against the entrenched chakra caused the white snake sage to stiffen violently. Yet, the sage soon took initiative, guiding its sage chakra to open a space for the soul power to enter. The sensation was deeply unpleasant, like trying to squeeze two people into a single-seat chair. Even with attendants moderating the conflict, and laws keeping them from fighting outright, both sides began to push subtly, competing for space in silence. RRHHMMM. The white snake sage shuddered uneasily, trying to adapt. While suppressing any overreaction from its sage chakra, it worked to accommodate the invading soul power. Only after the soul power settled into a permanent place within its body did Yuru finally withdraw his hand. This power will gradually replace your chakra. And as that process unfolds, you'll begin to master an entirely new strength. The power of the soul. The white snake sage grunted, feeling the ember-like flicker of spiritual power within. Fine. But this will take time, probably a long time. Time shouldn't matter much to a 1,000-year-old sage like you. Heh. I meant for you. Don't get impatient. Until the conversion is complete, I won't be able to do much for you. The white snake sage picked up its pipe again, tone casual but cutting. At best, I'll be like your other subordinate, able to promote your cause, but only once I've grasped the power myself. Then I'll be counting on you, white snake sage. You better know this is trouble. Yoru's smile only deepened. Even if he didn't know how the white snake sage would promote spiritual power, with the prestige of Ryuchi Cave as one of the three great sage region, the effort would be far smoother. All in all, this was a complete success, everything went perfectly. Having secured the white snake sage's allegiance, Yuru didn't linger in Ryuchi Cave. He left with Orochimaru and returned to Kirigakure, where he resumed his research and began spreading the influence of Shadow Island. Back in Ryuchi Cave, the white snake sage, still adjusting to spiritual power, fell into deep contemplation. Not over the power conversion, that would proceed slowly even if he did nothing. The real dilemma was, how to promote spiritual power. Unlike Shadow Island, which was immediately open to the public, the three great sage region had accumulated their mystery and nobility over centuries. Many had found Ryuchi Cave, but few had ever passed the trials of the three snake princesses. Even if they opened the cave to outsiders, who in the ninja world would believe it was the real Ryuchi Cave? And the snakes themselves certainly wouldn't be thrilled about welcoming crowds of humans. One Orochimaru was already enough. Bringing in a flood of people. What did they think this was, a buffet? This is such a pain. Ugh, whatever. I'll just keep transforming my power for now. Worst case, I'll have Tagriheim and the other snake princesses take some of the snake horde outside to bite people. Promotion is promotion, as long as we hit our numbers. The changes to the three great sage region went completely unnoticed by the rest of the ninja world. For now, everyone remained focused on the recently concluded war between Konoha and Konohagakure. Thanks to Uchiha Fugaku's deliberate and high-profile publicity, the news of Mangekyo Sharingan's return spread like wildfire across the entire world. Once news of Konohagakure's retreat followed, it confirmed the rumors. Those opportunistic forces hoping to exploit the war between two great nations to steal some benefits quickly backed down. Even after all these decades, the name, Shura of the ninja world, still echoed in the mouths of the older generation. Anoki, upon hearing the news, threw his back out in shock, proof enough of the Uchiha's lingering dread. No one could afford to ignore the Uchiha. The title of Ninja World's Strongest Clan wasn't just empty talk, it was built on rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. For a time, an eerie peace fell over the entire shinobi world. Only after confirming that Konohagakure had truly withdrawn, and that no other major factions were making moves, did Uchiha Fugaku return triumphantly to Konoha with his forces, preparing to reap even greater rewards. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the two village advisors, and Konoha's top brass welcomed them with open arms, holding a grand celebration and award ceremony. The whole village rejoiced in the war's end and their overwhelming victory. The end of the Third Great Ninja War had felt rushed and unsatisfying. Everyone had known it would soon flare up again. But this time was different. Konoha had crushed Konohagakure in a direct confrontation. Even though the primary force was the Soul Society, and neither side's top-tier fighters had clashed directly, the fact remained, Konoha had won. Fugaku, clad in his Susanoo, rampaged across the battlefield, sweeping through enemy lines like the legendary Shura himself reborn. But beneath the joy, dark currents had already begun to swirl. Some voices began saying the fourth Hokage was dead, and during the war, the third Hokage had nobly returned to power. But now that the conflict was over, the third should retire again, and it was time to choose the fifth Hokage. Others sang the praises of the Uchiha clan and its leader, Fugaku, their valor, their strength, their unmatched leadership in defeating Konohagakure. Some top-tier artists even created a stirring painting of Fugaku crushing the Konohagakure banner beneath his Susanoo's foot while raising the Konoha flag high, and gave out prints for free, spreading them throughout the village. Yes, there were whispers about Uchiha favoritism, brutal law enforcement, public beatings, and even Uchiha men abusing their power and women. But these criticisms paled in comparison to the triumphant wave that the Uchiha rode into the village. Fake news. That's what they called it. All lies, slanders against the great war hero, Uchiha Fugaku. Hiruzen. Why the hell did you let Fugaku become the commander of the army? Look at what's happening in the village now. Inside the Hokage's office, Danzo slammed a scroll filled with praise for Uchiha Fugaku, and calls for Hiruzen to retire and begin the selection for the fifth Hokage, right onto the third's desk. This kind of momentum. This kind of public opinion. If this continues, all our efforts, everything sensei and we have worked for to contain the Uchiha, will be wasted. Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly puffed on his pipe, eyes dark as he stared at the scroll. He didn't need to read it. The things he'd heard in recent days were enough to confirm everything Danzo was saying. But what could he do? Back then, who else but Fugaku could lead the army? Who else in Konoha could defeat Konohagakure? Should he, the Hokage, have taken the field himself? What a joke. Talking about it now is pointless, Danzo. What we need to do is stop Fugaku, stop the Uchiha. Koharu's voice was firm as she glanced at the silent Hiruzen. That clan of lunatics must never take power. If they do, there's no telling what chaos they'll cause. Exactly. Just look at what those guys have been doing lately. With just one victory, they've made it seem like Konoha is already under Uchiha rule. If we actually let them take power, are we going to rename the village Uchiha next? Hamura Mitokado coldly snorted. That's right. Sensei's, Tobarama's, concerns back then were absolutely correct. No matter what, the evil Uchiha must never be allowed to rise to power. They must be stopped, otherwise, they'll destroy Konoha from within. Koharu and Hamura spoke in tandem, voicing exactly what Danzo and Hiruzen were thinking. But thinking was easy, doing something was another matter. Uchiha Fugaku had returned triumphant, his Mangekyo Sharingan awakened. His power was unmatched. If they confronted him directly, even if they won, the cost would be devastating. For a long moment, the Hokage's office fell into silence. Not even Danzo, usually the idea man, could come up with a plan. But then, a voice broke the stillness. Third Hokage-sama, a messenger from Kirigakure has arrived. Chapter 180, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 180. The tales of the Uchiha clan's bravery on the battlefield, their valor in combat and their unwavering protection of comrades, had begun to spread like wildfire. Public opinion in Konoha had taken a decisive turn in their favor. The Konoha military police force, once the object of distrust and disdain, were now gradually being seen with warmth and admiration. This novel sense of acceptance, never before experienced, brought genuine smiles to the faces of the Uchiha. Moved by this change, many members of the clan even began performing good deeds around the village on their own initiative. Helping elderly grandmothers cross the road, watching over pets or children for busy villagers, such acts were now commonplace. Many members of the Uchiha even began setting up stalls to distribute rice, flour, and cooking oil to the villagers for free. Don't underestimate the impact of this. Konoha, after suffering multiple rounds of warfare, the Third Great Ninja War, the Nine Tails Attack, the Fire Lightning War, was now a shadow of its former glory, a village nearly brought to its knees. Setting aside the enormous number of fallen shinobi, the reparations to Kirigakure from the Third Shinobi War were still being paid in installments. Konoha could now be summed up in one word. Broke. The village was broke. The village's fiscal deficit was sky-high. Debts owed to the daimyo and major noble clans had long since surpassed hundreds of millions. The compensation for fallen or injured soldiers, as well as the reparations to Kirigakure, still hadn't been fully delivered. The people were broke. With wars to fight, taxes had increased. Every household with a shinobi had someone drafted to the front lines, and if that person died, the family lost its pillar of support. Naturally, their income would plummet. With the village bankrupt and compensations delayed, many families in Konoha were already unable to even put food on the table. What? You're wondering about savings? This is still the ninja world. If your house is destroyed, so be it. You might not have savings, but at least with a bit of ninjutsu, you could rebuild. But if this were the modern world? One-tailed beast bomb from the Nine Tails, and not only would your house and car be gone, you'd still be stuck paying your mortgage and car loan. Given the desperate circumstances, the Uchiha's free distribution of rice and oil was practically a game-changer for the villagers. And with the Uchiha clan's prestige skyrocketing, murmurs began to ripple throughout the village. It was time to hold elections for the fifth Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi was aging, unfit for prolonged work, and talk of his retirement spread like wildfire, especially in bars, clubs, and entertainment halls. Thank you, clan head Fugaku. Thank you, Uchiha. The Uchiha are good people, really. I must have been blinded by pork grease before to think otherwise. As long as the Uchiha are here, Konoha will endure. When the Uchiha thrive, so does the village. At a relief station handing out rice and grain, Uchiha Fugaku stood in the back, quietly listening to the enthusiastic voices of the common folk. His smile deepened. By his side, however, Uchiha Inabi looked puzzled. Clan head, our own situation isn't all that great. Is it really necessary to help these civilians like this? If we're looking to rally support, wouldn't it be better to win over the shinobi? The election of the fourth Hokage had been determined by votes from all Konoha shinobi. Namikaze Minato had defeated both Shimura Danzo and Fugaku himself in a landslide, even surpassing one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, to become Hokage. Given the Uchiha's current popularity, if they focused on winning over a few jonin, the fifth Hokage position would be practically secured. So what was the point of wooing civilians? You don't understand. Fugaku shook his head. Among the shinobi of Konoha, excluding the major clans, nearly 70% actually come from civilian families. To win over the elite jonin, we'd have to offer immense resources and political leverage, an enormous cost. In contrast, rallying the civilian population is far cheaper. And if we can win over the civilians, then those civilian-born shinobi will naturally side with us. Inabi, your perspective is still too narrow. I understand now, clan head. Inabi bowed his head in shame. Fugaku didn't elaborate further. He simply looked out at the cheering crowd with a deeper smile on his lips. Truth be told, Fugaku had never really paid attention to the common folk before. In his view, with his strength and influence already at their peak, the Hokage seat was within reach. But a casual conversation with his son Itachi had changed everything. Itachi had been deeply curious about the fourth Hokage election. He even asked, why had someone like Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, lost to a younger shinobi like Namikaze Minato? Obviously, because the fourth was more youthful and received the support of the younger generation, Fugaku had replied, ruffling Itachi's hair with a smile. The future belongs to your generation. You're my son, Itachi. Your talent, your potential. They're bound to. Wait a moment, the younger generation's support. Fugaku's praise came to an abrupt halt. His eyes widened, and he even involuntarily activated his Sharingan. In that instant, a realization struck him like lightning. From that moment on, everything changed. His strategies began to shift rapidly. With my prodigy son Itachi, the Uchiha need fear nothing. As Fugaku watched the lively scene in front of him, his thoughts naturally drifted to Itachi. What's that little rascal up to now? Training. Or maybe watching over little Sasuke. Elsewhere. Kirigakure is here? The ANBU's report made everyone in the Hokage's office tense up. Since the Third Great Ninja War, Kirigakure's rise had been unstoppable. They were now arguably the strongest village in the ninja world. Under Yuki Yoru, the Shinigami from the Soul Society had stunned even Sarutobi Hiruzen with their performance during the Nine Tails attack. The mere mention of a delegation from Kirigakure was enough to make everyone instinctively nervous. Wait, they're probably here to discuss the Tri-Nation super project between the land of wind, fire, and lightning. Sarutobi took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Still, he glanced at the ANBU with a nervous look. Who's leading the delegation? The prodigy of the Hozuki clan, deputy commander of Kirigakure's ANBU, Hozuki Mangekyo. Just as expected. The moment he heard the name, Sarutobi exhaled in relief. Mangekyo had been the point of contact for Kirigakure in all matters concerning the super project. If he was here, then it was likely about that and nothing else. Sarutobi waved a hand, dismissing the ANBU. Once they were gone, he looked at Shimura Danzo and the two elders, Hamura and Koharu, and spoke in a low, serious voice. You're right. We all know how dangerous the Uchiha are. We cannot let Konoha fall into their hands. But with their current momentum, we can't stop them through normal means. We need to take the long view. Take the long view. Danzo scoffed. Hiruzen, let me remind you, we have neither public support nor military advantage. If you keep stalling, you'll regret it when things truly spiral out of control. I'm well aware. Sarutobi puffed slowly on his pipe, eyes dark and contemplative. After the Third War, the Nine-Tails incident, and the decimation of Konoha's forces, only the Uchiha, long marginalized, had emerged as the village's strongest faction. Now, with Fugaku returning triumphant, even if they wanted to suppress the Uchiha, they couldn't afford to act rashly. You all go prepare to receive the Kirigakure delegation. I'll handle this situation myself. You'd better, Danzo grunted before storming off. Koharu and Hamura exchanged weary glances and sighed. Hiruzen, everything depends on you now. I know. The two elders departed, leaving Sarutobi alone in his office. He focused his chakra, causing the crystal ball on his desk to display a live image of the village. The screen showed smiling Uchiha and villagers interacting happily. Seeing this, Sarutobi felt his blood pressure spike. Still, he knew he couldn't stop it. Grimacing, he changed the image. The crystal ball flickered through various parts of Konoha, and Sarutobi's expression shifted with each frame. If the village he'd governed for decades fell into Uchiha hands, how could he face his two teachers in the afterlife? Suddenly, Sarutobi's gaze sharpened. The image settled on a clearing where a black-haired boy leaned against a tree, breathing heavily after a training session. He pulled out a scroll and retrieved a book to read. It wasn't a ninjutsu manual, nor a training handbook. It was titled, Inheritors of the Will of Fire, by Hiruzen Sarutobi. That's right. This was one of Sarutobi's personal works, written during his time as Hokage. Even with the Uchiha rising, the future of this village still holds a place for me, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even Sarutobi himself was momentarily stunned to see the book. Then, a warm smile crept onto his face. This book was one of his proudest creations, a spiritual cornerstone during the Second and Third Wars, one he believed had helped Konoha endure. What a fine young man. Wait, why does this kid look so familiar? His old eyes lit up. If memory served him right, this child was none other than Uchiha Itachi, son of Fugaku. Incredible, the heir of the Uchiha clan, reading my book with such admiration. Is this real? He stared intently at the image, then nodded to himself. Yes, it was real. That passionate gaze, that fervent devotion, this was no different from the mindless academy students who shouted, I want to be Hokage, while clutching the will of fire to their hearts. If I could use this boy, could he be the key to exploiting Fugaku's weakness? Yes, this could work. Sarutobi glanced at the crystal ball, confirmed that Fugaku was still busy rallying support, and vanished from the Hokage's office in a flash. In the clearing, Uchiha Itachi sat with stars in his eyes, reading the book with complete reverence. His heart resonated with the philosophy of the third Hokage. To sacrifice oneself, and pass the will to the future. That was what it meant to be a Konoha shinobi. Where the leaves dance, the fire will burn. The shadow of the fire will illuminate the village, and new leaves will bud and grow. That means the will of fire lives wherever the leaves dance, fire will always burn, lighting the village and nurturing the new leaves. A voice suddenly echoed. Itachi looked up, startled. From behind the bushes, emerged none other than Hiruzen Sarutobi, wearing the Hokage robes. With a gentle smile, Sarutobi looked no more dangerous than a kind old grandfather from next door. You're Itachi, right? Look at you, already grown into a fine young man. I remember holding you when you were born. Lord Third. Itachi's eyes widened with awe. Though his Sharingan wasn't activated, his eyes gleamed brighter than any dojutsu, as if he were gazing upon his idol. And honestly, who could blame him? It was like a fangirl daydreaming over her idol, only to have that idol suddenly appear in front of her and greet her personally. A weaker-willed person might have fainted from sheer excitement. Sarutobi chuckled gently. Don't call me Lord Third. I'm just the acting Hokage now. Just call me Grandpa Hiruzen. Grandpa. Hiruzen. Itachi's face turned red with excitement, and he started to stammer. Admiration, such distance between awe and understanding. And because of that distance, it's the easiest thing to manipulate. With just a few kind words, Sarutobi had drastically shortened the emotional distance between them. At this point, Itachi felt closer to Sarutobi than to his own father. Sarutobi smiled kindly, even patting Itachi's head. The will of fire is our village's greatest treasure. For someone your age to read this book, what a remarkable thing. It's nothing. Itachi replied, a little shyly. My father wouldn't let me read this. He only wanted me to train and grow stronger. I borrowed the book from a classmate. You sought it out yourself? Sarutobi looked amazed. The Uchiha clan really did produce some unexpected gems. He had thought the last Uchiha oddball was the one who helped old ladies cross the street and shouted about becoming Hokage. But now there was an even bigger anomaly. Truly, heaven did not abandon Konoha. If he played this right, this kid could cause massive headaches for the Uchiha. The two continued chatting about the will of fire, almost like old friends. Sarutobi spoke with elegant ease. Itachi listened with a heart full of passion. Talking to Grandpa Hiruzen was like discovering a soulmate. Who truly understands me? Grandpa Hiruzen understands me. Unfortunately, the village has endured endless wars these past years. Konoha is no longer what it once was. And recently, we have something very important to deal with. Something important. Itachi perked up, curious. Then his expression grew serious. I'm sorry, Grandpa Hiruzen. That must be classified. I wasn't trying to pry. Haha, it's all right. With you, I can finally talk freely like an ordinary person. Sarutobi waved dismissively, his tone casual. But as he continued, his expression turned solemn. You may not know this, but Sunigakure and Kirigakure have a joint project. This super project has to pass through the land of fire. Not only will it severely damage our environment and economy, but it could also allow enemy spies to infiltrate us. Then can't we just reject it? Itachi asked urgently. Indeed, we originally could have. But because. Sarutobi trailed off, then sighed deeply. A Hokage does not serve himself alone, he must consider the entire village. And this negotiation was one your father helped conduct with the fourth Hokage, in the land of iron. Father. Itachi's face paled in shock. Chapter 181, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 181. I didn't expect Lord Hokage himself would greet us. What a tremendous honor. You flatter me, Envoy Dano. For this old man to meet such talented young shinobi as yourselves, that is the true privilege. Standing before the smiling Hozuki Mangetsu, Hiruzen Sarutobi's aged face bloomed like a chrysanthemum. You've traveled far. Please, take some time to enjoy all Konoha has to offer. Acting Hokage Sarutobi personally welcomed the Kirigakure delegation, face beaming with warmth. After all, Kirigakure was now the only force in the shinobi world that had ever defeated Konoha in open battle, forcing them into surrender and reparations. Their status was nothing short of dominant. Sunigakure had sealed its borders. Iwagakure was plagued by internal chaos. Konoha had suffered through the Nine Tails disaster. Kumogakure had already been defeated. And now, under the leadership of Yuki Yoru, Kirigakure had risen to become the undisputed #1 force in the shinobi world. At such a crucial moment, if Hiruzen could successfully win their favor, it would provide enormous leverage, not only for securing his succession, but for crushing the rising power of the Uchiha. So, Sarutobi brought the high-ranking officials of Konoha with him, treating Mangetsu and the Kirigakure envoys with extreme hospitality, not just giving them the full tour of Konoha's culture and charm, but even holding a feast at the Sarutobi clan compound itself. 3 rounds of sake. 5 courses of dishes. With a slight flush of intoxication, Mangetsu raised his cup with a hearty grin. Lord Hokage, your hospitality is unmatched. The people of Konoha are so warm and peaceful. I believe our future cooperation will go very smoothly. Of course. The joint engineering project between wind and water, the east-west water diversion, will benefit the entire shinobi world. It is a great enterprise. If Konoha can contribute, then as Hokage, I'll give it my full support. Hiruzen smiled politely as he toasted. But in the shadowed corner of the Sarutobi compound, a small figure glared at Mangetsu with bloodshot eyes filled with hatred. That figure was Uchiha Itachi. Though he hadn't fought Kirigakure personally, he had lived through the Third Shinobi World War, and the trauma that Kirigakure inflicted on Konoha's shinobi far outweighed that of the other 3 villages combined. Higashimatsuyama. Misawa Bridge. Anshiro Mine. Jinan Town. Kazama Valley. In every single engagement with Kirigakure during the war, Konoha's forces had been crushed into frozen ruin. 5 battlefronts turned to glacial graveyards. Countless corpses of Konoha ninja still remained unfound. And now Kirigakure dared to strong-arm Konoha into an alliance, a project that would harm the village further. Itachi's fists clenched tightly. His mind echoed with Sarutobi's previous words. Itachi. Back then, Konoha was weak. To counter Iwagakure and Kimogakure, we were forced to ally with Kirigakure. But now the war is over. Your father, Fugaku, awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and successfully repelled the onslaught from Kimogakure. We Konoha finally have the strength to stand again, but some agreements, once made, are not so easily broken, no matter how much I might wish otherwise. That bitter, powerless look on Sarutobi's old face clashed completely with the obsequious smile he now wore, laughing and toasting the shinobi who once froze his comrades to death. Where the leaves dance, the fire shall burn. The shadow of the fire will illuminate the village, and the new leaves shall sprout. For the sake of Konoha, the third Hokage could stoop so low, sacrificing dignity, swallowing humiliation. All to protect the village. Young Itachi stared at him, fists trembling, blood vessels flaring in his eyes. Then, in silence, a flash of red. Single Tomo Sharingan. At the moment the will of fire in his heart was humiliated, this genius of the Uchiha clan awakened. I won't let you down, Grandpa Hiruzen. I won't let the evil of Kirigakure continue to corrupt Konoha. Muttering under his breath, Itachi spun on his heel and ran toward the Uchiha compound. He understood the political weight. He wasn't naive. The agreement between Konoha and Kirigakure had been signed long ago. Even someone like Sarutobi Hiruzen, given the current situation, couldn't nullify it so easily. But there was someone else. Someone who, if he stepped in, could end this alliance. His father. The leader of the Uchiha. The living incarnation of the dance king of Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku. Father. Itachi. Fugaku had just returned home from a full day of relief work. He hadn't even stepped past the gates of the compound before Itachi rushed up, panting and red-faced. Fugaku looked at his most cherished son with confusion, then smiled and bent down. What's got you this winded? Even training needs breaks, you know. It's not that, father. Itachi bit his lip, then closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a pair of blood-red Sharingan slowly rotated in his sockets. Single Tomo. Fugaku froze. He stared at those eyes, stunned beyond words. His chest surged with unspeakable pride and emotion. You awakened your Sharingan. When did this happen? This is incredible. You truly are my son, Itachi. Overwhelmed, Fugaku could hardly contain himself. To the Uchiha, the Sharingan was the supreme proof of talent. And though early awakening didn't always equal strength, no Uchiha in history who awakened early ever turned out average. And now Itachi, only 6 years old, had done it. Fugaku had always known his son's genius was unmatched, but this was unprecedented, even in the 1,000-year history of the clan. Still, he calmed himself. Fugaku, as clan head, knew well, the Sharingan only awakens under immense emotional turmoil. Did something happen while he was away rallying support and distributing aid? Did something happen, Itachi? He asked gently. If something's troubling you, please tell me. Itachi took a long breath. Father, do we really have to cooperate with Kirigakure? Kirigakure? Fugaku's brows furrowed instantly. He turned and glanced toward an open field nearby. Moments later, an elite Uchiha used chakra voice transmission. The Kirigakure delegation arrived at noon. As for Itachi, we're unsure what happened. His protectors, Doka and Kintsuchi, were both knocked unconscious. It was taijutsu. Fugaku's expression darkened. Doka and Kintsuchi were elite Uchiha Jonin, 3 Tomo Sharingan, full combat prowess. To defeat them both, in silence, with only taijutsu, the attacker must be Kage level. But who? And why did Itachi suddenly ask about Kirigakure? Fugaku didn't rush. He turned back to Itachi. Why do you say that, Itachi? Isn't Kirigakure our ally? Cooperation between allies is perfectly normal. But. Itachi's voice rose. That alliance, wasn't it forced? During the Third War, they killed so many of us. We surrendered to them. We're still paying reparations. How are they allies? And this current project, it's between Sunigakure and Kirigakure. It brings nothing but harm to Konoha. Why are we even agreeing to it? Fugaku was speechless. Even the Uchiha in the shadows froze, silently staring at the young boy. A 6-year-old said all that. A 6-year-old, with that level of reasoning. Fugaku's expression grew complex. He didn't dwell too long on how Itachi knew all this. He had always raised his son with full support, His study was open to him, his scrolls accessible. Itachi had absorbed far more than anyone expected. Itachi. Fugaku inhaled, steadying his thoughts. Things aren't so simple on the surface. Our position in the shinobi world is unique. In the past, Konoha was unmatched. We stood proud above the rest. But now, it's different. We need allies, even if they offer little practical benefit. Sometimes, a symbolic ally is enough to maintain balance. But what if that ally threatens our village? Itachi pressed, his Sharingan spinning. Are we supposed to keep our heads down and take it? Father, I know Kirigakure is strong. Very strong. But are we really weak? We have the Hokage, we have powerful Jonin, elite ANBU. And we have you, father, someone who wields the Mangekyo Sharingan, just like our ancestors. Even if our strength was damaged by the wars, we're not trying to conquer anyone. We just want to protect our own land. Isn't that our right? But deep down, Fugaku murmured bitterly to himself. No. We can't. Even the Mangekyo can't stand against Kirigakure, or the Soul Society. Or those monsters. Still, he knew he couldn't say that aloud. He couldn't show even a hint of fear. Because he felt the eyes watching. Not just Itachi's. Hidden Uchiha elites. Clansmen drawn by the raised voices. One by one, they stared at him. So many eyes. So much pressure. But perhaps that pressure could become strength. Fugaku's thoughts raced. The so-called Tri-Nation Super Project might sound noble, but the actual work was between wind and water. Fire was just a transit zone. Konoha would get only 50% of the profits from projects built on its own land. The rest split between wind and water. Any profits from other countries along the route. Fire got nothing. If it weren't for the Akatsuki's sudden attack in the Land of Iron, and the terrifying display of power from Yuki Yoru, they would have negotiated for weeks. But they had no time. After the Iron Country, came the Nine Tails disaster. Konoha was overwhelmed. They had no choice but to sign. So yes. Itachi was absolutely right. This alliance hurt Konoha more than it helped. I understand. Fugaku took a deep breath and nodded firmly at his son. You're right. Some things, we must protect with our own hands. What Hiruzen Sarutobi and his people can do, I, Uchiha Fugaku, can also do. And what they can't, I can do even better. Inabi. Tekka. Clan head. The two appeared instantly behind him, eyes blazing. This was their clan head. This was the heir to Uchiha Madara's will. This was the man destined to lead the Uchiha to glory. We go to the Sarutobi compound. Yes, sir. The Uchiha compound stirred as Fugaku strode away with his guards, followed by an eruption of cheers behind him. And outside, hidden in the shadows, Hiruzen Sarutobi's shadow clone curled its lips into a faint smile. Then vanished in a puff of smoke. The fish had bitten the hook. As for the construction agreement, there's nothing else to discuss. We'll go with the original terms. Konoha receives 50% of all profits from projects within Fire Country. You and Sunagakure split the rest. With the meal finished and drink flowing, a drunken Sarutobi clutched Mangetsu's hand, still smiling. Your only job now is to eat well, drink well, and enjoy your stay in Konoha. Lord Third, you're a man of action. Mangetsu gave a big thumbs up. With this, I can report back to the fourth and begin preparations for construction. Ha 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 ha. A project that brings prosperity to all, naturally, the sooner it begins. Prosperity to all. Hiruzen Sarutobi. I think you've gone senile. A furious roar exploded from outside. Uchiha Fugaku burst through the doors like a god of war descending from the heavens. And stormed into the Sarutobi compound. Chapter 182, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 182. Hiruzen Sarutobi, I think you've gone senile. The sudden voice, accompanied by the storm-like presence of the intruder, drew every gaze in the room to Uchiha Fugaku. One by one, the faces of those present shifted, shock, confusion, disbelief. For the Uchiha clan head to barge in during discussions between the Hokage and the Kirigakure delegation, and to directly rebuke the Hokage, this would be bold even if Hiruzen were only the acting Hokage. But he was still the third Hokage, in name and reputation. And the person who had done this was Uchiha Fugaku. To the vast majority of Jonin in Konoha, Fugaku was a man known for his burning ambition and yearning for the Hokage seat, but also for his exceedingly cautious and measured temperament. Put nicely, he considered the bigger picture. Put bluntly, he was always hedging his bets. So to see Fugaku do something this direct and aggressive, many couldn't believe it. Tension rippled through the crowd. What was Fugaku thinking, barging in like this? The joint infrastructure project between wind, water, and fire was something he had personally discussed with the fourth Mizukage. So why oppose it now? Why shame the third Hokage publicly? Could it be that the battle with Konohagakure and the current unrest in the village had driven the Uchiha clan head to madness? Fugaku, do you even know what you're saying? Hiruzen Sarutobi barked coldly, though inside, he glanced sideways at the now frowning Hozuki Mangetsu, and secretly smirked. As he expected, Uchiha Itachi hadn't let him down. He had used Itachi as bait, fanning the flames of discontent among the ambitious Uchiha, pushing them, and their leader Fugaku, to lash out against Konoha's alliance with Kirigakure. That would surely provoke Kiri's disdain. And now, the trap had been perfectly sprung. Do I need to repeat what I'm saying to you? Fugaku strode into the Sarutobi clan compound with an icy expression, eyes fixed on Mangetsu. Back when I went with the fourth to discuss the Tri-Nation infrastructure project in the Land of Iron, the talks were disrupted by various incidents. But the contract was signed. Mangetsu narrowed his eyes, knowing full well Fugaku wasn't here to play nice. Your signature is right there. Uchiha Fugaku. Are you saying now you didn't sign it? I signed it, yes, Fugaku said coldly. But does Konoha recognize it? That line stunned everyone. Hiruzen's expression twisted as if struck, and he snapped, Clan head Uchiha, I must ask you to stop this irrational behavior. The alliance between us and Kirigakure is a great benefit to the village and the people. We have no reason to reject it, let alone back out. A benefit? For whose nation? For whose people? This Windwater alliance has nothing to do with us. We get no profit, and in return we invite foreign powers into the Land of Fire, undermining our trade and infrastructure. Even the domestic projects within Fire, you agreed to give away 50% of the profits. Hiruzen Sarutobi, you're stripping Konoha bare to buy foreign goodwill. Fugaku offered Hiruzen no face whatsoever. His blunt criticism exposed every flaw in the joint super infrastructure deal, and the hall was instantly plunged into a stunned silence. To show sincerity to Kiri, Hiruzen had welcomed their delegation personally, hosted them at the Sarutobi compound, and called upon many high-ranking jonin, including the Ino Shikacho trio, to express commitment to the alliance. But now, Fugaku's words had cast a long shadow. The expressions of dozens of Konoha jonin shifted visibly. Their eyes turned toward Hiruzen, seeking an explanation. Truth be told, most of them only knew the project's surface details. Even during the banquet, Hiruzen had only spoken vaguely, avoiding specifics and making it all sound like a mutual benefit. Now that they heard the truth, they began to realize that this deal was not good for Konoha at all. Nonsense. Feeling the pressure of so many stares, Hiruzen briefly panicked, but quickly regained control, shouting in fury. Fugaku, this agreement was signed by you and the fourth Hokage. I'm merely upholding it. Why place all the blame on me? Besides, you signed the thing yourself. Now you want to deny it. Hiruzen's tone turned icy. Where's Konoha's honor? Where's our credibility? Where does this leave our alliance with Kirigakure? Of course he knew the deal was a disaster for Konoha, but to win favor with Kiri, he had pushed it through anyway. And now that it was falling apart, he was quick to point fingers back at Fugaku. Hiruzen's response managed to soften the jonin's judgment. They looked to Fugaku now, expressions complicated. But Fugaku's face didn't change. Esteemed guests, and Kirigakure envoys. He scanned the room with steady eyes, then said. Yes, I signed the contract. But there are 2 points I need you all to understand. First. At the time, the Three Kage summit in the Land of Iron was disrupted by an attack from the Akatsuki leader. The meeting was suspended. When it resumed, Konoha was already in chaos. The fourth was forced to return home. I was left behind, alone. Second. He paused, voice grave. According to Konoha law, all official missions, including village diplomacy and cross-border treaties, must be reviewed and approved by the Hokage. I was just a bodyguard. I'm not even part of the council. Regardless of whether I signed or not, the point is that anything I signed has no legal authority. A heavy silence filled the hall. The jonin looked at each other. Many seemed like they wanted to speak, but no words came. In particular, Nara Shikayoshi, current head of the Nara clan and unofficial spokesman of the Hokage's inner circle, opened his mouth instinctively to object, but couldn't. Because what Fugaku had said was completely true. Konoha's founding laws clearly stated that all external contracts must be reviewed by the Hokage. Without that stamp of authority, no agreement held legal weight. It was the same in every ninja village. Without the endorsement of the Kage, no treaty could bind the village. Otherwise, what would stop any random ninja from signing away their homeland? So this infrastructure alliance has nothing to do with Konoha, Fugaku said firmly. If anyone made it valid, it was acting Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, when he endorsed that contract and stamped it with the name of the Hokage. His words were final. Unshakable. Hokage-sama. Hozuki Mangetsu narrowed his eyes at Fugaku, then turned to Hiruzen. What clan head Fugaku said is not without reason. You are currently the acting Hokage, so, you see. This. Hiruzen's expression turned ashen. He felt the heat of dozens of eyes burning into his skin. His teeth clenched. He wanted to rip Fugaku apart right then and there. Agreeing was out of the question. If he agreed now, he would be drowned in curses from every corner of Konoha, and the entire land of fire. His reputation during the Third War was already a mess. The only thing that had salvaged it was the box of ultimate bliss incident. If this alliance scandal went public, he could kiss the Hokage seat goodbye. He'd be hated to death. I'm very sorry, envoy. Hiruzen took a deep breath, feeling like a hawk that had tried to catch a chick, only to get pecked instead. He had planned to use Kirigakure's power to suppress the Uchiha's nearly unstoppable influence within the village, but now the trouble had come back to bite him. Uchiha Fugaku, you're a ruthless man. Hiruzen forced a smile. Of course Konoha values our alliance with Kirigakure. I've always hoped for more cooperation. But as you might not know, we're currently in a delicate transition period. Even if I wanted to sign this treaty, I couldn't. Oh. Mangetsu raised an eyebrow. And why is that? You see, Hiruzen said slowly, while I am currently the acting Hokage, I am still only temporary. A nation cannot go a day without a monarch, a village cannot go a day without a Kage. We've already begun preparations for the 5th Hokage election. So until the new Hokage is formally chosen, no one in Konoha has the authority to finalize this agreement. The 5th Hokage election? Mangetsu exclaimed. Ah, I see. In that case, I was indeed being too forward. But the Hokage election is a major event. Has Konoha set a date? Of course, Hiruzen replied, squeezing out a strained smile. It's scheduled for 7 days from now. The announcement isn't public yet, but we've already started warming up the village for it. He had no choice but to play his final card. He couldn't afford to offend either Kiri or his own village. So he took the only route left, stall for time. Excellent. Mangetsu's eyes lit up with joy. The election of the 4th Mizukage was a grand event in our history, I still remember it fondly. I never thought I'd have the chance to witness Konoha's next Hokage election firsthand. What an honor. Hokage-sama will remain in Konoha for the next few days. I hope that's not a problem. Not at all, not at all. What was supposed to be a grand banquet to welcome the Kiri envoys and strengthen bonds, ended in total failure thanks to Fugaku's dramatic interruption. When Hiruzen finally saw the envoys off and all the jonin had left, the smile on his face instantly vanished. He nearly flipped the entire table over. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Fugaku. He roared in frustration. Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura offered a few half-hearted words of consolation, but they had nothing else to say. After all, Hiruzen himself had insisted on handling this. And look where it got him. No use complaining now. The Hokage election was all that mattered. Even Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura began canvassing for support, joining in the Uchiha's campaign of handing out rice, oil, and propaganda banners. Thankfully, the election date he had pulled out of thin air, 7 days, gave them a little breathing room. But compared to the Uchiha, who had already begun preparing, the Hokage faction was clearly behind. The struggle between the Uchiha and the Hokage's inner circle had reignited. Both sides began pulling hard at Konoha's political strings. In the morning, the Uchiha announced a massive giveaway, posters of Fugaku clad in Susanoo, holding the Konoha flag, plus flyers listing his accomplishments, along with a bag of rice, a jug of oil, and 30 eggs. In the afternoon, Danzo, Hiruzen, and Torifu's faction retaliated, distributing their own posters across the village. In addition to rice, oil, and eggs, they threw in a bag of flour. You're surprisingly relaxed, given how heated things are outside. Fugaku sat with a teacup on the veranda of his home, gazing at the blue sky. He seemed lost in thought until the voice behind him pulled him back. He poured tea into the second cup on the tray, about 70% full, and pushed it toward the men behind him. For Sarutobi to call the Hokage election, we still have you to thank. We didn't do much. This was all Hiruzen's doing, he was the one stirring up the mess. And besides, you have a very good son, Mangetsu said casually as he downed the tea. Honestly, it's the first time I've seen a Uchiha who actually buys into Hiruzen's whole will of fire crap. Your son really opened my eyes. Itachi, was my mistake. Fugaku sighed heavily, his face clouding over. Itachi had always been his pride, the one he placed all his hopes on, the genius meant to surpass even Shisui and become the next leader of the clan. In both talent and composure, Itachi had never disappointed. He even awakened the Sharingan at 6, setting a record in Uchiha history. But what Fugaku hadn't predicted was that Itachi's ideology had strayed. Your family matters aren't my concern, Mangekyo said, but speaking of current affairs, what are your chances, 7 days from now? 10 out of 10. When it came to the Hokage seat, Fugaku's eyes sharpened, his confidence unshakable. Mangekyo raised an eyebrow. That confident? The Hokage faction still has deep roots in Konoha. They've got plenty of support. True. Their network runs deep. They have far more supporters than the Uchiha, Fugaku admitted, but his expression remained calm. But there's one thing they can't match. Their candidates are too many. Too messy. Re-electing a former Hokage is unheard of. The precedent of the Hyuga's main and branch families means they also can't become Hokage. That is to say, my opponents aren't Hiruzen Sarutobi, but rather the other few people. Shimura Danzo. Akimichi Torafu. Koharu. Hamura, all old war dogs with terrifying political capital. But can they truly unite? But I am different. The Uchiha only have one candidate, me. Fugaku's gaze was blazing. This time, I, Uchiha Fugaku, will become Hokage. Ha. Good. Mangekyo clapped. Now that's something I want to see. What kind of village Konoha will become, under Uchiha rule? I won't disappoint, Fugaku chuckled. But after a pause, his expression grew hesitant. This question probably doesn't matter to you. But I've been wondering. Why are you helping me? Why is the Soul Society? Why is Kirigakure backing me? First Tsunade, and now Hozuki Mangekyo, why was Kiri going so far to support him? In the shinobi world, all dealings were transactional. What were Kiri's hidden motives? Don't overthink it. Mangekyo smirked. Someone already paid your price. So you don't need to worry about that. Just stay in Konoha, and get ready to become Hokage. Chapter 183, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 183. To compete for the position of Hokage, a massive storm had already formed within Konoha. Shimura Danzo, Koharu Yudatane, Hamura Mito Kado, Choza Akimichi, Hayashi Hyuga, Fugaku Uchiha. Nearly all of Konoha's top brass were pulling every string they could for the title of 5th Hokage. But just as Fugaku had said, when everyone was fighting for the top, even if the Hokage faction controlled the majority of Konoha's resources and support, in the end, the winner of the election could only be the Uchiha. Once the elder advisors of Konoha all laid bare their ambition, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had originally hoped to stay in control of the situation, was shocked to realize that, aside from the Ino-Shikacho alliance, several other clans that were somewhat neutral but leaned toward the Hokage faction, like the Aburame, Kurama, and Hashigaki, had already begun placing their bets on different candidates. For example, the Aburame clan had chosen to support Danzo. The Shiranui clan went with Hamura Mito Kado. All Hiruzen could do was throw all his weight behind the Ino-Shikacho, urging them to back Torafu Akimichi with everything they had, but the result was barely effective. In fact, the Ino-Shikacho alliance still held significant power in Konoha. After the Second Great Ninja War, aside from the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, the Ino-Shikacho were arguably the strongest faction within the village. But during the Third Great Ninja War, they suffered devastating losses, especially on the Kirigakure front. There, the 3 clan leaders of the alliance were all killed, and most of their elites were wiped out by Yuki Yoru. As a result, their military and political influence took a steep nosedive, placing them on the same level as mid-tier clans like the Inuzuka and Shiranui. Slightly stronger than the Kurama at best. This situation had left Sarutobi Hiruzen deeply worried. He began personally approaching Danzo, Koharu, Hamura, and other old comrades, hoping to rally them into a united front. But what use is old friendship when there's a Hokage seat on the line? Even though Hiruzen pleaded and laid out the benefits and dangers, in the end, only Koharu agreed to support him. Danzo and Hamura, on the other hand, continued to campaign for themselves throughout the village. In Konoha, a ninja who doesn't want to become Hokage isn't a good ninja. In a village where the dream of becoming Hokage is instilled from childhood, that ambition slumbers deep within nearly everyone's heart. Danzo was no exception. I know my chances are slim. But this might be my only chance in life, so I have to try. Obsessed with the goal, Danzo committed himself fully. That made Hiruzen feel all the more burdened. Originally, if his old comrades had worked together, they could have challenged the Uchiha. But now, none of the other candidates could compare to Uchiha Fugaku in the election. Hiruzen tried multiple times to persuade Danzo and Hamura to support Torafu Akimichi. Eventually, Hamura gave up his candidacy. Only Danzo remained. But the obstinate Danzo was determined not to quit the race. Don't be fooled by his portrayal in the original series, as the scapegoat, the comic relief, the guy who tried to cut down Susanoo with a kunai, or tried to seal an entire bridge. Right now, in this timeline's Konoha, Danzo's reputation was nothing short of formidable. Especially among the ninja population. Aside from Sarutobi Hiruzen and the now widely renowned Mangekyo-wielding Fugaku Uchiha, no one could match him. Outside of those two, in all of Konoha, Danzo's reputation stood supreme. Current head of the Shimura clan, commander of the Root Division, the darkness of the shinobi. If Fugaku hadn't awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and gained unmatched prestige, it's entirely possible that in this political climate, Danzo would have become the fifth Hokage. Danzo, and Fugaku. Faced with his friend's unwavering determination, Hiruzen realized that he could only choose between the two. And without question, it was a choice that needed no thought. Yes, his old friend was stubborn, ruthless, and often walked a dark path. But he was unquestionably loyal to Konoha. He was part of the true Hokage lineage. Giving the Hokage title to him was a far better choice than giving it to an Uchiha. Danzo, I understand your reasoning. Right now, making you Hokage truly is the best option. I'll support you. But there's one thing I need you to understand. When you step out from the shadows and into the light, you mustn't bring your old methods with you. You think I don't know that, Hiruzen? After all these years, do you really believe I'm unaware of those things? Danzo's lone eye locked onto his old comrade, and the emotion in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Where there is light, there must also be shadow. As someone who has dwelled in the dark, when I step into the light, I'll understand better than anyone how precious that light truly is. And you, my old friend. I'll let you take my place in the shadows. Let you, the great tree that once basked in the sunlight, come to appreciate the meaning of darkness. After all, only one who has experienced both light and darkness has truly lived, don't you think? Everything is for Konoha, Hiruzen. Our old teacher, wasn't he the embodiment of both light and shadow? Danzo's voice was soft. In his dim, yellowed eye shimmered both nostalgia and longing for the future. I've never forgotten our teacher's lessons. And I understand now why he chose you back then. Decades have passed. But today, I can say with complete certainty. I am ready. So, Hiruzen, leave everything to me. I will handle it all, and I will stop the evil Uchiha. Very well. Everything is in your hands. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his lifelong friend and took a deep breath, entrusting him with all his hopes before turning and leaving Root headquarters. Watching the back of the men he'd spent his life chasing, Danzo trembled. His gaze fixed on the light at the end of the dark corridor, that sunlight he had never been able to reach before. But now. I will win. Shimura Danzo's eyes had never been so resolute. I will win. The Hokage election raged on like a blazing inferno. Meanwhile, deep beneath an island in the Hueco Mundo of the Land of Water, in a damp, shadowy corner, a dormant consciousness began to stir once more. I am Uchiha Shisui. I am the missing nin of Konoha, Uchiha Shisui. I am the clan head of the Kirigakure Uchiha. I am the captain of the second division of the Godai 13 in the Soul Society, Uchiha Shisui. That scattered consciousness began to gather its fragmented memories, slowly pouring its will and identity into itself. Memories, emotions, past experiences, all of it started replaying vividly in his mind. Spiritual power, ocular power, everything surged back. As his name echoed within, the awakening consciousness finally recalled the truth of who he was. He was Uchiha Shisui. Yuki Yoru. That wicked being who manipulates souls. For Konoha's survival, for the sake of the last remnants of my clan and village, I made a deal with that monster. This form I have now, it's because I absorbed the power of hollows, becoming a hybrid experiment of hollow and Shinigami. During the experiment, I think I went berserk due to failure, but now, like rising slowly from the depths of dark waters, a sense of liberation began to flood through him. That existence, sealed away by the 96 capital fire-suspended seal destruction, started to tremble. Cracks spiderwebbed across a pristine white bone armor, then suddenly, a figure burst free from within. The sudden exposure to light made Shisui squint instinctively. And the moment he opened his eyes, he saw a figure he least wanted to face, already standing there before him. Their eyes met in the air. As Shisui's Rinnegan surfaced involuntarily, Yuki Yoru smiled warmly. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me, Shisui. The fusion of hollow and Shinigami, breaking through the limits of power to achieve a new level of transcendence. Just sensing the Ryatsu on you makes me feel like I've found a rare treasure. The experiment succeeded. Naturally. Otherwise, you wouldn't have broken the seal and awakened, would you? Yoru grinned and tossed him a scroll. Still struggling to adjust, Shisui caught it on reflex. As a reward for all your hard work, I've completed the tasks you entrusted to me. And as a bonus, I added a little something extra. Bonus. Well, I wouldn't exactly call it a gift, Yoru shrugged. Let's just say, while carrying out your request, things got a little out of hand. Take a look. Shisui shook his head hard, trying to clear the haze from his mind. Once he forced himself into focus, he opened the scroll and carefully examined its contents. There wasn't much written, but the details were clear: how the Godai 13 covertly assisted Konoha in repelling Konohagakure, how Fugaku Uchiha awakened Susanoo and displayed overwhelming power, and how that cascade of events led to the current situation in Konoha. The Uchiha are about to become Hokage. Not yet, but it's highly likely. Unless Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others band together and somehow manage to push Danzo into power, then yes, it's practically in the bag for Fugaku. Yoru casually shrugged again. But hey, there's always the possibility of a last-minute political war. If the old guard backed Danzo, it might be a proper clash of titans. So, you've only just woken up, and already you hear news like this. Any special feelings coming up? What are you implying? Shisui frowned deeply. You think I'd side with the Uchiha? Who knows? That's up to you. Yoru replied nonchalantly, then added, oh right. While you were sealed, a bunch of the Kirigakure Uchiha have regained the ability to talk, and even walk. If you're not interested in the messy drama happening back in Konoha, I actually have a job for you here. What kind of job? Don't give me that battle-ready glare, Shisui. It's nothing dangerous. In fact, consider it a little reward. Yuru smiled slyly and pulled out another scroll, tossing it to Shisui. This is a summoning contract scroll for Shadow Island. I want you to get all the Kirigakure Uchiha to sign it. It'll help move my next phase along smoothly. Shisui caught the scroll, his brows furrowing. This was something Yoru could easily delegate to the ANBU. Why was he personally asking him to do it? Was it a tactic to bind his loyalty to the Kirigakure Uchiha, and force him to turn away from the Konoha Uchiha? And what exactly was this Shadow Island, and the next phase of the plan? He opened the scroll, it was completely blank. Not a single name. A special summoning contract scroll, just for the Kirigakure Uchiha. If you need more information, ask Kushimaru Kuriere. Kushimaru Kuriere was the vice-captain of the 2nd Division. Though not particularly close to Shisui, it was only natural to consult your vice-captain if you had questions. Shisui silently stashed the scroll away and looked up at Yoru again. Time to shake off the cobwebs with something chaotic, and then get down to business. I can't fully control this power yet, Shisui admitted. That's fine. This island is technically within Hueco Mundo, but due to certain peculiarities, there aren't any hollows here. Not even their shadows, Yoru said softly. So don't worry. Just let loose. I see. Shisui gave Yoru a long, complicated look. Then he inhaled deeply, his expression turning solemn. Then let me feel it properly, this power, this force that breaks through every boundary. He unsheathed the Zanpakuto at his waist, and instantly, a horrifying energy exploded from his body. But unlike his past oppressive aura, this energy was chaotic, furious, black spiritual energy burst outward like wildfire, devouring the very colors of the world. The pressure roared, as if determined to tear reality itself to shreds. Even the noble ripple of his pale purple Rinnegan eyes took on a bloody crimson glow. Shisui locked eyes with Yoru. In the blink of an eye, that berserk Ryatsu detonated around them, covering the entire island in layers of black mist. Now then. Boom. A surge of devastating power erupted from the pale figure shrouded in blood-red energy. The sky seemed to collapse, as though compressed by some unearthly force. The earth beneath cracked and split apart with thunderous violence. Under this torrent of black and red Ryatsu, a bone-like mask began forming across Shisui's face. As the spiritual pressure climbed higher, the mask expanded from his left eye, spreading rapidly until it covered his entire face. Yuru stared in stunned silence as the world itself seemed to freeze in that moment. Hollow-fied Bankai. His voice was like a demon's shriek, a ghost scream. Mangekyo Shisui, Getsugakafu, clear mirror-come water, moonlight, and gentle wind. A tsunami of dark red Ryatsu burst forth from the tip of Shisui's Zanpakuto, engulfing everything. In that instant, it was as if the entire world had been swallowed, crushed, sealed, overwhelmed. What an absolutely awe-inspiring power. Feeling the sheer force of Shisui's unleashed spiritual energy, Yuru's excitement was beyond words. Hollowification. Bankai. A dual amplification. A dozens-fold increase in spiritual power. Come on, Shisui. Show me what you've got. Rower. Chapter 184, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 184. A torrent of Ryatsu surged violently toward the heavens. All throughout Hueco Mundo, countless Jillians and Ajuchas stared in sheer terror. Even at great distances, the pressure made their souls tremble. If they got any closer, their spiritual bodies might rupture instantly from the overwhelming force. Luckily, Hueco Mundo was vast. Countless hollows fled from Kirisumi Island like frightened animals, desperately trying to put as much distance as possible between themselves and that dreadful power. None wanted to become collateral damage. As for the more intelligent Ajuchas, their eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. Even the former king of Hueco Mundo, the one who had evolved into a vasto lord known only as Number 1, couldn't compare to this. Just what the hell is that monster? A Shinigami who devoured hollow power, breaking the spiritual boundary between Shinigami and hollow, and thereby achieving evolution of the soul itself. Staring at Shisui, who was unleashing a savagely destructive hollowified aura, Yuru nodded in satisfaction. Though the violent impulses can cloud your thoughts a bit, as long as you don't fully unleash the power, you should be able to retain basic rationality. You're only using a fraction of your strength right now, aren't you, Shisui-kun? I'm afraid I'd completely destroy Hueco Mundo if I used all of it. Uchiha Shisui spoke through the hollow mask, his voice low and strained. His eyes, locked onto Yuki Yoru, were filled with murderous intent. Inside his mind, rage, madness, and killing intent surged endlessly, like 1,000 whispering voices in his ear. Tear him apart. Cut him down. Slash him. Rip him to pieces. Slaughter the one you hate most. Flay him. Dismember him. Make him suffer 10,000 times what you endured. No need to worry so much, Yuru said calmly, as if the entire world beneath his feet meant nothing. Hueco Mundo is a wasteland. As long as enough souls are poured back in, even if it gets destroyed 10,000 times, it'll just regenerate. All you need to do is release your power freely, maximize your output before your mind breaks. Besides, I doubt you can hold back that urge much longer. Yuki Yoru smiled pleasantly at Shisui, who was still glaring at him. That fury, that bloodthirst, the desire to rip me apart, it's surging inside you, isn't it? You. Shisui's eyes darkened. Of course Yuru understood Shisui's hatred for him. If he could, Shisui wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice all of Kirigakure, not just Hueco Mundo, to see Yuru dead. The only thing he might regret was the loss of the hybrid Uchiha offspring that he had helped create. What Shisui wanted was concealment. When someone gains immense power, the natural instinct is to hide it. To reserve it as a trump card. To unleash it only at the brink of death, as a way to turn the tide. And hollowification, without a doubt, was terrifyingly strong. The amplification it brought was multiple times greater than anything he had before. In Shisui's judgment, even Captain Hozuki Gangetsu would be no match for him in this form. But it wasn't enough. Not until he gained even greater power. Not until he found the moment to kill Yuki Yoru. For now, Shisui wanted nothing more than to hide this power. But now. Suppressing yourself all the time is unhealthy, Yuru said softly. Your Uchiha clan has always had warped ways of thinking. And in today's world, you have nowhere you can truly display your full strength. So this opportunity I'm giving you right now, it's rare. You should take it. Take the opportunity. Yes. If he couldn't hide it, then he might as well use it. Shisui's immense Ryatsu had already swept across the island, detecting the full surroundings. There was no other Shinigami presence here. Just hollows. And Yuru. That meant, for now, he was alone. So. Kill him. Take this chance and kill him now. That look in your eyes, that's what I'm talking about, Shisui-kun. Hollowification is the power of emotion. Don't suppress your anger and killing intent. Use it to amplify your strength. You'll regret this, Yuki Yoru. Dark crimson Ryatsu raged even more violently around Shisui. Beneath the mask, his light purple Rinnegan eyes had now turned blood red. He slowly covered his eyes with one hand, as if making a fateful decision. In that moment, his turbulent emotions suddenly calmed. To be honest, Yuru, I've thought about this a long time. To you, I might have been nothing more than a pawn, a stepping stone to your success. I was never part of your vision. Neither was the Uchiha. Neither was Konoha. I understand your ambitions. You aim for something beyond this world, something celestial. Logically, even emotionally, I should support you. Without you, I wouldn't have this power. But sometimes, understanding doesn't mean acceptance. Sometimes, even without reason, you have to let your murderous intent fly. Call me foolish, narrow-minded, reckless, I don't care. The crimson Ryatsu exploded. Yoru's expression shifted slightly, surprised. The sheer force of Shisui's killing intent shook the world. His aura filled the space entirely, drowning it. You're right. I've been suppressing this urge to kill you for too long, Yuru. Not because of what you did to me, or to the Uchiha, or to Konoha, or even the whole ninja world. No. I want to kill you simply because I want to. Because my soul demands it. Because I want to rip you apart, down to your bones and spirit. Shisui's blood-red Rinnegan flared with wrath. His pressure reached its peak. And then, everything stopped. The sea, the wind, the shifting sand, the burrowing insects. All plant life, animals, even the air itself. Even space and time. Everything within the radius of Shisui's Ryatsu froze. As if a photograph had captured the moment and locked it into eternity. Within that frozen domain, only Uchiha Shisui could move. This was his Bankai. Mangekyo Shisui, Getsugakafu. Clear mirror still water, moonlight and gentle wind. As the most powerful member of the Godai 13 besides Yuru himself, captain of the 2nd Division Uchiha Shisui was a force of nature. He wielded Mangekyo techniques like Koto Amatsukami, Amaterasu, and Susanoo, along with peerless ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, and the power of the Rinnegan. And as a Shinigami, he had mastered Zenjutsu, Hakuda, Hoho, and Kido. His Zanpakuto-S ability. Completely broken. Upon activating Bankai, his Ryatsu froze everything within its range, including Yuru. Shisui vanished, then reappeared behind Yuru. His Zanpakuto, wreathed in black-red Ryatsu, slashed straight for Yoru's neck. But in an instant, Yuru disappeared from where he stood. What? Shisui's eyes narrowed in shock. Among all the known Zanpakuto, Getsu's ability is easily top 3. Yuru appeared dozens of meters away, the pale gray sheen from Shisui's time freeze already dissipating. Your Shirkai, illuminate the sun, disrupt the gods. Clear the moon, corrupt the heart, Teruhai Ranchin, Getsuch Kakushin, controls the 5 senses over a wide area. It's similar to a Zanpakuto I've seen before. Maybe not quite as strong, but combined with your eyes. It's overwhelming. Your Bankai, Mangekyo Shisui, clear mirror calm water, moonlight and gentle wind, Getsugakafu, is even more special. Shisui's Bankai might look like a time stop, but it actually isn't. Instead, it uses spiritual power to control the passage of time within the area covered by Ryatsu, achieving an effect similar to time stop. This ability is somewhat similar to Kabuto's clock up, which manipulates the passage of time by controlling light particles and then moves at high speed, and also comparable to the speed force. The specific strength of this ability depends entirely on the strength of Shisui's own spiritual power. But you know this already, don't you, Shisui? Yoru's left hand rested lightly on the hilt of Hyarinmaru. His voice was calm. In the end, Shinigami battles are battles of Ryatsu. Even after holification, your Ryatsu is like a candle compared to my full moon. Don't underestimate me. Sho. Even if his Bankai failed, the amplification from holification was still real. With Getsuj in hand, Shisui vanished in an instant, faster than Shuinpa. He reappeared behind Yuru and unleashed a repelling force from his palm, powered by Sage Mode and the Rinnegan. Shinra Tensei. Boom. A massive shockwave tore through the air, distorting space into waves of glowing white light. But the moment it hit Yuru, it was like slamming into an immovable mountain. Though it shrieked through the air like a violent storm, Yuru stood tall and unmoved. Completely unfazed. Shisui didn't flinch. He instantly activated another Rinnegan ability. Bansho Tenin. Push, then pull. Sequential use of opposing forces. Even the strongest foe would be caught off guard. But Yuru didn't budge. As if protected by an invisible shield, no force could touch him, repulsion or attraction. Shisui realized it instantly. Yuru wasn't resisting Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin. He was blocking them entirely. If an attack couldn't even connect, it was meaningless, no matter how powerful. Your Zanpakuto-S ability isn't even ice-related, is it? Hyarinmaru is my Zanpakuto, yes, Yuru said calmly. And it is the strongest of the ice-type Zanpakuto. If I released it, freezing you would be simple. But then, I wouldn't get to see how much you've changed. Yuru smiled kindly at Shisui, like a child staring at a brand new toy he hadn't even unwrapped yet. Of course, if you ever become strong enough to make me draw my blade, I'd be very pleased. Yuru. Yuki Yoru. Shisui screamed, enraged and humiliated, like a beast. Crimson Ryatsu exploded around him again. His hollow mask twisted with rage, dark crimson patterns spreading across it, becoming more grotesque. His power skyrocketed. Interesting. So you're entering the next stage of holification. Yoru's eyes sparkled with surprise. Holification was like the Sharingan. A Pandora's box. Once opened, it could offer endless power, from 1 tomo, to 2, to 3, to Mangekyo and beyond. The further one went in holification, the harder it became to retain sanity. But if one could tame it, true mastery meant exponential combat power. Right now, Uchiha Shisui had entered the second stage. The verge of berserk mode. Without even using a flash step, Shisui burst behind Yuru like a feral animal and attacked. Yuru didn't dodge. He grabbed Shisui's blade, barehanded. Clang. Steel met flesh. A metallic ring echoed. Spiritual pressure burst outward, scattering dust in a 30-meter radius. Then, Yuru's other hand turned into a blade and pierced Shisui's chest. Shisui's eyes widened in fury. Ryatsu surged from within him, and he released his grip on Getsuge. At that instant, heat erupted. A flaming pillar shot into the sky, piercing through Kirisumi Island like a spear. Gedo number 96. Ito Keiso. Chapter 185, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 185. Gedo number 96, Ito Keiso. At the very moment Yuki Yoru pierced through his chest, Uchiha Shisui's hand shot out and clamped tightly onto Yoru's arm, locking him in place to ensure he couldn't escape the next strike. At the same time, the Ryatsu he had condensed to the limit burst out. The strongest Gedo he currently possessed was released in that instant. What? A flash of surprise flickered in Yoru's eyes. In the next second, a column of fire burst from the ground. Centered on Shisui and Yuru, it surged into the sky like the end of the world. The ground cracked open under its force. The flame pillar looked like a giant blade. It pierced straight through Kirisumi Island, and the heat engulfed everything. Even space began to burn and twist. What is that? Across the battlefield, countless hollows stared in horror. That fire didn't just threaten to destroy them, just being near it might reduce their spiritual bodies to ashes. As the firestorm died down, a lone figure hovered in the air. Shisui stood panting in midair, left arm limp at his side, eyes cold and razor-sharp. Gedo number 96, Ito Keiso, the highest level Kido he could cast. Not only the most advanced spell he had mastered, but also the single most destructive. Its power was terrifying. To use it, one had to burn their own limbs to cinders as a sacrifice, summoning a blade of hellfire capable of incinerating anything in its path. Even among the current captains of the Godai 13, only a rare few could use this forbidden spell. For an ordinary soul, casting this spell would mean sacrificing an entire limb. But Shisui was far from ordinary. In just a few breaths, the wild Ryatsu around him began to settle. The gaping hole in his chest rapidly regenerated. Even the arm that had turned to charcoal was restored to its original state. High-speed regeneration, a trait possessed only by hollows, using the rapid regeneration gained through hollowification to amplify your output. The Uchiha's combat instincts really are exceptional. The calm voice only deepened the gloom in Shisui's eyes. As the flames faded, a figure stepped out from the inferno, completely unharmed. Shisui's pupils shrank. He clenched his fists. Even Ito Keiso didn't work. Don't be too surprised, Yuru said, smiling gently. Your power is like a rushing stream, but when that stream crashes into the sea, how many waves can it really stir? He glanced at Shisui's partially hollowified form. Still, your performance was impressive. At the very least, you're now strong enough to swing your blade against beings from beyond this world. Welcome back, my 2nd Division captain. You bastard. Shisui's expression was complicated as he stared at Yuru. Even after all the killing intent he had unleashed, this man could still speak so calmly, so naturally, about coming back to the team. Was he not afraid? That Shisui might poison the pot, become a traitor to all of Soul Society. Or, did Yuru simply see him as insignificant? Maybe that was it. Even at full power, he hadn't managed to so much as touch Yuru's robes. The gap between them was like heaven and earth, like the bright moon and a firefly. What a joke. Shisui laughed bitterly. Should I be grateful for your mercy? If you mean it sincerely, then yes, I'd look forward to that. Shisui's hollowification test was officially deemed a success. Once in that state, his combat strength increased across the board, several times over, in fact. However, there was a significant downside: his rationality and cognitive control dropped sharply. Still, if that loss could be managed, hollowification might become a simple, raw power enhancement tool, nothing more. For now, large-scale testing wasn't an option. Even Shisui, equipped with the Rinnegan, had nearly lost control. It was easy to imagine how poorly the other captains might fare. But Yuru wasn't in a rush. Upon returning to the Kirigakure, he submitted Shisui's experimental report to Uzumaki Hiromi, along with a small reward. Shisui only needed to assist Hiromi's lab with a short round of follow-up hollowification research. Once that was done, Shisui left to return to the Uchiha compound within the village. But before he could get far, a fiery red figure blocked his path. You're. He stared at the familiar face. His eyes widened. Lady Kushina. Let's talk. Uzumaki Kushina stood in front of him. Though still youthful in appearance, Shisui's eyes revealed a quiet fatigue that didn't escape her notice. She sighed softly. Let's talk about Konoha. And about us. This. Shisui froze for a second, but quickly understood. Kushina wasn't just referring to the two of them. There were others involved in this meeting. But who? Without another word, he followed her lead. In truth, the two of them were already fairly familiar with each other, not only because Shisui had once stood shoulder to shoulder with Namikaze Minato as one of Konoha's twin stars, but also because there had once been another Uchiha under Minato's command. Uchiha Obito. Despite what Obito had become, his identity and actions now steeped in controversy. Back when they were all still in Konoha, Shisui and Kushina had shared no small number of interactions. The two walked one behind the other. Although they weren't shunpa dashing, their pace was certainly not slow. Before long, they arrived at Kushina's residence. The door opened, and inside, several familiar figures. Shisui blinked in disbelief. Lady Tsunade. And Lord Orochimaru. Uchiha Shisui, Orochimaru drawled, licking his lips. His vertical pupils glittered with unhidden curiosity. The true genius of the Uchiha clan. I've reviewed all the experiment logs since the 4th Hokage took office. Without you, Kirigakure's progress in both Kekkei Genkai and Soul experiments probably wouldn't have been so rapid. Thanks for the compliment, I guess. Shisui's mouth twitched. Orochimaru's tone had the unmistakable bite of sarcasm, but he also understood the man's nature. As one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru wasn't someone who indulged in low-level mockery. He was entirely, singularly obsessed with scientific experimentation. Still, when had Orochimaru joined Kirigakure? During the period when Shisui was undergoing holification. He wasn't sure. But if Orochimaru was here now, one thing was certain. This infamous Konoha rogue had already found a new identity. And oddly enough, Shisui couldn't sense any spiritual energy from him. Which meant Orochimaru hadn't yet become a Shinigami. I honestly thought you might miss this historic moment, Tsunade said, eyeing him from head to toe. Your spiritual energy is steady, but there's something else, a faint trace of violent, negative energy. Looks like you've succeeded, haven't you? You could say that. Shisui nodded, settling down on a tatami mat inside the room. There was no need to hide it. His holification was no secret among the Shinigami. In fact, Yuki Yoru had never made any effort to cover it up. Now that Shisui had returned in one piece, it was obvious that the experiment had been a success. The fusion of Hollow and Shinigami, Orochimaru muttered, his long tongue flicking out again. A Shinigami's body wielding the power of Hollows. Just thinking about it is fascinating. And your eyes. He leaned forward, eyes narrowing. Shisui-kun, would you allow me to research you? The Rinnegan. It was the reason Orochimaru had once joined Akatsuki, drawn by its immense potential and the power of Nagato's eyes. Unfortunately, even now that he had settled in Kirigakure, he'd only come into close contact with Nagato a few times. Nagato's own explanation was simple. Though we may both serve Akatsuki, mortals should keep a respectful distance from gods. Research. Shisui's expression darkened. He looked up. His Rinnegan gleamed, overflowing with unfiltered killing intent. Seriously? Uzumaki Hiromi had the full backing of Yuki Yoru. She was the head researcher of the Kirigakure, overseeing all soul experimentation. The Shinigamification of their entire division, Shisui included, was essentially her responsibility. If she researches him, he wouldn't complain. But Orochimaru? A rogue ninja from Konoha who hadn't even become a Shinigami. What gave him the right? What piercing eyes? Orochimaru murmured, utterly unfazed by Shisui's killing intent. Instead of shrinking back, he only leaned in closer, eyes glinting with an unsettling light. He could sense something strange about Shisui's Rinnegan. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but it felt stronger than Nagato's. Was it because chakra had been replaced with Riryoku, spiritual power, after becoming a Shinigami? Orochimaru's curiosity blazed, almost uncontrollable. He wanted to begin experimenting immediately, but luckily, his survival instincts overruled his scientific fervor. With great effort, he forced himself to stay calm. Even so, he never took his eyes off Shisui, not for a second. The sheer hunger in Orochimaru's gaze made Shisui's skin crawl. He resisted the urge to punch the man through the wall and instead turned to Tsunade. Lady Tsunade. You mentioned something about a major event. The Hokage election, she said casually. They're choosing the 5th Hokage. And thanks to you, odds are high the next one will be from your Uchiha clan. The words themselves were perfectly logical, with clear tone and structure. But when strung together, there was something oddly unsettling about them. An Uchiha Hokage. Fugaku-sama, have you finally taken that step? When the conflict between Konoha and Kimogakure erupted, Shisui had already begun the holification process. He hadn't known what was happening in the outside world, but deep down, he had a feeling. Back then, he had agreed to undergo the transformation to help Konoha survive its greatest threat. And now, it seemed the village hadn't just made it through. It had flourished. Could the Uchiha clan finally stand tall again? Yo, looks like everyone's here. With a sudden voice, Yuki Yoru appeared in front of the group in a flicker of spiritual light. His tone was casual and playful, the corners of his mouth curved into an easy smile. A proper reunion of old friends like this. That's rare. Sure, we all live under the same roof now, but to meet openly like this, I'd say that's worthy of celebration. And with such a good show about to start, how about some snacks? Sunflower seeds. Dried fish. Pickled squid. The four others gave him varying looks. Tsunade snorted and slapped her hand on the table. Less yapping. Set things up properly. As for snacks, I already had my elite prepare everything. Sorry I'm late. A small, breathless voice came from the doorway. Shizen stumbled in, arms full of bags and boxes, her cheeks flushed from rushing. I brought roast chicken, your favorite, Lady Tsunade, plus some sake and ramen. Tsunade's eyes lit up with satisfaction. Kushina let out a cheerful laugh as she reached out to take the bags from her. Inside were more than just meat and alcohol, several whole fish, a collection of fresh fruit, and even a portable charcoal grill. This is fresh mist silver pomfret and fatty oilfish from the land of water, Shizen explained, still panting. I figured we could grill them. I also brought apples and eggs. Shisui blinked in surprise. Even Orochimaru gave a rare approving snort, the corners of his mouth twitching upward. After all, who could resist a feast right before the curtain rose on a major event? As Shizen quickly got to work preparing the food, and the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly relaxed, Yuki Yoru's expression shifted subtly. He glanced around at the scene. Tsunade. Orochimaru. Kushina. Shizen. Shisui. A Konoha reunion, right in front of me. Do they think I'm invisible? You've got some nerve throwing a Konoha old friends reunion party right in front of the fourth Mizukage. Yoru cleared his throat dramatically and stepped forward. All right, step aside, amateurs. If we're watching a live broadcast, then we're doing it my way. With hot pot. To everyone's shock, Yuru waved a hand and pulled out a massive copper pot directly from a storage scroll. He then followed it with a brick of beef tallow hot pot base and dozens of pre-sliced, flash-frozen meats that clattered to the ground in sealed containers. Each piece of meat had been frozen with Hyarinmaru's ice, perfectly preserved and unspoiled. Once tossed into boiling soup, it was as fresh as if it had been sliced seconds ago. With a gentle push of chakra, the fire lit. The pot began to boil. He didn't care if the Hokage election had started or not, he was getting his beef fix first. That's the stuff. 2 slices of fatty beef went down. Yoru closed his eyes in satisfaction, chewing slowly as the others looked at him in mute disbelief. He cleared his throat again and waved a hand, summoning a spiritual projection screen in midair. All right, showtime. He had long ago scattered monitoring microbes across key positions in Konoha. Now, thanks to that, the screen floating before them displayed a crystal-clear image of the Hokage Tower. Ultra-high definition. Blu-ray quality. VVIP-level clarity. On the screen, figures began to gather, familiar faces, long unseen. And one by one, the expressions of the people in the room began to shift. Nostalgia. Sorrow. Fondness. Bitterness. Each face brought back memories, good and painful alike. Crunch. The sudden crisp sound of an apple being bitten into broke the silence. Everyone turned. Orochimaru was chewing calmly, a fresh apple in hand. Yoru gave him a side eye. Among the people present, Orochimaru was the only one who had betrayed Konoha outright. The pale Sannin froze, then, with visible reluctance, pulled another apple from the bag and tossed it to Yoru. Crunch. Sweet enough. Yoru accepted the offering without comment and took a bite. His eyes returned to the glowing screen. On it, several figures had stepped onto the platform atop the Hokage building. And as Sarutobi Hiruzen, acting once again as interim Hokage, began his speech. The election for the 5th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village officially began. Chapter 186, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 186. The Hokage election, Konoha's grandest event. No one had expected that in just 2 years, they would once again be choosing a brand new Hokage to lead Konoha. Standing atop the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi wore a complicated expression. He didn't understand. After days of campaign efforts, why was all of Konoha talking as if the Uchiha clan had already secured the position? As if the 5th Hokage was already theirs for the taking. 2 years ago, during the election for the 4th Hokage, even though he wasn't the one ultimately chosen, the entire process had remained firmly under his control. From the procedures and regulations to the personnel involved in the final outcome, everything had been orchestrated by him. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, may have brought about some slight changes during his tenure, but nothing had truly strayed from Hiruzen's grasp. The feeling of holding absolute power, of everything being under his command, still lingered vividly in his mind. But now, in just 2 years, Konoha had undergone a dramatic transformation. This village, established and governed by the first and second Hokage, and managed by Hiruzen for decades, was now seemingly about to fall under the control of the Uchiha clan, the very clan he had worked tirelessly to suppress. No matter what, I am the third Hokage. The Hokage faction still holds the greatest power in Konoha. As long as we remain united, even if Danzo wins, the advantage will still rest with our Hokage faction. As time passed, more and more shinobi gathered at the Hokage building. Uchiha Fugaku and others were already seated on the high platform, with Hyuga Hayashi, head of the Hyuga clan, seated beside him. Opposite them sat Danzo Shimura, Kohara Udatane, Hamura Mitokedo, and various other clan leaders. On the other side were the Kirigakure delegation, along with nobles and media personnel. Down below, members of the Uchiha police force worked in coordination with the ANBU to maintain order, directing incoming shinobi to their designated sections. The election for the 5th Hokage was structured the same way as the 4th's. Every registered shinobi in Konoha had the right to vote, a supposed show of democracy. But everyone knew the truth. This system was just a tool Hiruzen Sarutobi hoped would allow his long-standing influence over public opinion, his years of demonizing and suppressing the Uchiha clan, to still exert some impact. He had used this same trick to get Minato elected 2 years ago. Today, he was simply repeating the tactic. As the sun rose high into the sky, nearing noon, the crowd below had become a sea of people. Almost every shinobi in Konoha had arrived. Compared to 2 years ago, Konoha's condition had worsened. 2 years was not enough time for a new generation of shinobi to grow. And in that short period, Konoha had faced the disaster of the Nine-Tails attack and a war with Kirigakure. Countless shinobi had perished. Compared to 2 years ago, both the civilian population and the number of active shinobi had dropped dramatically. Many people looked at the familiar scene before them, but the people beside them were not the same as 2 years ago. The things remain, but people change, emotions overwhelm before words can form. The event hadn't even started, and already many were overcome with melancholy. Hiruzen checked the time. Feeling that the moment had arrived, he gestured to the ANBU below and looked over at Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku gave a slight nod. With a subtle glance, the Uchiha police force sprang into action and officially closed the venue to additional voters. Hiruzen took a deep breath and began to speak, his voice amplified by chakra so it could be heard by all. People of the village, welcome. I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, the acting Hokage of Konoha and today's election overseer. Thank you for coming. Today, we will once again choose the next Hokage of Konohagakure. Each of you has 1 vote, and you may cast it for any of the 11 candidates, Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hayashi, Shimura Danzo, Udatane Koharu, Mitokedo Hamura, Akimichi Torafu, among others. This is your right. Your freedom. 2 years ago, we gathered for the election of the 4th Hokage. Today, we meet again. Though times have changed, we do this for the good of Konoha. I now declare the 5th Hokage election officially begun. As his words fell, the crowd responded with sparse, scattered applause. Compared to the 4th Hokage's election, this time only 11 candidates were listed, 1 fewer. The missing candidate. Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. This scene stirred memories for many. The events of the past 2 years weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. 2 years ago, the Third Great Ninja War had ended. They had hoped for peace, but what followed was chaos and more war, bringing pain far worse than anything from the war itself. And now, as another Hokage election was held, what would the future bring? Would the new 5th Hokage be able to lead them, to lead Konoha, into true peace? No one knew. The lack of much response made Hiruzen Sarutobi a bit awkward, but in his heart, he couldn't help but inwardly chuckle. This was exactly the outcome he wanted. If they looked to the past, they would recall how wonderful and peaceful Konoha had been under his leadership. That nostalgia would surely guide their votes back to his faction. He glanced at Uchiha Fugaku and scoffed inwardly. All going according to plan. Fugaku, you Uchihas want to seize the Hokage seat. You're far too naive. On the high platform of the Hokage building, there were 11 wooden boxes, each labeled with the name of a candidate. Each shinobi held a ballot. All they needed to do was place it into the box of their chosen candidate. As the election officially began, shinobi lined up in 11 orderly rows, guided by the ANBU and Uchiha police force to cast their votes. Fugaku's line was by far the longest, practically a river of people. In contrast, the lines for the other candidates were sparse, with only Danzo and Torafu barely maintaining any meaningful presence. This surprised no one. Fugaku's popularity and reputation were unmatched. No one in Konoha could rival him now. All eyes were on the scene, particularly those of the Uchiha clan members. They were visibly tense, fists clenched, excitement and anxiety written all over their faces. Yes. That's it. Keep it going like this. At this pace, Fugaku-sama will definitely win the Hokage seat. Go, Fugaku-sama. The Uchiha clan members were ecstatic. Fugaku himself had his fists clenched tightly, eyes locked on the voting process below. The position of Hokage was so close. If things continued like this, he would soon become the first Uchiha Hokage in Konoha's history, achieving something even Uchiha Madara had never done. How could he not be thrilled? Hiruzen, Danzo, and the others watched the proceedings anxiously. Fugaku's popularity was overwhelming. If they hadn't prepared in advance, his victory would have been virtually guaranteed. Neither Danzo nor Torafu had even half his support. Thankfully, everything is under control. Elsewhere, in Kushina's residence within Kirigakure, several captains sat watching the events unfold on the projection screen, each with a different expression. Looks like Fugaku will be the winner of this election, Orochimaru said, cracking open an egg with a strange smile. He had failed to secure the fourth Hokage title. Now the fifth was falling into Uchiha hands. Fascinating. Tsunade and Kushina both sighed as they watched the voting results roll in, resigned, nostalgic, even wistful. But above all, relieved. Indeed, under the control of the Hokage faction led by Hiruzen over the past few years, Konoha had only deteriorated. Political suppression, media manipulation, black ops experiments, even more heroes were driven to death. Compared to that, letting the Uchiha lead Konoha might just be the fresh start the village needed. Shisui-kun, who do you think will ultimately win? Yuki Yoru asked as he dipped food into a simmering hot pot. Uchiha Shisui paused, staring intently at the screen, then shook his head. I can't say for sure. Although Fugaku-sama has the most votes so far, the nature of Konoha's upper echelon means they won't just sit by and watch. Either they've struck a secret deal with Fugaku-sama, or they still have a trick up their sleeves. The others went quiet, all turning their gaze toward Danzo and Hiruzen, both of whom still wore calm, composed expressions. So, are you nervous, Shisui-kun? Yuru asked with a grin, grabbing a skewer of grilled fish from in front of Shisui. This is the Uchiha's biggest shot at power. What will Konoha under Uchiha rule look like, I wonder? I'm the head of Kirigakure's Uchiha clan. What happens to the Konoha Uchiha is none of my concern. Liar. Yoru snorted. The others gave Shisui a knowing look, like watching a kid trying to lie to adults. Your toes are curling, your Sharingan's activated, and you say you're not nervous. Still, Shisui had a point. Despite Fugaku's overwhelming lead, Danzo and Hiruzen remained calm. Could they really have another card to play? Time flew by. After about 3 hours, the voting ended. 11 boxes now stood alone before the candidates as everyone's eyes locked on them, especially the Uchiha clan. They were trembling with excitement, every crimson Sharingan wide open, counting each vote with precision. Fugaku's box had far more ballots than Danzo's, far more than anyone's. The Hokage seat was theirs. Hiruzen looked around and said in a low voice, voting is complete. Now we begin the tally. Wait. Suddenly, Koharu Yutane stood up and, in full view of the crowd, dumped all the ballots from her own box into Danzo's. I'm deeply honored by the votes I received, she said, but compared to me, no one has served the darkness of Konoha more tirelessly than Danzo. These votes. I believe they belong to him. Her sudden move caused an uproar. Advisor Koharu, what are you doing? This isn't proper. Shock and confusion rippled through the crowd. A candidate willingly forfeiting and transferring their votes to another. Unheard of. All the cameras from the media swiveled toward the Hokage platform, capturing this history-altering moment. Silence. Hiruzen barked, slipping into his role as acting Hokage. We are still in the voting stage. Quiet. The crowd gradually quieted, but low murmurs continued. Many had begun to realize what was happening. Uchiha clan members were visibly furious, fists clenched, Sharingan burning bright red. Back in Kirigakure, Kushina's residence fell into silence, except for Yuru, who burst out laughing. Well, Shisui-kun, you called it. Hiruzen and Danzo really did have a backup plan. This is basically Fugaku alone versus everyone else's combined votes. Kushina said angrily. She and Mikoto were close friends. Fugaku, after all, was Mikoto's husband. Sensei is truly. Tsunade let out a deep sigh. In the pursuit of power, her teacher truly spared no means. With this move, even if Hiruzen maintained control over the Hokage seat, was it really for the best? Representative Koharu Yutane, Hiruzen said slowly, pausing as his gaze lingered in the direction of the Uchiha clan before locking eyes with Fugaku. Are you sure you want to forfeit your candidacy and give your votes to Representative Danzo Shimura? Seriously? She already dumped the votes. Why even ask? I'm sure, she said firmly, then stepped down from the platform. Hiruzen nodded. Very well. Then. I support Elder Danzo as well. All my votes go to him. Another voice rang out. This time, it was Hamura Mitokado. For a moment, the entire venue fell silent. The Uchiha clan members trembled with fury. Fugaku's body radiated killing intent, his Mangekyo Sharingan now fully activated. The Hokage faction has gone too far. Chapter 187, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 187. The actions of Koharu Yudatane and Hamura Mitokado plunged the entire venue into a stunned silence. Countless shinobi stared in disbelief. The Konoha elders frowned. Even the spectators, civilians and nobles alike, sensed something was deeply wrong. Their actions had drastically shifted the course of the election and blatantly violated the principle of fairness. Everyone had witnessed the entire voting process with their own eyes. As things stood, Uchiha Fugaku was practically guaranteed to win the seat of 5th Hokage. But now, with this sudden turn, how could Fugaku, and the Uchiha clan, possibly tolerate it? All eyes turned toward Uchiha Fugaku, the men who had cut down enemies on the battlefield and led Konoha to victory against Kirigakure. A war hero. His fists were clenched tightly. His eyes burned crimson, his Mangekyo Sharingan glowing with bloodlust, as he stared at the Hokage faction atop the platform, as if trying to pierce the darkness and uncover the truth hidden behind all of this. Acting Hokage-sama. Fugaku's voice rang out slowly, low and restrained, yet heavy with emotion. Anyone could hear the fury brewing beneath. Koharu Yudatane and Hamura Mitokado's actions, are they really acceptable? All eyes immediately locked onto Hiruzen Sarutobi. As acting Hokage, he wasn't just the host of today's election, he was also the arbiter and highest authority present. If he said the action was invalid, even if the votes had already been combined, they could still be recast. But if he declared it legitimate, Koharu's actions may have been somewhat improper, but they did not violate the rules. Hiruzen lowered his gaze, voice calm and steady. I ask Representative Uchiha Fugaku to refrain from disrupting the proceedings. His words sent a shockwave through the crowd. Fugaku's eyes narrowed, and the entire Uchiha clan erupted with outrage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you're absolutely full of it. This is supposed to be Konoha's grand event. A historic moment for the entire Land of Fire. A live broadcast being watched across the whole shinobi world. This is rigged. The Hokage election is completely rigged. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you're a damn snake. Damn you, Sarutobi. You think someone like you deserves to be Hokage? Deserves to judge this election? Get real. The air filled with curses, jeers, and furious shouts. Countless complex gazes fell upon Hiruzen, even Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura glanced at him. They all understood that pulling something like this in front of the entire village, under such public scrutiny, risked far more than a backlash from the Uchiha. It could completely destroy Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation, dragging him back into infamy even after he'd narrowly escaped the fallout from the Box of Ultimate Bliss scandal. No matter the outcome, Hiruzen's name would be disgraced after today. He was putting everything on the line to stop the Uchiha clan. Aim, prepare the barrier, Danzo ordered through chakra transmission. Be wary of the Uchiha lashing out in desperation. If they make a move, cut the live signal immediately. The root shinobi responded instantly, vanishing into thin air. At the same time, several others discreetly formed a four-corner formation around Uchiha Fugaku. If Fugaku made even the slightest hostile movement, they would strike without hesitation. At that range, not even the Mangekyo Sharingan could resist their sealing techniques. Hiruzen remained silent. But in his downcast eyes, a sharp glint flashed. ANBU agents maintaining order in the shadows also began making preparations. Everyone's attention turned to Fugaku. What would he do? Flip the table in rage? Very likely. After all, what Hiruzen had just done was a blatant slap in the face. A clear message, the Hokage seat. Dream on, Uchiha. Combined with the Uchiha's famously fiery temperament, Fugaku might very well snap and explode in fury right here. But under the weight of all those eyes, Fugaku didn't speak. He simply stared at Hiruzen and Danzo with his blood-red eyes. I hope the acting Hokage understands, this is an election. Not a game. Hehe, Representative Fugaku Uchiha is joking, Hiruzen replied with a smile. Of course I know this is an election. Everything we're doing is in full accordance with the rules. And who defines those rules? Naturally, me, the acting Hokage. Fugaku didn't respond, and many in the crowd let out disappointed sighs. But more than disappointment, what filled their eyes now was helplessness and simmering resentment. Damn it, Sarutobi Hiruzen is going too far. Fugaku-sama was thinking of the village, trying to avoid conflict. And they're just using that against him. Exactly. Fugaku-sama thinks only of Konoha and its people. And this is how they repay him. Damn that Sarutobi. Rigged. 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 The Uchiha clan was visibly furious. Even ordinary shinobi watching couldn't help but be moved. But with the voting already complete, no matter how stirred they were, it was too late to change anything. Some even began chanting rigged, but were quickly silenced, either by ANBU or Root. Tiny sound-dampening barriers were deployed to filter out the unpleasant noise. A shinobi, someone muttered, must endure what others cannot. In that regard, Fugaku-sama truly sets himself apart. Up on the platform, Hozuki Mangetsu clicked his tongue in amazement. If this were Kirigakure, forget all this nonsense, he'd have activated Susanoo and smashed the whole place already. Wasn't that exactly how the current fourth Mizukage, Yuki Yoru, took out the previous Mizukage and claimed the title? Compared to that, Konoha was almost too harmonious. Fugaku's silence didn't deter Hiruzen and Danzo from moving forward. Now that they'd acted, they wouldn't stop at just a few votes. Sure enough, before Hiruzen could even speak, Akimichi Torafu stood up and dumped all his votes into Danzo's box. I lack the wisdom, talent, and vision of Representative Danzo. My votes. I give them to him. Indeed, came a deep voice from Aburame Shibi, head of the Aburame clan. Compared to Danzo, I fall short in both experience and ability. If anyone in Konoha is fit to inherit the fourth's legacy, to carry the torch from the third, it must be the darkness of the shinobi. Ah, I'm just an old man, another chimed in. But I feel the same. In mere moments, all remaining candidates, except for Hyuga Hayashi, had withdrawn and given their votes to Danzo. Technically, this was a blatant breach of rules. But in Konoha, it still seemed to make perfect sense. I entrust my hopes to the one I believe in. This kind of reasoning always seemed surprisingly logical in a hot-blooded manga like Naruto. After handing their votes to Danzo, Koharu and the others stepped down from the stage, leaving only Uchiha Fugaku, Danzo Shimura, and Hyuga Hayashi behind. But all focus had already narrowed to just two men, Fugaku and Danzo. Few paid Hayashi much mind. Most of his votes came from the Hyuga clan itself. Even with some support from others in the village, it wasn't enough to compete with Fugaku or Danzo, now bolstered by a wave of transferred votes. Judging by the count, Danzo wins, Hiruzen estimated internally, though his aging face wore a faint trace of tension. After all, he'd just torn the Hokage position from someone who already had it in the bag. It was a dirty political maneuver, and no matter how composed Fugaku seemed, he could still snap. And if that happened, Konoha would descend into civil war. No one stays calm in the face of Mangekyo Sharingan. But Fugaku just sat quietly in his seat, not the slightest bit anxious, patiently watching as one representative after another dumped their votes into Danzo's box. His calmness confused Hiruzen and Danzo. Had Fugaku's temperament truly reached such heights? Was he really so composed that even losing the Hokage title right before his eyes couldn't shake him? In truth, Fugaku was seething inside. Furious. Anxious. He kept stealing glances toward the VIP section, specifically, at Hozuki Mangetsu. All he got back was a confident little smirk. Relax. Stay cool. It's all under control. Control. Bro, we're losing everything. Are you sure it's all under control? Guaranteed win, bro. Fugaku's eye twitched. Still, he took a deep breath and held his silence. Seeing this, Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. If Fugaku was willing to let things go, if it meant avoiding a civil war in Konoha, that would be the best-case scenario. Fine, he thought. We'll toss the Uchiha a bone later, give them a bit of territory, a few seats. Let them crawl out of their corner. Well then, let's move on to the final vote tally. Hold on. A sudden voice cut through the proceedings once more, interrupting what was supposed to be the final step. Everyone looked up in shock as Hyuga Hayashi, who had remained silent and meditative this whole time, suddenly stood and turned to Fugaku. Clan head Fugaku has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. A worthy successor to your ancestors. I am impressed. And then, to the stunned disbelief of all in attendance, Hyuga Hayashi cast all of his votes for Uchiha Fugaku. The crowd exploded. What? Hayashi, do you even know what you're doing? Hayashi, why? Even several elders from the Hyuga clan's main branch looked completely stunned, unable to comprehend what they had just seen. The Uchiha and Hyuga were the two most powerful clans in Konoha. From the village's founding, they had always stood in competition. If anything, the Hyuga were closer to the Hokage faction than the Uchiha had ever been. So why? Even Uchiha Fugaku wore a stunned expression. He hadn't seen this coming. He looked at Hayashi, then instinctively turned his eyes to the VIP section, to Hozuki Mangetsu. Bro, are you serious? You even got Hayashi on board. Told you, my guy. You're solid. Hayashi's actions drew everyone's attention. And since Fugaku and Mangetsu were communicating via chakra-based telepathy, no one else noticed. After casting his votes, Hayashi calmly stepped off the platform, just like Koharu and the others. He ignored the shocked stares and the angry whispers of his fellow clan members. His behavior only left the Hyuga elders more bewildered. Hayashi, what are you doing? Even if they couldn't win the Hokage seat themselves, as long as either Fugaku or Danzo won, the Hyuga clan would retain their elite status in the village. Their place at the heart of Konoha's hierarchy would remain untouched. But now, with Hayashi's vote, hadn't the Hyuga just bowed to the Uchiha? Was Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan really that intimidating? Hayashi saw all their confusion and doubt, but didn't care. Status, reputation, those things mattered to the Hyuga. But compared to what he was about to gain, what did they mean? His eyes locked onto Hozuki Mangetsu once more as he recalled their conversation from the previous night. Hayashi-sama, look at the Hyuga clan now. Then look at Fugaku Uchiha. Do you know why the Hyuga clan was able to contend with the Uchiha clan, who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan for hundreds, even thousands of years during the Warring States period without falling behind, yet now they can't even compare to the Uchiha clan after Madara Uchiha and Fugaku Uchiha appeared? The answer is simple. Your Hyuga clan's legacy has long since deteriorated, lost to the flow of history. That guy named Hozuki Mangetsu used a nearly empty-handed trick to ignite the thoughts in his heart. As long as you help clan head Fugaku seize the Hokage position tomorrow, the Hyuga clan will be able to rekindle the glorious brilliance of 1,000 years ago. This is the promise of 4th Mizukage Yuki Yoru. The phrase, 4th Mizukage Yuki Yoru's promise, directly convinced Hayashi Hyuga. He clenched his fist silently. The chaos of the election no longer held his interest. His gaze remained fixed on Hozuki Mangetsu. His temple veins bulged. His Bakugan activated unconsciously. To rekindle the glory of 1,000 years ago, power completely on par with the Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan. The strength that belongs to us. The Hyuga. Chapter 188, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 188. The brilliance of the Hyuga clan is beyond doubt. As far back as the Warring States period, they were already one of the most dazzling stars in the world. The Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga were once the 3 most powerful ninja clans in the entire Land of Fire. If it weren't for the Senju and Uchiha clans each producing 2 monstrous individuals, the struggle between the 3 clans would probably have continued indefinitely. But even with the sudden emergence of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, the Hyuga clan's position in the shinobi world did not weaken in the slightest. On the contrary. With the founding of the hidden villages and the evolution of warfare from clan-based skirmishes to large-scale battles between villages, the Hyuga's Bakugan, capable of near-perfect vision, became a truly lethal weapon on the battlefield. Konoha's shinobi, unrivaled in prowess, none can stand against the Hyuga. This saying, widely spread throughout Konoha and the entire shinobi world, clearly illustrates the Hyuga clan's unique and honored status in the village. And now, the current head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, had actually voluntarily cast his vote for Uchiha Fugaku. The main branch members of the Hyuga were completely shocked. Their disbelief quickly turned into furious outrage. Even if you're the clan head, you can't just abandon the 1,000-year glory of the Hyuga without reason. Yet, faced with countless furious glares from the main branch, Hayashi remained unfazed, simply sitting quietly in his seat. On the platform, countless eyes watched as the scales of power tilted dramatically in a single instant. No one could find the words to speak. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, the election overseer, widened his eyes, clenched his fists, and his face turned crimson with fury. Jonin Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Fugaku's voice rang out clearly, his tone deliberately emphasizing Hiruzen's title. It's time to proceed to the next stage of the election process. You. Sarutobi Hiruzen practically transformed into Rambo, warning, warning, warning. The victorious smirk on Shimura Danzo's face instantly froze. He looked at Fugaku's calm expression, then at his old comrade's red, trembling face, and a tide of uncontainable fury surged from his chest. Almost on reflex, Danzo was about to signal with his teacup to trigger the assassination plan by his 500 hidden root operatives, prepared to strike down Uchiha Fugaku. But that thought lasted only a second, before he forcibly suppressed it. If it were only the Uchiha, even if Fugaku had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, with all their prior preparation, there was still a chance of victory. After all, as powerful as the Mangekyo was, they hadn't forgotten who their teacher was. The true nemesis of the Uchiha, the second Hokage with white hair, who had dedicated his life to eradicating the evil Uchiha, Tobirama Senju. To secure this chance at the Hokage seat, they had long prepared for confrontation with Fugaku. Various barriers, secret techniques, Sharingan countermeasures, all ready. But now. This wasn't just the Uchiha anymore. The Hyuga and the Uchiha. Bakugan and Sharingan. With the Senju in seclusion, these 2 great noble clans of the shinobi world joining forces, no one dared underestimate them. No one dared make a reckless move. Danzo's face grew darker and darker. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale, then purple. The 2 exchanged glances in heavy silence. Only when Fugaku reminded them again did Hiruzen snap out of his daze like waking from a dream. Next, we move to the ballot count. Open the boxes, verify the votes. But truthfully, there was no need for such formalities. Every ninja present already understood, the moment Hayashi voted for Fugaku, the outcome was sealed. As the ballot boxes opened, cheers erupted from the Uchiha below the stage. Wild and unrestrained. On the other side, those affiliated with the Hokage faction wore complicated expressions, many giving bitter, helpless smiles. It didn't take long to count. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's bitter voice, the results were announced. Uchiha Fugaku had defeated Shimura Danzo and officially become the Hokage candidate of Konohagakure, Land of Fire. Thank you, everyone. For me, Fugaku, to stand here today, it is entirely thanks to your support. On this day, I want to express my gratitude to Konoha. With visible emotion, Fugaku rose to his feet and began his victory speech, ushering in a new chapter, both for the Uchiha and for himself. Fifth Hokage, ha. In Kirigakure, inside Kushina's residence, Uchiha Shisui stared at the image projected on the screen, unable to suppress his excitement. Clan head Fugaku, you really did it. You cast aside your personal burdens, broke the chains in your heart, and made a choice, for your goal and for the future. Your success was inevitable. This is the power of the Uchiha. This is the power of love. The Uchiha. They really do deserve the Hokage position, Tsunade said as she downed a full cup of sake with a sigh. In the past, the Uchiha and the Senju together founded Konoha. Over the years, the Uchiha, though founders, had been isolated and marginalized. Even though Tsunade was a Senju, and the princess of the Land of Fire, both emotionally and rationally, the Uchiha deserved a Hokage. And yet, Hayashi, that guy, actually supported Fugaku. Tsunade muttered, suddenly turning to Yuki Yoru. Hey, this was your doing, wasn't it? Everyone in the room looked at Yuki Yoru. They were all high-ranking Konoha figures, fully aware of the political dynamics between the Uchiha and Hyuga. Under normal circumstances, during a Hokage election, it was already generous for the Hyuga not to stab the Uchiha in the back. Support. Unthinkable. Ah, just a small trade, Yuki Yoru replied casually. I agreed to provide Hyuga Hayashi with the research data we have on the Bakugan, and inform him of the existence of the people from the heavens. That was the price for his help in securing Fugaku's victory. Research data on the Bakugan. The existence of heavenly beings. Yoru's words made everyone's pupils shrink slightly. That's not a small price. Orochimaru licked his lips, very aware of the weight behind what Yoru had just said. What can I do? I made a promise to Shisui-kun. I'm not someone who breaks promises, Yuru said with a smile, then turned to Shisui. So, Shisui-kun, how about it? When I say something, I mean it, right? Thanks. Oh my, hearing you say thank you really is rare by the way, Hiromi is about to begin the holification experiment soon. You'd better prepare yourself. Shisui forced a stiff smile, wanting to say more, but before he could, Yuki Yoru waved and vanished into a puff of white smoke. The show's over. I won't intrude on you old friends' tea party any longer. There's still a mountain of work waiting for me. Ciao. Bastard. Shisui growled, then collapsed to the floor in mental and physical exhaustion. Tsunade and Kushina exchanged a glance. Knowing what Shisui had endured, they could only look at him with pity. Orochimaru, meanwhile, licked his lips and inched closer. Shisui-kun, may I perhaps get lost? The Hokage election had come to an end. Its twists and turns had left many people sighing with emotion. But the final result did not stray far from what most in Konoha had anticipated. From the very start, many had believed that Uchiha Fugaku, a war hero, had what it took to become the fifth Hokage. And so it was. That very night, after the election concluded, elite Uchiha member Inabi departed for the Fire Capital, carrying the candidate list. Meanwhile, the rest of the Uchiha clan began celebrating wildly, both within their compound and throughout Konoha. Cries of excitement, laughter, even sobbing. Especially the older generation, tears streamed down their cheeks as they shouted. How many years has it been? How many years? The Hokage seat, at long last, it's finally the Uchiha's turn. It's our turn. This old bag of bones can finally rest easy. In the midst of this loud, drum-filled celebration, even though Fugaku had not yet received the daimyo's formal recognition, he had already moved into the Hokage office, carried on the shoulders of the ecstatic Uchiha. Of course, before that, the ever-efficient Uchiha had thoroughly cleaned up everything left by that previous occupant who had moved in twice before. Crystal ball. Old pipe. All of it, into the trash. And while the Uchiha clan reveled like mad, the real MVP of the day, Hyuga Hayashi, sat in solemn silence within the Hyuga compound, his mind restless. Naturally, he had seen the Uchiha celebration. Even from within his own clan's territory, he could see the wild revelry of Uchiha unleashing fire release techniques into the sky like fireworks. Putting himself in their shoes, Hayashi could fully understand their emotional release. But he was in no mood to sympathize right now. Because at this very moment, he was hosting the most important guest in Hyuga history. I never expected the Mizukage-sama himself to come in person. Hayashi, clad in a pure white kimono, looked at the two figures before him. His hand trembled, nearly spilling scalding tea onto himself. Given the secrecy surrounding the Byakugan, Hayashi had prepared meticulously. But he never imagined the other side would show even more importance, personally sending the fourth Mizukage, Yuki Yoru. Yuki Yoru's fame had long spread across the shinobi world, and to the people of Konoha, he was especially intimidating. Not just because he single-handedly wrecked Konoha in the Third Great Ninja War, but because of his terrifying power during incidents like the Nine-Tails attack and the Iron Country conflict. To many, this young fourth Mizukage was already a living legend on par with the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, and the demon of the shinobi world, Madara Uchiha. A living legend, still in his prime. The secrets of the Byakugan are no small matter, Yuru said as he sipped the fragrant tea. If I had sent Mangekyo, it might not carry enough weight. After all, what we're about to discuss borders on myth. Honestly, if I hadn't already confirmed it for myself, I'd still be skeptical too. Myths. Confirmed. Hayashi's breathing quickened. His pure white eyes gleamed with intensity. I implore the Mizukage-sama to enlighten me. Ah. Yuru took another sip, savoring the taste before setting the cup down and gazing far into the night sky. In the distant darkness, fireworks erupted from the Uchiha compound, fireballs and dragons bursting midair. But Yoru's gaze drifted higher, to a bright light in the heavens. Clan head Hayashi, if we're being precise, your Hyuga clan and our Kirigakure's Kagaya clan are close relatives, aren't you? The Kagaya clan. Hayashi nodded slightly. It was no secret that the Hyuga and Kagaya clans were related by blood. The two families had maintained close ties over the centuries. Even after the Kagaya were driven to the seas during the Warring States period, the Hyuga still kept in touch. Hayashi himself had met with the Kagaya shortly before the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War. Though, back then, Kirigakure was enveloped in the blood mist, so there hadn't been much interaction. Yes, the Kagaya and my Hyuga are close relatives. But what does that have to do with the secrets of the Byakugan? What connection, you ask? Yuru chuckled softly. Back in ancient times, the Sage of Six Paths spread chakra across the world, and shinobi blossomed everywhere. Among them, there were always a few who stood head and shoulders above the rest. The Senju, the Uchiha, and yes, the Hyuga. The reason, ultimately, lies in lineage. In bloodline. Bloodline theory might be hard to swallow for your average ninja, especially for those hot-blooded youths who chant hard work, freedom, and love and happiness every day. But for an ancient, strict clan like the Hyuga, one that still upheld the distinction between main and branch family, bloodline theory was practically gospel. According to the information I've acquired, the Senju and Uchiha descend from the Sage of Six Paths. That's why they stand so far above the rest of the shinobi world. And your Hyuga clan's ancestor is no weaker, he was the sage's younger brother, Otsutsuki Himura. As he spoke, Yuru formed a seal and tossed a scroll toward Hayashi. Hayashi opened it carefully. The moment he laid eyes on it, his eyes went wide with horror. This is someone of the same root and origin as you, also a descendant of Otsutsuki Himura. Unlike your clan, they did not change their surname to Hyuga over time. They maintained the purest legacy and name. Otsutsuki. The Otsutsuki clan, from the moon. Chapter 189, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 189. Yuki Yoru made no effort to hold back. The scroll he handed over not only contained research into the discarded Otsutsuki outcast but also. Yuki Yoru made no effort to hold back. The scroll he handed over not only contained research into the discarded Otsutsuki outcast but also extensive data regarding the Byakugan. The fact that Kirigakure possessed Byakugan users was already known throughout the shinobi world. If not for the current cooperation between Kiri and Konoha, the bounty on that Byakugan killer might still be hanging on Konoha's most wanted list. So, Hayashi wasn't surprised that Kirigakure held a large amount of Byakugan information. What did shake him to the core were the contents of the scroll in his hands. The Otsutsuki Eye. The scroll clearly stated that the Byakugan was the fundamental eye of the Otsutsuki clan, the purest, and the eye that was the origin of all power. The Sharingan is undoubtedly powerful. It evolves through emotional stimuli, growing stronger with each change, its visual prowess and combat capabilities increasing with each awakening. But the Byakugan is different. In normal cases, once the Byakugan is awakened, its ocular power and overall ability remain largely static. If that's all it was, it could at most rival the three-tomo Sharingan. So how could it be compared to the Mangekyo Sharingan, which can activate Susanoo and various dojutsu? Yuki Yoru, watching Hayashi's unblinking gaze on the scroll, said calmly. The reason is simple. The Byakugan can evolve, but its conditions are far more demanding. Of course, the most straightforward way is to increase its ocular power. But ocular power is innate. Strengthening it isn't something easily done, Hayashi murmured. True, Yoru nodded. Unlike the Sharingan, which evolves through external trauma and stimulus, the Byakugan's ocular power is essentially fixed from the moment it's awakened. Increasing it afterward is nearly impossible. However, according to information I obtained from that guy, and data collected from his body, I managed to find a few methods. Hayashi's entire body began to tremble. His Byakugan involuntarily activated from sheer intensity of emotion. Yoru didn't keep him in suspense. He went on to reveal the existence of both the Tensigan and the Jogan. The Tensigan requires fusing massive quantities of Byakugan or infusing it with top-tier Otsutsuki chakra, like that of Hamura. The Jogan. It demands a refined, purified bloodline, evolution through lineage. Of course, you're free to doubt what I say. But that guy's corpse is still preserved in Kirigakure's lab. If you're interested, you're welcome to visit anytime. He chuckled. Once the three-nation super infrastructure project gets rolling, travel between the land of water and land of fire will be easier than ever. Clatter. Hayashi flinched. His teacup tipped, spilling hot tea across the tatami mat. His hands, gripping the scroll, shook uncontrollably. Fear flooded his gaze. No wonder the method for evolving the Byakugan vanished over time. It had been buried on purpose. To evolve the Byakugan required cannibalizing one's own kin. No doubt, the ancestors who once possessed such knowledge, and this power, chose to seal it away precisely because of how horrific it was. And then there was the caged bird seal. The Hyuga clan's caged bird system was ruthless, oppressive, utterly feudal. Fate was sealed at birth. Main and branch family, master and servant, fixed for life. Without such a system, if the branch family acted like the Otsutsuki on the moon, creating such monstrous things just due to ideological difference, would the Hyuga clan even still exist? Even so, perhaps it's time this main and branch family system changed, at least a little. Hayashi's expression shifted again and again. The caged bird seal imposed overwhelming limitations on the branch family. It undeniably protected the main family's legacy and authority, but it also bred resentment and resistance in the branch family. Until now, Hayashi had never considered the threat. He hadn't known about the Tensigan or Jogan. Even if the branch showed defiance, so what? The caged bird would always keep them in line. But now, everything was different. If enough Byakugan eyes were fused, a Tensigan could be formed. If the caged bird system malfunctioned, and branch members secretly gathered and merged their Byakugan powers, everything that happened to the Otsutsuki on the moon might repeat itself in the Hyuga. Of course, the odds of that were incredibly slim. The caged bird system had been passed down for 1,000 years, it wasn't going to fail overnight. But still. What if the caged bird was removed? What if the branch family did rebel? What if they did create a Tensigan? To awaken the Mangekyo, a Sharingan user needs overwhelming emotional trauma, life and death, love and loss. But when the Byakugan evolves, whether into the Jogan or Tensigan, its strength far surpasses even the Mangekyo. Naturally, the price is higher too. Seeing Hayashi's ever-changing expression, Yuru assumed he was simply stunned by the cost of evolution. You've never seen a Tensigan in action, but I have, Yuru said softly. It's a terrifying eye, no weaker than the Rinnegan. And that Otsutsuki on the moon. He didn't even fully awaken it, he merely tapped into a portion of the energy from the massive Tensigan stored on the moon. Even so, his power was overwhelming, far above the level of the 5 Kage. He'd reached the heights of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. Yoru's words flowed calmly. Hayashi, think about it. If you could awaken a Tensigan, what heights could your power reach? The Hyuga clan would never devour its own. Oh. Yoru raised a brow. Your caged bird system doesn't exactly treat the branch family like people, does it? He chuckled coldly. From the looks of it, the caged bird seal, which supposedly exists to prevent another giant Tensigan from forming and to stop a repeat of the Moon Otsutsuki tragedy, has long since devolved into a tool for the main house to cling to power. Mizukage-sama. Hayashi sprang to his feet, voice rising in fury. He couldn't tolerate such insults. But under Yoru's half-smiling gaze, Hayashi slowly let out a sigh and sat back down. As the head of the Hyuga clan, how could he not already know all of this? The reason the Hyuga could never compare to the Senju or Uchiha, even after the Senju disbanded and the Uchiha were systematically suppressed by the Hokage faction, wasn't because Fugaku had awakened the Mangekyo. It was because the Hyuga had long since grown rotten with pride and arrogance. Countless main family members had lost themselves in power and privilege. Hayashi fell silent. Yoru didn't press the issue. Instead, he poured himself some more tea and sipped leisurely, appreciating the Hyuga clan's finest leaves. Ah, exquisite. One sip and he could tell, this was top-grade ceremonial tea from the land of tea. Fit for royalty. While Yuru savored his tea, Hayashi sat lost in thought. Suddenly, Yuru made a curious sound, his gaze seeming to pierce through space itself. That child. Is she your daughter? Hayashi turned instinctively, but only saw a wall. Startled, he activated his Byakugan, then quickly nodded once he saw who it was. Yes, that's my daughter. Mizukage-sama, do you? Nothing in particular, Yuru smiled. Just surprised that clan head Hayashi would have such an exceptional prodigy. With proper training, her future potential might be limitless. What? Hinata has that much talent. Hayashi was overjoyed, but the excitement froze on his face as he recalled something. But not long ago, during the joint assessment with the clan elders, she was judged as average, unremarkable, in fact. Hinata was nearly 3. For most people, that wasn't yet training age. But in noble clans like the Uchiha or Hyuga, pre-academy education started early. Uchiha Itachi, for example, was brought onto the battlefield by Fugaku at age 4, during the Third Great Ninja War, as his form of preschooling. He even managed to defeat an IWA genin at that age. The Hyuga followed similar traditions. Yet Hinata, the clan head's daughter, no less, had shown no such talent. In her first gentle fist aptitude test, she had been rated as mediocre. Being a girl made things worse. If not for her status as the clan head's child, her standing and access to resources would have plummeted. You don't believe me? Yuru raised an eyebrow. You've probably heard a few things about me. Let's just say, I don't misjudge when it comes to certain talents. Her soul. Hayashi's heart trembled. He didn't doubt Yuru. I have full confidence in your judgment, Mizukage-sama. It's just, if my daughter truly has such talent, why does she perform so poorly? Hayashi then recounted Hinata's recent gentle fist evaluation. Her strikes are weak, her reactions slow, her form imprecise. It wasn't just one test. That's simply how she is. I see, Yuru nodded. Why don't you bring her here? It would be an honor to have Mizukage-sama's guidance. Hayashi, visibly excited, offered a respectful cup of tea and disappeared in a shunshin. The name, 4th Mizukage Yuki Yoru, was known throughout the shinobi world, unquestioned as the strongest living shinobi. Coupled with his deep research into the Byakugan and the Moon's Otsutsuki clan, receiving his guidance would be a priceless opportunity for both Hinata and the Hyuga as a whole. Moments later, Hayashi returned, leading in a young girl wearing a soft orange-pink kimono with short lavender hair. The little princess of the Hyuga, young Hinata, had clear, flawless white eyes and an adorably sweet face. When she noticed Yuru's gaze, she shrank back shyly behind her father like a frightened doll. Mizukage-sama, Hayashi said softly, nodding toward his daughter. Hinata immediately stepped forward and bowed politely. Clearly, Hayashi had briefed her during their wardrobe change. Despite her youth, her etiquette was impeccable, graceful, respectful, without flaw. Only after Yuru nodded did she kneel at the table, sitting quietly on a cushion with shy curiosity. I see. Under Hayashi's expectant gaze, Yuru scanned Hinata from head to toe. When his own Byakugan briefly activated, he nodded. There is no issue with her talent. The purity of her Byakugan is unmatched. Not even those we've cultivated in Kirigakure come close, and neither do the other members of your Hyuga clan. Undoubtedly, with the right nurturing, and just a bit of Otsutsuki chakra infusion or Tensigen guidance, her eyes will evolve and transcend. Ah, really? Hayashi, tactfully ignoring Yuru's mention of those Byakugan cultivated in Kirigakure, looked ecstatic. I never lie. If I say she has it, she has it. As for her gentle fist aptitude. Yuru paused. You're right. Her chakra response and physical sensitivity are average, not on par with elite geniuses. Just above the standard ninja. But that can be fixed. And as for how to fix it. Yuru suddenly turned to Hayashi. Clan head Hayashi, it's about that time of night. Wouldn't some late-night snacks and warm sake make for better discussion than dry tea? Ah. Why yes. Someone. Hayashi didn't question Yuru's sudden shift in tone. He immediately summoned the servants. Prepare a lavish meal. And bring a jug of fire festival sake. Yes. The servant hurried off, and Yuru casually chatted with little Hinata. She was adorably sweet, so polite and gentle, if a bit shy. Teasing her was unexpectedly delightful. Soon, the food arrived, chicken, duck, fish, gourmet delicacies of every kind. But Yuru didn't dig in. He poured himself a cup of sake and resumed discussing the Moon Otsutsuki with Hayashi. Hinata sat stiffly nearby, the aroma of the feast swirling around her nose, teasing her senses. She couldn't stop swallowing. The sound was quiet, but neither Yuki Yoru nor Hayashi was a normal man. They heard it clearly. Hinata. Hayashi's voice was stern. That's disrespectful. Sorry. I'm so sorry, father. Mizukage-sama. Hinata immediately leapt to her feet and bowed deeply, flustered. Hayashi didn't press the issue. Yoru, however, smiled. If she's hungry, let her eat. Kids shouldn't have to worry about rules. Hinata didn't dare move, glancing nervously at her father. Since you're hungry, eat, Hayashi said flatly. Only then did Hinata sit again, still too timid to lift her chopsticks. Don't mind your father. Go ahead, Yoru encouraged. She still didn't move, until Hayashi softly hummed in affirmation. Then she quietly picked up her utensils. 1 bite. 2 bites. She set them down and sat respectfully again. Really now? Looking at the overly reserved Hinata, Yuru gave a helpless smile. Hayashi, now I get it. Why such a talented prodigy has ended up like this. If you keep raising her this way, forget being the Hyuga's future hope, she'll be lucky just to not fade into mediocrity. Chapter 190, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 190. There was no doubt about Hinata's potential. She was the same girl who had caught the eye of that blind Otsutsuki Tonari, at a glance. He had wanted to marry her and be with her for 1,000 years. And even with Naruto, whose lineage was of mixed blood, she gave birth to Boruto, who inherited a pure Jogan. Hinata's talent was in no way inferior to Naruto or Sasuke. In fact, Yuru couldn't help but speculate. What if Hinata hadn't chosen Naruto, but instead had been with Tonari Otsutsuki, a pure-blooded descendant of Himura with even greater innate potential? Yuru suspected that, in that case, Boruto's power might have been magnified several times over, perhaps even surpassing the average Otsutsuki entirely. The Jogan was just that overwhelming. Even among the Otsutsuki, the Jogan was an extremely rare, nearly mythical eye. Yet Hinata had managed to produce it. The title, the Bakugan Princess, wasn't just for show. Which raised a question. Why, with such incredible ancestry and exceptional genes, did this Bakugan Princess, this prodigy whose bloodline threw back to ancient Otsutsuki, not show any outstanding performance in the original timeline? Not in the early arcs, not mid-series, not even in the later parts. Not only was her power level unremarkable among the Konoha 12, but even within the Hyuga clan, she was below average. The answer was simple. It was right in front of Yuru's eyes. Mizukage-sama. What do you mean by that? Faced with Yuki Yoru's blunt and sweeping criticism, one that essentially invalidated all of the Hyuga's education methods, Hayashi's brow furrowed deeply. As a clan with a 1,000-year legacy, the Hyuga naturally had their own methods of raising the next generation. That system might not be the only reason the Hyuga had remained powerful for so long, but it was certainly a major factor. And yet, Yuki Yoru had completely dismissed it. If Hayashi didn't already know how outmatched he was, he might have responded with a full gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms on the spot. Hayashi, Yuru began smoothly, you're the head of the Hyuga clan. Tell me, why do the missions assigned by hidden villages come with rankings and different reward levels? Yuru's sudden topic switch threw Hayashi off, but he composed himself and answered. Because the difficulty and danger levels vary. If we didn't categorize missions, it would not only create huge problems for our shinobi, it would also mess up village income and resource management. Classifying missions by difficulty and payout allows shinobi to take on suitable assignments and earn fair rewards, which keeps the village running smoothly. Yuru nodded with approval. Now this was the difference between talking to a clan head and talking to a hot-blooded genin. Hayashi wasn't a Kage, but as the Hyuga clan head, he clearly understood larger systems. Since you understand that principle, then you should understand this too. Yuru gestured at the upright and formal little Hinata sitting beside them. You want Hinata to showcase extraordinary talent and take on the future burdens of the Hyuga. But you've thrown every bit of pressure at her all at once. You haven't categorized anything. You haven't adjusted for her level. You're just dumping the full weight of expectation on her. Hayashi's face shifted slightly. You're saying. Hungry bodies have no strength. Beautiful talents stay hidden without nourishment. You've wrapped her in etiquette, bound her in rules. She's like a caged bird, head bowed under the weight of chains and expectations. No matter how gifted she is, under that kind of double-sided pressure, she'd fade into the crowd like anyone else. Yuru shook his head, downed the rest of his sake, and casually placed a piece of sushi in front of Hinata. Eat, child. The world is vast, but your stomach is the foundation. If you don't eat your fill, how can you have the strength to become someone the world needs? That said, Hayashi finally began to grasp what Yuru was getting at. Even so, part of him still couldn't believe it. Was the heiress of the Hyuga clan really being starved? She was only 3 years old. How much could she possibly eat? Go on, he said, noticing Hinata fidgeting, unsure if she should eat. Listen to Mizukage-sama. Eat until you're full. Yes, father. Mizukage-sama. With permission from the men she respected most, Hinata beamed with joy and used her chopsticks to pick up the sushi in front of her. One bite. Then another. Her actions were slow and elegant. She chewed gently. Everything looked perfectly normal, like any other well-mannered girl eating a meal. But then, Hayashi's expression gradually shifted to one of shock. And then disbelief. One piece after another, Hinata kept eating. And eating. Before long, she consumed a meal fit for an adult man. And she still wasn't done. She wasn't even full yet. This couldn't be happening. Under the watchful eyes of both Yuru and Hayashi, Hinata devoured the entire table's worth of food. Before Yuru could even say a word, Hayashi ordered the maids to bring out an entirely new round of dishes. Only after she polished off most of the second round did Hinata finally set down her chopsticks and smile adorably at the two men. Father, Mizukage-sama. I'm full now. So it's just as I thought, Yuru sighed gently, watching her happy expression. Hayashi was still frozen in place, Bakugan activated, staring at Hinata like she wasn't even his daughter. People joked that teenage boys could eat their parents out of house and home. But a 3-year-old girl eating as much as 2 or 3 adults. That was unheard of. Is she really Hyuga, or is she from the Akimichi clan? Even a toddler from the Akimichi wouldn't eat this much. Hayashi, now you understand, don't you? Your daughter, Hinata, has never eaten her fill since birth. Because of Hyuga etiquette. Because of her image as the clan head's daughter. Because of a strict father's discipline. Poor little Hinata, she wasn't even allowed to take a second helping at the dinner table. And you, expecting her to behave and perform like a prodigy, you judged her with the standards of a fully fed, well-trained adult. Yuru sighed again, eyes full of regret. A child who has grown up malnourished. The fact that she's even alive and healthy is already a miracle. And you still expect her to shoulder the future of the Hyuga. Is that even reasonable? So, that's what happened. Hayashi looked at Hinata, stunned. Memories flooded his mind, his strict demands for her to always eat just a few mouthfuls to appear elegant, his constant etiquette lessons. Self-blame. Guilt. He wasn't just ashamed that the Hyuga nearly lost a top-tier prodigy. He was ashamed as a father, for never noticing his own child suffering. For letting a stranger, Yuki Yoru, of all people, a former enemy, see what he had missed all these years. Mizukage-sama. As Hinata's father and on behalf of the entire Hyuga clan, I sincerely thank you. Hayashi stood and bowed deeply to Yuru with utmost respect. It's nothing. I just couldn't stand to see such a brilliant gem covered in dust, Yuru replied casually. Your compassion humbles me. Hayashi bowed again, deeply. Hinata, flustered by her father's bowing, quickly stood and followed his example. Her innocent, earnest movements made Yuru chuckle. He reached over and pinched her blushing cheeks. She didn't resist. She understood, thanks to Yuki Yoru, her clan had solved a major issue. And she had finally eaten a full meal. Maybe, she could eat like this every day now. Mizukage-sama. Hayashi watched Yuru playing with Hinata and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Remembering everything Yuru had just said, he spoke. Mizukage-sama, you've done a great kindness for my clan and my daughter. Since you and Hinata seem so in sync, may I be so bold as to ask that she call you her godfather? Puffed. Yuru choked violently, spraying sake all over Hayashi's face. Apologies. That was rude of me, clan head Hayashi. It's fine, Hayashi replied calmly, wiping his face and smiling. So, Mizukage-sama, what do you think? Godfather. Yoru's face twitched. He was completely speechless. A godfather. An adopted father. Wait, he almost misheard that as husband. This wasn't something to take lightly. You can't just go around handing out godfather titles. You ever hear of Lubu's adopted son getting anyone killed? And Hinata, though no Lubu, was a full-blooded Byakugan princess. Yuru glanced down at the bashful little girl. In his mind flashed future images of long-haired, fishnet-clad, fierce Hinata, and an army of Otsutsuki descending from the sky to duel him. TCH. Tempting. But still dangerous. After all, wasn't his whole plan about destroying the Otsutsuki anyway? No. He couldn't accept. Ahem. Hayashi, I understand your goodwill. And Hinata and I do get along. But the Hyuga heiress becoming the goddaughter of the 4th Mizukage, that's not something the rest of Konoha, or even your clan, would take lightly. Hayashi's face tightened. Mizukage-sama, you jest. I may not have the same absolute authority as Uchiha Fugaku within my clan, but I am the clan head. Hinata is my daughter. If I say she can take a godfather, who would dare object? Besides, you are the strongest shinobi of this era. Our villages are allies. For Hinata to call you godfather, it would be her fortune. The Hyuga's fortune. Konoha's fortune. Yes, but, the rumors, you know how people gossip. Mizukage-sama, rest assured. I'll take full responsibility. I'll stake the clan's name to ensure that your reputation suffers no damage. No, this still doesn't feel right. It's absolutely the right thing. Their polite tug-of-war continued. One retreated, one advanced. Back and forth. Finally, Yuru sighed heavily. Fine. Hinata is a delightful child with rare talent. I can't just ignore that. But instead of a godfather, how about this, I take her as my personal disciple. What do you say, clan head Hayashi? Disciple. Hayashi blinked. That's right. Yuru nodded. I may be the fourth Mizukage, but I've never taken a student. If I can personally guide someone as gifted as Hinata, it would be my honor. What do you say? Say what? Of course the answer was yes. The disciple of a Kage. The student of the strongest man alive. That was as close as you could get to having a guaranteed future. Everyone knew, Kage's disciples had a 99% chance of becoming Kage themselves. Sadly, Yuki Yoru was the Mizukage, not the Hokage. So even if Hinata grew into an unstoppable force, she wouldn't become Hokage. And the odds of her becoming Mizukage were practically zero. But so what? Being trained by Yuru meant she'd definitely become one of the strongest shinobi in the world. That alone was more than enough. Not to mention Kirigakure's vast resources, and their deep research into bloodline limits like the Byakugan. And let's not forget, Yuru had the corpse of a Moon Otsutsuki in his lab. Everything pointed to one thing. If Hinata followed Yuru, she would stand at the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Fugaku had risen with the Mangekyo Sharingan and crushed the Hokage faction. That was when Hayashi finally realized, strength is everything. If Hinata became that strong, she could easily take a page from Fugaku's playbook and do the same. If Fugaku could become Hokage, why not Hyuga Hinata? It's settled then. Mizukage-sama, consider it a deal. Hayashi said with a beaming smile, shaking Yoru's hand. Hinata, come greet your god, your teacher. Yuru couldn't help but chuckle at Hayashi's enthusiasm. Then he looked to Hinata. She glanced at her father, then, with his encouraging gaze, shyly bowed to Yuru. Mizukage-sensei. No need to call me Mizukage. Just call me sensei. Sensei. Hinata repeated the word sweetly, her voice soft and sticky like mochi. Yuru nodded, smiling, and pulled a pale blue crystal from a scroll. The crystal glowed with a dreamlike sky-blue hue, clearly no ordinary item. Yuru placed it around Hinata's neck, then lightly tapped her on the back of her neck. A flash of blue light. A star-shaped cross insignia appeared briefly below the left side of her neck, and vanished just as quickly. Mizukage-sama, that was just a little gift, for our first meeting, and your daughter's new apprenticeship. Yuru gently ruffled Hinata's lavender hair. I'm looking forward to it, little Hinata, what you'll become when you fully awaken. Chapter 191, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 191. Uchiha Fugaku had won the Hokage election and was now the sole candidate for Konoha's fifth Hokage. Under the urging of the fervent Uchiha faction, he even moved directly into the Hokage office, tossing all the old guy's junk into the trash. Of course, this didn't mean Fugaku had officially become Hokage just yet. In this world, becoming a Kage required more than just a village's approval. It also needed the endorsement of the daimyo. However, this step was generally a formality. 3 days later, Uchiha Fugaku officially received the daimyo's recognition and was formally instated as the fifth Hokage of Konoha. The news sent shockwaves through the entire shinobi world. Everyone knew about Konoha's situation. This village, co-founded by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, had gradually pushed the Uchiha clan out of the center of power after Madara's departure, especially under that white-haired second Hokage who had suppressed the Uchiha relentlessly. Now, with Uchiha Fugaku ascending to the position of Hokage, it was a public declaration to the world, the Uchiha had returned. The fifth Hokage. Konohagakure. The fourth Raikage read the intel in his hand, his eyes narrowing with fury. He slammed a fist down, instantly obliterating his recently replaced office desk. His thick, calloused hand crumpled the intel in his grip, veins bulging with suppressed rage and unwillingness. Damn Kirigakure. If it weren't for the help from that damn Soul Society group, how could we have lost to Konoha? It's just a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. There's no way he's as powerful as that Uchiha Madara from the past. Fourth Raikage, calm down, those are Mangekyo Sharingan. An elderly advisor in the corner, a once athletic old shinobi, spoke in a low voice, we still have no effective countermeasures against genjutsu. Even if you can match Susanoo in direct combat, we have no way of countering the illusions of the Mangekyo. Exactly, fourth Reikage. Though we lost to Konoha in that battle, our losses were minimal. Apart from Kirigakure, Kumohagakure still has the strongest overall force in the shinobi world. Right, exactly. We just need to take things slow. As a Kage, patience is key. The old jocks tried everything they could to calm the temperamental Reikage and persuade him to accept the current situation. But how could the hot-blooded fourth Reikage swallow his pride? Kumohagakure was powerful, two-tailed beasts, countless elite shinobi, yet they ended the war so weakly, like scared mice. Wouldn't that make them the laughingstock of the entire shinobi world? And if, in the end, they at least gained something, resources, spoils, anything, it would have been tolerable. But after the third great ninja war and this most recent conflict, Kumohagakure hadn't gained a single thing. How could the fourth Reikage possibly accept that? No. This can't be the end. Absolutely not. The Reikage crushed the intel in his palm and shouted angrily, Kumohagakure cannot cower just because of a little Mangekyo Sharingan. Genjutsu counters, right? Then we'll find a way to break Genjutsu. The old jocks looked at each other helplessly. Sure, they wanted a way to break Genjutsu, but Kumohagakure really didn't have one. Kumonin specialized in lightning release, lethal, explosive, and unmatched in speed. Even a random jonin from Kumohagakure was a top-tier shinobi in the shinobi world. Storm release, magnet release, all powerful. But when it came to Genjutsu, well, they were basically muscleheads. If Kumohagakure doesn't have it, then does that mean the shinobi world doesn't have it either? The fourth Reikage's glare swept over the now silent advisors. His temper flared. So what if Kumo didn't have it? Then steal it. Take it. As long as it ends up in their hands, it becomes theirs. If we go with the fourth's plan. One of the old-timers, unable to endure the Reikage's rage, spoke cautiously. During the early stages of the Third Great Ninja War, a Miss Jonin named Ao once managed to seize a Bakugan from the Hyuga clan's main family. Using that Bakugan, Kirigakure severely weakened Konoha's Genjutsu units. Maybe we can follow a similar strategy. At that, the fourth Reikage's eyes lit up. The Bakugan, of course they knew its value. That dojutsu had immense strategic potential on the battlefield. It allowed for long-distance reconnaissance and, more importantly, could detect chakra fluctuations. With that, they could observe whether their comrades were under Genjutsu. If Kumohagakure had the Bakugan, then even if their ninja were caught in Genjutsu, their teammates could interfere with their chakra and help them break free. What? You're saying Mangekyo Genjutsu can't be broken with ordinary methods? Kumo doesn't care, they don't know that. Good. Our new objective is the Bakugan. The fourth Reikage waved his hand, making the decision on the spot. The other elders looked at each other, then at the idea guy, who had suggested this. Their eyes practically said, you got us into this mess, now figure it out. The poor idea guy was sweating bullets. Sure, everyone knew the Bakugan was great, but everyone also knew that the Hyuga clan guarded it like gold. The caged bird seal was infamous, it ensured that no Bakugan ever left the clan. After what happened in the Third War, the Hyuga main family no longer left Konoha, sending only the branch family to battle. Even if Kumo did manage to capture a Hyuga now, it would definitely be a branch member, useless. But now that the Reikage had set his sights on it, the idea guy had no choice but to double down. He racked his brain, his scalp tingling. Finally, as the Reikage's gaze turned hostile, he shot up and exclaimed. I've got it. Konoha protects the Bakugan fiercely, we'd never succeed in a frontal assault. But, what if we come at it sideways? Grinning, the idea guy launched into his pitch, since we lost the war, we'll need to sign a peace treaty with Konoha, right? As the losing side, going to Konoha to show our sincerity for peace is totally reasonable. At that point, under the pretext of signing the treaty, we launch a covert operation against the Hyuga and steal a Bakugan. The other advisors couldn't take it anymore and growled, that's insane. Whether it succeeds or fails, once exposed, it'll spark another war between Konoha and Kumo. Not necessarily. The idea guy said confidently, after our withdrawal, Konoha made no move to pursue. They only fortified the Land of Fire's borders. That clearly shows they don't want another fight. Even if they have the Mangekyo, can Uchiha Fugaku alone defeat the entire Kumohagakure army? If we fail, we play dead, say it was a rogue faction or a misunderstanding. After all, we're going there to surrender and sign a treaty. But if we succeed? His lips curled into a cold smile, then we fight. With no more Genjutsu threats, and with Kumogakure's strength, what do we have to fear from a half-crippled Konoha? The elders, who were about to chew him out, suddenly paused. Come to think of it, it might actually work. Brilliant plan. Clever strategy. Excellent idea. The fourth Reikage burst into laughter. Everyone, what do you think? The old jocks glanced around, then nodded in unison. If this fails, we lose nothing. But if it works, Konohagakure will rise again. Fourth Raikage, this plan is viable. Excellent. Then let's do it. Find a time to tell Konoha we want to negotiate. Yes, Fourth Raikage. Uchiha. Mangekyo. Iwagakure. Third Tsuchikage Inoki floated in his office, staring out the window at the village. Once, this stone-built village had been brimming with talent and might. With Inoki wielding the dust release, superior even to most Kekkei, and holding two-tailed beasts, the village had powerful bloodlines like steel release, explosion release, lava release. And no shortage of elite jonin like Kuratsuchi, Akatsuchi, Magma, and others. They had it all. But after the battle over the box of ultimate bliss, this once mighty stone had been shattered, fragmented beyond recognition. From tens of thousands of shinobi, only a few thousand remained. The bloodline users and elite clans were wiped out. Both tailed beasts had been slain. Countless supplies lost. The national treasury bankrupt. Now, Iwagakure was at rock bottom. Inoki had done everything he could to stabilize the economy and hold the village together, but these losses couldn't be recovered in just a few years. It would take at least a decade, maybe several, of build-up and stability. But did they even have that kind of time? Would the other great nations sit and watch as one of the 5 great shinobi nations became this vulnerable? Inoki didn't know. But there was one thing he did know. Konoha, his village's nearly sworn enemy, had just placed a hawkish Uchiha in power. Uchiha. He murmured the name, eyes flashing with memory. Decades ago, under another Uchiha's leadership, Konoha had dominated the shinobi world. Back then, Iwagakure had been forced to bow and pay tribute. Now, with another Uchiha in power. Am I to bow my head again, like I did decades ago? Inoki clenched his fists. His nails dug into his palms, drawing blood. He was unwilling. But he had no choice. In today's shinobi world, Kirigakure, under Mizukage Yuru, was rising like a storm, its momentum reminiscent of early Konoha. Konohagakure, though defeated, had retained its peak combat forces, Jinchuriki, and elite ninja. Sunagakure had suffered heavily in the Third War, but with its closed-off policy, rich trade ties with Konoha and Kiri, and the resource-rich Fourth Kazekage, it was recovering rapidly. And now, Konoha had the Mangekyo Sharingan. Of the 5 great nations, only Iwagakure had fallen. Looking down at his village, Inoki, the old man who had never bowed to anyone, suddenly looked worn and weary. His stout form hunched slightly. Bang. The doors to the Tsuchikage office burst open. Inoki didn't even need to look, there was only one person in the whole village who dared do that. A young boy walked in, his long blonde hair tied in the back. His blue-green eyes were lined with dark eyeliner. Though only 4 or 5 years old, he already looked strikingly mature. Hey, old man. Check out my latest work of art. Oh. Inoki quickly suppressed his emotions and turned toward the boy with a teasing smile. What little toy have you come up with this time? Humph, just watch. The blond boy huffed and dug into his pockets. After a moment of fiddling, he opened his hands to reveal a tiny pure white clay spider. Ta-da. Behold the newest creation of this genius artist. Nice sculpting. Looks like you've been doing well in your pottery classes at the academy, Daidara. What the hell, you old fart. This isn't a clay doll. This is art. Whatever, I'll just let you experience the brilliance of my latest masterpiece. Fuming, Daidara's eyes gleamed mischievously. He tossed the little spider at Inoki. Inoki casually caught it. Not bad. I can sense a faint chakra flow. You actually used chakra for this. That's a lot of effort for a toy. It's not a toy, it's art. Art. Daidara shouted, watch closely. Ha. With that yell, Inoki suddenly sensed the chakra in the spider surge. A moment later, boom, the spider exploded in his hand. The blast wasn't huge, but it left Inoki covered in soot. His office desk was shattered, scrolls and documents flying everywhere. Ha 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 ha. My art is perfect, isn't it, old man? Ha. Did you feel the greatness of my AR? Daidara didn't even get to finish his gloating. He suddenly noticed the destroyed office, the scattered files, and most importantly, Inoki's increasingly dark expression. He immediately turned and bolted. No time to chat. Gotta go to class. Later, old fart. Daidara. Inoki's furious roar echoed throughout the building. But then, wiping the soot from his face, the old Tsuchikage found himself, smiling. At this age, to already develop this level of explosion release, and even create his own ninjutsu. Daidara, you are the future of Iwagakure. The will of Iwagakure will not fall so easily. Chapter 192, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 192. The Fifth Hokage. Sunigakure. Perched on the rooftop of the Kazekage building, Obito sat with folded arms, staring at the intelligence report Zetsu had brought him. Beneath the swirling spiral mask, his expression was incredibly complex. He had once been a hot-blooded boy shouting about becoming Hokage. But the brutal realities of the world had taught him that was nothing more than a brainwashing tactic used by those in power to control the masses. A Uchiha could never become Hokage, just like how Kakashi had promised to protect Rin. Utterly ridiculous, completely impossible. Yet now, the Uchiha clan, the very clan that had been endlessly suppressed by the Hokage faction, had truly risen. Their clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, had actually become the fifth Hokage. This development sent a ripple through Obito's heart. If even the Uchiha could become Hokage, what about Rin? The evening glow on the horizon reminded him of Rin's smile, beautiful, dreamlike, fleeting. If the Hyuga hadn't defected at the last moment, what we'd be seeing now wouldn't be Fugaku's inauguration, but Konoha torn apart by civil war. Zetsu emerged beside Obito and tossed him a scroll. Latest intel, Yuki Yoru took Hyuga Hayashi's daughter as his disciple. That's probably why the Hyuga supported the Uchiha during the Hokage election. Snapping out of his wistful haze, Obito furrowed his brow and opened the scroll. After a long moment, he closed it and shut his crimson eye. So both the Uchiha and the Hyuga are within his grasp. As it stands, yes, Black Zetsu said solemnly. If we don't act soon, Kirigakure's influence will continue to grow. And what exactly can we do? Obito's tone was self-mocking. With the forces and resources they currently held, they were no match for Yuki Yoru. In Obito's mind, that men had already surpassed even Madara in terms of strength and influence. Against someone on that level, they were utterly powerless. Any news on the tailed beasts? Obito changed the subject, clearly uncomfortable continuing the conversation about Yoru. Still nothing, said White Zetsu, shaking his head. I've searched nearly the entire shinobi world, but I haven't turned up anything. 3 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails, not a single one. It's like they've vanished from the world. Even when my clones pick up hints, by the time we investigate, we always come up empty-handed. Tailed beasts can't die permanently. Even if they're killed, they'll eventually resurrect. But that resurrection takes time. Obito's eye narrowed. You're saying, they're in the process of reviving right now? Possibly. Or maybe they've been captured by Kirigakure and sealed away, White Zetsu said. But the most likely scenario is that they're still in the revival phase. I've turned the world upside down and come up with nothing. Even when we do get intel, we always end up chasing ghosts. If I had to guess, someone's hunting the tailed beasts. Every time one revives, they appear immediately and take it out. They don't want the power of the tailed beasts to exist at all. That's the only explanation for why those 5 are stuck in an endless loop of revival and death. And this tactic, it completely derails our entire plan. Yuki Yoru. Obito clenched his fists. If anyone in the world could understand their plan and act with such precision to destroy it at the root, it would be him. As long as that man lived, everything they'd planned was doomed to fail. They couldn't take a single step forward. But, what could they do about Yoru? Right now, their strongest asset was Nagato. But in the Iron Country battle, even Nagato, hailed as their ultimate weapon, had been completely dismantled. Even if he had recovered now, and even improved somewhat, could he defeat Yuki Yoru? Obviously not. Yoru. 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 Obito's frustration boiled over. He slammed both fists into the railing. How the hell does he know about our plan? By exterminating the tailed beasts, their entire foundation had been shattered. No matter how much they built up in secret, it would all be pointless. It was Orochimaru. He defected, said Black Zetsu quietly. And before I lost the spores I planted on him, I detected that he went to Kirigakure. What? Obito froze. They had gone to great lengths to recruit Orochimaru into Akatsuki, he had even gone himself. They gave him everything, cells from elite ninja across the 5 great villages, intel on Nagato's condition, data on the Rinnegan. All to bring the former Sannin into the fold. And now? The bastard had joined, taken the benefits, and defected to the mist in a matter of days. Obito felt his rage spike, his whole being trembled. What the actual hell? Even so, Black Zetsu continued, the research data Orochimaru left behind is still useful. If we can utilize it properly, we might have a chance. What research could possibly help us turn this around? Obito scoffed. Unless we gain a power greater than Yoru's, everything is meaningless. But is there even anyone left in this world who can defeat him? Not you, not me, not Nagato, not even Madara if he were resurrected. Not even the first Hokage could beat that guy. What if it was the Sage of 6 Paths? Obito paused mid-sentence, stunned. Wait, what did you just say? The Sage of Six Paths. See for yourself. Black Zetsu pulled out a scroll. He had edited this one heavily, taking Orochimaru's research as the base and filling in the rest with his own agenda. Obito hesitantly took the scroll and began reading. Moments passed. His expression beneath the mask grew darker, more serious, more intense. At last, he rolled it up and clutched it tightly. Is it feasible? There's a chance, said Black Zetsu. The plan is to use the descendants of the sage as a base, employ Hiriko's chimera technique as a bonding agent, and fuse all the bloodline powers of the Six Paths lineage. From there, the bloodline reverts to its origin, breaking the cocoon, and gives birth to a living sage of Six Paths. If we can meet all the conditions, it's possible, though the success rate is extremely low. A living sage of Six Paths. Obito whispered the title. For any shinobi, it was almost divine. His hands gripped the scroll tightly. That damn Orochimaru, he'd been researching something this dangerous the whole time. The man's ambition was beyond anything Obito had anticipated. And yet, thanks to that snake, Obito, who had been teetering on the edge of despair, now saw a new path forward. The heavens never seal all exits. If I keep moving, the road will appear beneath my feet. Zetsu. Start gathering all known descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. Obito inhaled deeply, his Sharingan burning red. He wouldn't just be Uchiha Madara reborn. He would become the new Sage of Six Paths. Seeing Obito's fighting spirit reignite, Black Zetsu, whose face revealed nothing, secretly let out a breath of relief. Obito might be a moody, overly dramatic childish at heart, but he was still the keystone of Black Zetsu's thousand-year plan. If Obito broke down, the entire operation would fall apart. And with the threat of Yuki Yoru hanging over them, a single mistake could ruin everything. Who knew how long it would take to regroup if things failed? Fortunately, there was still a chance. The artificial Six Paths plan he'd given Obito was viable, albeit with a microscopic chance of success. Still, I can't put all my chips on Obito. Yuki Yoru, it looks like I'll need a contingency plan. Black Zetsu's eyes flickered as he began planning. If Obito failed, he'd have no choice but to resurrect Madara early. Kumohagakure, Iwagakure, Sunagakure. The whole shinobi world had been stirred by Uchiha Fugaku's rise to power. Every major village stayed silent, carefully observing Konoha's next moves. Except for Kirigakure, who had openly congratulated Konoha on its new Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku responded with equal warmth, and promptly began negotiations with Kirigakure's envoy, Hozuki Mangetsu, to advance the joint infrastructure project between the three nations. Wait, wasn't Fugaku the one who had loudly opposed this plan before? The one who'd roasted Hiruzen Sarutobi for pushing it? Wrong. Nothing in this world is ever truly black or white. Everything has two sides. Though the plan seemed entirely disadvantageous to Konoha on the surface, it also came with significant benefits. It relieved employment pressure among Konoha civilians and shinobi, expanded trade between the land of fire and the lands of wind and water, and stimulated economic development. In the past, I thought as the Uchiha clan leader. My perspective was too narrow. But now, I think as the Hokage. I was wrong to blame Lord Sarutobi. My lack of experience led me astray. From now on, I will humbly learn, broaden my vision, and handle every matter with wisdom, for the sake of Konoha and the land of fire. That's what Fugaku declared, even issuing a self-criticism edict to publicly admit his past mistakes. He emphasized that the three-nation infrastructure alliance was critical to long-term cooperation between Konoha and Kirigakure. Rumor had it that after hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi coughed up 3 pints of blood, passed out cold, and nearly didn't make it. Inside the Hokage office, Fugaku leaned back in his brand-new Hokage chair, his stern face tinged with contentment. To be honest, the Hokage's office wasn't anything special, his old police force office was far more comfortable. But it was the feeling of sitting here. This was the seat. This was the taste of power. He had accomplished what even his legendary ancestor, Madara, had failed to do. His name would be forever etched in the history of the Uchiha clan, glorious and eternal. Hokage-sama, the envoy from Kirigakure has arrived. Fugaku snapped out of his reverie at the knock on the door. Uchiha Inabi, currently acting as Hokage's secretary, entered. As the saying goes, new king, new court. With Fugaku's rise, the Uchiha clan had entered Konoha's political center in full force. Those who had supported the Uchiha during the election, like the Hyuga, were granted real authority. Meanwhile, clans like the Nara, Akimichi, Inuzuka, and Aburame maintained their original roles. But the Sarutobi and Shimura clans saw drastic changes. Especially the Sarutobi clan. Upon investigation, what Fugaku discovered shocked him. This tiny clan, which had only joined Konoha during its early formation, had somehow ballooned into a massive power block. They controlled more than half of Konoha's important positions and much of the commercial sector. He who steals a coin is punished, he who steals a nation becomes a lord. The great thief of Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Thankfully, with Fugaku now in charge, everything would change. With the fifth Hokage's arrival, the darkness and filth in Konoha would be purged beneath the light of the Sharingan. With the fifth Hokage's rise, Konoha would no longer belong to the Sarutobi clan, it would belong to all of Konoha's people. Greetings, Hokage-sama. Hozuki Mangetsu stepped into the room with a grin and gave a slight bow. Fugaku stood up with a warm smile. Mangetsu, no need for such formalities between us. Personal relationships are one thing, but in work, proper protocol is a must. Haha, quite right. I've just taken the throne, still getting the hang of things. Oh come on. You've got plenty of time. If Sarutobi could be Hokage for over 30 years, why not a full 40 for you, Fugaku? Ha. If young talents rise up, I won't cling to power. Ha ha ha. You're too modest. Chapter 193, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 193. Two men who had only met a handful of times now sat together in the Hokage's office, laughing like lifelong brothers. After their hearty conversation, the two finally returned to business. The Three-Nation Infrastructure Alliance is currently our highest priority. As the central bridge between the three, Konoha has an irreplaceable duty and responsibility. Uchiha Fugaku wore a stern expression as he looked at Hozuki Mangetsu, his tone firm and resolute. Previously, with no Hokage in power, our cooperation had stalled. Now that I've taken office, the alliance must resume immediately. All standards will be carried out according to the original treaty terms. Excellent. Mangetsu smiled, producing a scroll. Here is the list of Kirigakure's construction companies and project proposals. Please review it, 5th Hokage-sama. No problem at all. Fugaku waved his hand grandly and signed without hesitation. He knew very well, without Kirigakure's help, he never would have ascended to the Hokage seat. Even though he was aware of the long-term risks Kirigakure posed to Konoha, the reality was clear, in both power and influence, Konoha was no match for the Mist. Back during the Third Great Ninja War, even with his Mangekyo Sharingan, he had lost to Yuki Yoru. And now? He had personally witnessed the extent of Yoru's power during the Iron Country incident. And that wasn't even counting those Shinigami from Kirigakure's Siri. Working with the Mist might cost Konoha some short-term interests. But turning against them, that would bring total annihilation. From every angle, the only sensible choice was to align Konoha with Kirigakure and deepen cooperation. I always believed that clan head Fugaku had the makings of a Hokage. It's unfortunate that the previous Hokage was too blinded by power. To have delayed your rise, that was truly Konoha's loss. Seeing Fugaku act so decisively, Mangetsu's smile deepened. With this, his diplomatic mission was a complete success. By the way, honored envoy, Fugaku's voice dropped a notch, about the Hyuga clan. Hayashi had unexpectedly backed him during the election and hadn't visited even once since his inauguration. Even the official invitations Fugaku sent had been returned without explanation. This left Fugaku unsettled. Eventually, he decided to seize this opportunity to ask Mangetsu directly. The Hyuga. You must mean clan head Hayashi, Mangetsu said with a grin. He's been extremely busy these days. Oh. And why is that? You haven't heard? His daughter has been accepted as the personal disciple of the fourth Mizukage. What? Fugaku's face went pale with shock. He knew full well this fourth Mizukage was not the long-dead Minato Namikaze, but Mizukage Yuru, currently the strongest shinobi in the entire world. No wonder Hayashi had so decisively supported him during the election. That kind of favor, that kind of reward. In the shinobi world, the teacher-disciple bond was extremely significant. Because of high mortality and low birth rates, most ninja never had children, and their disciples often carried on their legacy. To have Hayashi's daughter become the disciple of the strongest man in the world. It wasn't just an endorsement from Kirigakure. It was a guarantee that she'd have a future far beyond imagination. But still. Why? Why would Kirigakure, why would Yuki Yoru, do that? What had the person who secured Mist's help in defeating Kushina and elevating him to Hokage given in return? What kind of price had that person paid to warrant such extraordinary gestures? Fugaku was deeply curious. He wanted to ask Mangetsu. But in the end, he didn't. Some things were best left unknown, digging too deep might only bring unnecessary trouble. He was Hokage now. His task was to grow the Uchiha clan and strengthen Konoha. Nothing else mattered. Fugaku's mindset had matured. He was no longer like the typical stubborn Uchiha. No, in fact, he had once been the most stubborn Uchiha. But now, he had achieved his lifelong goal. Like Sasuke after the Valley of the End battle, he had shouldered the burden, and now simply wanted to move forward. Build up the Uchiha. Support Konoha. Be a responsible Hokage. That was his only remaining mission. Well, that, and untwisting the warped ideals inside his idiot son's head. Now that he was Hokage, his son's hero shouldn't be that decrepit relic Hiruzen Sarutobi and his decayed will of fire. It should be the will of Fugaku. Oh, right, Hokage-sama, Mangetsu added with a sly grin. The fourth Mizukage says if you're ever unsure about governance, feel free to look to Kirigakure for inspiration. You may be pleasantly surprised. Look to Kirigakure? Fugaku blinked. As the newly appointed Hokage, he wasn't completely inexperienced, not like Minato, who had been shackled by Sarutobi and the elders. In terms of power, Fugaku currently wielded unquestioned authority. But, he had never governed before. Winning power is easy. Governing is hard. Truly mastering it. Harder still. Before becoming Hokage, all he had ever thought about was becoming Hokage. But now that he had the title, he had no idea what the hell to do. And now Mangetsu's casual comment was like a lantern lighting his path. If I don't know how to do it, I'll just copy what works from the villages that do, /. After Mangetsu left, Fugaku got to work. He immediately dove into Kirigakure's current political model. The more he studied, the more impressed and delighted he became. Kirigakure's policies weren't just open, their growth rate was phenomenal. In everything from economy to infrastructure to mission requests and trade taxes, they had leaped ahead of what they'd been during the reign of the third Mizukage. Without hesitation, Fugaku activated his Sharingan's greatest power. Copy. He copied nearly all of Kirigakure's current policies. He prioritized expanding shinobi education, reforming ninja development, opening low-tier ninjutsu to the public, like Kirigakure's dual tower. This kind of policy theft wasn't new in the shinobi world. The second Hokage had created the Ninja Academy and ANBU, and within days, every other major village had copied them. Even Mist's discarded blood mist policies had been picked up by Sunigakure, leading to their current isolationism. Their entire side of the three-nation alliance was now managed by a specialized elite ANBU corps under high security. Fugaku initially worried the policies might not translate, different village, different culture, different needs. But what he didn't expect was how wildly successful they'd be in Konoha. Education reform. Everyone applauded. More resources for children and shinobi. Hard to argue with. Opening basic ninjutsu to the public. That was a massive victory for commoner ninja. It gave them access to techniques previously locked behind clan doors. It meant they could start learning ahead of time, not walk into the academy already lagging behind privileged clan children. In no time, Fugaku's popularity skyrocketed. He became a village-wide sensation. Seeing this, he went even further. He founded the Konoha Shinobi Library. There, he released public scrolls such as Basic Shinobi Knowledge, Chakra Extraction and Training Techniques, Beginner's Guide to Ninjutsu, Applications of the 3 Basic Techniques. He also made D and C-rank jutsu available to all senior academy students. Unlike Mist, who had to negotiate with clans for rare jutsu, Konoha's approach was direct. The very next day, the library opened and scrolls hit the shelves. Where'd the jutsu come from? You think Kakashi got the nickname, Copy Ninja, just for fun? That Sharingan didn't just look cool, it recorded over 1,000 jutsu. The Uchiha clan had one thing in spades, ninjutsu knowledge. Fugaku's move sent another wave of admiration through Konoha. Especially from the civilian ninja, who now hailed him as the greatest Hokage in Konoha's history. But not everyone was thrilled. That night, Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura, stormed into the Hokage's office demanding Fugaku retract the policy. Fugaku stood firm. Can you not see how far Mist has come? Look at their strength. And look at us. We're no longer the Konoha of old. Facing the questioning from Hiruzen Sarutobi and the 3 advisor elders, 5th Hokage Fugaku Uchiha angrily declared. Wake up, elders. We must let go of our delusions of dominance. We must learn from Kirigakure. Only then does Konoha have a future. But Kiri is Kiri. Konoha isn't the same. They tried to argue, but Fugaku cut them off. This is for the good of every citizen of Konoha. There's nothing more to discuss. And remember, 3rd Hokage. I am the Hokage now. You'll regret this, Fugaku. Danzo and Koharu froze. Sarutobi's rage boiled over. He stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Fugaku wasn't bothered. In fact, he was secretly delighted. Originally, he'd only wanted to copy Mist's policies to develop Konoha. But now. Not only was his popularity soaring, he was getting the Sarutobi clan's influence in the process. Although he had seized the core political power immediately after taking office, replacing Sarutobi and Shimura loyalists with Uchiha, there was one thing he couldn't touch. Population. The Sarutobi and Shimura clans still had the largest number of ninja. Even if they lost their government positions, they remained the largest voting bloc and backbone of the village. When the next election came, after Fugaku stepped down or died, could the Uchiha hold on to power? It was far from guaranteed. Because the voters were still the same. And too many of them belonged to Sarutobi and Shimura. But now, with these policies, Fugaku had accidentally hit the Sarutobi where it hurt most. Yuki Yoru's Kirigakure library was designed to improve the overall strength of all ninja, regardless of background. Public access to beginner and low-tier jutsu. It was a godsend for civilians. But for clans, not so much. What once made them special, exclusive access to jutsu, was now gone. Before, they entered the academy far ahead of their peers. Now, everyone had the same scrolls. Sure, their advantage still existed, but the gap had undeniably narrowed. For Kekkai Genkai clans like the Hyuga or Kurama, nothing had changed. For specialized secret clans like the Nara, Akimichi, or Inazuka, the impact was minimal. But for normal clans with no Kekkai Genkai or secret techniques, like the Sarutobi and Shimura, it was devastating. During Hiruzen's reign, he and his cronies had leeched off Konoha like ticks, turning the Sarutobi, Shimura, and Mito-Kato clans into bloated monsters, nearly rivaling or even surpassing the Uchiha. Their greatest edge: exclusive access to jutsu and resources. Now, that was gone. Those ninja would no longer enjoy an advantage in training. They were just ordinary shinobi. Soon, they would be indistinguishable from civilians. The great thieves of Konoha, no more. Chapter 194, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 194. When a new leader takes office, they must establish authority, and all of Fugaku's policies benefited both the nation and its people. His actions had gained widespread praise among civilians and shinobi alike. No matter how much opposition came from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and their faction, nothing could stop Fugaku's momentum. Just as Fugaku himself had declared, he was the Hokage now. With his reforms proving successful, Fugaku only became more energetic. He fully embraced the capabilities of the Sharingan and went all in replicating Kirigakure's policies. He promoted commerce and industry, granted benefits to the people, and worked to make ninjutsu education universal, turning the idea of being a shinobi into a national identity. He also revised history, rewriting educational materials to purge all the convoluted, will of fire propaganda that Sarutobi had inserted. Instead, the curriculum now included objective history from a third-party perspective. Konoha History, Core Curriculum Volume 1, Part 1. Chapter 1, From the Warring States Period to the Founding of Konoha. Chapter 2, The Founders and the First Hokage. Konoha History, Core Curriculum Volume 1, Part 2. Chapter 1, The Dark Undercurrents Post-Peace, the First Shinobi World War. Chapter 2, The War that Swept the Entire Shinobi World, the Second Shinobi World War. Konoha History, Core Curriculum Volume 2, Part 1. Chapter 1, The Land of Fire's Hidden Leaf Village, one of the 5 Great Nations. Chapter 2, The Land of Water's Hidden Mist Village, one of the 5 Great Nations. Chapter 3. To know history is to clarify the past, gain insights, and learn from its lessons. Edited in collaboration with Hozuki Mangetsu, Fugaku's new history textbooks discarded the previous book's obsessive praise of the third Hokage's tenure. Instead, they thoroughly documented the end of the Warring States period, Konoha's founding history, the history of 5 great nations, war's history, and so on. The entire Konoha history was divided into core curriculum volumes 1 and 2, each with 2 parts, a total of 4 required textbooks that made up a big part of students' grades at the academy. In addition to co-editing the textbooks, Fugaku actively involved Mangetsu, the envoy from Kirigakure, in Konoha's reconstruction and infrastructure planning. His political reports showcased the current friendly and unshakable alliance between Konoha and Kirigakure. In public appearances, Fugaku made it clear that the alliance was solid and unbreakable. Mangetsu, for his part, was happy to participate. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Under Uchiha Fugaku's leadership, Konoha quickly recovered from the war and began to thrive. Reconstruction efforts across the 3 allied nations had officially started. The launch of major construction projects brought huge economic benefits to Konoha and created jobs for many villagers. Konoha's citizens were stunned. What had seemed like submission to Kirigakure had, in fact, brought tangible benefits. Their attitudes changed almost overnight, showering Fugaku and Kirigakure with praise. And just as Konoha was experiencing this renaissance, even more good news arrived from Kimogakure. They were willing to negotiate peace. They acknowledged their defeat, and would dispatch a delegation to Konoha to negotiate terms, striving to sign a mutually agreeable peace treaty. Naturally, Konoha agreed enthusiastically. But who would host the Kushina delegation? That was the major question. Diplomacy between great nations required elegance and propriety. Kushina wasn't like Sunigakure, which had been utterly wrecked by Konoha, its remaining strength still vastly surpassed Konoha's. Konoha was still in the middle of recovery, and deciding who would receive the delegation, and who would represent Konoha in the negotiations, became Fugaku's top priority. What? You think Fugaku should go himself? No way. Kushina had lost the war because of him, and the envoys they were sending weren't even the rakeage. As Hokage, Fugaku had no reason to meet them in person. Moreover, he had already welcomed the Kirigakure delegation in person. Doing the same for Kushina would insult Kirigakure. Kiri is my sworn brother. You're the defeated enemy, don't even think you're on the same level. That's the situation, 5th Hokage. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat across from Fugaku with a serious expression. Given my status and experience, I'm the most suitable candidate. I formally request permission to serve as Konoha's lead negotiator. You, huh? Fugaku lightly tapped his desk, frowning at Hiruzen. To be honest, Hiruzen was a good choice. He was the 3rd Hokage and a village elder. His status was more than adequate. Besides, Fugaku had already applied considerable pressure on the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Balanced governance required both firmness and flexibility. I do trust your abilities, 3rd, Fugaku said, though he hesitated slightly. Hiruzen's face tightened. Since Fugaku took office, the Sarutobi clan's position had plummeted, resources, influence, everything. They desperately needed a high-profile assignment to maintain their standing. Negotiating with Kushina was a prime opportunity. If he played it right, Hiruzen could profit during the reparations discussions. Even siphoning off a little grease would go a long way in easing his clan's current struggles. 5th, I still hold a significant amount of the research materials that Minato entrusted to me when Orochimaru defected. Hiruzen clenched his jaw and pulled out a scroll. Please have a look. Oh. Fugaku raised an eyebrow, taking the scroll. The moment he unrolled it, his eyes narrowed sharply. It was research on the Sharingan. Well. Good old Orochimaru. Fugaku's heart laughed coldly, but his face remained neutral as he nodded and handed Hiruzen a document. With the 3rd Hokage involved, I trust Konoha will secure a fair treaty with Kushina. Here's the travel route and personnel list of the Kushina delegation, along with the basic compensation demands I've outlined. Protection and negotiations are now entirely your responsibility. You can count on me, 5th. I will see it through, Hiruzen said solemnly, taking the documents with a heavy sigh of relief. This was the break he needed. After leaving the Hokage's office, Hiruzen immediately returned to the clan compound to begin assembling a team for the mission. Since Fugaku's rise, all of Hiruzen's ANBU authority had been stripped away. He was a mere elder now. In contrast, Danzo's position had actually improved, he still retained full command over Root. Seeing his old comrade still holding power while he himself had fallen from grace, that was part of what made Hiruzen so desperate. Under Hiruzen's command, a team of elite Sarutobi shinobi quickly set out to receive the Kushina envoys. The mission proceeded smoothly. Within 2 weeks, the delegation arrived in Konoha. To greet them, Hiruzen organized a grand welcome ceremony in his role as village elder. Even a large number of villagers took to the streets voluntarily to show goodwill toward the delegation. People may hate Kushina, but they don't hate peace. This war had dragged on since the 3rd Shinobi World War. It had gone on far too long. Now that Kushina was arriving with peaceful intentions, even if they had started the conflict, people welcomed them. They just didn't want war anymore. Hiruzen warmly hosted the envoys, making it clear that he was the official representative for negotiations. Having the 3rd Hokage himself here is already a great honor. Kushina's envoys responded without any complaints. In fact, they acted flattered and expressed full willingness to follow Hiruzen's lead. Hiruzen was thrilled. He'd feared these envoys might be stubborn or difficult, but everything was falling neatly into place. Still, he knew full well, negotiations wouldn't wrap up in 10 days. These things took time. So without wasting any more words, he arranged for the delegation to stay in a luxurious inn beside the Sarutobi compound. The Kushina shinobi agreed without hesitation. Their cooperative attitude only made Hiruzen admire them more. Steady. Slick. Inside the compound where the Kushina delegation was staying. Their leader, Jonin Lodi, stood silently by the window, brows furrowed, not saying a word. Despite the warm, smiling exchanges with Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was carrying out a secret mission, and his heart was anything but calm. Along the journey, he had carefully observed Konoha's vast web of barrier formations. Even more disturbing, the Uchiha police force, once relegated to the shadows, was now highly active throughout the village since Uchiha Fugaku took power. Every 10 steps there's a pair of those damned red eyes, are you kidding me? Under these circumstances, even approaching the Hyuga clan would alert the Uchihas, let alone trying to act against them. And even if, by some miracle, they slipped past the Uchiha patrols, the Hyuga's own barrier system was another enormous headache. Damn it. Which genius in the higher-ups came up with this idiotic idea? Steal a Kekkei Genkai. If it were that easy, the Hyuga and Uchiha clans would have been looted clean by now. Lottie cursed internally, brimming with frustration. One half-baked plan from above, and people like us are the ones risking our necks in the field. I can help you break the Hyuga's barriers, and even suppress the Uchiha patrol's detection. A hoarse voice suddenly rang in his ears. Lottie's expression shifted slightly. Without hesitation, he channeled chakra into the window frame and rapidly formed hand seals, casting a small-scale barrier around the room. Once everything was secured in silence, he narrowed his eyes and said coldly. The Sarutobi compound is right next door. You dare contact me here? Not worried about being exposed. The Sarutobi clan. Ha, they're just garbage. If I were afraid of them, I wouldn't have come to you in the first place. The raspy voice oozed confidence. Just make sure you act at the designated time. I'll take care of everything else ahead of time. Why? Lottie couldn't help but ask, why are you doing this? What do you gain? This mysterious figure had contacted him halfway through their journey. His overwhelming power and mysterious aura had shocked Lottie, but for the sake of completing the mission codenamed White-Eye Theft Operation, Lottie ultimately agreed to collaborate. Just using you to divert attention, that's all, the husky voice replied casually. Once things go down, Konoha will obviously seek justice. With Konohagakure standing out front, I can stay out of the spotlight. You bastard, you're using us as pawns. Just mutual benefit. Without me, you wouldn't even know who cooked your meals in Konoha, let alone have a chance to steal the Byakugan. The mockery in the voice was clear, but Lottie had no counterargument. It was harsh, but true. If he wanted to complete this insane mission from the higher-ups, working with this man was the only viable path. There was no conflict of interest, just mutual benefit. In a way, it was the perfect partnership. I hope you really can deliver everything you've promised. Heh. Naturally. Meanwhile, in the Hyuga compound. In the garden, Hinata was practicing gentle fist, her stance graceful and precise. Yuki Yoru, her master, sat nearby, sipping tea with a calm and relaxed demeanor. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind him, speaking in a soft voice. Fourth Mizukage. The Konohagakure delegation has arrived. They're staying at a luxury inn next to the Sarutobi clan's compound. At this, Yuru's expression paused slightly. He knew about Konohagakure's attempt to abduct Hinata. It was a significant event in the original timeline. That incident had led to Hayashi's twin brother Hisashi's death, planted the seed of Niji's curse of the caged bird, and drove Hiruzen's reputation even lower in the eyes of many fans. But in this world, there was no Hisashi, and Niji didn't exist. And Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had already stepped down long ago. What's more, Hinata was his disciple. There was no way he would allow anything to happen to her. Still, he was deeply curious. He had already evaluated the entire Konohagakure delegation, 2 Jonin, 6 Chunin, and the rest Genin. With a lineup like that, you want to raid the Hyuga clan, the second strongest dojutsu clan in existence. That wasn't just overconfidence. That was delusional. Even calling them meatheads would be an overstatement. And yet, in the original timeline, they actually succeeded. Do you want me to keep an eye on them? Asked Hozuki Mangetsu, who stood beside him. He was sharp, he'd sensed something off the moment Yoru started asking about the Konohagakure delegation. No need. Yoru's eyes narrowed slightly. He already suspected someone else was pulling strings behind the scenes. But it didn't matter. He had already placed double insurance on his precious disciple. If anyone dared reach for her, he wouldn't just take their hand. He would take everything. Chapter 195, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 195. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this month, Sarutobi Hiruzen, representing Konoha, engaged in 3 large-scale negotiations with Konohagakure. They finally finalized 90% of the treaty details, with only minor loose ends remaining to be discussed. However, both sides had clearly established their fundamental understanding, and it wouldn't be long before the peace treaty signing ceremony could be held. Though the talks spanned a month, the negotiation process had gone smoothly from the start. Even on matters of reparations, as long as Sarutobi proposed something, Konohagakure would at most haggle over a few percentages before agreeing. Everything was going so smoothly that Sarutobi couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, steady. The Sarutobi clan is saved. Buoyed by joy and confidence, Sarutobi grew even warmer toward the Konohagakure envoys, taking them on multiple tours around Konoha and encouraging them to come visit again even after the treaty was signed. The members of the Konohagakure delegation responded with cheerful smiles, as if the brutal war between their two sides just months ago had never happened. Half a month later, the treaty details were finalized, and both sides formally signed the peace treaty. Before the official signing ceremony, the village held a massive peace festival to welcome this new era of harmony. On that day, nearly all the villagers poured into the streets to celebrate. The avenues overflowed with crowds, and the entire village buzzed with joy and laughter. Yoru, walking through the streets with Hinata, leisurely enjoyed the relaxed, cheerful atmosphere. At first, Hayashi was somewhat displeased with Hinata going out to play. As the eldest daughter of the prestigious Yuki Clan, and the heir to the main family, how could she mix with commoners in some vulgar celebration? But Yoru waved it off casually. Hayashi, the people are the foundation of everything. Be it the fourth or fifth Hokage, without the people's support, how would they have risen to power? Even the ever-blundering Sarutobi Hiruzen spent his time in office currying favor with the masses. Your Hyuga clan may have endured for 1,000 years, but if you don't change your mindset, even the Inoshikacho clan will have a better chance at the Hokage seat than you. Besides, Hinata is my student. How I teach her is my business. Hearing this, Hayashi was left speechless, standing frozen on the spot. Yuru didn't bother with him any further and led the slightly shy, nervous Hinata out of the Hyuga compound to wander around the village. Along the way, Yuru saw many familiar faces, members of the Akimichi, Nara, Yamanaka, Aburame, Haruno, and Inuzuka clans, most with their children in tow. This festival was a paradise for children. Usually, clan heirs underwent strict ninjutsu and secret technique training, chakra control exercises, and so on. Only during these big festivals could they openly enjoy themselves. But none of them noticed Yoru, or rather, they subconsciously ignored him. Even when they saw Hinata, her noble Hyuga attire gave them pause and awe. With Uchiha Fugaku's rise to power, the Uchiha clan had been elevated to divine status in Konoha. And by association, the Hyuga clan, once considered the Uchiha's equal in dojutsu, now held a similarly elevated position. At the top stood the Uchiha, followed by the Hyuga, and below them the traditional secret technique clans like the Inoshikacho, the Aburame, and the Inuzuka. Yoru and Hinata wandered about leisurely. Hinata was full of joy, this was her first time experiencing something like this. Though Hayashi had taken her out in the past, going out with her sensei felt entirely different from going with her father. She was free to explore the little stalls, freely buy snacks, and happily shove them into her mouth. At first, she was hesitant and asked Yuru if it was okay. But his response quickly eased her worries. A festival is a time of celebration, meant to commemorate the past. On a day like this, why chain yourself with pointless restrictions? Sensei is right. You're the best, Sensei. With a candied fruit skewer in one hand and cotton candy in the other, Hinata beamed with happiness as she followed Yuru. As they passed by Ichiraku Ramen, Yuru noticed the long line and was a bit surprised. With one glance, he spotted a small blonde figure, squeezed in among the crowd, impatient and eager. The boy kept craning his neck to see how many people were left ahead of him, gripping a wrinkled discount coupon so tightly it was nearly torn. Uzumaki Naruto. Recognizing the boy, Yuru's lips curled slightly upward. He could clearly sense the abundant, overwhelming chakra within the child, so dense that even among all the people Yuru had ever encountered, Naruto's chakra was near the top. And it was unusual. It wasn't just the power of the Uzumaki clan and a fragment of the Nine Tails, it was something deeper. A power hidden within Naruto's very soul. So, Azura's chakra is already beginning to exert its influence. He's even more malnourished than Hinata, yet the energy within him has accumulated to such a degree. Yuru was deeply astonished. Compared to Hinata's tough life, Naruto had it even worse. At least Hinata still had food to eat. But Naruto. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen would give him some allowance once a month. But after being ousted, the old man was too focused on preserving his clan's influence to care about Naruto's survival. Labeled the Demon Fox's child, Naruto was truly living meal to meal. If Kushina knew about Naruto's current situation, forget the Sarutobi clan, the entire village might be flattened under the fury of 7th Division Captain, Uzumaki Kushina. Even if Azura's path is one of love, does he really have to endure such a harsh childhood to grow, sage of 6 paths? Yuru smiled faintly as he watched the disheveled, malnourished boy, whose blue eyes still shone brightly. Ichiraku was packed, but the ramen guy worked quickly. Before long, Naruto's turn arrived. As he stepped forward, the surrounding villagers immediately frowned and stepped back with obvious disgust. Naruto noticed, of course he noticed. His eyes dimmed, but he quickly perked up again and raised his coupon. Oh, one special tonkatsu ramen. With the discount. Even the demon fox wants to eat ramen. That coupon's long expired, isn't it? I remember it was handed out back when the fourth became Hokage, valid for only a year. That was years ago. If you don't have money, don't hog the seat. Get lost, demon fox. Yeah, way to ruin the festival vibe. Seeing the fox brat on a happy day, what rotten luck. Naruto's voice seemed to trigger something. People in line turned to stare. Even the diners inside paused to glare at him with open disdain. Naruto panicked. But instead of responding, he immediately checked his crumpled coupon. He expired. He stood frozen as if struck by lightning. That coupon, he'd found it by a trash can while taking out garbage last time. It could be exchanged for one bowl of special ramen at Ichiraku. He'd treasured it like a precious gem ever since, never willing to use it. Today, the whole village was celebrating. Naruto thought he'd treat himself, but never realized the coupon had long since expired. He didn't recognize many kanji, and the paper was so wrinkled that the expiration date had blurred. He had no idea. Ah, the fourth Hokage coupon. That's been expired for years now, muttered Tsuchi, the ramen guy, noticing the scene. But no worries. Since it's the festival, I'll give you. Here's 100,000 ryo. From now on, his ramen can be deducted from this. A sudden voice drew everyone's attention. They turned to see an unfamiliar face, and froze when they noticed Hinata's white Bakugan eyes, the Hyuga crest on her robe, and the unmistakable noble air about her. Everyone fell silent. 100,000 ryo. Tsuchi stared at the silver note Yuru handed over, stunned. That was the kind of payment you'd only see from a B rank or higher mission. For a ramen shop that earned a few dozen ryo per bowl, it was a fortune. Naruto looked up, surprised, his big blue eyes wide with curiosity, and a little embarrassment. He didn't fully understand money, but even he knew that 100,000 was a lot. He remembered once having a few 100 ryo notes, so 100,000 must be a gazillion. You uncle, I can't accept this. You're not allowed to refuse. Yuru ruffled Naruto's messy hair and crouched down with a smile, leaving the crowd stunned. All right, boss. From now on, just deduct his meals from this. Got it, got it. Tsuchi happily accepted the note and began preparing the ramen. That money was worth a full year of business. Yuru didn't linger. He turned with Hinata and walked off. Naruto, now seated, ran after them, but by the time he reached the door, all he saw was a bustling crowd. Yuru was already gone. Uncle. Naruto's throat tightened. His eyes stung. He was on the verge of tears. He was just a child, he didn't understand complex emotions. But he knew that Yuki Yoru was the first person in years who had shown him such kindness. Uncle. I won't forget you. He shouted toward the crowded street. Dozens of villagers gave him contemptuous glares. But Naruto just grinned, completely unfazed. Yoru walked to the edge of the street and gave a casual wave. Several white-eyed Hyuga elite shinobi appeared from the shadows. Take Hinata home. Yes, my lord. Hinata gave her teacher a look but didn't ask any questions. She obediently followed the Hyuga Jonin back to the clan compound. As soon as the Hyuga disappeared, several ANBU appeared, wearing masks and exuding bloodlust, their eyes spinning with 3 Tomo Sharingan. Moments later, a figure flashed down like lightning and dismissed the ANBU. Mizukage-sama. Long time no see, Fugaku, Yuru said, smiling at the men in the fire-patterned Hokage cloak. You're looking well. Mizukage-sama, you flatter me. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Yuru with a complicated expression. The last time they met was in the Land of Iron, when Fugaku served as Minato's escort. After that, they hadn't spoken again. Even though Kirigakure's political support had helped Fugaku's rise, this Mizukage had never once spoken to him directly. If Mangetsu hadn't told him, he wouldn't even have known that Yuru had taken Hayashi's daughter as a disciple, or that he was in Konoha at all. I just ran into Minato's son. Yuru skipped the pleasantries. Though both men held the title of Kage, their strength and stature were worlds apart. Fugaku froze, unsure what Yuru meant, and replied honestly. Naruto has always been under Sarutobi's supervision. In the past, even the most ordinary Uchiha couldn't get within a kilometer of him without being driven away by Sarutobi's forces. After I took office, I was too busy with other matters. And Naruto, as a Jinchuriki, I assumed Sarutobi wouldn't let go easily, so. You are the Hokage. Yoru's gaze sharpened. You earned this seat through your own strength and merit, through the people's support, not through Sarutobi's blessing. Don't forget that, Fugaku. Fugaku's body jolted. Being a Jinchuriki is a heavy burden, yes. And it can cause villagers to despise them. But Naruto is different. He's Minato's son. We both know the truth behind the Ninetales attack. He's the child of a sacrificial hero, a Hokage who died for the village. You of all people should know how he should be treated. Allowing the deceased to feel despair can lead to serious problems, Fugaku. Allowing the deceased to feel despair. Fugaku suddenly felt a shiver down his spine, even instinctively activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 196, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 196. If an ordinary person had said those words, Fugaku would have just treated it as a threat, but the one speaking was Yuki Yoru. That man wasn't just incredibly powerful and uniquely positioned, he was a master of souls. The deceased feeling despair. Could it be that the fourth Hokage and his wife had been watching Konoha from the Pure Land this whole time? Fugaku felt a twinge in his chest. No matter how focused he had been on gaining political power recently, he knew what kind of life Naruto had lived over the years. Compared to that, even the life of a war refugee would have been better. Minato had died in battle. The Nine-Tails attack had devastated Konoha, and before the village had even had time to heal, war broke out with Kirigakure, plunging everything into a state of intense pressure. Back then, temporary Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with Danzo, had deliberately spread rumors, painting Naruto as the very embodiment of the Nine-Tails. That way, the villagers could unleash their hatred, grief, and trauma onto a single scapegoat, a defenseless child. At first, Sarutobi had at least maintained the appearance of oversight. But later, he stopped caring entirely, just hired a caretaker to look after Naruto. If not for the Nine-Tails sealed inside him, and Naruto's incredible Uzumaki constitution, the fourth Hokage's only son would have died countless times by now. If everything that had happened during that time, what the villagers and the high-ranking officials did to Naruto, had truly been seen by Minato and Kushina from the other side. Mizukage-sama. Can the dead come back to life? Fugaku's throat tightened, his voice laced with tension. And, didn't the fourth use the Reaper Death Seal? His soul. Ah, yes. Minato's soul is indeed sealed inside the Shinigami's stomach. Even I can't reach him for now. Yuru shrugged casually. Fugaku breathed a faint sigh of relief. But then Yuru continued, and his next words made Fugaku's blood run cold. But if she finds out? I can't say what she might do. Kushina is in Kirigakure? Fugaku's eyes widened in disbelief. That's impossible. Wait, was it that night? The night of the Nine-Tails attack. Fugaku had been in the Land of Iron during that event. He'd never witnessed what actually happened, only heard that the Nine-Tails destroyed much of Konoha, that the fourth and his wife died fighting it, and that Yuru had battled a mysterious enemy that night. But now it seemed, while the Shinigami took Minato's soul, Yuru had taken Kushina's soul to Kirigakure. Fugaku's wife, Mikoto, had been Kushina's best friend. He knew exactly what kind of person she was. The nickname, Red Hot Habanero, was never just for show. If she knew Naruto's current situation. I'll take custody of Naruto immediately. Fugaku said hurriedly, lowering his voice slightly. And Kushina now, she's the captain of the 7th Division of the Godai 13. Captain of the 7th Division. Fugaku's heart sank. He knew a fair bit about Soul Society. After becoming Hokage, he had taken over much of the intelligence work Danzo and Sarutobi had done, Shisui's situation, Tsunade's actions on the Kirigakure front, and more. Captain-class Shinigami were currently the strongest known entities in Soul Society. Shisui, whose Mangekyo overwhelmed even Fugaku's own, was the captain of the 2nd Division. Tsunade, who could overpower even a perfect Jinchuriki in single combat, was captain of the 4th Division. And now, Kushina was the 7th Division's captain. Someone of her caliber would be a natural disaster to present-day Konoha. But what terrified Fugaku more was, if she were to take action, would the other captains move as well? Fugaku's scalp tingled. Relax. No need to look so terrified, Yuru said calmly. Due to certain circumstances, Kushina can't meet Naruto yet. And neither I nor Kirigakure will interfere in Naruto's life too directly. But if you don't want the future of this village to turn into the nightmare you're currently imagining, then after today, do what needs to be done. Absolutely. I'll bring Naruto into the Uchiha compound immediately. Fugaku wiped sweat from his brow and said with conviction. Mikoto was Kushina's best friend, and my youngest son is about the same age as Naruto. I believe they'll get along well. Good. I'm a peace-loving man, Yuru smiled. I'd hate to see this village reduced to rubble. Your words are absolutely right, Mizukage-sama. Then focus on governing the village properly, and don't let Shisui down. Yuru gave him a playful pat on the shoulder and walked off toward the end of the street. Fugaku stood frozen, eyes wide. It was Shisui. All of Kirigakure's support, all the moves that helped him ascend to Hokage, it had all started with Uchiha Shisui. Fugaku had speculated about many people and suspected Kirigakure had deeper motives. But he had never imagined that the root of it all was Shisui, the very man who, during the war, had become so disappointed with him he had walked away entirely. But in a way, it made sense. Shisui was the only Uchiha with connections to Kirigakure at such high levels. And now that he thought about it, back when Shisui had returned from disappearance, he hadn't just delivered a long speech. He had shown Fugaku the power of the Shinigami, and told him to prepare for the arrival of a new era. Now, Fugaku understood what that new era meant, and what Shisui had hoped for. His mind swirled with chaos. What has he gone through? What price did he pay for this? What did he sacrifice for Kirigakure to make such an investment? He almost wanted to call Yuru back, but the men had already vanished around the corner. Emotions welled up in his chest, but eventually they dissipated like smoke. I see. For you, Konoha was just a gilded cage. Only Kirigakure could serve as the springboard to your true brilliance. Fugaku let out a bitter laugh, shook his head, and calmed his thoughts. Shisui has placed me here. Then it's my duty not to disappoint him, or the Uchiha clan. The festival in Konoha lasted 3 full days. Not just a time of celebration for the villagers, it was also a chance for the Konohagakure envoys to act like tourists, roaming all over the village. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's enthusiastic guidance, the Kumo delegation toured nearly every inch of Konoha, aside from restricted military zones. Some Konoha shinobi were uneasy, but given the guests' diplomatic status, and Sarutobi's leadership, they didn't press the matter. After the festival ended, the Kumo group didn't leave right away. They stayed an extra 2 days to rest. As the sun set, the night deepened. Yuki Yoru had returned to Kirigakure. Only Hinata remained in the Hyuga compound courtyard, practicing her gentle fist. Her small figure moved with grace and force, her forms crisp and powerful. Hayashi, watching from nearby, occasionally offered pointers, his eyes filled with pride and satisfaction. This was his daughter. This was the hope for the Hyuga clan's future. Thank goodness Yuru stepped in. If such talent had gone to waste in my hands, I'd never forgive myself. Suddenly, Hayashi's gaze sharpened. His figure vanished, and reappeared instantly inside the Hyuga clan's ancestral shrine, a forbidden area. The door creaked open. A dark-robed figure stood inside, flipping through scrolls. The moment Hayashi entered, the figure froze. So I've been discovered. As expected of clan head Hayashi. Even after I concealed my chakra this much, your Bakugan still caught me. Who are you? Hayashi's tone was cold, deadly. His hands formed the 8 trigram stance, chakra surging into his palms as he launched forward like a cannonball. But his gentle fist strike missed entirely. As his hands passed through the intruder's form, it phased right through. Intangibility, a space-time jutsu. You are the experimental ninja from Higashimatsuyama. As they passed each other, a memory flashed through Hayashi's mind, and his expression changed drastically. That's a very unpleasant name, said the masked man, Obito, with a scoff. But I suppose it doesn't matter. So this is the so-called I rivaling the Sharingan, and this is all it amounts to. You bastard. Hayashi looked furious. Konoha had very limited intel on this subject, just that he possessed a Mangekyo Sharingan, used would release, and was incredibly dangerous. Many suspected that he was the true culprit behind the Ninetales attack, since only space-time ninjutsu could have bypassed Konoha's barriers and attacked the pregnant Kushina unnoticed. But that wasn't the key issue. The real danger was, he was here, inside the Hyuga compound. He must be after the Bakugan. Correct. Obito seemed to read his mind, speaking calmly. I've already acquired the power of wood release and the Sharingan. Now, this other eye, said to rival the Sharingan, has caught my interest. You dare covet the Bakugan? Oh, angry now, are we? Obito's voice dripped with sarcasm as he picked up the scroll he'd been reading. But anger is all you can offer. With the power of the Mangekyo, this kind of outcome is inevitable. That's why the current Hokage is Uchiha Fugaku, not Hayashi Hyuga. Now, let's see. The top performer in the recent aptitude tests, Hyuga Hikari, the eldest elder's grandson, correct. As Hayashi's murderous glare intensified, Obito spoke as if browsing a catalog, casually choosing his target. With a nod, Obito tossed the scroll aside. Space ripples swirled around him, and in a moment, his body was swallowed into a vortex and vanished eerily. Clan head Sama. Hyuga elites finally arrived, too late. Alert the elder. Protect Hikaru. Be on guard against the space-time jutsu user. Yes, sir. The shinobi scattered. Hayashi picked up the discarded scroll. It was a recent internal report on Bakugan aptitude. Hyuga Hikari had been rated highest, an elite talent from the main family. Hinata, meanwhile, had been rated average due to malnutrition. So Obito had overlooked her. What a stroke of luck. But there was no room for complacency. Everyone knew Hinata was the Mizukage's disciple. If Obito learned that, he might change his mind. And space-time jutsu. We'll need to set up specialized sealing barriers that can restrict space-time techniques. The fact that someone had infiltrated their sacred grounds like this, it was a slap in the face to the Hyuga clan. Hayashi stored the scroll and rushed out toward the elder's compound. Even before he arrived, his Bakugan spotted the elder, bursting out of the house, fury radiating from his very being. Elder. Clan head. Hikari has been taken. He's been taken. The old man grabbed Hayashi's arms like a drowning man. He just vanished. That space-time freak snatched Hikari right in front of me. He disappeared before I could even react. I know. I know. Calm down. Hayashi tried to steady him, though rage boiled in his own heart. Infiltrating the village. Invading the Hyuga compound. Abducting their heir. Did that bastard think the Hyuga clan was his backyard playground? Such arrogance. Such humiliation. Please, elder. Calm yourself. Emotion clouds judgment. I'll go to the 5th Hokage now. That man is beyond us. Take all our people to the ancestral shrine. It's protected by barriers, even space-time ninjutsu can't breach it. Understood, clan head. The elder nodded hard, and the two moved quickly. But at that very moment, a panicked figure burst into the courtyard. Clan head. Something terrible, the young lady has been taken. What? Chapter 197, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 197. Hayashi had just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking his daughter had narrowly avoided danger, and that's why he rushed straight to the elder's residence. But he never expected that not only had the elder's grandson, Hyuga Hikari, vanished, his own daughter had been abducted too. There was no doubt, this was a targeted strike against the Hyuga clan, aimed at none other than one of the 3 great dojutsu, the Byakugan. The Sharingan and Byakugan had always been coveted by the shinobi world. But the Uchiha clan's fearsome reputation and the Sharingan side effects meant few dared to make a move. In contrast, the Byakugan had always been seen as a prize worth the risk. Thankfully, the Hyuga were strong, and with the caged bird seal system in place, they were well protected. And yet, someone still dared to strike. Someone had actually infiltrated Konoha and made their move. As soon as the servant relayed the message, one of the Hyuga's elite shinobi arrived in haste. The kidnapper is fleeing rapidly. He's already left the clan compound, but we've locked onto his chakra signature. Fleeing rapidly. That report made Hayashi frown. The enemy earlier had used space-time ninjutsu to directly warp people into a pocket dimension, there was no need to run. Hikari had been taken in exactly that way. Even when the elder witnessed it, he was helpless. But this time, after abducting Hinata, the target was fleeing chaotically. Which meant, the one who took Hinata wasn't the same person as before. Hoda, report this to the Hokage immediately. Have him seal off the village and mobilize ANBU for pursuit. Hayashi gave his orders without hesitation, his expression grim. Hinata wasn't just the Hyuga clan's hope, she was also the bond between the Hyuga and Yuki Yoru. Yuru had just left. If his student were kidnapped the moment he turned his back, the implications would be a direct slap to his face. Kokyo, lock onto that guy's location and follow me in pursuit. Yes, clan head. Once they confirmed the target's position, Hayashi and his elites set out at full speed. The entire Hyuga compound was mobilized. The sheer scale of the movement caused many shinobi in Konoha, fresh from celebrating the festival, to frown. Others, however, were simply curious. What could have happened to provoke the Hyuga this much? As one of the oldest clans in Konoha, the Hyuga were known for their solemn, dignified conduct. The Uchiha were arrogant and proud, but reliable. The Hyuga, by contrast, were seen as stiff and ritualistic, a noble clan steeped in tradition. Strict etiquette, ancient rules, and the whole main versus branch family system made most shinobi prefer to avoid them, even fellow sensory-type clans like the Inuzuka and Aburame. What? Hinata's been kidnapped. Inside the Hokage's office, Fugaku, who had just finished negotiating custody of Naruto with Sarutobi Hiruzen, leapt to his feet in shock. When did this happen? What's the situation? Have the culprits been identified? It happened less than half an hour ago, said the Hyuga Jonin, face grim. In addition to Lady Hinata, eldest elder's grandson Hyuga Hikari, second elder's grandson Hyuga Kagami, and several branch family children are all missing. The clan head is leading elites in pursuit. As for suspects, the Jonin hesitated before continuing grimly. 2 individuals. One is the experimental spacetime ninja from Higashimatsuyama. The other moves at high speed and specializes in lightning release. That last part made Fugaku's face grow even more severe. As both Hokage and Uchiha clan head, he knew exactly how serious this was. This wasn't just a kidnapping, it was an attempted theft of Kekkei Genkai. A direct assault on the legacy of a noble clan. A threat to the foundations of shinobi society. If it were just branch family members who were kidnapped, it might be one thing. But these were main family heirs, and among them was Hinata, the daughter of the clan head, and Yoru's personal disciple. Hinata absolutely could not be allowed to come to harm. Lightning release. Wait, Fugaku said sharply. Have those people left Konoha yet? No, answered an ANBU operative appearing instantly. But the Kumohagakure Jonin, Lottie, and 2 Kumo Chunin visited the Sarutobi compound this morning to say farewell to Hiruzen Sarutobi. They haven't returned. Fugaku's 3 Tomo Sharingan activated instantly. The Hyuga Jonin also widened his eyes in disbelief. Don't tell me. Tekka, Fugaku ordered. Take ANBU teams 1, 3, and 4 to the Hyuga clan. Secure the area. Inabi. Relay my Hokage order, have Elder Setsuna lead a team to surround the Sarutobi compound. No one enters or leaves, Kumo or Sarutobi. Yes, Hokage-sama. The 2 ANBU vanished instantly. Fugaku turned back to the Hyuga shinobi. Use your Byakugan and assist me in the pursuit. The Hyuga are a pillar of Konoha, we cannot let this go unanswered. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Hyuga moved. The Hokage followed. And when the Uchiha ANBU moved to seal off the Sarutobi compound, the entire village immediately sensed something was wrong. No official announcement had been made, but a storm was clearly brewing. Konoha citizens, who had just finished a joyful festival, now felt a creeping sense of dread. What are you doing? Why are you sealing off the Sarutobi compound? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had recently been forced to hand over custody of Naruto, stormed out of his house, shocked and furious. His first thought. Fugaku was coming to purge him now. I'm a village elder. Sealing off an elder's residence and attacking fellow villagers, what exactly are you Uchiha planning? Don't throw your weight around, Hiruzen. Uchiha Setsuna, aged but battle-hardened, stood in full gear. His Sharingan glowed blood-red as he casually tossed a captured Sarutobi Jonin at Hiruzen's feet. By order of the Hokage, the Sarutobi compound is now sealed. No one goes in or out. What? Hiruzen's face darkened instantly. Setsuna hadn't been active in the ninja world for years, but his strength had never been in doubt. Still, given Setsuna's checkered past, Hiruzen had assumed he'd be sidelined even under Fugaku. But now, Fugaku had sent him in person. Uchiha Setsuna. I demand to see Fugaku. Setsuna ignored him. Instead, he turned as several figures were brought in by ANBU. What is the meaning of this? We're the Kumohagakure delegation. We just signed a peace treaty. Are you trying to break the alliance? Damn it, let us go. I knew it. Konoha was never sincere. The Kumo shinobi yelled and cursed as they were dragged forward. One ANBU stepped up and reported. Sir. For missing, including Kumo Jonin Lottie, Jonin Kirito, and Chunin Hiroshi and Yamamura Chusuk. Setsuna nodded coldly and walked up to one of the remaining Kumo Chunin. The men gulped, nervously stepping back. What are you doing? We just signed a treaty. If you touch me, it's a declaration of war between Konoha and Kumohagakure. War. Setsuna sneered. His Sharingan spun slowly in his sockets. Others might have flinched, but Setsuna. He was the kind of man who once rebelled against the white-haired second Hokage. And now? These very Kumo shinobi were likely behind a Kekkei Genkai abduction. Without hesitation, Setsuna unleashed a Genjutsu. The Kumo Chunin's body jerked, then slumped helplessly. Setsuna frowned. Not satisfied with what he found, he turned and cast Genjutsu on the next. One by one, the Kumo envoys collapsed in drooling, terror-stricken heaps. Watching this, Hiruzen finally realized the truth. The problem wasn't him. Or the Sarutobi clan. The problem was the Kumo delegation. They had done something unforgivable. Something so vile that Fugaku was willing to tear up the peace treaty just to get to the bottom of it. Setsuna, what the hell happened? Hiruzen's voice was low and tense. As the one in charge of the Kumo guests, if something had happened, even if he wasn't involved, he bore responsibility. The Hyuga's Kekkei Genkai was stolen. Setsuna's words made Hiruzen's pupils constrict. The Byakugan, stolen by Kumo. Had they treated this alliance like a joke from the beginning? Wait, could it be that the whole delegation was here for that purpose from the start? Hiruzen wasn't stupid. His intelligence and political instincts were what made him the longest-serving Hokage. No wonder they agreed to every demand I made during negotiations, even when I increased the reparations. No wonder they asked me to guide them around Konoha, to explore the village under the pretense of cultural exchange. It was all part of their plan. The more he thought, the more horrified he became. He had been so focused on securing resources for the Sarutobi clan that he ignored the red flags. And now, it was clear. He had unwittingly helped Kumo steal the Byakugan. Hiruzen shivered, voice shaking. Setsuna, this has nothing to do with me, I swear. Whether it does or not, Hokage-sama will find out. Setsuna's voice was cold as ice. Seal off the Sarutobi compound, and call in the Yamanaka clan. Yes, sir. While chaos reigned in Konoha, the true culprits, the Kumo agents, were deep in the forests of the Land of Fire. This won't work. Konoha's response is too fast, they'll catch up soon. Damn it. How are they reacting this quickly? Split up. Draw their attention. The sounds of pursuit closing in made Lottie scowl. The 4 Kumo shinobi exchanged glances and separated. But splitting up meant nothing to the Byakugan. Before long, Lottie was caught by Hayashi. So it was you. Hayashi's voice was dark, his killing intent tangible. As the Hyuga clan head, he knew full well what this meant. If a Kumo envoy died by his hand, it could trigger war. But if Hinata were harmed, the price would be even greater, unbearable. So you never intended peace. It was all for the Byakugan. Hayashi Hyuga, huh? What a pain. Lottie sneered, pulling out a kunai and pressing it to Hinata's throat. I'd advise you to stay calm. Your gentle fist may be powerful, but can you move faster than my hand? Hinata, still unconscious, flinched at the kunai's touch, her face twisting unconsciously in pain. Stop. Hayashi roared. Heh. Good choice, Lottie smirked. If you care about this little girl's life, clan head, don't try anything reckless. Chapter 198, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 198. Don't make a move, Hyuga clan head. This precious little girl, if my hand slips, who knows what might happen. Lottie sneered, pressing his kunai against Hinata's throat. You bastard. Hayashi's eyes went cold. Do you think you can escape the Land of Fire? Who knows? Lottie laughed. What's that, clan head, are you planning to strike me? He pressed harder, the blade grazed Hinata's skin. A bead of crimson blood welled up. Hold on. Hayashi growled. His expression turned more severe. Lottie was dangerous enough, but whoever could slip into the Hyuga compound was on another level. Probably the space-time ninja was lurking nearby, ready to strike. But Hinata could not be harmed, no matter what. Release Hinata, and I'll let you walk away. Lottie chuckled mockingly. Do you even believe that, clan head? This girl is my insurance, without her, there's no way I leave the Land of Fire alive. He'd managed to steal Kekkei, but what good was that if he couldn't get away? His life, and now hers, were in the balance. Fortunately, he was clever. When planning with the other guy, he had chosen Hinata. If he'd seized an average Hyuga, they'd never be this restrained. Plus, his teammate Kirito had also taken another Byakugan from a main family boy, so even if he died, someone could still smuggle them out. I swear on the honor of the Hyuga clan, release Hinata, and we will forgive everything. Hayashi's voice shook with fury. Lottie just smirked and held firm. For every minute this dragged on, the mission's risk increased, but so did its likelihood of success. A sudden rush of wind, and a figure in the Hokage's cloak burst in, dragging another muffled figure behind. We got them all back, Uchiha Fugaku declared. He tossed the bound Kumo shinobi, sealed at eyes, mouth, limbs, onto the floor and handed Hayashi a small petri dish. This was found on him. This guy was probably trying to buy time for you to take these eyes back. Thank you, fifth Hokage, Hayashi said solemnly. Opening the petri dish, he saw the mesmerizing swirl of a Byakugan inside and carefully tucked it into a sealed scroll. Ever since the rule barring main family heirs from the battlefield, no Byakugan had been stolen, until now. Previously, stolen eyes were immediately destroyed to prevent bloodline leakage. But after Yuru shared knowledge of the Tensigan, Hayashi decided to preserve them, just in case. Once stored, Hayashi turned to Lottie, his rage blazing clear. This had clearly been a plot aimed at stealing the Byakugan all along. How much intel did you gather on that guy? Fugaku glanced at Lottie, who was holding Hinata hostage, and whispered, did the Byakugan not lock onto his position? No. He used space-time ninjutsu to snatch the elder's grandsons and some branch family kids, but I suspect he's still watching us. Hayashi's voice was grim as he continued. Fifth Hokage, after today, we must overhaul all barriers in the village and clan grounds to resist space-time ninjutsu. Fugaku nodded. The Nine-Tails disaster and this theft both stemmed from that same forbidden power. If I may, Fugaku said to Lottie, you used the peace process as cover to spy on our Kekkei. So Kumohagakure wants war to continue. Don't be naive, Fugaku, Lottie said coldly. This war never truly ended. Facing Fugaku, he realized the mission had failed. No Byakugan was secured, and they were probably going to die here. However, it didn't matter. That mysterious man had already stolen the Bakugan and the Hyuga clan's bloodline, meaning the Bakugan Kekkei Genkai would now be exposed to outsiders. Although it wouldn't benefit Konohagakure, it indirectly weakened Konoha. What's more, with their entire delegation killed within the Land of Fire, Kumo could now use that as leverage, claiming the moral high ground to pressure Konoha politically. The peace delegation we sent to Konoha has mysteriously vanished. And you expect us to believe you still seek peace? No. There is no peace in your hearts. Let the entire shinobi world see your wicked Konoha faces, and let this war go on. Ridiculous. Fugaku scoffed, his blood-red three-tomo Sharingan gleaming with killing intent. Before these eyes, everything you do is meaningless. In the end, the only victor will be Konoha. Oh. Lottie sneered. But unlike before, his eyes no longer held fear, only cold, mocking contempt as he stared at Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku. I admit the Mangekyo is powerful. But I've heard a secret about it. A secret about the Mangekyo. Hayashi leaned forward, and Fugaku's gaze hardened. Lottie grinned wickedly. That man told me, long ago, Uchiha Madara, former Shura of Shinobi World, rampaged through the Warring States era with the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan and went on to found the Hidden Leaf. But in the midst of his conquests, he went blind. It was only after transplanting his brother's eyes that he obtained eternal sight. Uchiha Fugaku, the Mangekyo Sharingan is a Pandora's box. The moment it is awakened, your vision begins to fade, until one day, it vanishes entirely. You fought in countless battles, and during our war, you used Susanoo without restraint. So tell me, how much vision do you even have left? A mocking grin spread across his face. Victory will belong to Konohagakure. Konoha will become your dinner for us. At that moment, Hayashi's expression hardened. Use Genjutsu, stop him, he immediately shouted to Fugaku Uchiha beside him. Fugaku didn't hesitate. His Sharingan's three-tomo spun rapidly into the Mangekyo, unleashing powerful Genjutsu. But before the jutsu could take hold, a power nearly equal to its strength surged from Lottie, blocking it completely. How is that possible? Heh. In the shadows, Obito, who had been in the Kamui dimension the entire time, revealed a cold sneer. Even though his Mangekyo felt a slight sting, the smile on his face was impossible to suppress. Experience the loss of your disciple, Yuki Yoru. And with no genjutsu to restrict him, Lottie savagely raised the kunai in his hand and plunged it towards the unconscious Hinata in his arms. No. Hayashi yelled, lunging and filling his palms with chakra. But it was too late. Just as Lottie had said, no matter how powerful Hayashi's 8 trigrams palms were, how could they be faster than the kunai in his hand? Amidst Lottie's loud laughter, the kunai in his hand savagely struck Hinata's body. A weak, slender little girl could hardly withstand an elite jonin's close-range attack. In an instant, Hinata's neck was completely pierced by the kunai, crimson blood splattered, and her blood even splattered onto Hayashi's face. Boom. Hayashi Hyuga's palms instantly struck Lottie, who had made no attempt to dodge or defend, sending him flying. But Hinata was already on her last breath. No. Hayashi's expression was tense, and Fugaku's figure also instantly appeared. But upon seeing Hinata's injuries, his eyes suddenly constricted. A deep gash had been slashed across Hinata's fair neck, skin and flesh torn open. Amidst the blood still pouring from the wound, even her pale spine was visible. This attack showed no mercy. To eliminate even the slightest chance of saving Hinata, Lottie had twisted the kunai viciously in her neck as Hayashi's attack landed, carving another gruesome, bone-deep wound across her face. At this level, the injuries were instantly fatal. You bastard. Fugaku's face twisted with fury. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Lottie. Hinata wasn't just Hayashi's daughter or the Hyuga clan's heiress, she was also Yuki Yoru's disciple. That man had only just left Konoha. And now, his student lay on the edge of death. How would Yoru take this? That man's wrath. Cough. Lottie spat out blood, lightly coughing. Hayashi's strike had done serious damage, but Lottie ignored it completely now. It wasn't the perfect ending, but to him, it was worth dying for. He had completed his mission from the top. He'd thrown the entire peace process between Konoha and Konohagakure into chaos, and taken the Hyuga heiress down with him. Prepare for war, Konoha. You think some nearly blind Mangekyo can stop the might of Konohagakure? Tui. Lottie burst into wild laughter, while Fugaku's face darkened with rage. But before Lottie could finish his final taunt, his body suddenly jerked. Blood exploded from his throat. A bone-deep wound appeared out of nowhere, tearing across his face as well. The excruciating pain and sudden fatal injuries left Lottie stunned and uncomprehending. He had braced himself to die in battle, but Fugaku hadn't even moved yet. Confused and shocked, he had no time to think. The wounds were fatal, limbs numb, life slipping away, his consciousness rapidly fading. Within seconds, he clutched his bleeding neck and collapsed. What the hell? Fugaku stood frozen, bewildered. He hadn't even attacked, and yet, Lottie suddenly died a violent death. And those wounds. How is this possible? Behind him, Hayashi's alarmed voice rang out. Fugaku turned quickly, only to see something even he could hardly believe. A genjutsu. Just moments ago, Hinata had her throat slashed and her face mutilated, yet now, she lay safely in Hayashi's arms. No fatal wounds. Not even a scratch. But how? They had both clearly witnessed her brutal injuries. How could she be unharmed now? Fugaku looked at Hayashi, who was frowning deeply. But then his eyes caught something. At the base of Hinata's neck, on the left side, a faintly glowing Quincy cross, previously hidden beneath her collar. Hayashi paused, realization flashing through his eyes. He quickly drew Hinata into his arms. Hayashi. What was that? Fugaku asked. It was his technique, Hayashi replied, voice low. Clearly, this had been a protective countermeasure that Yuki Yoru left behind for Hinata. He hadn't expected it to activate so soon. His eyes shifted to Lottie's corpse. Those brutal injuries were an exact match for the ones Hinata had seemed to suffer. This is going to get very complicated, he muttered. The entire Konohagakure delegation was now dead. No matter what their true motive had been, in the eyes of the world, they had come under the banner of peace. And now, they had all died within the land of fire. Konohagakure could seize this pretext and stand on the moral high ground, claiming righteous outrage. And that would put Konoha in a dangerously weak position in whatever followed next. But that wasn't the end of it. Hayashi glanced at Fugaku's eyes. Your eyes. Fugaku instinctively touched his own face, blood still drying at the corners of his vision. It's not as bad as that guy claimed, he said flatly. Besides, he gave me his word. He shook his head slightly, then looked toward Lottie's body. You take Hinata back. I'll handle things here. Even if Konohagakure really intends to stir up conflict. Then we'll just fight another war. Hayashi nodded softly. Thank you. Chapter 199, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 199. Hayashi quickly carried Hinata away. Even though Yuki Yoru had left her with some protective measures, the injuries Hinata had suffered earlier were genuinely alarming. Hayashi decided not to take any chances and brought her back immediately for a thorough checkup. Once they were gone, Fugaku remained at the scene alone, carefully examining the injuries on Lottie's body. A deep slash to the neck. Another across the face. These were the exact wounds Lottie had inflicted on Hinata, now reflected back onto his own body. A damage reflection. Fugaku pondered silently. The Uchiha clan's archives did record a genjutsu called Demonic Illusion, Mirror Heaven and Earth Change, which reflected genjutsu cast by others back onto them. But how had his genjutsu failed against Lottie just now? Show yourself. Fugaku's eyes darkened as he spoke coldly. There are only a handful of people in this world who can resist my Mangekyo genjutsu. Yet you brazenly came here to seize the Bakugan from the Hyuga and colluded with Konohagakure. What exactly are you trying to do? Silence. The forest was deathly still, until... Behind Fugaku, the space rippled slightly. To think the Uchiha clan still has such an outstanding descendant. Perhaps the clan isn't completely fallen after all. A raspy voice sounded from beneath a spiral-patterned mask. A blood-red Mangekyo Sharingan met Fugaku's gaze, both their eyes glowing ominously. Descendant. Don't flatter yourself. You're just a beaten dog, crushed by Yuki Yoru, still pretending to be something great. How dare you call yourself my senior? Obito's face twitched behind the mask, but his mind was racing. From Fugaku's reaction, it seemed Yuki Yoru hadn't exposed his identity. That meant even if his Uchiha Madara disguise didn't fully hold up, he still had room to maneuver. Yuki Yoru. That one is indeed a troublesome opponent. Even at my peak, I'd have to take him seriously. Enough with the theatrics. Fugaku sneered. You're just an experiment. Do you really think wearing a mask makes you some ancient Uchiha ancestor? Since you dared to show your face today, you'll pay the price for everything you've done to Konoha. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly, overflowing with intense ocular power. Obito remained calm, silently gathering his own chakra in preparation for genjutsu. His Kamui was a very special ocular ability, virtually unbeatable, barring a few exceptional genjutsu. Even when facing another Mangekyo user like Fugaku, Obito felt no fear. On the contrary. I can feel it, the energy draining from your eyes. Sure, as the fifth Hokage, you've achieved what I couldn't. But how much longer can those eyes actually see? The curse of blindness has already set in, Fugaku. Before long, you won't be able to keep intimidating Konohagakure with your Mangekyo. You might not even be able to suppress Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo. You bastard. Fugaku's gaze darkened. The technique he was preparing, so close to being unleashed, froze in his eye. Who are you really? Uchiha Madara. Arrogant fool. Fugaku roared in fury, his eyes blazing with unrestrained Mangekyo power. In chakra surged and condensed into a visible skeletal form, the ribcage of Susanoo, surrounding him protectively. A massive skeletal arm formed along the ribs, clenched into a fist, and swung directly at Obito. Boom. The ground beneath Obito exploded into a crater from the impact, smoke and debris flying everywhere. So it's Susanoo. Obito's voice came through the dust cloud, unshaken. Though Susanoo's attacks were powerful, his Kamui dimension left him completely unharmed. What? Hiding in that space-time jutsu again, my so-called ancestor. Fugaku's voice was cold as his eyes locked on Obito's spiraling mask, and the Mangekyo behind it. He couldn't recall any Uchiha ancestor who'd become famous using space-time techniques. Only that cursed white-haired second Hokage fought that way. Let's not dwell on the past. Susanoo is the third power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, accessible only when both eyes are awakened, Obito replied calmly. As you can see, I only have one left. What happened? Did a hawk peck out the other one? I used Izanagi in my battle against Hashirama. Obito ignored the taunt, maintaining his act. He gently touched his mask, as if reminiscing about his clash with Hashirama. I lost one Sharingan, but in return, I gained new power. The power you called experimental, yet it is mine now. With that, Obito slammed his palm down. The ground trembled violently, and countless wooden tendrils erupted from beneath him, lunging toward Fugaku. Would release, huh? Fugaku took a deep breath, his cold gaze fixed on Obito. That strange Mangekyo seemed to harbor a terrifying, all-seeing power. As the wooden tendrils surged toward him, Fugaku quickly weaved hand signs. In the blink of an eye, 4 walls of fire erupted around them, forming a blazing prison. Uchiha Flame Formation. Would Release's greatest strength lay in its endless nature and chakra-absorbing properties. Even someone with a complete body Susanoo, like Uchiha Madara, had ultimately fallen to Hashirama's power. After Madara's defeat, even though the Uchiha clan submitted to the Senju, elders like Uchiha Setsuno were never content. He even published a book. If I were Uchiha Madara, I would never lose. No one in the shinobi world understood Would Release better than the Uchiha. Using barriers to restrict its spread and combining them with small-scale Susanoo bursts, cut off the regeneration before it starts. Fugaku's Mangekyo spun furiously, and the skeletal outline of his Susanoo solidified. A burst of light surged up around him. A towering half-body skeletal giant took shape, radiating a terrifying, divine aura. From its waist, it drew a deep purple blade and swung at the oncoming wooden vines. At the same time, Fugaku weaved another set of hand signs and unleashed a torrent of flames. Fire Release, Blast Wave Wild Dance. The inferno surged upward, intertwining with Susanoo's twin swords, transforming them into blazing greatswords. The fire-laced strike shredded the wooden tendrils to splinters. But Obito remained unmoved. Because once again, unless you're using Genjutsu, Obito's Kamui renders him basically invincible. Disgusting technique. Susanoo's twin blades and the raging fire crashed down, but failed to touch Obito. Fugaku took a deep breath, and his left eye's Mangekyo suddenly spun faster. Blood tears spilled from the corner of his eye. Inside the Kamui dimension, Obito's heart sank. Not good. He instinctively activated his ocular power, but even then, the world around him began to twist. His surroundings lost all color, turning black and white. Everything blurred. Above, a massive Mangekyo Sharingan hung in the sky like a crimson moon, the only source of light in this monochrome world. Its design matched Fugaku's Mangekyo, a 3-bladed shuriken, each tip marked with a black dot. So this is your left eye's ability. Obito's heart raced. This Genjutsu was extremely powerful, perhaps even on par with Tsukuyomi, the Mangekyo's powerful Genjutsu. You shouldn't be marveling at my power right now, came Fugaku's voice from all directions. You should be confronting your own sins. I don't care who you are, or what persona you're putting on. But the pain you've brought to Konoha is unforgivable. In the name of the 5th Hokage, I sentence you. In this realm, I control everything, time, space, matter. And for the next 72 hours, you'll experience the greatest despair this world has to offer. As Fugaku's voice echoed, the world began to dissolve into grayscale. Even Obito's body was losing color. Heh. Obito sneered. Despair? Don't make me laugh. You don't know the despair I've felt. You don't understand. He stopped mid-sentence. The illusion world changed again. A chaotic battlefield unfolded before his eyes. 3 tails roared in the distance. The shockwaves of war could be felt even within the illusionary forest. This is... Obito's pupils shrank. He looked at his hands, trembling uncontrollably. His legs moved on their own, breaking into a frantic sprint. The cold, composed, Uchiha Madara facade shattered. Obito rushed through the underbrush like a madman. Leaf Shinobi, alerted to his presence, moved to intercept. He didn't even look back. His hands shot out countless wood spikes, skewering any leaf ninja in his way. He was no longer the powerless boy who watched his beloved die. He was the reborn Uchiha Madara. The future sage of six paths. The wood spikes tore through enemy chests, and with a wave of his hand, Obito blasted aside a nearby leaf shinobi. But then, he froze. His Sharingan widened in disbelief. The shinobi he'd just impaled was Rin. Blood poured from her mouth, her chest pierced. Her eyes were wide with shock, pain, and then softened. You're still alive, Obito. That's wonderful. Her body went limp on the spike. Her amber eyes lost their light. No. Rin. Obito's howl pierced the illusion. How could this be? Rin was supposed to have been killed by Minato, not him. In the distance, a familiar sound drew his gaze. He turned, just in time to see Kakashi Hatake, pinned beneath Yuki Yoru's foot, eyes wide in horror. Yoru's blade swung down. Kakashi's head flew. Blood sprayed. No. This isn't real. This is a genjutsu. None of this is real. Ayahawk. This is hell. Obito broke completely. He clutched Rin's corpse in his arms. Her blood soaked his hands, dripping like rain. Tears of blood streamed from his eyes. His Mangekyo power exploded, like a tsunami crashing through the illusion. The gray world shattered. Fugaku gasped in pain. His left eye throbbed violently. He clutched his eye in agony as blood oozed through his fingers, disbelief written all over his face. Genjutsu backlash. Impossible. This was his Mangekyo-esque genjutsu, his trump card. And yet. Uchiha Fugaku. A raspy voice whispered near his ear. He turned, too late. A truth-seeking ball pressed against his neck. Obito, still masked, glared at him. Behind that eye was not just power, but madness. Fugaku clutched his bleeding eye, agony splitting his skull. His vision, already blurred, was now nearly useless, he couldn't even see his own hands clearly. The pain at his throat stopped him from moving. You bastard. Uchiha Fugaku. Obito's voice was strained, as if fighting to stay calm. You've lost. Chapter 200, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 200. The Sharingan, also known as the eye that reflects the heart, is a visual manifestation of the deep love inherent within the Uchiha clan. When an Uchiha experiences the loss of that love, a unique chakra floods their brain, stimulating the optic nerves and triggering a transformation of the eye. This transformation occurs progressively, with the intensity of love directly influencing the eye's power. And when that love reaches its emotional extreme, it awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan. This eye, capable of perceiving the three realms, holds within it terrifying ocular powers of world-shattering magnitude. Naturally, awakening the Mangekyo requires an overwhelming emotional experience, extreme love. But this love is not uniform, it varies from person to person. Even if two individuals unlock the Mangekyo, the resulting abilities and ocular power will differ depending on the depth and nature of their love. Without a doubt, Uchiha Fugaku, who had realized his dream of becoming the fifth Hokage, had a form of love that could never match the twisted, unstable, and delusional obsession harbored by a certain Uchiha Obito. What's more, Fugaku's eyes were already nearing blindness, his ocular power nearly drained. In contrast, Obito, having incorporated Hashirama cells, maintained a stable and abundant supply of ocular power. Despite possessing a complete pair of Mangekyo, Fugaku was no match for Obito when it came to a clash of ocular power. So. I've lost, huh? The searing pain in his eye sockets made Uchiha Fugaku tremble uncontrollably, but even worse than the pain was the collapse of the belief that he was invincible. Losing to Yuki Yoru, he could accept that. That man was the master of souls, someone even the Rinnegan couldn't best, a true Shinigami. Losing to Uchiha Shisui, he could accept that too. Shisui was the brightest genius of the Uchiha clan, and combined with the power of a Shinigami, it was no surprise he was unstoppable. But to lose to this ridiculous experiment of a Kekkei Genkai, a pretentious fraud. He was the Hokage. He had awakened the Mangekyo, accomplished something none of his ancestors had. So why? What the hell did that make him? Enough of this pathetic display, Uchiha Fugaku. You're the Hokage, aren't you? Uchiha Obito inhaled deeply, suppressing the lingering dread of his previous brush with despair and spoke in a cold tone. You, a Hokage who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, defeated after one confrontation with me, and this is how you react. You disappoint me, Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku remained silent, fists clenched tightly. Obito snorted in disdain and continued his performance. Actually, I understand what you're feeling. Back then, I carried my brother's eyes, bearing the Uchiha clan's honor, and fought Hashirama in a decisive battle, but ultimately, I lost to Hashirama. Compared to that moment, what you're going through is nothing. But never mind that. I can help you restore your depleted ocular power. And all I ask is a small favor in return. You won't even need to wag your tail for Yuki Yoru. The mention of recovering his eyesight stirred something within Fugaku. He slowly raised his head to look at Obito. He knew Obito was probably full of crap, but if he really could help him recover his eyes, it wouldn't hurt to entertain the conversation. I won't make an enemy of Yuki Yoru, Fugaku said in a low voice. Of course not. With your strength, you'd barely scratch that guy anyway. Obito scoffed. I just need you to make use of your identity as Hokage and your current relationship with Yuru to help me retrieve something. Don't worry, it's nothing too important, just a few insignificant brats. That surge of power just now, what was that? On Shadow Island, Miroku, who had been overseeing the spiritual training of over 1,000 people, froze and instinctively looked toward one of Yoru's shadow clones busy crafting some kind of special technique. Yoru was carefully examining a thin layer of reishi enveloping his arm. He occasionally struck it using chakra, physical attacks, and even spiritual power. But all attacks, even reishi-based ones, were blocked by that barrier. Looks like it's ready. Yoru murmured to himself, then noticed Miroku's gaze and said, Don't worry. That was just my power being triggered. You're the first Quincy in this world and the key to distribute my spiritual power, so it makes sense you'd feel it. Your power, it's the same as what I've learned. Miroku's eyes widened with curiosity. Who did you give it to? What's the script? Yoru raised a brow, and Miroku immediately pouted. Sorry, I was just too curious. It's nothing. Just a very talented little girl. If she matures properly, she'll be part of my future royal guard. Miroku's breath caught. Yuki Yoru saw himself as the source of all Shinigami power, the emperor above all. Once the Quincy system was fully integrated into Kirigakure and all of Water Country, it would no longer be a land of ninja, but a Quincy empire. Within that empire, the best of the best would be granted a script by the emperor himself and become members of the Stern Ritter. According to Yoru's projections, even the weakest Stern Ritter would rival a captain of the Godai 13. And the very best, 4 of them, would be selected to form a royal guard, a personal unit serving the Invisible Empire's emperor, Yuki Yoru. Originally, Miroku assumed this guard would only be chosen after the entire empire and Stern Ritter were established. But Yoru had already selected someone. That little girl was that gifted. No need to look so shocked. Your position outranks the royal guard, Yoru said casually, throwing a scroll toward Miroku. Oh please, I'm just a transmission tool. Miroku caught it and unrolled it, muttering. But as her eyes scanned the contents, she was utterly stunned. This is a Quincy technique I developed based on a hollow's hierro, steel skin, Yuru explained. Unlike Shinigami or hollows who can completely spiritualize their bodies, Quincy's retain human physiology. That makes them extremely fragile. Even minor injuries can be fatal. So I created this technique. Blood. Vene. Stilled blood, guys. Miroku swallowed. Is this really possible? The principle is to inject reishi into the blood vessels, significantly enhancing physical defense. Since Quincy's already fuse their internal energy with spiritual power, any Quincy can do this. Just follow the steps in the scroll, use reishi to inscribe special defensive markings within your blood vessels, strengthening your body's defenses. Following Yoru's instructions, Miroku tried it herself. As she infused her blood vessels with spiritual energy, light blue patterns appeared across her skin. With a flick of his hand, Yoru shot an ice spike at her neck. Miroku flinched instinctively, but the moment it made contact, it was completely deflected. Whoa! Her eyes sparkled with excitement like a child discovering a new toy, patting and inspecting her own body. The strength of the blood vein increases with spiritual power. Even its weakest form can block Gedo of level 30 or lower or standard Jonin level ninjutsu. And since Quincy's are still living humans, this technique is passive. Once inscribed, your own spiritual power will maintain it permanently. It becomes part of you, like your own skin. As Yuru explained, the Quincification continued spreading. The future of Kirigakure, and all of Water Country, was inevitably to become a land of Quincy's. To prevent weaker citizens from being exploited or used in dark experiments, this technique gave them the means to defend themselves. This is a genius invention made specifically for Quincy's. Miroku was ecstatic. As the world's first Quincy and the Imperial Guru, anything that could be universally applied for protection brought her immense joy. Yes. There's also the blood artery, which boosts offensive power, but it's still in development, Yuru added. Amazing, truly amazing. Heh. It was nothing. Yuru smiled faintly, a mysterious glint in his eyes. The script he gave to Hinata was a special one. It would only activate under near-death circumstances, as she hadn't matured yet. He had also planted monitoring cells in her body. And in Fugaku's as well. So Yuru was fully aware of everything happening in the Land of Fire, including Obito's little plan involving Fugaku to snatch a few kids. Kagaya Kimimaro. Interesting. So he's targeting that little one. Kagaya Kimimaro, the prodigy of the Kagaya clan, was now 4.5, over a year older than Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata. He was born a genius, awakening the Shikatsumiyaku, dead bone pulse, at birth. The Kagaya clan had even claimed Kimimaro was the greatest prodigy in centuries, possibly a once-in-a-thousand-years monster. His talent was so overwhelming that even his own clan members feared him, calling him a freak and shunning him. If not for Yuki Yoru discovering him, Kimimaro might have ended up just like in the original timeline, locked up as a human shield by the war-crazed Kagaya clan. Now, thanks to Yoru, he was treated as the clan's most precious treasure. Though only 4 years old, he was already a little tyrant at the Kirigakure preschool. The only concern was that signs of Kekkei sickness were beginning to surface, slowed growth, chronic coughing, and so on. Both Orochimaru and Yukiko were already investigating, but progress was slow. The Kagaya elders were worried, afraid their brightest star might burn out too soon. After all, even if a soul were chosen as a Shinigami by the fourth Mizukage after death, no one in Kirigakure had ever become Mizukage posthumously. Kimimaro's rise had sparked new ambition among the once battle-obsessed Kagaya, political ambitions. Kirigakure was no longer the devastated, war-torn village left behind by the third Mizukage. Under the fourth, it had become the most prosperous and militarily powerful village in the ninja world, and it was only growing stronger. To inherit such a flourishing nation and become the ruling clan of a golden age, who wouldn't want that? Kimimaro's talent is undeniable, but he's not ready to catch Obito's eye just yet. Is it the Kagaya bloodline he's after? Hyuga first, now Kagaya. Interesting. What are you planning, Obito? Yoru muttered quietly. He didn't mind Obito stirring up trouble in the shinobi world, at least it added some color before the Otsutsuki inevitably arrived. However, Kimimaro was one of the stern Ritter Yoru had already marked for greatness, possibly even future Royal Guard material. He wouldn't let Obito ruin such a promising seedling. Also, you've underestimated Fugaku's heart and pride, Obito. Anyone capable of awakening the Mangekyo isn't someone you can manipulate so easily. Poof. With a burst of white smoke, a tense, visibly restless figure appeared behind Yoru via reverse summoning. It was Uchiha Fugaku. Fourth Mizukage. I have information of utmost importance to report. Chapter 201, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 201. I never expected that guy to have such means. Not only did he steal the Hyuga's Byakugan, he even shattered the genjutsu I cast with both of my Mangekyo using just a single Mangekyo. Fugaku lowered his head, not daring to meet Yuki Yoru's gaze. His voice was tight with tension. He noticed the depletion in my ocular power and tried to win me over by offering to restore my eyesight. In exchange, he wanted me to deliver the Kiri prodigy from the Hozuki clan to him. After his clash with Uchiha Obito, Fugaku returned to Konoha, but he didn't go to resolve the Sarutobi affair, nor did he check on the Hyuga. Instead, he immediately used reverse summoning to report directly to Kirigakure, laying everything out before Yoru. Obito's methods had clearly exceeded his expectations. That someone could use a single Mangekyo to break a genjutsu cast by both of his Mangekyo, that alone was enough to prove Obito's power. But strength or not, Fugaku wasn't about to betray the men who had personally put him in the Hokage seat. What was a masked faker compared to the Master of Souls? If Obito had truly been on equal footing with Yoru, or superior, perhaps Fugaku would have hesitated. But Obito had been crushed by Yoru, completely overwhelmed. And now that same Obito expected him to betray the one who made him Hokage. Ridiculous. So, the moment he returned to the village, Fugaku rushed to deliver every detail to Yoru. You didn't let me down, Fugaku. With you watching over Konoha, I can rest easy. Yoru smiled warmly at him. If I told you the guy's true identity, I think you'd be surprised. He's no Uchiha Madara, that much I can tell you. That old man may have lived long after his battle with the first Hokage, but by now, he's definitely resting in the Pure Land. So he's not Madara after all. Fugaku let out a breath of relief. Facing off against that ancestor would have been a terrifying prospect. There's no need to concern yourself with him too much. As for your Mangekyo's power, I'll have Miroku summon you here with reverse summoning tomorrow. That way, you can restore your ocular power right here in Kirigakure. Use tonight to prepare. Will it be painful? Fugaku asked in a low voice. For me, it's easy. For you. Yoru's gaze swept up and down Fugaku's body. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. I've always had confidence in you. Besides, it's just ocular restoration, not a major transformation. At worst, it'll hurt a little. Understood. Fugaku nodded heavily, both nervous and eager. And about that guy? Ignore him. The Kagaya clan's Kekkei Genkai belongs to Kirigakure. You're the Hokage, what right do you have to claim one of our Kekkei Genkai? Fair point. While Yuru could tolerate Obito's antics for now, there was no way he'd allow a treasure of his village to be handed over. All right. Go make your preparations. Oh, and regarding Kumo, considering everything that's happened in Konoha, they'll likely play dead for a while. But if they try anything again, I'll have the Soul Society assist you. Understood. Fugaku grinned. It felt good having an older brother to back him up. Being Hokage like this was downright sweet, so sweet. But just then, he hesitated. His expression was tinged with anticipation and a bit of embarrassment. He no longer looked like the dignified Hokage at all. If you've got something to say it, Yuru said, amused. It's about my boy. Fugaku said, rubbing his hands awkwardly. Itachi's already 8. His talent may not compare to yours, but among the Uchiha, he's top tier. I was wondering, could he receive some of your guidance? Take that damn ferret in as one of mine. Hell no. Yoru's eyelid twitched. He had confidence in his own strength, but he had zero interest in Itachi, or the Uchiha in general. The Uchiha clan was full of certified maniacs, and Uchiha Itachi was their crown jewel. To be generous, he was a thoughtful genius. To be blunt, he was a mentally unstable traitor who butchered his own parents, betrayed his clan, and acted in the name of some twisted ideology. Bringing him in. What if one day he decided that Yoru's actions were too cruel and offended his sense of justice? Wouldn't he raise his blade against Yuru or Kirigakure? Of course, Itachi would never actually succeed, but Yuru wasn't in the business of giving himself unnecessary headaches. I've never been one for taking disciples. Hayashi's daughter is different, I can train her from a young age. But your boy. He's already 7 or 8, right? Yuru shook his head. Not suitable. Ah. Fugaku's face fell. That Hinata could become Yoru's disciple made him burn with jealousy. Even putting aside future resources and opportunities, just the auto-rebound power Hinata had shown earlier was more than enough to make any father jealous. Then, what about my younger son? Younger son? Uchiha Sasuke. Yuru paused, then shook his head. Your youngest and the Yellow Flash's son are both promising, but they aren't fated for me. Still, since you've asked. Just as Fugaku looked downcast, Yuru pulled out a scroll. Fugaku took it reverently. What's this? The summoning scroll for Ryakudo, Ryuchi Cave. The moment those words landed, Fugaku's eyes lit up. The 3 great sage lands had been renowned for generations. Even though the Uchiha had their own summoning animals, the cats, they couldn't compare to the sage lands. Unfortunately, though all 3 sage lands had ties to Konoha, those ties were broken now. Shikatsurin, Forest, belonged to the Senju, but Tsunade had long since left the village. Myobokuzan, Mount Myoboku, had lost its inheritance when Minato and Jiraiya died. And Orochimaru, who held the contract for Ryakudo, had defected. What used to be Konoha's proud claim, to command all 3 great sage lands, was now just history. Fugaku himself had already signed the scroll for the 4th sage land, Shadow Island, but the 3 greats held a different kind of prestige. I've spoken to the White Snake Sage. If your son can pass Ryakudo's test, he'll receive the sage's blessing. Thank you, Lord Yuru. Fugaku Uchiha returned to Konoha in high spirits. Soon after, Inabi brought him a full report on the Sarutobi clan situation. But Fugaku, whose mind was now fully occupied with the Ryakudo contract and his Mangekyo restoration, couldn't be bothered with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then it struck him. This was the perfect chance to wipe out the Sarutobi's lingering influence once and for all. His expression turned stern. The Hyuga's Kekkei Genkai was leaked, and Hayashi's daughter was kidnapped. The Sarutobi clan is deeply implicated. Until I get to the bottom of this, the Sarutobi compound is under full lockdown. No Sarutobi is permitted to enter or leave. Anyone who tries, kill on sight. Yes, sir. Inabi left enthusiastically, delivering the Hokage's new orders to Uchiha Setsuna, who was already waiting with troops at the Sarutobi compound. By now, the entire compound was surrounded by crowds of onlookers. Everyone in Konoha knew the feud between the Uchiha, the Sarutobi, and the Shimura clans. Most believed those 2 clans were directly responsible for the Uchiha's fall from grace. Now that Fugaku was Hokage, it was only a matter of time before he retaliated, but no one expected it to be this fast, or this ruthless. Countless shinobi gathered to watch the drama unfold. Many had once served under Hiruzen, but with a new Hokage in power, they had switched loyalties. Some even looked amused. It nearly made Hiruzen's nose bleed from fury. Uchiha Setsuna. What the hell are you doing? Hiruzen growled, trying to reclaim his third Hokage authority. You've had ANBU blockading the Sarutobi compound for nearly a day. Do you actually want a war between our clans? War. You overestimate yourself, Hiruzen. Setsuna sneered coldly. A lesser Uchiha might have been intimidated by Hiruzen's lingering aura. But Setsuna. Back when the second Hokage was in power, Setsuna had still dared to rebel. A retired third Hokage meant nothing to him, especially now that his own men sat on the throne. Setsuna didn't even bother replying. He casually signaled his men to bring over a lounge chair and lay back with a satisfied sigh. Some nearby shinobi chuckled aloud. Hiruzen's veins bulged in fury. Uchiha Setsuna. Don't go too far. Setsuna ignored him completely, shutting his eyes as if enjoying the breeze. Hiruzen seethed, but dared not act recklessly. More time passed. Hiruzen's patience wore thin. Then, Uchiha Inabi arrived. The Hokage's order has arrived. Chakra-enhanced voice projection echoed across the area, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Inabi held a scroll, his Sharingan spinning. His gaze swept over the crowd with commanding presence. Hiruzen, Setsuna, and every surrounding shinobi turned to him, the tension high. By command of the fifth Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku. Kumogaku approached us under the pretense of peace negotiations, but in truth conspired to steal the Hyuga's Kekkei. Elder Sarutobi Hiruzen is suspected of treason, conspiring with foreign powers to incite chaos within the village, steal the Hyuga Kekkei, and destroy Konoha's unity. Until the investigation is complete, the Sarutobi compound is sealed. All members are forbidden from entering or exiting. Sarutobi Hiruzen's elder status is suspended, pending judgment from the Hokage. The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. Hiruzen staggered, nearly collapsing. Treason. The third Hokage, accused of treason. So that's why Kumo agreed to every condition in those talks. They were after the Byakugan the whole time. Those Kumo bastards. They must have forgotten how terrifying the fifth Susanoo is. Wait, didn't Sarutobi insist on handling the negotiations himself? Don't tell me. Whispers surged through the crowd. Many who had come to spectate now looked at Hiruzen with suspicion. Even the Sarutobi clan members behind him stared in disbelief. Doubt. Hostility. Shock. An elderly Sarutobi, one of the few survivors from the Warring States era, thumped his cane furiously and scolded. Hiruzen. Why? Why did it have to come to this? Moments later, some of the elders couldn't take the blow. Two collapsed on the spot, causing chaos. The entire clan fell into disarray. Even Hiruzen's most die-hard supporters now looked at him with uncertainty. Lord Third, is this true? No. I swear I'm innocent. Hiruzen shouted desperately, face pale. I acted only for Konoha, for the Sarutobi clan. I accepted the negotiation role for the good of the village. My heart is pure. Heh. Setsuna chuckled darkly and took the scroll from Inaho. After reading, he shot Hiruzen a chilling glare. Such devotion, Hiruzen. Let's hope you don't destroy the people's faith in the third Hokage with your own hands. Men, seal the Sarutobi compound. Take Hiruzen to the ANBU prison. Await the Hokage's judgment. Yes, sir. Dozens of ANBU appeared instantly, sealing the entire Sarutobi compound. Even the Sarutobi themselves, once so defiant, stood down. They understood the severity of the charges. No one resisted as the ANBU deployed sealing barriers. Setsuna stepped forward and personally sealed Hiruzen's chakra and movements using 4 limbs waiting seal and 4 symbols seal. Hiruzen didn't resist. Once sealed, 2 ANBU restrained him. Under the hostile glares of countless leaf shinobi, the former third Hokage was marched toward ANBU prison. Among the watching crowd, even die-hard supporters like Ino Shikacho sighed softly. They all understood. No matter how this ends, the Sarutobi clan is finished. Chapter 202, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 202. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't be killed. Uchiha Fugaku was no Shimura Danzo, driven by a murderous thirst for purges. But interrogation, perhaps a bit of pressure, an object lesson for the former third Hokage and the entire Sarutobi clan. That, he considered necessary. Uchiha Setsuna ordered the ANBU to detain Sarutobi Hiruzen and escort him to the ANBU prison. Whether intentional or not, they even paraded him through Konoha's streets, twice. As for Hiruzen, already hollowed out from despair and crushed under the weight of the traitor to the village label, he moved like the Walking Dead, utterly numb to the horrified, enraged, and disbelieving gazes of the shinobi and civilians around him. Until the truth is fully uncovered, I hope Elder Sarutobi will use this time to rest and reflect. With a slam, Setsuna shut the cell door, leaving Hiruzen alone in the dark, sunless prison, brooding in silence. At the same time, the entire village's public opinion exploded. Even though Fugaku had not formally charged Hiruzen with any crime, everyone had seen them and taken away by the ANBU. Everyone had heard Uchiha Inabi read the Hokage's order. Overnight, Hiruzen became the villain of the village, a traitor, a conspirator, a backstabber who had betrayed the Hokage and betrayed Konoha. Though the Sarutobi compound was now surrounded by ANBU, that didn't stop furious villagers from hurling stones, rotten vegetables, and eggs at it nearly every day. The Sarutobi clan shinobi, helpless in the face of both ANBU restrictions and civilian outrage, could only hole up inside, silent, ashamed, and powerless. They couldn't fight back, couldn't speak up, couldn't lash out. They had no choice but to bury their humiliation and endure. But buried anger and hatred would eventually erupt, and when it did, the one who would bear the brunt of it all would be the men they once revered as a god. Their disgraced clan head. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Of course. Fugaku wasn't particularly interested in any of this. He'd always intended to purge the Sarutobi after taking office. Whether it was Konoha led by the Uchiha, or the old Konoha, there was simply no place for a bloated, influential Sarutobi clan. So their downfall had always been expected. But right now, there was something far more important on his mind. Something he cared about much more than the Sarutobi's collapse. Restoring the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Kirigakure. How bad is your eyesight right now? Yuru asked casually, leading the casually dressed Fugaku, freshly summoned via reverse summoning by Miroku, toward the Kekkei laboratory. Fugaku glanced around curiously, studying his surroundings. Hearing Yoru's question, he sighed bitterly. It wasn't terrible, until I fought that guy. After that, I'm pretty much blind. Dominating the battlefield against Konohagakure had come at a cost. Susanoo, the ultimate ability of the Mangekyo, required tremendous chakra and ocular power. Despite how easy it looked in the original timeline, Madara and Sasuke tossing out Mangekyo abilities like candy, those two were total cheaters. They both had Indra's chakra and eternal Mangekyo eyes. The real situation. You had to look at early Mangekyo Sasuke. That kid went from awakening his Mangekyo to full-on blindness in 15 days. Sure, he spammed Amaterasu at everything that moved during the period, but still, it showed just how much of a toll Susanoo took on the eyes. Fugaku, determined to raise his standing, had essentially fought the entire Konohagakure forces with his Mangekyo active. Though the Soul Society had done most of the heavy lifting, the stress on his eyes had been real. And the final straw. His battle with Obito. His dojutsu were shattered, and the resulting rebound nearly blinded him. Susanoo and Mangekyo abilities are indeed powerful, but they're cursed with tragedy, Fugaku sighed. That's why I kept mine hidden for so long. Almost blind, huh? Yoro looked a little surprised, but not shocked. That was par for the course when it came to the Mangekyo. Relax. After today, you won't need to worry about your eyesight anymore. In fact, your ocular power will actually increase. As long as you don't push yourself into unlocking some fourth stage evolution or trying for a perfect Susanoo, you'll be fine. Ah, really? Fugaku's heart raced. He had only hoped to slow the degeneration, to stave off blindness for a while. But now Yoro was saying he could fully restore his eyes, and even make them stronger. Was this real? Owning a Mangekyo was like driving a supercar. The speed and power were amazing, but what really kept you up at night was how fast it burned through fuel. But if Yoro could top off the tank and even upgrade the engine, his position as Hokage would be rock solid. Fugaku was so thrilled he actually started walking faster, catching up to Yoro with a trembling voice full of excitement. You really can restore my eyes, and make them stronger. Heh. Of course. And we'll be using a very traditional shinobi method to do it. Yoro gave him a knowing glance as they arrived at the Kekkei lab. Since you fought him, and lost, you must have noticed how unusual his ocular power was. From his first appearance at Higashimatsuyama, to the Ninetales incident, to your battle with him. He only has one Mangekyo, yet he hasn't shown any signs of degeneration. Meanwhile, your two Mangekyo are on the brink of collapse. The key lies in his wood release. Yoro formed a hand seal and pushed open the lab door. Fugaku followed close behind, and froze. Inside was a full-blown biological research facility. Racks and tables lined with instruments. Shelves filled with containers and jars, some holding Bakugan, some Sharingan. Over a dozen scientists in white coats moved about, recording data, running tests, or analyzing samples. None of them reacted to Yoru's entrance beyond a respectful nod. Fugaku swallowed hard. He'd seen labs before, but nothing like this. The sheer scale, the cutting-edge equipment, the bizarre biological samples. And then, he saw it. In a glass jar off to the side, a pair of blood-red eyes stared back at him. He knew those eyes. That was a Mangekyo Sharingan, no doubt. That sinister chill, that dreadful aura, he could feel it in his bones. To the Uchiha, Mangekyo were sacred treasures. To the world, they were feared relics of destruction. And yet here, in this lab, one was just sitting in a corner. You're the Uchiha clan head. You must have read the six-path stone tablet hidden under the Naka shrine. After all, your clan held every major meeting there. Yoru's calm voice pulled Fugaku back to reality. When the one god sought peace, he divided yin and yang. The two opposing forces clashed, merged, and gave rise to all creation. In that creation, the Sharingan symbolizes yin release. And opposing yin, of course, is yang release, the foundation of wood release. Yin cannot exist alone. Yang cannot grow alone. Unless you reach the level of Madara and Hashirama, having only one side will always limit you. Mangekyo were powerful, but led to blindness. Wood release was dominant, but required exceptional chakra quality and volume. Yamato, Danzo, they were prime examples of its instability in ordinary bodies. So you're saying? The key to restoring my eyes is wood release? Fugaku asked cautiously, already forgetting about the Mangekyo in the jar. To be precise, cells from the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Yoru opened the inner chamber of the lab. Fugaku followed, then froze completely. Standing before them, dressed in a white lab coat, smiling up at them, was a face he knew very well. You've arrived. The raspy voice. Pale lavender eyeshadow. Golden vertical pupils. Even with a surgical mask on, that smile was unmistakable. Orochimaru. SAA welcome, Fugaku-kun, Orochimaru purred, putting down his scalpel. He had been dissecting a strange, pulsating piece of flesh, it twitched like it was still alive. I didn't expect you to be involved in this. No need to be so surprised. Just like the Uchiha rose to power in Konoha, and you became Hokage. Life is full of surprises, isn't it? Orochimaru removed his mask, licking the corner of his lips. His eyes gleamed as they zeroed in on Fugaku's Mangekyo. Such beautiful eyes. Even now, dim as dying candlelight, they shine brightly enough to lure in countless moths. Fugaku remained silent. Orochimaru's eccentric nature had always made him complicated to deal with. Even though he was the third Hokage student, born of the mainstream Hokage faction, he'd always been able to work with the Uchiha. Still, Fugaku didn't want to get too close. There was something in Orochimaru's gaze, like he was staring at a test subject. A puppet. It made his skin crawl. All right, that's enough reminiscing, Yuru said. Orochimaru, is everything ready? Of course. Your instructions are always my top priority. Orochimaru reluctantly tore his gaze from Fugaku's eyes. Despite already having multiple Mangekyo samples, each one's unique ocular ability still fascinated him. What secrets did Fugaku's eyes hold? Orochimaru's tongue licked his lips again as he retrieved 3 sealed glass containers from a cabinet. As requested, I've prepared 3 grades of Hashirama cells. We'll need a tissue sample from Fugaku-kun to determine which one is most compatible. Excellent. Yuru nodded, clearly pleased. Say what you will about Orochimaru's methods, the guy got results. Then let's begin. Gladly. Orochimaru's grin widened. Fugaku-kun, please lie down here. That smile sent chills down Fugaku's spine. His earlier excitement was gone. This didn't feel like a medical procedure, it felt like he was about to get his eyes scooped out. But Yuru was here. So Fugaku took a deep breath and lay down. Orochimaru calmly sliced a small cut on his arm and extracted a tissue sample. He placed the sample into 3 petri dish, each containing a different Hashirama cell batch. It wasn't just testing. It was warfare. Fugaku stared in disbelief as the tiny slice of his own cells began to writhe violently, reacting to the Hashirama cells like prey sensing a predator. The pale white Hashirama cells twisted hungrily toward the Uchiha cells, like starving beasts. The cells clashed, tore at each other, battling viciously. Within moments, the first petri dish showed his Uchiha cells completely devoured. Orochimaru calmly set the petri dish aside. Then the second. By the third petri dish, before the battle had even ended, Orochimaru picked it up and turned to Fugaku with a smile. Are you ready, Fugaku-kun? This. This really can restore my eyes. When the one god sought peace, he divided yin and yang. The two forces clashed and merged to create all things. Yoru's calm voice filled the room again. Hashirama's cells are unique. His body was close to a true sage. His flesh had surpassed mortals, reaching the pinnacle of yang release, exactly as described on the Six Paths tablet. By merging those cells, you'll balance yin and yang within yourself. That harmony will stabilize your chakra flow, and your ocular power will regenerate naturally. Of course. That depends on whether you can suppress the Hashirama cells. And, if I can't. Yuru chuckled and glanced at Orochimaru. Orochimaru's smile turned wicked. Well, then Kirigakure might end up with a brand new sacred tree. Chapter 203, Strongest Hidden Mist Village, 203. Hashirama Senju cells are extremely volatile, ordinary people simply cannot absorb them. Without a corresponding Six Paths bloodline, even a Kage-level shinobi like Danzo needed a large number of Sharingan to maintain the yin-yang balance, and conversely, sustaining that many Sharingan required the support of the first Hokage's cells. Even then, he had to rely on powerful sealing techniques to suppress the side effects, otherwise, the chakra consumption would become unbearable. Put bluntly, unless you possessed Six Paths lineage, fusing with Hashirama's cells meant one thing: being devoured by them. At best, you could integrate a modified variant, like the White Zetsu clones. But even with the bloodline, withstanding the fusion remained incredibly difficult. Fugaku, despite being Kage-level in strength, possessing massive chakra reserves and both Mangekyo Sharingan, still had a near-zero chance of success when attempting to fuse with Hashirama's cells. Such was the terrifying nature of Asura's strongest reincarnation. Of course, the cells being implanted into Fugaku now were far from their raw, original state. They had undergone countless modifications. The earlier ominous explanations had merely been a tactic to amplify Fugaku's emotional investment and push his Sharingan and Yin chakra to their maximum output. Alright, no need to be so afraid. It's not as bad as Orochimaru makes it sound, said Yuki Yoru, watching Fugaku's nerves with a faint smile. All you need to do is fully activate your ocular power, suppress it, harmonize with it. That's all. You'll be fine. Understood. Fugaku nodded firmly, inhaled deeply, and activated his three-tomo Sharingan, which swiftly spun into Mangekyo form. Seeing him ready, Yuru nodded to Orochimaru, who disinfected his hands, inserted a few needles, and injected several unknown fluids into Fugaku's body. Then, Orochimaru picked up a scalpel and made a shallow incision over Fugaku's abdomen, simultaneously using chakra to stimulate the internal chakra pathways, increasing their activity. Cell fusion wasn't something that could be done carelessly, especially not with Hashirama's cells. Even after generations of modification, successful fusion still required implanting the cells into one of the body's regions where chakra pathways were most densely concentrated. Only then could the host draw on enough chakra to suppress and integrate the foreign cells. After fusion, this also ensured full control over the new power, as if it were part of one's own body. In the human body, the 8 areas where chakra pathways were most densely concentrated were known as the 8 gates, 2 at the sides of the brain, 1 at the heart, and 5 spread across the torso and lower body. This was the same system used in the infamous 8 gates forbidden jutsu, which forcibly unlocked chakra restraints for massive power. For Fugaku specifically, the most ideal transplant zones were the 2 cerebral points, the Gate of Healing, Kyumon, and Gate of Opening, Kaimon, where Uchiha-in chakra concentrated most densely. The Gate of Death, Shimon, near the heart, source of the body's ultimate chakra potential. Madara Uchiha had implanted Hashirama's original cells directly into his heart, allowing him to wield would release nearly on par with Hashirama himself. By contrast, Danzo and Obito, who implanted cells in their arms, could barely use would release without risk of backlash. But they had no choice. Danzo lacked the bloodline, and Obito had lost half his body. In Fugaku's case, his goal wasn't to acquire full wood release, merely to restore and boost his Mangekyo. So, Orochimaru chose a safer zone, the Gate of Wonder, Kimen, near the lower abdomen, the 7th gate. This ensured that even if the transplant failed, the infected flesh could be cut out quickly, preventing Fugaku from turning into a giant tree. With the site chosen and prepared, Orochimaru picked up a glowing white clump of tissue, and with his forceps, implanted it into Fugaku's abdomen. He then dripped in a cocktail of nutrient fluids, inhibitors, and chakra stimulants to trigger fusion. Aha! As chakra surged, the white tissue began to writhe, extending root-like tendrils into Fugaku's flesh like a tree taking root. The chakra monitors on the lab wall spiked, alarming fluctuations. Fugaku trembled violently, his pupils dilated, and his Mangekyo began spinning madly. His Yin-based Uchiha chakra surged toward the implant site, countering Hashirama's cells as they began their invasion. Stay calm. Don't tense up too much. The key is how well your chakra and ocular power integrate with the graft. Don't resist it violently. Yoru said calmly. He had overseen this procedure before, on Shisui, and understood the process thoroughly. Fugaku's reaction was clearly too intense, but Yoru's steady voice brought him some relief. The tissue at Fugaku's abdomen continued pulsing, trying to assimilate the surrounding flesh. But soon, Fugaku's chakra started to fight back effectively. The aggressive white mass began to retract, nestling itself into his waistline. Soft green chakra light emanated from the site. The chakra had stabilized. Uchiha-in chakra had provoked the yang chakra inside Hashirama's cells, causing it to release. The two polar forces clashed and merged. It was not a painless process. Fugaku's face contorted in pain. As the fusion deepened, the implanted tissue twisted into a humanoid face, ashen, stoic, and unnatural. Even Orochimaru looked briefly unsettled, though he didn't seem surprised, he'd seen it before. Keep channeling your eyes, let it stabilize. Yuru glanced at the monitors and nodded approvingly. Just a bit longer, you're almost there. Meanwhile, Mangekyo. On the highest tower of Mangekyo, a red-haired figure stood, surveying the city below. This was not Pain the God, but the men behind the eyes, Nagato, wielder of the Rinnegan. How do you feel? Konan, wings of paper unfurled, hovered silently behind him. Her gaze lingered on his vibrant red hair, now full of life again. The battle in the Land of Iron had nearly destroyed him. He had been pushed to the brink of death. But it had also been the trigger for rebirth. Thanks to the white Zetsu graft and the infusion of Hashirama cells, Nagato's legs were restored, and his strength now far exceeded his former self. To Konan, it was like looking at the old Nagato again, the one from before everything had gone to hell. His aura was like a fusion of the Nagato she once knew and Yahiko. I feel great, Nagato said, smiling faintly. Maybe I should have agreed to Zetsu and Madara's proposal sooner. Hashirama's cells harmonize with my Rinnegan and Uzumaki blood perfectly. I feel alive again. He turned to Konan. If I'd done this earlier, maybe we could have avoided all the pain. Our teacher said once, all suffering exists to prepare us for a better version of ourselves, Konan replied. Without it, we wouldn't be who we are. True. But now, no more pain for us. I've been reborn. This is the body of a god. Even Yuki no longer poses a threat. Nagato's voice brimmed with confidence. The glow of the Rinnegan shimmered with power. Nice confidence, but you're still far from ready to defeat Yuki Yoru. The voice came from behind, sharp and cutting. Obito, disguised as Madara, stepped through a swirling distortion, with Zetsu at his side. What do you want, Madara? Nagato turned, expression unreadable. Konan narrowed her eyes but remained silent. Despite their tension, Nagato's survival had been made possible by Obito and Zetsu's interventions. You've recovered, yes. But don't let it go to your head. Obito said in a low rasp, his rage barely masked. You fought Yuru once and lost. Nothing's changed. Not even a restored body will close that gap. Even with wood release, it's not enough. He tossed Nagato a scroll. 3 years ago, you fought him in the Land of Iron. While that was happening, things happened in Konoha that I didn't tell you, until now. Nagato opened the scroll, and his expression darkened immediately. The so-called god of Mangekyo was clearly shaken. Don't bother doubting the intel. The site still exists, Konoha's largest forest reduced to ash by residual chakra. He surpassed both my prime and even Hashirama's. He's nearing Sage of Six Paths territory. If you want to beat him, you're not even close. Nagato closed the scroll silently. So why are you here? Just to undermine me? Not at all, Obito replied. Besides humbling you, I'm here to help you defeat him. Help. Nagato's heart skipped. Obito nodded. We lost a lot of tailed beast intel. But I found a new way forward. He threw another scroll. You should know Hiriko and his Chimera Jutsu. He tried to ascend using Steel Release, Swift Release, Dark Release, Storm Release, and the Sharingan to become an immortal ninja. I've developed something more refined. A true path to transcendence. Nagato frowned as he opened the scroll and examined it closely. The more he read, the tighter his brows furrowed. You, with the Rinnegan, already possess the sage's eyes. You are his rightful successor. What you lack is his blood. If you gather all of the Six Paths bloodlines and fuse them through Chimera Jutsu, then you won't just carry his will or his name, Obito said, his voice steady, deliberate. He paused, letting the silence hang for a moment. You will become something new. A sage in a new form. I call it, the Living Six Paths. Uchiha. Hyuga. Uzumaki. Kagaya. Senju, he continued, listing them with almost reverent intensity. Sharingan, Byakugan, would release, Shikatsumiyaku, and the life force of the Uzumaki bloodline. 2 are already yours, would release and Uzumaki vitality. I hold the Sharingan and the Byakugan. All that remains is the Shikatsumiyaku. Once you possess that final piece, and the day of the celestial anomaly arrives, you'll ascend. You'll become the Living Six Paths. No longer a successor. No longer a vessel. But a god, reborn in the flesh. Behind the spiral mask, Obito's Sharingan flared, blood red, burning with obsession and vision. With that power, Yuki Yoru will fall. And you will bring peace to the world.